And that's why I believe the lizard people should take over. I mean, we do a much better job.
I mean,
No,
I mean, the Amazing Spider-Man 1. I mean, the villain was basically the hero of that story. When you think about
yeah,
it, he wanted to make
which
everybody
is
lizards.
which is weird. It is weird. Yeah. Oh god. I am pretty gosh dang good. What about you guys?
Not bad.
Pretty well. How about yourself? I just did a 9-hour podcast with EFAP yesterday, so I'm nice and ready. Hopefully, I'm
Nice.
probably won't do 9 hours today, but looking forward for a few hours for sure.
I was accidentally muted for that part. Damn, I'm unmuted now. Um,
Oh well, good.
I only was it. I was only able to catch part of EFAP yesterday. How was the movie overall?
Honestly, surprisingly good. It started out really rough. It had a little bit of that universe breaking. I'm trying to be cryptic, by the way, just so I
Yeah,
recommend people watch it. But
Yeah,
had
no worries.
a bit of universe breaking at the beginning. But man, the payoffs, like payoffs across 3 Spider-Man franchises that were some of the best of all three, some of the best moments of all 3 franchises. Pretty damn impressive. I'm
nice.
looking forward to, like, weirdly enough, the worst Spider-Man franchise, The Amazing Spider-Man. Andrew Garfield, uh, fucking sold. Really, really, really good stuff in this movie. Like he kind of stole the movie from me, Andrew Garfield. Surprisingly, considering
Yeah,
he came from the worst Spider-Man franchise.
yeah, that's kind of what I've been hearing. The guys on Friday Night Tights were going on about how great Andrew Garfield was in the movie.
Hmm.
Um, so
Yeah, he was
before,
just surprisingly good. Yeah, he actually this movie made the Amazing Spider-Man 2 much better, in my opinion.
Hmm.
well, that's something to respect at least, because I heard that was even worse than the first one.
Uh,
I remember the at least parts of the great debate that happened on EFAP for that.
oh, you mean the debate between Winter Soldier and Far From Home, or which one are you talking about?
When they were talking about Amazing Spider-Man because they had them all come on and they were trying to explain to them like in detail why everything doesn't work, and the guys came on initially they like thought they were going to hear the same tired arguments they had debunked before, and EFAP was just like systematically like breaking everything.
As they do.
Yeah, I mean, it's
It,
definitely not. Tasm is definitely not a good franchise, but this really, I think, elevated it because it paid off a whole lot on the Andrew Spider-Man arc. So yeah, if you like, I mean, I honestly wasn't really that into MCU Spider-Man. He was kind of weird, but this movie I think makes his trilogy pretty solid and does some really good payoffs for um, the Raimi verse and also the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man, especially Andrew Garfield Spider-Man. So yeah, I recommend
Nice.
it. It got me a few points. I was like, damn, this is working way better than I thought it would.
Yeah, I'll have to
yeah.
check it out. I can't go to the theaters right now, but when I can see it, I will.
I think they're doing like a delayed digital release in like a month or two, so maybe you can catch that or something.
All right. People chat are saying you're a bit quiet, so I'm going to turn you up a bit.
Okay, yeah,
Hopefully that
probably
should be
better that
better.
you, yeah, you can probably balance that on your end better than I can on mine.
I do need to. I do want to thwap EFAP a little bit for the Dune one they did. I'm like, oh god, you didn't actually pay attention. No, no.
I
Hey,
think they're
everybody's here.
I think they were strictly working off of the movie or the
They
first
were.
movie. Yeah, so some of the stuff they weren't really accepting because it was not explained in the movie. So that may have been like they, for
A
example,
lot of it, a lot of it though was like when they were talking about like they. Oh, of course their policy would be to stay with it. Are the Harkonnens that evil? It's like, yeah. You even saw at the beginning they saturation bombed their own troops. You know they're this evil.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, it was a pretty quick montage at the beginning, so we didn't really see them on screen other than the Atreides, you know, attack. We didn't really see too much on screen evil. We got that they are the bad guys, but yeah.
Well, you can kind of infer it too, like when they're forcing their servants to bow down when they just enter the room. And I don't mean like they don't do that bow like a normal courtesy bow. They're fully have to get on their hands and knees and push their head into the ground and everything, so they're not allowed to look at the person coming in. So that kind of reinforces they have high demands. They also say that this is forced. All of these Fremen and all the native peoples are here because they are forced to be here. If they're not, it's mandatory attendance or else.
Yeah, yeah, you could infer it. It wasn't as blatant as it could be, but yeah, you can infer a lot of things about the Harkonnen. The one thing I do agree that the movie, at least part one, doesn't explain is the complete lack of computers. Like I know that's part of the universe, but they could. I'm hoping that they band-aid all the lore issues in part two. I think that they could do that really well, and it would make like they're not necessarily problems with part one unless they're not explained in part two. Basically, like I think part two would be a great opportunity to get into the Spacers Guild and
I think
stuff.
they will
Yeah.
because of the conflict between the Emperor, the Spacing Guild, and Arrakis. Oh
Yeah.
well, Harkonnen, I should say, but it's Arrakis too because the Fremen are fighting.
Yeah, for sure. So I think Villeneuve was very smart to keep it like trim the fat, keep it a very simple story, as simple as you can make Dune, and then get into the thick of it in part two. So we'll see how it works.
I'm very hopeful. I think it was a fantastic movie for sure.
And I wasn't able to watch all of your previous Stag, and this is a part two of the video, but I did watch Sorcerer Dave's Isn't Dumbing Down. I didn't watch the part two of it because I figured we kind of get our live reaction on here, but I had a couple notes. Should I go over the notes here because I wasn't part of the first part? Or
yeah,
I'd say fantastic. Go for it.
I was actually going to do a bit of a recap too. So
sure, yeah, go ahead.
So I guess where we should start is the video that was originally being responded to by Sorcerer Dave. Semiu Online's, I believe that's the channel name. The Elder Scrolls the dumbing down of Elder Scrolls or something to that effect. And he has several points to make through the video. I've got a few of my own issues with the video. Like, just for example, at one point he says, your reputation with certain characters could get so low they won't even bother dealing with you. But the footage he shows on screen isn't actually someone refusing to deal with him. It's just someone with zero disposition. And to someone who doesn't know Morrowind that well, that might come off as a little bit disingenuous because you could see that you're not forced out of dialogue, he's just exiting it. But there are NPCs who will just say, yeah, go away, I don't want to deal with you.
Yeah.
Everyone else's sound is a little too low, can barely hear them. How are you guys barely hearing them? That's weird.
That's all Creetosis' fault.
No, because that's the thing, is I haven't changed any settings from last time. You guys shouldn't be that quiet.
You should be able to right-click on this and upgrade our volume in Discord, or potentially your actual computer volume is set lower.
Well, that's the thing is...
If you're using OBS, you can also kind of manually up computer audio versus your mic.
Yeah.
All right. I just turned that up. Say something?
Apparently, I am very, very quiet.
Something.
Really?
That's what... I don't know now. We'll see now. But yeah, apparently I was very, very quiet.
All right, I've turned you up. Let's turn... Man, Indigo is almost all the way up. It's 196%.
Yeah, I mean, I might have been a little bit quiet on the yesterday's stream, but
there's something I can check, but I won't be able to hear you guys for a few seconds because the volume mixer kills Discord. Oh yeah, everything is way low compared to my head. What the fuck? Okay, 1 second. There's Discord, so let's turn that up. And everything else down. So hopefully that's still decent. Yes, okay.
And it was the same thing happening. As Nick Ricada said, there's a statute where the judge can literally, if it's been a long trial and the jury comes back like, we just can't make a decision, judge, the judge can declare that, no, get your ass back in there. You're going to make a fucking decision because I am not sitting through another 3-week long fucking trial.
Yeah, I mean, he should have that ability, I guess. Yeah.
What the
He or
hell
she.
did I miss the 3 seconds it took me to fix the audio?
Oh no, we were talking a bit before that too.
We're just talking about Germany again in the 30s.
Oh.
You know?
$5 super chat from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Creetosis, Indigo, Pagan, and such, and chat. Hope everyone is having a great day.
I'm doing
so
well.
far, pretty dang good day.
Mine could be better.
Yeah, Pagan is in the process of dying again. He didn't get any sleep for like the 397th day in a row.
Pagan was busy fighting off the lizards that I sent. He got them all, but they'll be coming back.
I mean, lizards
You're not far off.
Lizards are the next step of human evolution. So, I mean, really, you should be a lot more respectful to them.
Exactly. Should embrace the lizard.
We also missed another super chat here. 20 DKK. Donkey Kong crowns.
Danish crown.
Donkey Kong currency with a K.
From Gangwin47, thank you. Human detected on furry EFAP soil. We are not furry EFAP. I'm not a furry, goddammit! I just got to your super chat, Gangwin. Sorry.
It's a Danish krone, by the way.
Danish crowns, okay. So as I was starting to get on the recap, yeah, Semi-Online's video had a few issues with it. Some of the arguments I think were a little bit weak. I'd have to go over it again to see what my issues really are with it. But I guess the main thing is Sorcerer Dave's video, which I had a lot of issues with. We took about 3 to 4 hours to cover that last time. And I'm actually blanking for the most part on what was said last time. I just remember at the end it got pretty disingenuous when he was talking about the dialogue. He went into a building and asked everyone about Balmora and got the same dialogue. And he used that as proof that, oh yeah, Morrowind's dialogue was crap.
So yeah, I wrote down some notes if you want me to hop on.
Go ahead.
This. Sure. So I just want to put out one thing that I noticed, and I'm probably part of this, but it's unfortunate that basically right now it's a lot more popular to hate than to love. I was just looking up the top videos recommended around the kind of discourse about how the Elder Scrolls is dumbing down. Obviously, my video on it's 2.7 million. Hugbox got over 3 million about Bethesda's game design is insulting. Samuel Lyons, Elder Scrolls and dumbing down is 847K. Sorcerer Dave got pretty close with his first part, 800K, but got like 268 for the second part. So like, there's a lot more, I guess. It's a lot easier to get a lot of hate views, I guess. Like when you were like, oh man, Bethesda sucks. They haven't made an Elder Scrolls game in 10 years, and the last one was dumbed down. So, with that said, like, there's a lot of good points, but there's also there's a bit of there's a little bit of incentive to be negative about Elder Scrolls. I mean, I didn't do it for the clicks, but I could see that there might be a little bit of that kind of like, oh, you're just a hater because that gets you attention. But another thing that I think Sorcerer Dave alluded to is that he kind of I don't know if he alluded to this, but it reminded me that basically like every single game, just like every single movie, is basically a completely new production by a completely new crew for the most part. Even if you have a couple people returning, you have different animators, you have different level designers, and also just a completely different situation, completely different technology at your fingertips, completely different expectation. Even if you've are just doing the same exact game as you did last time, you have a higher expectation to do something different or do something better, and that can kind of poison the well too, or kind of adjust your design goals, I should say. So anyway, just something I thought about when I think he was bringing up something about how people made different decisions and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, there's actually a lot of different people in a very different situation. Like where Bethesda was at when they were making Morrowind was completely different when they were making Oblivion, and completely different from when they were making Skyrim. So like that affects design a lot. A couple minor notes. I think Sorcerer Dave said that Michael Kirkbride left after Morrowind was completed. That's not true. He left before, like well before. He did a lot of the earlier like concept art and writing, but he left before Morrowind was finished. So just a minor correction there. He mentioned, let's see. So he mentioned about how the one of the sticking points is essential NPCs. He was defending essential NPCs. About how like why would you make a game where you can kill NPCs that will make you not be able to finish the game? Basically,
Yeah, that's the part we
off-lock you.
spent a lot of time on because there's so
Yeah.
many alternate solutions than just making them immortal.
Yeah. So I thought that Morrowind had a pretty clever idea, just like letting you know in a big pop-up menu that you have to click out of, like, hey, you just messed up the world. Make sure you want to live with that before you continue. But there's a lot of other ways. But yeah, the idea that randomly somebody in some random house, like this happened to me last time I streamed Oblivion, I just like some guy I didn't even know was that important went into his house and killed him for his goods, and he keeps on waking up, and I'm like, okay, talk about immersion breaking. Why is this guy so important that I can't actually kill him? But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not really on board with essential NPCs in the terms of. I understand that if you're creating some grand narrative, there are certain key characters that kind of have to be in place, but yeah, I'm not crazy about the idea that you just make certain characters immortal because a storyline.
Yeah.
Um,
I would say, like, for my examples would be, make sure your story can be completed without them, a la the Divinity series. You can literally kill everybody and still complete the story.
yeah,
Um,
you're gonna fallback people too. I think that's
Yeah.
might be what they did is they had fallback NPCs for certain plot points or
Yeah,
something.
or ways to do it where like ghosts would appear from the corpse and everything like that. And now you'd be talking to them while they're getting pulled into the afterlife and everything, so they can give you the information you need, or I should say, you force the information out of them.
Yeah,
Or do what I know people don't like Outer Worlds. I will defend it as being a pretty good game, but or what Obsidian did, make certain NPCs where you physically can't get to them. Like the doctor will always tell you, hold on a moment, and it'll take a while for the airlock to open until he has time to get behind his bulletproof fucking window. So you can't do anything to him.
yeah, and that at least gives you a physical barrier that you wouldn't have the opportunity to kill them, rather than the kind of artificial one like in Little Lamplight, which everybody loves talking about.
Yeah.
Oh god.
But another point that Sorcerer Dave talked about was about how each game had a different design philosophy, and kind of as an excuse. I mean, I might be misinterpreting this, but kind of as an excuse for why the lore is completely different between game to game. And as much as I think that's kind of a BS excuse for it. I will admit that every single Elder Scrolls game has retconned the previous one. Every single one, even Daggerfall did, like major retcons in the world. So as much as I would rag on, poorly retconning things in Skyrim and things like that, or even Oblivion, as opposed to Morrowind. Morrowind did it, Daggerfall did it, every single game did it. They completely revamped the entire. Daedra didn't exist in Elder Scrolls Arena, for example. So I can't really say that Skyrim and Oblivion are extremely bad examples, considering that they retcon the lore every time. So kind of
Yeah.
kind of
That's-
just one of those things.
That's kind of my personal issue with the series as a whole. That's why I don't get deep into the lore. I've been playing Morrowind since I was like 10 or 11 or something like that. It's my all-time favorite game. And there was a point where I was considering, diving into the lore and learning more about the world and series. But once I realized that the lore is just in a constant state of anything could change at any time, the writers do whatever they want, I kind of lost all interest in learning the deeper lore, because my general take was, what's the point if whatever I'm learning about the world could be changed at the drop of a hat in the next game for little to no reason? And one of the easiest examples of that is actually Fallout 4 with Kid in a Fridge, because they apply the same way of dealing with lore as Elder Scrolls to Fallout. So,
Which is such a bad thing.
yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as much cool stuff was introduced in Morrowind, they also essentially introduced. Didn't they introduce Dragon Break in Morrowind?
Because they had to get rid of the robot thing, the that you activated the giant. One of the endings, you could activate the giant robot to
Right, the
save
golem.
Cyrodiil.
Yeah, so once they introduced Dragon Break, basically the lore kind of became pointless to me. I like some of the aspects of it, but like, yeah, I'm not going to be a lore beard about other Elder Scrolls because the lore is just completely botched.
Yeah, we even said that in our first video of a near complete analysis of Skyrim. It's like, to get the lore of Fallout, you just have to play Fallout. To get the lore of Elder Scrolls, you need to take like a college master theses course and fucking all these different diagrams and stuff that none of it fucking matters because it cuts off here, 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 and here.
So yeah, basically every single Elder Scrolls is going to have its own, headcanon basically, because it can't really refer to anything else because it's all messed up now. So that was kind of a somewhat defeatist point, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm actually genuinely happy with ESO actually because they have to keep a consistent lore for their own world. So now it has to stay. They can't just change shit willy-nilly because it's already been established in their own universe. So even as they progress, they have to keep that lore they've already put in.
I haven't gotten too much in the ESO lore. I got pretty immersion broke with the fact that you can like summon Daedra in town and nobody cares, and you could like people can walk over their friends' corpses, and they've
been trying to fix those things. Like they started adding in with the Necromancer update, adding in abilities that will be flagged as illegal. So if you do necromancy in town, that's an illegal action, you'll get attacked.
I don't think they'll do that for like special mounts or Daedra summons though.
I'm just saying this is something they've tinkered with, like the idea of like even using certain abilities because they should be bad would be bad. Yeah. And it's the same thing with adding in the justice system as well. That was something they tried to get working for an MMO, and it works really well, honestly.
I appreciate the steps toward that though, because that was one thing that was like, come on, you're not going to summon a freaking Daedra in town. Summoning scamps in town and nobody bats an eye. I'm like, that's insane. But I noticed a lot of Sorcerer Dave's arguments because he seemed to definitely be pro Oblivion Skyrim. I mean, he said he grew up with Morrowind, but he definitely seems to be be coming from the viewpoint that Skyrim's better than the others, right? So a lot of his arguments I noticed kind of were essentially, well, Morrowind is also bad.
Yeah.
That's like, what we see a lot with the...
Yeah.
Like, well, Fallout 4 is the bestest because New Vegas is also bad. What?
Yeah. And that sums up Miniature Nerd's Fallout 3 and 4 videos pretty well. People complain about this in Fallout 3 and 4, but New Vegas... And it's like, yeah, fucking... Make an argument to defend the game without doing whataboutism.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really make your point when you say, oh, well, it's also bad in this. And, I mean, I guess that could be a counter to why isn't it better if it's never been done before. But, that's a kind of poor argument. Just like, well, this is also bad. Yeah, but I'm getting to, like, the more heavy ones in a bit here. But let me look at some of my other notes here.
Okay.
I don't know.
Can I pause you for a second there?
Sure.
I had already told Dominic we would get to it in a moment. I didn't think of a natural break for it, though. $100 super chat from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you very much, sir. Indigo, change your profile pic to a furry for the stream, please.
Don't do it. Don't listen to him. Thank you.
The only thing I would do is I would change it to Mike because I love Mike. Mike's awesome.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay.
Something you have to understand about chat. They try to corrupt the guests to get at me.
Yes. $5 super chat from Mohad. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What do you think an RPG should entail? Can we put a pin in that for a second? Because I think that's going to be a bigger thing, and we can go into it after Indigo does his thing, so we'll put a pin in that for 1 second.
That's a really big topic. I started a script for a video talking about what makes an RPG, and that's like a really deep topic, so I don't think that'll be really necessarily something you can answer over Super Chat, but it's a great concept, great topic, and I do intend on making that video one day.
Yeah, like I said, let's put a pin in that, because if we do try to go into that, it's going to be a long talk.
Yeah, and we've got a 46-minute video to cover.
Yes, and which could very well answer some of the questions.
Yeah,
some of it.
And the other thing is, there are different types of RPGs, so like it depends what kind are you talking about. Are you talking about one more like Morrowind? Are you talking one like Zelda? Are you talking one like Final Fantasy or stuff like that? You know, it's RPG is a very wide genre.
Yeah.
I'd say.
£5 super chat from Kunna. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There is a GDC talk where Bethesda, as a policy, hands over design to junior staff to avoid skill drain. This could be why quest design is inconsistent. Actually, we know why quest design is inconsistent. Emil gave it away during his awful, awful speech about writing.
Oh, God.
They literally let anybody do the quests. If you have a quest idea, they put you in charge of the NPC names, the dialogue, the writing, everything. So it's like, yeah, no wonder your fucking quests are all over the place. You literally if the janitor has an idea, you put him in charge.
Yeah, very inconsistent that way. I mean, to be fair, the original Fallout games were like that too. Pretty much everybody wrote for the game, but
it was also it was a different era. Like
different era. Yeah,
it was the era of almost everybody that was a gamer was a pen and paper player as well. So that was just a totally different a different sort of mentality of designers and everything for RPG.
And see, the thing too is I'm not even against everyone in the studio having ideas for quests. It's just you need to quality filter some of that shit. Like, there's no reason we should have gotten Kid in a Fridge or Here Kitty Kitty in Fallout 4, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, hey, maybe the janitor will have a really cool idea for a quest for well, not Skyrim, but the next Elder Scrolls or Fallout game. It's like, okay, yeah, we'll put that into the bin and see if we could do something with it. Rather than just, here's a computer, have at it. You know?
Yeah.
It reminds me of this, it was actually kind of a Diablo clone, but kind of interesting if you ever played Sacred.
Yes.
Yeah, it was actually pretty cool. It was not a randomized world like Diablo. It was a static world, but it was huge. And what was really cool is that whatever class you picked, you actually started in a different part of the world. You had a different starting position, which was kind of neat.
Mm-hmm.
And the game had something like 300 quests. It had a ton of quests.
Wow.
But not all of them were great. I remember trying to do all of the side quests and things like that, just to kind of get XP and learn stories and whatever. But I remember one, I was just like, fuck off. When I went to a town and there was a little girl was crying. I'm like, what's up, little girl? And she's like, I dropped my dolly down in the sewers. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Well, see,
can you go down into the murder hobo land and get it for me? No.
See, that's the thing, is I can excuse quests like that or Here Kitty Kitty in Fallout 4 if it's like a drop in the bucket. When Here Kitty Kitty is 1 out of 30 quests for Fallout 4, 30 side quests, I should say, that's a bit of an issue. If that's 1 out of 300, then yeah, okay, whatever. I don't care about your stupid quest, but it's not a big deal.
Yeah, that feels more like you put in all the effort and work, and now you're just trying to come up with something else. Like, this area needs something. That guy beat me up. Go get my stuff back, and then you just get it back. It's like, okay, quest done. It's like, yeah, that's a whatever.
Yeah, it's got to be tough thinking of brand new concepts and interesting narratives for each. I probably, for all its faults, I'd say Witcher 3 does really, really good job with the side quests. They're all very interesting.
Yes.
But they definitely have the quality check on that. But just quickly going through the rest of the points I had here written down. He had a whole argument about how the Morrowind reputation system was kind of broken and was very, very dumb, and that you could basically join every single faction and nobody would care if you're part of these other factions, which are diametrically opposed.
Yeah, but the example he used was terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll admit that I don't know enough. I've not tested in all those factions and crossovers enough to know whether what he said or not was valid, but I will say that his argument reminds me a lot of what Todd Howard said, where he's more interested in removing superfluous systems rather than fixing or improving them. And I'm like, just because Morwin's faction system and house system wasn't perfect, doesn't mean you should just get rid of it. I think that's a pretty poor argument, because that's essentially what they did in Skyrim.
Yep.
I mean, technically you can align with the Imperials or the Stormcloaks, but it didn't really have any meat to it for the most part. So I'd rather have, improve on the very rudimentary system that Morrowind had, and make it so that if you join one faction or allied with one, it would affect the other. It's not too hard to do. So.
Yeah. And
I've never liked how Bethesda will strip out systems if they're not perfect. To me, it seems like pulling out all of your teeth because one of them has a cavity. You know?
Yeah.
It just
they
seems
did
silly.
He made the same argument with the exact same argument with, and here is this one NPC I will showcase that has the wrong directions. Therefore, it's a good thing they ripped all directions out. It's like,
And replace it with
no,
the
that's
quest
not.
marker, yeah.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Quest marker should have been an accessibility option. Like, do you want us to show you exactly where everything is with a quest marker? That should have been a yes/no thing.
Yeah, or maybe like some sort of magic item that requires a resource, like a divining rod or something like that.
Oh yeah,
it's a shame they
divination.
got rid of
or
divination.
clairvoyance.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go.
It's a shame that they took all that out. And flying is now illegal, so nobody will ever do it, including bandits and criminals and murderers.
I may be a horrible necromancer digging up bodies and bringing them back to life. Highly, highly illegal, but goddamn, I'm not good at levitate. That's too hardcore for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the levitation was axed in Oblivion for purely technical reasons because
because they didn't want you to be able to see, like, if you actually would have flied in the Imperial City, you would realize of how much stuff was unloaded outside and all these horrible textures and being able to see through walls and everything, because you had to cut corners to get more detail. You needed to have, like, well, this wall will never be seen, so we'll just cut off the entire face of there. That doesn't need to have a texture on it. Doesn't need to render anything. And
yeah. And
you start noticing all.
Yeah, and just the fact that they split the Imperial City, which is already much smaller than lore would suggest it would be, and broke it up into small zones with few NPCs, and then that was further confirmed by when Fallout New Vegas had to break up New Vegas into zones because of, and Josh Sawyer even said that he had to do that for memory reasons and crashing because the engine was buckling under that too much geometry, too many NPCs. So it was obviously a technical reason. I'm sure it could be done at some point, with enough rewriting, with better, engine support, better optimization, whatever. But yeah, I 100% believe that they took that out because it would just break the game too much, where you could fly over the walls and see that there was no city inside.
Yeah.
So, next point I was going to bring up. This was probably my biggest WTF moment when I was watching the video, is that he praises Skyrim for not responding to your actions or knowing who you are.
Yeah, that one was like, and then I even brought up it's obviously an extreme example, but hey, you're that lizard, and there's only a few of you in Skyrim, and you can scream like a dragon. We know you. It's like, yeah, you don't really need to. It's not a hard description of an all-black lizard that can scream like a dragon. And there's not many lizards in fucking Skyrim.
Well, that's one of the things I found incredibly annoying about the game, is you become the leader of all these factions, you defeat the dragons, you could shout like the dragons, you're this legendary figure, and yet people are still treating you like you're, a level 1 starter character who just got out of the starting dungeon.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but what you just said reminded me so much of the scene in The Princess Bride where the giant is climbing up the rock wall and is being pursued by the man in black, and he's like, "You're this great legendary thing, and yet he gains."
Yes, but I'm carrying multiple people.
I do not accept excuses. I'm just going to get myself a new giant. That's all.
Oh man, we lost Andre the Giant too soon.
Stop this! Yeah. Stop all this rhyming. I mean it. Does anybody want a peanut?
Such a great little charming film. It's awesome. Let's see. I think I have 2 more points. Let's see. There was I didn't watch all of Semi Online's video. Does he ever say that does he ever argue for less interesting or less unique or less charismatic NPCs? Because Sorcerer Dave argues that the NPCs are way better in the later games. That they have their own stories, they have their own relationships and stuff like that, which I don't necessarily think that's wrong. I think he's probably right about that, but does Samuel 9 ever argue for boring generic NPCs?
Not that I can remember. I don't think that's a point he made. But my issue with Sorcerer Dave's point is more the fact that while some of these characters do have a bit more of a personality, they're super shallow. Like
they're literally one-dimensional. It's like, sure, fine, you can make the argument that Marwyn's NPCs have less depth to them. I don't agree, but having just one dimension is not a well-rounded character with all these amazing stories and everything like that. Like, need we remind everybody? Have you made your way to the Cloud District? What am I saying? Of course you haven't. Who doesn't have a house and lives in the fucking inn and never goes to the Cloud District?
And keep in mind, the Cloud District is one building, Dragon's Reach.
Yes.
Yeah, don't get me on the scale where like freaking Whiterun is the biggest city and has like 30 NPCs or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
And-
god, I could go on for a while with the scale. That I find it
Yes.
extremely irritating.
The scale is horrible, especially because people are like, oh, well, it's a scale issue. You're supposed to think of it as 4 times the size. And it's like, okay, so that bandit encampment that's literally right next to Jarl Bolgrif's fucking shit walls and gate, that's 4 times the size it already is. So it's an entire, like, bandit city? Thanks.
And I actually somehow I think Morrowind worked better because we were only limited to a fairly remote island of Vardenfell. I didn't expect Balmora to be gigantic. Things like that. So like, and for some reason it feels bigger and more expansive in those. Even I don't know. It's probably not bigger than Whiterun, but it just felt it felt right in there because Vardenfell is just one kind of somewhat rural area of Morrowind.
Well,
so in Tribunal you get to see a big city. I don't remember how big that one is, but I remember it was fairly big.
Well, that's the thing too. Is Balmora is bigger than any city in Skyrim, and it has more buildings and more NPCs than I'm pretty sure any city in Skyrim. At least buildings, in terms of buildings, it does because on the one side of the river you've got at least a dozen buildings, and that's like the poor district. Then the other side you have all the guild halls, the additional houses, the manors, the more, I guess, upper class stores. Like Balmora is huge for what it is.
Yeah, I'd have to look at an actual comparison, but yeah, I mean, it made more sense to me because Vardenfell was just one small part of the grander country of Morrowind.
What's funny to me is they actually could have done with their technology and everything that the engine has. They could have done what Dragon Age 2 was trying to do. I like Dragon Age 2 actually more than Origins. The story's weaker, but I like the fact that it all takes place in one city, so the city actually feels big. To an extent, they have a lot of copy-paste because it's Dragon Age 2. They fucking rushed everything. But they could have done the same thing. Like, imagine if the entirety of Skyrim took place in just Whiterun, and they made Whiterun an actual massive city, and you just hear about this war that's going on, and maybe there are spies in the city and everything like that. How much more immersive that could have been. So weirdly, their obsession with the world being bigger has actually shot them in the foot and made everything else feel so much smaller and insignificant and just off.
Yeah, no, you're right. Balmora has 42 structures, and Whiterun has 24. So,
and Solitude has like bigger. 7 or 8.
Yeah, and I use Whiterun as an example because that's the biggest city in the game.
Yeah,
and some of them are like forts. Like one of them, I think, has like 4 houses or something.
Yeah, and in fairness, Whiterun should probably be the biggest one in Skyrim because that's like the most central like trading city that there is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe Riften because that's close to the Morrowind border. That should probably be a decent size too.
Which makes Jarl Bolgrif all the more of an incompetent buffoon. Like, holy hell. The more that you learn about Whiterun and Jarl Bolgrif, the more you're like, you are a fucking idiot. You can't deal with your bandit problems anywhere while you're the most central location in Skyrim, so everybody's trade goods are going to come through you. You should be like the richest hold in the entire land, and yet you can't even be bothered to maintain your actually pitiful walls that fucking farms have thicker walls than you. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, Whiterun is a little bit sad to look at.
Oh, dude, yeah. I have to go into full detail.
Yeah, skills, obviously, I think we all agree on that. It could be more, and like I like the obviously handcrafted 3D environments are going to look better than randomly generated, but even at times Oblivion felt grander. So definitely a step down in scale. I know that they used a little bit of proc gen to generate the terrain and stuff, and then did the manual touch-ups on it for Oblivion. That's why they were able to make it so big, but yeah, I don't know. So I think I got through all these points except for my last point here, which was a lot. Like, there's one segment of part 1 where he talks about essentially, and this is a little bit of a straw man, but essentially says, just mod it, bro.
Yeah, he did that
Yeah.
with the essential NPCs too, and
Yeah.
that's one of the points we brought up when covering it is, oh, so just mod it to fix the problems, but here's this huge problem with this one character that doesn't give the right directions, and this is why it's
Yeah.
good to replace the whole system instead of just getting the patch that fixes it.
Yep.
You know?
It's like it's a double standard. You can't say just mod the problems you have for Skyrim, but you're not allowed to do that for Morrowind. That's verboten.
Yeah, and I don't think he remembers, but I don't believe the construction set was either released or supported for a while. I don't remember it being released. Was it released at the time of the game's release, or was it to come out later? I thought it came out later.
I vaguely remember hearing that the tools actually accidentally got leaked, and then they were just like, okay, yeah, fuck it, you guys can use the tools to make whatever. I don't have anything to back that up. That's just something I heard at some point, so just want to make that clear.
Could be something
Okay.
worth looking into.
According to Fandom, which isn't, I don't like as well as UESP, they said that it came with the actual installation. But regardless, support, especially in like 2002 when Morrowind came out, support was not immediate. You did not have all the mods you wanted and all the options you wanted day one. You probably didn't have it for at least 5 years, honestly. So, or even today, there's some things you might want from the previous games that just aren't possible in the later games. So the idea, just mod it, bro. Like, if you don't like something, just mod it out. Either you mod it out or wait for some other fan to mod out your specific desire, or mod in your desire or mod out something that you didn't like. That's an incredibly kind of condescending and honestly not helpful excuse. Like, if you're a consumer of a product and the creator of your product doesn't removes a feature you loved, you have the right to complain about it. I want that feature in my product. That's perfectly valid. Everybody does. iPhone takes out
The headphone jacks.
yeah, the headphone jack. You have a right to complain about it, and you can choose not to buy that product if you feel that you want to speak with your wallet. But the idea is like, oh, well, just rootkit your just root your phone and solder on a new thing and blah blah blah, and then just do that, man. It's fine. It's like, no, that's a pretty poor replacement for just having those features in there. And some of these things, for example, like you said with the map marker, if you want to have that as an accessibility feature, have it optional in the options. That's fine. I'm fine with that. A lot of people get down on Thief 4, which wasn't a great game, but I really respect how many options were optional in that game. A lot of the things, even the entire magic seeing through walls system was optional. You could turn that off. So as much as that game got wrong, they actually, a lot of their more controversial changes, they actually you were able to turn them off in the UI or through the game difficulty options. So I respect that they did that. I wish more games would do that. So
Yeah. I've also just never found the mods will fix it argument compelling, because I've always thought that's a very silly stance to take. You're just not holding the developers as accountable as they should. This mostly applies to bugs, but I shouldn't need to mod a game to fix an error that the developers left in the game. They should have to fix it themselves.
A great example for us was why we said we wouldn't use the UESP. Sorry, not the UESP. Of course we'd use that. Why we wouldn't use the unofficial Skyrim patch, the community patch. And that was because it had critical bugs like Argonians can't use the shield bash. It doesn't work. You can use it, but it does nothing because Bethesda didn't fucking fix this at all, ever. We shouldn't need mods to fix an actual game critical issue.
Yeah.
And I forgive me if I don't remember, but was it in the chat or something when I told you about the Room of Death in I think it was in both
Skyrim
and Skyrim. Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's some issues with those games that they just couldn't figure out.
Yeah, I think we were covering Angry Joe's video when you told us about that. Because that was around the point in the stream where we saw him stabbing the dragon in the head with his axe, which that just doesn't work.
Yep.
Yeah.
God, I can't believe the Room of Death. I had no idea about that.
All right. So, as a brief pause, let's catch up on these super chats because they've gotten pretty far back now.
Yeah.
Gangwin47 with 50 Danish crowns. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Must say, I am ashamed that my countrymen would listen to Emil's awful speech. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not their fault. I mean, they wanted to be there because they thought he had something insightful to say, and it turns out no.
Yeah. They were probably thinking, oh, hey, this is the lead writer of Bethesda. Of course he'd have something interesting to say.
Yeah.
It was interesting, but for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, it definitely illuminated a lot of why Bethesda has problems. €5 super chat from Walter B. Gaiman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I may be a necromancer, murderer, and all but at least I am not a vile levitator. Let's see, and there should be one more. €2 super chat from Freak. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Title: Example of dumbing down isn't dumbing down. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. That was basically his arguments for the entire previous video, too. Oh, this thing that you say is dumbing down, it's not actually dumbing down. Well, yep. I mean, it kind of is.
There is also a question in the chat that I thought would be interesting. So Kingaroo says, at Setch and others, do you prefer smaller worlds that are more compact and have more development, or do you prefer bigger worlds with stuff more spread out and less developed? Me personally, I prefer that whatever size you make your world, that you have filled it with things to do to a competent extent. Like, Ubisoft is a great example of their worlds are big and it's filled with mindless, tedious, busy work that is just unfulfilling. And then you have stuff like Tyranny, where the world is pretty small and compact, but it is filled to the brim with intricate things to do. And it's not that, oh, smaller is better. It's like, no, the size doesn't matter. It just depends on what you can do with it, what your competency level can fill that with, and what you can achieve as a team.
Yeah, I think there's like a big misunderstanding amongst a lot of developers now. And I'd say Ubisoft is one of the guiltiest parties about it. Occasionally they'll do something interesting, but open world doesn't matter if all it is the same exact scenarios in any sequence.
Yeah,
like, I noticed a lot of Far Cry games do this, where it's like doesn't matter what you do. It's like everything. It's basically you just take all the missions and you can play them in any order.
Yeah,
that's kind of boring. I think the open world should actually, it should matter what you do in what sequence and how you do it, and what you do in the world should affect other parts of the world. Like I one thing I loved about the Shadow of Mordor series is that it was like a living, breathing sort of world in that who you kill and who kills you and who you get revenge against will matter in the long run. The hierarchy of all of the orc captains and stuff is constantly changing. Which I thought was super cool. It's like a peek into something really interesting that you could do with open world games. And
yes,
unfortunately, with a lot of open world games, is they completely miss the whole point of open world, which is to make the world dynamic and changeable, and your decisions and which sequence you do them in matters. If you're just making a game where you can do the same missions in a different sequence, why bother, you know?
And that actually highlights on a thing that's even more interesting about Shadow of Mordor is your ability to influence those orcs as you go through, too. Like, being able to give this orc, because you constantly attack him with fire, and then you let him run away. Now suddenly he has a phobia of fire. That is a built-in weakness he has. So now if you let him rise up in the ranks, you now have a guaranteed weakness you can use against him.
I still can't forgive WB Interactive or whoever the publisher was for messing up the microtransactions in that game, because that was such a cool system that got completely overlooked because of the shitty launch of that game, of the sequel.
Yeah, the Shadow of War, which was horrible. Loot boxes infested everywhere. Oh, God.
For a single-player game.
Yeah.
It's a shame because the actual core game was fun. It just was completely infested with all these ways of monetizing it. Really, really.
Yep.
such
They
a-
had a fascinating system too that I enjoyed, which kind of like added to the interconnectivity of everything for people. Was that if somebody on your friends list got killed, there could be a spirit of vengeance you could interact with, and then you could go kill the orc that killed them.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And I was like, that was interesting to me. That was very fun. But yeah, shame about the sequel and everything else.
They did that a little bit in the Diablo 3 console release, I think, or it was a console release, or I believe it was, where if someone on your friends list died, like by a blue group or a legendary enemy or whatever they call it,
Yeah.
that they could then like invade somebody else's like one of your friends' games randomly, and then if you killed them, you get a special reward, and yet I think your friend would get a reward too. So it's like a cool way of avenging your friend's death or something.
Yeah, that's what happened. I've had somebody that avenged me in one of mine, and I got something. In Shadow of Mordor, I should say.
Yeah.
They avenged me, and I got stuff for it as well. So I was like, that was nice. I like that that's a system that exists.
Yeah, and as one of the commenters said, yeah, they fixed the systems eventually, but it was already too late. They really just ruined the reputation of the game so early on with all that
Yep.
publisher interference. But anyway, yeah, those are all my notes for part 1. So I'm willing to dig into part 2 whenever you guys are.
All right, so right before then, $5 super chat from the Dwarf Cast Noah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How's it going, Stag? Haven't been able to listen for about 2.5 months because of Air Force basic training. Ah, you joined the chair force. What's wrong with you?
Chair force.
Yeah, that's what Marine Corps. That's what the Marine and Army would always call the Air Force. We call them the chair force. And even better was if you look at the mess halls between the Air Force and then the Army and the Marines. Everybody makes fun of that, where they'll have TikToks even of like enlisted soldiers go like, the Marine walks into the Air Force mess hall and his eyes go wide. He goes, holy shit. And he starts to call everybody over, and you see Army guy come in and everything. And he's like, oh! And then they show like somebody's Thanksgiving dinner as like an example of what you see in the Air Force mess hall. And then you look over to what is a usual typical thing for the Marines and the Army. And it's this horrible, like, high school kitchen slop that they're putting together. And it's fucking true, by the way. I will tell you, from the Marine Corps perspective at least, it's fucking true. The mess halls for the Marines are awful.
I toured an Air Force base once, and they had amazing food. I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why the Marines and the Army will always try to find convenient ways to sneak into the Air Force mess hall.
I can see that for sure.
$5 for peace was never an option. Thank you. Chair force detected. Go eat your 5-star steak and lobster MRE somewhere else.
Yeah, pretty much.
Man, a 5-star steak and MRE, I'd be down for that.
Dude,
We bought some MREs when COVID was getting bad, just in case the supply lines got bad. But
please tell me you didn't make the horrible mistake of getting any MRE that had egg in it.
I'll have to look now. I don't think we did, but I hope we didn't.
I will tell you right now, if you did, it is better not to eat it. Just throw it out.
Throw it out. Okay.
Eggs for MREs are the driest and yet somehow slimiest thing you will ever eat. It is the weirdest, like, these things break the laws of physics and they taste god awful.
Sounds delicious.
But if you get like the taco MREs or burrito MRE or something like that, or the ravioli ones, people will kill for the ravioli ones. They will get in fist fights for the ravioli ones.
That's pretty funny.
Just one more comment in Super Chat, then we'll get started. Hello there, Merry Christmas, Creetosis and Indigo Gaming, and though I don't know you two yet, Merry Christmas, Pagan and Set Strescar. And last but not least, Merry Christmas to everyone in chat. Yes, Merry Christmas, everyone, and thank you.
Thank you, Commander Classified. Thank you.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody.
And,
I guess a quick snipe of this Super Chat real quick. Gang147 with 20 Danish crowns.
You mean Donkey
Danish
Kong
Army
Cash?
MRE is so good. dude, there are some country MREs like Japan's MREs are like, and here's your onigiri sushi roll and everything. It's like, oh, give me.
Anyways, let's get started on this. You all ready?
Sure.
I am as ready as I'll
Yeah.
ever be. It's time to stop putting off the pace.
Yeah, we've been going for an hour and we haven't even played 1 second of the video.
This is basically the video coverage equivalent of Paul Atreides putting his hand in the box. It's like,
Yep.
what's in there? Pain.
Pain. All right. Well, can you give me a second? Hold on. Okay, I'm ready. Wait. Oh, hold on.
Merry holidays, fellow degenerates. €2 from Freak. Thank you. I'll ignore the degenerate comment. Degenerates like you belong on a cross.
One of my favorite memes.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome everybody. My name is Jingles, and today I'd like to talk
Jingles?
about... Well,
His old
actually,
name, I
I'd like
guess.
to talk about the same thing I talked about yesterday.
I'm just gonna turn, I have to fuck with the volume mixer again, because this is really low on my end.
All right, copy. But yeah, he just
there it
said
is.
the same thing you talked about yesterday.
So, the first video came out on March 17th, 2013. This video came out literally a week later, March 24th? Did I say 13th? 17th.
you said 17th.
Okay, yeah, 17th. So, yeah, March 17th and March 24th. So, this is a week later.
Yeah, but he obviously probably started writing the script and everything like the day after that video because
No,
did he
I
get
know.
pushback?
I don't know if he got pushback or not, but the point I'm trying to make is even if you're scripting it like the day after and you release it a week later, you still should change that to...
Yeah, he obviously recorded it back to back. He recorded it. He wrote the script. He recorded one, and they recorded the next one the next day,
Yeah.
and didn't really account for the fact that they were releasing separately. This seems to be more like if he got that thrown together in a week, maybe he's really fast at editing. My guess is he back then it wasn't. There was like this conception that you should make shorter videos, so maybe that was his reasoning behind it. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, probably.
maybe.
But it's this slight, very short tangent. But it's also something I realized back then is, my God, how much better games media was in general just back then. I mean, yeah, they fell for the fucking hype trains and everything like that, but they actually seemed genuinely like passionate and interested. And doing the Dark Souls research streams and everything like that, going through all those videos, I was shocked how good GameSpot's review of Dark Souls was. Not because I agreed with it, I certainly did, but that their editing was fucking tight. Every time they made a claim, they had that thing that they were claiming exactly on screen and showed multiple examples of it every single time. I was like, this is really fucking good. What happened?
Yeah, I have some theories about it. I don't have any proof about it, but I think that ad revenue and stuff has gone down dramatically.
Yeah,
And
it had.
a lot of these are based in San Francisco, which has just constantly increasing cost of living. So I'm thinking they're paying their staff more while making less money. And so
Yeah.
they dedicate less budget, less time to their videos. They have to do them quicker. And also journalism as a whole has gotten into the idea of just adding a slant to everything. Where you can't
To
just
get clicks. You gotta get
Yeah.
clicks.
Got to get your clicks. You got to have some sort of thing. And I noticed GameSpot in particular is getting into the hot takes recently. So I don't know what their deal is, but yeah, GameSpot was my go-to for years and years. Even back in the 90s, they were my go-to website for reviews. But I lost interest pretty much right around the time where they fired a guy over a bad review.
Yes, over the
Kane and Lynch.
Yep.
Kane Lynch, yeah.
And he went on to make Giant
Bomb.
Bomb, which was
Yeah.
fucking great for a while, though. Now it's kind of, well, it still gets its wiki updated.
The wiki on Giant Bomb is amazing. I don't use the website at all, but the wiki is great. So
Some of it is like, you're like, oh, here's this video game. Oh, Giant Bomb's got a thing on it. Well, let's look at that. So they might have some information I need on who did what, and it's like, oh, no, nothing. Okay, well, this game is the game that everyone forgot.
yeah, I'll preface that with the fact that they occasionally have really, really obscure imagery and data that no other website will have.
Yes.
So I've been using them. I've been sourcing them for a few things. So
Yeah,
yeah.
that's why I was hopeful, because like if usually, and this is the unfortunate thing, is if Giant Bomb comes up and you're the top of the Google search list for a game, it means there's probably no other information available anywhere.
Yeah, pretty much.
$5 super chat from Peace was never an option. Thank you. Stag. Stalling the agonizing G experience. I couldn't think of anything good for G. Don't judge me. And take my money for dino nuggets. How fucked up is that? That
Yeah.
chickens are made into food in the shape of their long lost ancestors.
Who knew dinos were so delicious?
Reject chicken, return to dino.
$5 from Superheated Saturnite. Thank you. Happy holidays, Stag. I'm blessed to be able to listen to these streams at work. Keep up the great content, boys. Thank you, and hope your day of work goes quick.
Croce in chat says, Jesus Christ, you can't just say adding a slant. They're called diversity hires.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh shit. Now do you see why I want Croce to come on as a guest?
He's a friend of yours, right?
Yes, he is a moderator for my Discord, my Twitch stream, and my YouTube stream. My YouTube channel in general. He is, by the way, he is great as being the devil's advocate, like, and actually being able to argue competently as being devil's advocate. It helps that he's going through law school, so that really helped.
Ah.
Yeah, you basically have to be the devil's advocate in that damn industry, because you sometimes defend people that you're absolutely obligated to be the advocate for, but may not
Yes,
agree
you
with them
must
morally at
be.
all.
It's a very specific terming, but you must be a zealous advocate for your client.
I read that. Yeah, it's interesting. It really makes a lot of sense because everybody deserves,
Everybody deserves
representation.
their fair shot. Everybody
Yeah.
deserves their day in court, their chance to face their accusers and everything. Everybody deserves that right.
Yeah. I mean, if laws were simpler and everybody could just read up onto it and there was a better system for it, I'd probably rather have that, because then people could defend themselves. But because they're so complicated, I think it's the next best thing is just allow everybody to get representation.
Well, you kind of need them to be complicated too. Nick Ricada and the law streams and everything like that, where you have Legal Bites, Andrew Bronca, Nate the lawyer, tons and tons of lawyers on there from all different sides of the political spectrum and everything go on that show. And they explain, like, you need these laws to be complicated because something as simple as if someone's on your property threatening you, you can shoot them. Well, then it gets incredibly vague of, oh, well, isn't my car my property? And they are in my car now, or they're on the back of the truck and I can shoot them. And, so it gets into that thing of like, fine, we mean where you physically reside and then it starts getting down that slope of you have to keep doing this, which is why things get so much more complicated and everything.
Sorry, go ahead.
That actually reminds me of the Simpsons episode where Chief Wiggum is like, yeah, if someone is in your home, you could shoot them. And Homer's like, hey, Flanders, come over here. And Wiggum's like, you can't invite them in. And Flanders shows up, go away, Flanders.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
But it's the same basic concept of stuff like that. And it's like, okay, no, it has to be that they are threatening you and stuff like that. Well, what is a threat constitute as? Is yelling a threat? Do I have to feel threatened? It's like, okay, you have to be in fear of great bodily harm and stuff like that. It's like, well, what if they ball a fist? That's gonna hurt. No, you're gonna be a cripple. It's like, okay. You know what I mean? There are people that just do that, so that's why the laws get so much more fucking complicated, because they have to be very specific in a lot of instances.
Yeah, it's interesting, and yeah, there's also the kind of unfortunate side effect is that if you did not have representation, that would basically create a very, very unfair disadvantage to people that aren't bright. You might be completely innocent, but if you're not bright, you're not going to be able to figure out the laws as well, and you're not going to be able to defend yourself. Whereas a lawyer will be able to say, hey, you can use this defense. This is your best legal defense. Let's use that. So
Yeah.
That would basically make like farmers and people who don't necessarily know all the laws of the city a lot more readily defended rather than
Yep.
It's gonna unfairly disadvantage them. Anyway, we're gonna
Take a
watch.
shot for every minute they don't start the video, then call 911. We've started the video. We have officially started the video. We played a few
Yes.
seconds of it.
Yeah, and then Creetosis had to fix the sound on it. Yeah.
All right, let's get started again.
Hello and welcome everybody, my name is Jingles, and I'd like to talk about... Well, actually, I'd like to talk about the same thing I talked about yesterday. As a sort of continuation of that previous video, if you like. First of all, I'd like to say thanks to everyone who watched it. I didn't honestly expect it to become so popular. The entire video was pretty much created with just my kind of small set of subscribers and, to a larger extent, the kind of community that I reside within as a Let's Player in mind, and I did not expect it to kind of blow up in popularity the way it has done. Like, as of recording this right now, it's got just over 11,000 views, and that is completely and utterly ridiculous since
I'm just gonna pause this here, so that it's just we can actually have a conversation and everything. So it's not just like, oh, we're not just poaching his content.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would realistically see it took them how long to start the video. Oh yeah, they're poaching his content, but no. And this whole thing of this was back. When did you say this was made? This was like
2013, so 8 years ago.
So this was back in the era where the big honeymoon period was still going on with Skyrim. So if anybody said anything negative about it, well, now you want to maintain your confirmation bias. So I'm not saying he intentionally played to that crowd, but I'm saying this is why the videos like that would get so many views so quickly, because you have that whole, oh, they're saying a negative thing against the game. I like, well, here's this thing that debunks them. I'll watch that right now. And that just happens for everybody. It's human nature. The honeymoon period is a real thing for pretty much everybody, and you just have to be conscious of it whenever you do critique, review, anything like that.
Yeah, I had that period with Skyrim where I thought it was pretty good, but then like the veneer started peeling away. I'm like, wait a second, something isn't right here.
Wow. El Descarito says, okay, Hassan, nice cover. Wow.
Well, see, that's the thing. We didn't just say true and then move on.
True. Yeah.
Or what is this guy saying and move on.
Yeah.
And also, I can't
Or we didn't just leave it running while we left and had our chair sitting there the entire fucking time.
I can't speak for anyone else in the call, but I don't have nuggies, so there's that too.
Commander Classified says, shit, I have to go do an emergency fix. Mechanic by trade, 35 plus years. Damn. You got tenure, boy. But I'll leave the stream running. I'll share it too before I go. And could everyone here please take the time to give a thumbs up? Oh, that's sweet of
thank you.
Yes, listen to this man. I'm clearly not shilling for this stream. Listen to this man right now.
We get to continue, or did you have...
I just want to make a minor critique. Just if anybody's going to become a YouTuber in chat or whatever, don't date your videos like this. Don't say you did something yesterday when you actually did it a week ago, and don't say, oh, well, it's gotten 11,000 views when it'll undoubtedly get more. I can say from personal experience, I put a lot of effort into not dating my videos too much. If there is some fact that I know will probably change in the future, I'll say, at the time of this video, blah, but I try to avoid that as best I can. Try to write your videos in a way where you can watch it 3 or 4 years down the road and it'll still be very relevant.
Yeah.
Yep.
To put it in perspective, my current top 2 videos that are being watched today are 2 and 3 years old, respectively. So, it's always good to kind of just keep your shelf life of your videos long, because it'll help you in the long run. So, minor critique.
Yeah. We actually had that issue last week with Vinylic Puma Gaming's video, where at the end he's like, yeah, I'm going to live stream tomorrow, so hop in for that if you want. It's like, my dude, tomorrow was like a few years ago for us now.
Yeah.
Why would you put this in your video?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't recommend that. Unless you're doing daily videos. Like, I know that some of the people I follow do like videos all the time. and it takes them probably 20 minutes to do a video because they just turn on the cam, say a bunch of things, and turn it off, and then upload.
Yeah.
If you do that kind of content, sure, you can promote your streams and stuff that way. But if you're intending on putting together a piece that people will refer back to for years or months, yeah, try not to date it. That's just a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Even then, it's probably better to be like, hey, yeah, I stream every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Central Time, or whatever your time zone is, or whatever your schedule is. Rather than, yeah, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, because that just, like, even then, even if it is one of those videos like you mentioned, it just feels weird to me watching it 2, 3, 4 years later, where it's like, yeah, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. You know?
Yeah, I agree. Just kind of make it so that you're not, yeah, it's not going to be an obviously dated things. Don't use trends and memes that are going to be cringeworthy in 2 months, things like that.
As Kana put it, good tip. I will always start my vlogs with "Hello, fellow kids."
Okay.
Hello, fellow children.
Hello, fellow youth.
Did you see that Steve Buscemi dressed up as that for Halloween?
He did?
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
I
That's
did. Yeah, I saw
awesome.
that.
Holy shit.
That was
Fucking
great.
It's great.
That was awesome. The skateboard and everything.
We
Nice.
average about 500. So you, everyone who came along and watched that. The main thing here is that I made that video actually quite a while ago. I just didn't upload it, mainly because
I wanted to continue talking about what I talked about yesterday. I made this video quite a while ago.
Yeah, that's a bit weird.
So weird.
I am now questioning your timeline. How does your timeline work? I live in linear time.
Maybe he's a Time Lord.
So he made the video probably weeks ago, and then he voiced this video the day after the video was released, but then released the video a week after.
Yeah.
So about 3 different timelines. He made the video like a few weeks ago, released it, and then voiced the video saying, I want to talk to you about what I talked about to you yesterday, aka the day before. He released part 1, and then he released that like a week later. So yeah, kind of weird, confusing.
Yeah. As Tyler McDonald puts it, time is convoluted in Lordran.
Linear time? Cringe.
Yeah, it's nitpicky, but yeah, just don't do that. Don't date your videos.
Yeah, and again, this isn't specifically like, oh, that's terrible. It's just one of those, like, that's just a weird thing that's now stuck in our mind. So instead of thinking about other things like, oh, how does this make any fucking sense?
Just like you want to show what you're talking about on screen, otherwise it can be distracting. For any other reason then you want to demonstrate what you're talking about on screen. If you're talking about racing games and you're showing Doom 2016 on screen, that's going to be confusing. So just try to distract your audience the least possible. That's a good
Yeah.
method. Yeah.
That was the problem we had with the video we did last time, the first video, where he was doing all these like top reasons why Fallout 4 is actually the bestest of them. And then he was just showing his one continuous gameplay thing that didn't actually show his points or anything anywhere.
Which
And
is
that-
even more awkward when he cuts away to number 5!
Poor guy.
And then it just
Yes.
cuts back to the same gameplay.
Well,
You can-
and then even better, when he was talking about how great the lighting and everything was, he was actually showing footage that showed that the lighting was god-awful and didn't actually
Yeah.
have shadows and everything at all. It's like, whoa, that's just not very good look for you.
Yeah, it's like talking about how exciting the cutscenes are in the game while showing just endless dialogue or something. It's like you want to demonstrate what you're talking about, or at least not be so distractingly different from what you're talking about that it actually distracts you from the message.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember when every single video had like the number 5. I can think you can thank
Screw
game
Attack,
trailers for that.
probably.
Yeah, Screw Attack and game trailers for that.
Yes, game trailers were well, I mean, that's kind of what gave Screw Attack its platform, was
Yeah,
game
absolutely.
trailers. God, man, I forgot how fucking what was the way to put it? Dictionary diarrhea that game trailers was, where they had their thesauruses out for everything in all of their videos. Because I was watching the Dark Souls game trailers review, the old one back in the day, and the world is like a wormy apple and you are the worm. It's like, the fuck?
I will say that
Not wrong. Well, not wrong. What a weird fucking image.
yeah, Screw Attack was occasionally entertaining. I never really watched the reviews, but I will say the documentaries were pretty tight for the time. They're pretty good.
Yeah, I remember my big problem with Screw Attack was their top 10 list, especially their top 10 Space Marines, and they didn't talk about like the Warhammer 40k Space Marines at all. And then their number one was the Cogs from Gears of War. And I'm like, who don't go to space, live on their home planet, and already destroys your initial things. Like, all they have to do is they have to be part of some military, empowered armor, and not be on their home planet. It's like, you fucked it on all three counts. What the fuck?
My favorite Space Marines are the kind that never go to space.
Yeah. Oh, it was so weird. And they have to fight aliens. I forgot, that was the fourth one. They have to fight aliens. I'm like, the Locusts aren't aliens. They were native to the planet as well. The Cog are native to that planet as well. They don't go to space. Like, what? And that's not really power armor. That's just armor, body armor.
Yeah, they're just like muscle bound, you know.
Yeah, they are roid abusing brick shit houses is what they are.
Just another piece of advice too. If you're using gameplay in the background, use smooth gameplay. It's not something I've seen this guy do, but we saw it when we covered I think it was the second time we covered Oxhorn, where he starts shaking his mouse around so his camera's like going all over the fucking place. Yeah, don't do that. Incredibly distracting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll actually notice that I've tried to train myself to do this too. You'll notice in like reveal trailers, they've got their camera on rails.
Yeah.
They'll actually like smoothly kind of sweep to one side to the other side, and that automatically makes the gameplay look way better.
There are ways to do that by default, but it requires a controller. So even if you have a PC game and it's going to be mouse and keyboard, use a controller, because you can then very smoothly turn the joysticks, and that will give you a smooth, constant motion, because it's an analog input instead of a digital input.
Yeah, it'll have acceleration, deceleration, and it won't be so jerky, and you don't have to like move your mouse like what? So, yeah.
It's a way to make machinima videos, actually, to make them look much more professional. Is you use for your camera movements, you use a controller.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's again, doubt everybody here is going to be making their own videos, but it's a nice thing to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. $5 from Peace Was Never an Option. Thank you. Don't date your videos. Okay, I won't. Hello, fellow Ukrainians.
Oh, God. You know
no.
You know what my favorite thing about the current tensions going on is that Ukraine started one of the greatest meme trains I have ever seen, because they posted that the picture of different types of headaches. They're like
living next to
headache,
Russia.
stress headache, the headache from living next to Russia, and then it's the entire like upper head and everything covered in. Well, and then actual other countries, official government recognized Twitter accounts started doing their own memes.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so then Taiwan comes in as like stress headache, migraine, and then living next to China, and they did the same thing.
That's amazing.
And then India comes in with their own, and they're like stress headaches, migraine, everything like that, and they're like living next to China, and it's all red. And then they had another head next to it, was like living next to Pakistan, and it was also all red. It's like, oh my God, I love it. The fucking memes.
Future wars will be fought through memes.
Well, that was the joke that Brandon Herrera made, was like, when all of those people back in the day were saying that the future of warfare is going to be cyber warfare, and it's going to be fought over the internet and computer systems, I don't think they really realized it would actually turn out this way.
Yeah, they probably imagined like hacking, shutting down power plants and other like vital systems of society. Yes. Not, your country makes my entire head have headache.
I reposted JPEG. I win.
Yeah. And it's just even funnier because it's an actual official government-sanctioned Twitter account for the country is doing it. It's just so much more fun.
Whoever has the dankest memes wins.
I love that Brandon Herrera video. That was so good.
Yeah. Yeah, literally, as Brett and Fowl puts it, state-funded shitposting.
Right.
All right, back to the video.
Thank you, everyone who came along and watched that. The main thing here is that I made that video actually quite a while ago. I just didn't upload it, mainly because, well, first of all, I had problems trying to get the damn thing rendered because, you know, I'm using Sony Vegas, and I'm a noob with Sony Vegas. I'd like to think that the program sucks, but honestly, it's probably just my skill with the program that's
Don't do this.
in error here. And also, I just kind of chicken out from.
Also, I will tell you, it is 100% user error. There are things that Sony Vegas can't do, absolutely, like auto tracking. Fuck. Okay, small tangent. Sony Vegas, why the fuck do you not have auto tracking? Jesus.
They do. I think they added tracking later on. I haven't tried to use it.
Not auto tracking. No, unfortunately, as I have discovered every time I have tried. And I'm like, does the new one have it? No. Why the fuck not?
Yeah, I have a love-hate relationship with Vegas. I love the interface, but I freaking hate the software.
Yeah, and now I'm stuck with like memorizing all these fucking button inputs for Sony Vegas. So it's like now if I even try, I tried to look at DaVinci, which is a workflow-based video editor, and I'm like, me caveman, bump rocks together. How do work?
Yeah, and I know I think Mueller did this too, where he would kind of preface his videos a lot with like just random things like happenings at the time, you know, social media issues and stuff like that. That's cool, but he eventually he recut his videos to take all that stuff out because it really just bogs your whole point down. So
yes,
again, if you want to have a nice concise video that people will come back to years later, try not to do this kind of stuff. And again, we're looking at it from a 2021 perspective. I forget when this video was made, but it was a while ago.
2013.
Oh yeah, that was a long time ago. Okay, so yeah, probably wouldn't do this now, but yeah, just try to keep it concise and oh my god, people drop off at the beginning of your videos to make it interesting.
Yeah. Like you gotta have some kind of hook near the start of the video to get them to watch the rest of.
Indeed.
Just my skill with the program that's in error here. And also, I just kind of chickened out from uploading it for a while. I really did. I didn't know what the response to it would be. I was a bit nervous about putting my honest opinion out there, and in hindsight, I'm glad I did finally decide to do it. But yeah, the video itself was actually recorded quite some time ago, and in hindsight, I think I could have explained some things better. There are things I'd like to expand upon, and I'd like to address the topic perhaps in a more general sense.
Okay, so you've now said you've had the video for quite a while, so you didn't think about before you released it going back and touching up these points, because you made a lot of terrible argumentation and a lot of awful points, and were very condescending and everything through it. So, yeah, you said you had it for a while. This is stuff you should have fixed then before you actually pushed it out.
Yeah.
And again, just the whole like same thing we were talking about yesterday. It's like,
that must have been an interesting conversation.
yeah.
Anyway.
It's just weird. It's just weird because it just shows this timeline is all over the place. Because like not only did you not release this video the very next day, but you know, you said you had the original video for a long time, so you had already talked about this a long time ago. So it's just,
yeah,
your timeline is all over the place, sir.
Yeah, it's just confusing, and honestly, nobody needs to know about any of this stuff. Just
exactly.
Yeah.
You just say in my previous video. That's all you had to say. In my previous video about the topic of Elder Scrolls isn't dumbing down. That's all you need to say.
Quite some time ago, and in hindsight, I think I could have explained some things better. There are things I'd like to expand upon, and I'd like to address the topic perhaps in a more general sense. What I am glad, though, is that it created a sort of discussion. You know, I think that's good. What I don't like is when people kind of watch one video about a subject and they like it, but they therefore take everything that's in it as read. You know, and don't question it. And hopefully my video, as a kind of response to Samuel Online's video about the dumbing down of the Elder Scrolls and so on and so forth, created a kind of discussion between people. You know, hopefully some of my counterpoints opened some people's eyes and made them start to hopefully think for themselves. I think that's the most important thing here. Nothing annoys me more than people who just parrot what they've seen elsewhere on the internet. You know, you have all these big kind of gaming...
Oh shit, sorry, Acer Thorn.
Yeah, I realize this is why this is irritating me so much is because he followed up a scripted video, or apparently scripted video, with a, or at least an edited video with a commentary video. So that's why it's so different.
Yeah. And also, like this whole thing of like thinking for yourself and everything like that. Well, there's a lot of stuff you were very disingenuous about. So you put out a lot of misinformation and everything in your video too. So you're talking about you want people to think for themselves, but you have already stacked the deck for your community and the people that have engaged with your video and everything.
Yeah.
Now has the wrong information.
Or just really disingenuous points. Like the whole, this one character has wrong directions, or everyone in Balmora has the same thing to say about Balmora. This is why Morrowind's dialogue isn't good. I'm going to click Solstheim and latest rumors over and over and over and over again. But I'm not going to actually dig into any of the quest dialogue or any of the more interesting dialogue in the game.
Or, as somebody pointed out, I'm not going to just ask what somebody's opinion on foreigners are.
Yeah.
Almost every single NPC has a different dialogue for talking about Inwas or foreigners or anything.
So one of my irritations here is I see this actually a lot, where it's the whole I'm starting the conversation sort of defense. I'm not going to get into like, usually these kind of examples are pretty political, so I'm going to stay out of that. I'm just going to come up with a fake example. It's like, oh, I was punched by the CEO of EA, and a bunch of people are outraged. EA sucks. Let's look into it. Oh, in fact, that didn't happen at all.
Yeah.
Oh, but at least we started the conversation about how, you know, executives
EA
of companies
sucks.
abuse.
Oh, I hate that shit.
Yeah. It's like, no, you suck. That didn't happen. You didn't, you know, the conversation, it's like moving the goalposts. Like,
yeah.
And obviously what Sorcerer Dave said wasn't nearly that bad, obviously, but like, you know, it's kind of moving the goalposts. Like, oh, I wasn't actually making points. I was just starting a conversation or something like that. And that's not what he said, but it's a little bit of a way to soften your points and make it seem like you're less adamant about what you said. But he was pretty, like I've watched a couple of his streams and a couple of his other videos, and he's usually fairly, I think he's mellowed out, but he was pretty harsh in his criticism in the last video, I noticed.
Yeah, so. And that is a thing to keep in mind, that this is coming from a 2013 perspective. Again, the honeymoon period is still likely going for a lot of people when it comes to Skyrim. So it gets in that whole thing of you want the thing that you're currently experiencing the honeymoon period to last forever. You don't want to notice the flaws in it, and you want to notice how it's better than the things that came before, because that's just what you want. People in general I want the next thing to be better than the thing I had before. So I feel like that the money that hopefully I earned through hard work or whatever went to something worthwhile. So it just feeds into itself.
Nothing annoys more than people who just parrot what they've seen elsewhere on the internet. You know, you have all these big kind of gaming pundits, for example, and I'm going a bit off topic here, I know, but whatever. I'm working without the script today, so you have these big gaming pundits, you know, like like people like Yahtzee Croshaw, or, you know, Jim Sterling or Total Biscuit or whoever.
Okay, so Yahtzee Croshaw, he gets a lot of stuff wrong, so I can agree with that. Make sure you double check with what Yahtzee says. A lot of his stuff seems to be for entertainment first and critique second. Need we remind you the Starbound video for Yahtzee Croshaw, where he said, if every single planet is infinite, then why do you give us the option to go to other planets? That's just stupid, developers. That's dumb. You're dumb. And it's like, that's not what.
Oh,
no.
God, I can't believe
every planet is infinite.
I can't believe
there's no infinite planet.
I can't believe I've just been forced into the position of defending fucking Starbound. The planets are not infinite, they loop around on themselves. So you could walk left or right forever, but the thing is, It literally
if you
loops.
put two torches down,
yeah, you'll
to
pass
mark your
those two
spot,
torches
you will
again.
go back to those two torches. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a planet. You're walking literally from one side to the other.
Yeah, and as has been discussed, Jim Sterling has gone fucking crazy. So, I think everybody can kind of see that, he's off his rocker. And Total Biscuit was somebody who was extremely pro-consumer. He was a very much an advocate of consumer rights, and all in all, just in general, very, very good and upstanding person. So,
TB, I met him in real life, and he was actually my biggest inspiration for becoming a YouTuber. He's an awesome dude.
nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
rest in peace, Total Biscuit.
He was an absolute legend, and he did more for the industry and including for us as consumers than anyone out there. Like his whole PC port thing of going into the options menu and saying this is fucking acceptable. This is a PC game now. Having like options that are generic sliders that don't tell you any information and you only have 4 options, that is not acceptable. And lo and behold, what happens? It started pushing the industry to and now PC options always have everything and it's all spelled out for you and everything. And FOV slider gives you exact fucking like numbers and shit like that, because he's the first one that talked about the FOV slider and the issues with tunnel vision and how it makes people more motion sick, and the issues of FPS being low, like how it is not a debate at all. Higher FPS is better. There is no debate.
Yeah, he demanded standards, whether it was journalistic standards or consumer-friendly standards in terms of, accessibility. He was obviously became a meme about the FOV sliders and frame rate and stuff like that. But there were times where they would port a game. I remember I really liked the game on console, but the PC port time locked the game to 30 FPS. So if you ran it any higher than 30 FPS, the game would run at double speed. Or triple speed or whatever. It was a racing game, and it's just like, come on, this is not acceptable.
I had a similar issue with Grand Theft Auto 4, where I couldn't complete the final quest because the FPS was too high, so I couldn't click the button fast enough to stay on the helicopter. I actually had to go into the settings, or I can't remember how I had to fix it, but I had to limit the FPS somehow, so I wouldn't automatically fail that part of the quest, so I could complete the game.
I remember playing Far Cry 2 not too long ago, and I couldn't get past like one of the first rooms because apparently if you run it any higher than like 60 FPS, just the quest trigger won't work. So I had to like manually set my computer to run it 60 FPS locked for it to be able to actually work. So like these kind of things happen, and most people wouldn't even notice or call it out. So yeah, no, he improved the industry of gaming commentary and journalism, and he was just a dude who yelled at StarCraft and stuff like that. But he did so much. I really respect what he did. Obviously, he got kind of a little bitter at the end and things like that. But
well, I mean,
obviously he had some problems.
Yeah, and the industry was currently devolving to the shill media that we unfortunately know today. So he was one of the first people that was fighting back against that. I believe he was one of the first people that also said the reason that people are going to start turning more and more to YouTubers is it's much easier to hold a single person accountable than it is these faceless corporations that are just jumping through hoops for access.
Yeah,
absolutely. He'd go after developers, publishers, other journalists, other YouTubers, other IGN, whatever. Like if they screwed up, but he'd also engage in conversation. He would talk to like Ben Kuchera and things like that. Like, I respect him a lot. He was a good dude.
Yeah. $2 from Guy Under a Bridge. Thank you very much. Sorry, but I'm glad he didn't live to see this new bullshit.
Well, that's the thing too. Is obviously you don't want someone to have to live and deal with the fucking nightmare scenario we're in for gaming. But at the same time, I think we'd be better off if he was still here. Number one,
because he would still be a zealous advocate for us.
Well, not just that. Number one, losing anyone like that is horrible. Like, regardless of consumer advocacy or anything.
And also, he had a wife and son. He had a wife and son. I'd rather have him take care of his wife and son.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. Is like, regardless of any of his YouTube stuff, he's a person who is alive and now isn't, and that alone is unfortunate. But Yeah, if we consider all the consumer advocacy and stuff, I do think we would be better off if he was still around.
Yes, I agree. Then it wouldn't be Jason Schreier, or Schreier, however you say his name, who I hate. I hate Jason Schreier. He is a piece of shit. It wouldn't be him that people have to turn to. It'd be, TB still. People could turn to TB to break the stories, and developers would go to him and talk with him in confidence, knowing that he would respect their identities and he would get the story out there.
Yeah, I was always irritated by Schreier, but when the whole Activision story broke, and then he immediately tweeted, "Oh, I've been actually investigating and collecting evidence about this for 3 years." I'm like, "You what?"
You knew this. That was the thing. It was like, I don't think to normal people, they're like, oh, "Wow, so you've been working on this for a while. You're our hero." And I saw that, and I immediately like, "You knew, and you covered it up. You piece of shit."
Yeah. No, that I don't know what his entire. Maybe he was trying to get it, cross-checked or whatever, and do the journalistic standard. But considering all the other shit he's pulled with, leaking things completely unnecessarily just to get, attention, views, his book shilling, whatever, I have a feeling he saw what it would do to his career and decided it wasn't worth it for himself, and that's pretty bad.
Or was he the one who leaked? Was he the one who leaked Fallout 4's story before it was released?
I believe so. I want to double check that because I don't want to,
Yeah.
The thing I know he did was he is such a hardcore Bethesda shill that when everyone was talking about how bad the engine was for Fallout 76, he's like, "It's not the engine. The engine, you people are stupid," and shit like that. He did that whole fucking article calling people that talked about how awful Fallout 76 was fucking uncalled.
I believe he was involved with the Fallout 4 leak, yeah.
All right. And regardless of Fallout 4's quality, that probably shouldn't have happened. Like, if you're leaking genuine issues in the company, or, hey, this game is going to be a fucking piece of shit, then that's one thing, obviously. If you're just leaking the story for a game, that's kind of a dick move. Even if Fallout 4 turned out to be garbage, we didn't know that at the time.
If you're under NDA and you're given privy information and you just want to use that to get attention, it's like breaking embargo. That's just a dick move. You're just putting everyone else at a disadvantage, violating the trust of publishers, whatever, just because you want to get some extra clicks or some extra, ad bucks. That's kind of BS. Now, if you found information that's credible that could be that a game developer or publisher is misleading its consumers, and you want to warn them, the consumer advocacy kind of thing, I understand that. I could be behind that, but there's no reason he had to leak that stuff that I can tell.
Yeah.
Kingaroo
said their stream died for a second. The reason I personally hate Jason Schreier is because he is a condescending hypocrite who will kiss ass to get where he is, and he knew about horrifying abuses of power and misconduct, and he covered it up because he liked the company it came from. Because he is just a huge piece of shit.
I bet he's going to make another book about it, though.
Probably.
I'm working with script today, so you have these big gaming pundits, like people like Yahtzee Croshaw, or Jim Sterling, or Total Biscuit, or whoever, and a lot of people follow them quite loyally, and they take pretty much everything they say as read, especially about games that.
I also want to point out, I don't know if it's for you guys as well, but is his video really, really like 20 FPS or something?
Yeah, it's really bad. It's skipping all over the place.
And also, just the graphics are super fucking crusty. I don't know if I just have low resolution on my end.
Now, he did let us know that he was a small-time creator, so might not have like the best system or anything like that. But this is like one of those, even if you're just doing this off the cuff, try to get footage that, isn't awful to look at.
Yeah. Like, there's that creature right there to the side. I think that's a fox, but that's only because I've played Skyrim. If I've never played this game before, I wouldn't be able to tell what the fuck that thing is.
You mean that bush? Okay, on mine it's actually back 2 frames, so it's actually melded in with the bush. It looks like it's part of the bush.
It's almost at that point for me here.
Yeah, oof. Again, that's just a simple thing. No matter what performance your system has, you can find spots in games that look better than others and everything like that. Or mess with your settings. Just do stuff to make the visual presentation of your videos look really nice too.
Oh yeah, no, he really messed up the second video somehow. The first video is in pretty smooth for the most part, 1080p. This one is also quote unquote in 1080p, but it looks awful, and the frame rate's really bad. So I don't know what he did. I mean,
Yeah.
that shouldn't be a Vegas issue. I think it was a recording issue, but whatever.
Whoever, and a lot of people follow them quite loyally, and they take pretty much everything they say as read.
God damn it, Chris.
Especially about games that they haven't themselves actually played, but they hear what these people have to say about them, and basically just decide, yeah, no, that is my opinion on the game from now on.
So, back in the day when we were spoiled for choice from very competent people like when we had Adam Sessler and Electronics Playground and EGM and everything, when you were spoiled for choice for really competent critique and everything on games, really you could make easy arguments that, well, we've agreed on pretty much everything I've played, and I then check his reviews. They've played, they saw the same things wrong that I saw. They had the same praises that I had. So I think we have the same mindset, so I can therefore follow what they say. Here into 2013, we were already starting to lose a lot of that. We didn't have extended play anymore. We didn't have Electronics Playground. EGM was gone. You were really starved of choice, and yet you still wanted that same comfort of that. Well, we align on this, therefore we'll probably align on everything else, because it's just easier that way. It's easier just to be like, oh, they don't like it, then I probably won't like it, because your time, everybody's time is valuable. So it's a very easy and human thing to fall into.
Is he trying to claim? Is he talking about the audience of people like Samuel Online, or is he trying to complain that Samuel Online is just regurgitating the same talking points? Because Samuel Online has done over 200 streams, 200 Let's Plays of Skyrim alone.
Well, he's talking about the bigger creators like Jim Sterling and Total Biscuit, where people take what they say at face value and this is their opinion. This is my opinion now. So.
Yeah. But what Indigo is getting at is that he had already made claim about Sammy Online earlier in this video, and now he's doing this right after talking about Sammy Online's video. So is he trying to imply that Sammy Online is just parroting stuff from larger creators?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say that he's not outright stating it, but this is a response video. This is a second part, quote unquote, of the video that's directly responding to Sammy Online's videos. So it's kind of poisoning the well a little bit, I think, because Samuel Line definitely played Skyrim. I'm sorry. He's got 201 Let's Plays for Skyrim Vanilla. He has a Hearthfire set of Let's Plays. He's got a Dawnguard, a bunch of Dawnguard, at least 40 to 50 of those. So he's definitely played Skyrim quite a bit.
Yeah,
so
to make 200 episodes of a Let's Play, holy shit.
Yeah. No.
JT Productions has tagged you. Creetosis, have you heard of Young Yeah?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's voicing a JoJo character. I hope he does it well. It's true.
I know.
I am very much not a fan of Young Yeah either. He doesn't. When he does his new stuff, he's not very succinct in his points. He doesn't actually get the information across. But two, he is also he's a fanboy and a shill, honestly. If there's something he likes a lot, he'll be really down for it. Like his Fallout 76 coverage is a pretty good example. He was talking about how cool it was when he got all this swag and everything because he was an influencer. And then once everybody started pointing out how everything's wrong, he then came out later and was like, this is terrible and bad. How could they do this after having already, with this video still up, of him praising all the stuff he got because he was an influencer and thank you for the swag and everything. And it's like, oh, it's oof. Yeah, it's not a good look for you, young.
Yeah, my argument against him is like he makes pretty much consistently 15 to 30 minute dry commentary videos, and what that's not really his format isn't really my issue. It's he's almost obnoxiously populist. Like you could bring up any topic about gaming, and I can tell you what his opinion is, and I don't even have to look at his channel because whatever his opinion is exactly what everybody on Reddit is saying. So it's a little irritating that he never has any like mildly differing opinion than what the majority of people are already saying. So it's just a little irritating, that's all.
Yeah, and again, he can be a totally good person. It's just that what we've seen of him, what we have experienced through his channel and through his content has not been good.
Yeah, and I'm not really a fan of his format particularly. I wish there was another commentary channel that kind of had the same sort of format as Total Biscuit. There's been a couple people who've kind of tried. I forget his name now, but one guy kind of tried to do the same thing. He even had the same outro blurb or whatever. But yeah, I might as well just go to Gaming Circle Jerk, r/Gaming Circle Jerk, and I get the same opinions. So
yeah. I got a better.
Sorry,
Tyler,
that's just like a super brutal way to take him down.
I don't think personally against the guy. I just find it really kind of unnecessary. That's all.
Yeah, I watched his videos for a little while. I was just like, I'm not getting much of value from you, so I stopped listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. I haven't watched one of his videos in a long time.
Yeah.
As Tyler McDonald put it, he's a cold take movie. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's a good way. He's a cold takes.
He doesn't have them. He doesn't have them spicy hot takes like I do, where I say Doom 2016 is better than Doom Eternal. Fight me.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you have to be contrarian to be honest or truthful or valid, but occasionally the majority has it wrong, and I'd like to see some people push back on that.
Again, if it just seems like you're parroting what the majority says every single time, it's like, okay, what is your take on it though?
Yeah,
my take is their take. Yeah, oh, okay. That's why everyone in chat's like, hell, anyone's like, I mean, that's just facts. Doom 16 was better.
I thought Eternal was great, but I haven't finished Eternal yet, but I couldn't put Doom 2016 down, so I guess that kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, as I told people, it's like, I think Doom Eternal is a good game. I can't even say I'd go back and play it. Doom Eternal is a good game, but I feel like I got what I wanted out of it the first time through, and I don't really feel the need to go back. Doom 2016, I'll just boot it up and play it again if I feel like it. And I've probably done 4 or 5 playthroughs of it now, and that's me being stupidly Souls obsessed as I am.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a PC gamer, obviously, so complication kind of comes to the territory, but there's something about Doom Eternal. I haven't done any sort of really scripting or anything about this, so it's completely off the cuff, but there's something about Doom Eternal that's exhausting. That isn't in 2016. There's too many abilities and so many things like that. You have to grapple this, you have to switch, you have to flame belch this guy, you have to freeze those guys, switch to freeze those guys, and then you have to switch back, and then you have to switch your weapon 5 times to kill this guy, and then swing again. And Doom 2016 was just a little bit more streamlined, and generally I'd say that's like a bad thing, but I think 2016 just it was a lot more fun to play because you had to do less of the switching, the less of the micromanagement to get enemies dead, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. I remember on my stream, I had that moment because people were watching me do the playthrough on Ultraviolence, and I beat Doom Eternal, and then we started the Ancient Gods on Ultraviolence, which is a huge fucking mistake because the Ancient Gods is just every problem with Doom Eternal ramped up, and enemy spam is a big one. And as I said, when I finally stopped, it was the cube bosses and the ancient gods. I did one cube boss and it was fucking exhausting. And then there's like, oh, but we're not done. Now there's 2 cube bosses. And I remember I stopped the game and I said, developers, have some fucking restraint, for God's sakes. Especially because that was the DLC that added in the fucking possession mechanic, which is now you have an enemy that will possess other enemies and make them 10 times more dangerous. And when you kill that enemy, oh, this enemy's out here and can't be hurt unless you use this one particular add-on from this one particular fucking gun. So you got to switch to that in the midst of combat to make sure they don't possess somebody else. That is so fucking infuriating.
Yeah, I mean, it appeals to like the super hardcore, really, really, really into the micromanagement of all your weapons and add-ons and side abilities. But I'm not saying it's bad. It just I would play the game like, oh man, I love this game. It runs so good. It's so beautiful. HDR, 4K, 120 hertz. This is an immensely enjoyable game. And I'd go through like one of the later arena battles and I would be fucking exhausted after I finished that one. I'm like, I had to put the game down and go to something else because there's just so much energy goes into just one fight sometimes.
And in the Ancient Gods, that was every fucking fight. You would come into a new room and it would be a 7-minute long slug match. Yeah. And then you'd just be at the end of it, just be like, oh my God. And then you realize you have the entire rest of the level to go. And it's every room that's like that. And it's like, geez, I'm just... Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely offer a lot of really advanced challenge options for sure. So if you wanted Doom 16, but more complicated and more difficult, then Eternal is a great follow-up. And I enjoyed a lot of Eternal. I just toward the end, I'm like, I just want to play a game that kind of get my mind off things. It was like work. It was like work. Yeah.
If you wanted to do master levels of Doom, if you wanted to have that true mastery, because when you get in the zone, in Eternal, you have that beautiful moment of switch to the rifle with the sniper scope, blow off the limb and everything like that, switch back over. It feels good for a time, but it's the fact that you have to do that multiple times for 7 minutes straight is when it's just like, it's too much for me. I just get exhausted. I'm like, I know I have to do this like 15 more times for this level. And, oh, you spawned in 4 tyrants for me to fight? Great, thanks.
Not to get an old tangent about Doom, but yeah, a good game. Just sometimes you just want to kind of shoot some fools and not to switch your weapons up 20 times to do it. And just, different type of game. They're both good, but for different reasons.
Yeah, like I said, I would still say Doom Eternal is like a 6 out of 10. And I actually use the full scale, by the way, guys. So 5 is average, 6 is good. So, I'm using the entire scale here. I'm not the crazy 7 to 10 scale. I'd say it's good. I just think Doom 2016 is a 7 out of 10. I think it's better. And I will go back and play that over and over again.
$5 from Zikos. Thank you. Speaking of Eternal, Archviles are so annoying.
He corrected himself. I saw that.
Yeah. So I haven't seen the Archviles, and I haven't played either of the new Doom games. All I'm familiar with for the Archviles is Joel from Vinesauce was playing Doom 2, and he did a community map project, and everyone was putting in Archviles into their maps because they knew he hated them.
Yeah, they are awful. Archviles have always been that enemy. It was the Plutonia experiment that was like, you know what? Chain gunners and Archviles. It's like, no. Fucking Archviles. Plutonia, and that's what I mean. If you were somebody that liked that style, the Plutonia experiment, constant enemy spam, really like every fight is like a knockout, drag out, slugging match, then Doom Eternal is definitely right up your alley. 100%. It's not for me, though. I like a certain flow to the combat where you get in that zone, that beautiful zone. You get in that beautiful zone of just like, I hit that weapon swap and bam, 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 knocked out all of their plasma guns, and now I've jumped over them with the meat hook and blasted them away. And, you just get that beautiful bliss, and then it starts to taper off. You can only be in the zone for so long before it gets mentally taxing. And like I said, when the fights are 7 minutes fucking long, it's exhausting. You feel like I can't keep doing this, and then you realize that was the first room in the level, and it's just like, okay, yeah, that's stupid.
I think pacing has a big thing to do with it too. This is actually a criticism I had of Diablo 3. And the first and second Diablo didn't really have this issue where there was there's quiet moments. There was like, kind of ramped up to exciting moments and kind of died down, and there was sort of pace to it. Where I noticed toward the end of Diablo 3, it's like a constant noise. You're just constantly breaking, destroying, area affecting monster after monster after monster after monster. And just like in an action movie, you don't really want to have a constant level of tension or excitement. You want to kind of break it down, build it up again, break it down, get higher peaks this time, go even more exciting next time. And that's way more fulfilling than just a constant level of action and noise and tension, because there's only so much of that you can take before you're just kind of either numbed to it or just exhausted.
Yeah, so. And that's a good way for me to talk about my experience with Doom Eternal. Was at the end of it, I was numb and exhausted. I loved the final fight with the Icon of Sin, but that's because you constantly are being refilled with powerful weapons. So, you're literally in the this is the power fantasy. I have the insta kill sword and the super chainsaw, and I'm just going through everything. That feels great. Because it feels like I don't have to worry about the enemy spam anymore. I am literally like the living god. I am the Doomslayer again.
Yeah.
Before we get back to the video, $5 from Superheated Saturnite. Thank you. I prefer Eternal, but I can see where you guys are coming from. Personally, I thought Doom 2016 was too easy, even on Nightmare, and I used a PlayStation 4 controller. RIP.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, like I said, it's a different thing. I still think Doom Eternal is a good game. I would still recommend it to people, but I would have that caveat of like, what do you want out of your Doom experience? What kind of player are you? Because I could recommend Doom 2016 to pretty much everybody except for the most hardcore. Like if they want master levels of Doom, I'd be like, well, Doom Eternal is much more up your alley. That would definitely be the way to go. Oh, hang on, Creetosis. I think I just noticed something.
What?
Okay, no. I thought that thing you thought was a fox might actually be a sheep.
Oh no, it was too. It was running. I'm pretty sure it was a fox. It didn't look.
Yeah.
I know he passed a couple of goats, but it's not moving in a way sheep would move.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
I'm curious
about gay. They haven't.
Oh, sorry. Were you saying?
No. Just not to get on tangent on Doom again. I'm just curious if they still do this. I remember back in the day on Unreal Tournament, they'd actually slow down the console version by about I'd say 20% or so to make it work better with consoles and controllers, because they didn't have the same reaction speed as mouse and keyboard users. So I wonder if they still do that because I would say that some of the really, really tough battles I would have a hard time using a controller for. Eternal and even 2016. So I'm wondering if they still do that. I couldn't find any evidence of it. It was just a thought, because I remember distinctly for Unreal Tournament back on PS2, Xbox, stuff like that, they would always kind of slow down the game just a bit because that game was so frenetic it wouldn't really work with console controllers. But...
Well, we also know that consoles have to use a certain amount of auto aim and aim assist. That's just
true. Yeah.
It just has to. Again, it's not saying that people can't be skilled with it. There are certain games that take it to more extremes than others, but yeah, it's a requirement. You just cannot get the precision that a mouse can get.
Yeah, and honestly, you ever played a game with no console or controller with no auto assist? It makes you feel like you're really bad.
Yes.
So
it feels like an absolute nightmare. And if you want a good example of why they don't like doing cross-platform shooters, Gears of War for Games for Windows Live actually proved why you cannot have console shooter and a PC shooter mix. If you were on the PC, you were a god. You absolutely curb stomped every single person in that game, especially if you had things like the torque bow or the sniper rifle. Easy headshots all the time. Just all the fucking time. There was no contest.
I used to have a lot of fun on the original Titanfall because I would, for whatever reason, I would play at pretty much close to max settings on PC, but use my Xbox controller with the smart gun, my smart pistol, and I would drive people insane. It's a lot of fun.
Brr, brr. Stop using the smart pistol. Never.
All right.
Well, it's a ram, but the rams are sheep. They're just whatever.
Anyway, I didn't mean to derail it again, but yeah, go ahead.
No, it's fine.
They haven't themselves really played, but they hear what these people have to say about them and basically just decide, yeah, no, that is my opinion on the game from now on. You know, I haven't played it for myself or anything like that, but that's my decision made for me, and I hate that. And I'd like to think that nobody who watched my video, you know, had that kind of reaction to it. And judging by the incredible influx of comments that I did get on that video, I don't think that's been the case, thankfully. So, yeah. So there's a few points I want to address, you know, mainly things people have brought up in response to my video that I want to address, and there's also a few more general things I want to talk about as well, which kind of lead on from those points. So, without further ado... Okay, so the first main thing here is regarding the whole immortal NPCs thing. A lot of people responded to this in various different ways, and I'd like to just address some of the points people brought up and address a kind of more to the point.
Okay, pausing again because we've gone on a long streak of him just talking. We see his first point's going to be talking about the essential NPCs and everything like that. So it'll be curious what his comment section had said about it enough to get him to do this unscripted response. And let's see if he has a change in his argumentation, or if he would like to further elaborate on what he means. Hopefully it'll be the former, where he understands why essential NPCs are so bad. But we'll see.
Also, just want to do a PSA. The S on your keyboard is your friend. If you click on an audio clip and press S, it'll actually split your audio clip in half.
Yep.
And you can just drag your mouse little cursor over there and then get rid of that just dead air. You can get rid of the dead air. You can get rid of the unnecessary stuff. He's not in front of webcam, so it won't create a jump cut. You can just cut out those like several seconds of just nothing. You know, just filler stuff. Make your video much tighter. So
my favorite life hack for Sony Vegas, if you don't know how to set it by default, click on all of your footage, right click it, and press HD, okay, on your keyboard. Just H and then D, because what that does, it will go into switches and then disable resample.
Yeah.
And that is a godsend, not having resample, because resample is this horrible system that's supposed to help with, I think, data corruption and stuff like that. It's supposed to fix those situations. What it instead does is make ghosting everywhere and makes your video look like shit.
That's the first thing you want to disable. You disable resampling in your project settings, and then save that as your default, because resampling ruins gameplay footage. Absolutely ruins it. What it does is basically it takes anything that's outside of the frame rate of the final video and then blends the frames together, and generally it'll just create these weird ghost frames, like you said, where it's two frames blended together.
Yep.
And not only does it look distracting and ugly, it also really messes up YouTube's compression algorithm.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Because, like for an example, if this right here, if you would click this, you might see there might be two horses, one slightly back and in a different animation, and him sitting on it in a different animation and pose and everything at the same time, and it's shit like that is just like oof.
Yeah, and this is not like a complete, deal breaker or whatever. I just thought I'd point it out. Cut out your filler, make your audio more succinct. Obviously, this isn't scripted, but there's no reason he couldn't have just cut out the stuff that he doesn't need to say. So
yes.
Yeah,
I just do love the fact that to make your videos instantaneously better on Sony Vegas, it's literally pushing HD. Yeah, high definition, baby, HD.
Almost got a little bit of the Charlie Penguin Z vibes, like HD, baby, woo!
Yeah, woo, HD.
Yeah, baby.
120 pixels, baby.
Also, this is another small point. I find it incredibly distracting as mouse cursors on the video.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't see that. Is it mouse cursor on the video?
He leaves it down there, bottom left corner. Well, bottom center. Honestly, it's to the left of the horse.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
down
God,
there
that's horrible.
in every single shot he's been in. It's been there.
I couldn't see it because on Watch Together, the bottom bar seemed to be blocking it or whatever. But now I see it.
Yeah, you just got to get rid of that more videos nonsense.
Oh yeah,
now
I hate that.
I see it now. How do you even do that? If you have your cursor over, oh my God.
He probably has.
Is he off-screen recording? Is he recording like a video?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe.
He might be like. This might be like a what is that? What is that application you can kind of like record your screen with? Captivate or something?
Do you mean Bandicam?
Unregistered Bandicam.
Dude, that was such a fucking meme. How many videos did you see on YouTube in the old days? Unregistered Bandicam or unregistered Hypercam 2. It's like what?
Or Fraps.
Yeah, Fraps with the
Dude,
30-second limit.
Counter.
I was a DX Tory man. I'm not gonna lie.
I had that for a little bit too. I learned from Spike and Barley actually that DX Tory was decent, but
it was so fucking good. But my God, was it Japanese as fuck?
It was super complicated, but if you got it right, you could separate all your channels out, which was super cool. But
yeah. That was hard for me to set up, though. I tried recording gameplay with a friend back in the day, and my God, was it a nightmare using DX Tory and virtual audio cable. So, there's my audio track, there's his audio track, and there's the gameplay audio track. And I'm also trying to share the gameplay audio with him so he hears what's going on. It's like, my God, what a nightmare through and through to get this to work.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really nuts. I recommend much easier way of doing that is doing something like what I was doing yesterday. I actually had I have a headset with 2 audio channels on it, voice and gameplay. So what you can do with that is it's basically non-virtual audio channels where you set something like Discord to your voice channel only. Then you set your gameplay to gameplay. And if you set up right, you can just use something really vanilla like NVIDIA Experience Record or whatever, and you'll get clean gameplay with audio without any of the voice. So that's what I recommend. It's really, really simple.
Wow.
What I do for mine, if I want to get somebody else's audio commentary as well, because the mic will automatically have its own channel, I just separate. It's in your settings for your sound. You can tell your system to have different audio channels, your actual computer. I want my headphones to be independent audio from my speakers. And it is a nice way to get 3 audio channels. So you have your mic, your headphones, and then your speakers.
Yeah, that's actually great. That's another alternative way to do it. If you only have a standard headset, you could set your speakers to your main audio and set Discord to your headset. That way, you won't really hear the gameplay very well, but you'll be able to record separately from the game. My headset's kind of a little expensive, so it has 2 built-in channels, so I can actually fade between voice and gameplay.
Lord it over us, lord it over us, poverty percent. Okay.
I'm sure there's probably cheaper headsets that do the same thing, but it's pretty handy. Like I was doing yesterday, where I had a podcast going. I was recording through my mic, and I was, talking through my mic on Discord while recording clean gameplay without any of that other audio from the voices. So it was like, it's nice to have. It's nice to have occasionally.
Yeah.
Oni Plays is the only Let's Play I can watch that isn't like, hello children, welcome back to Among Us Part 52. Check out Spike and Barley. They're my all-time fucking favorite.
I have issues with Oni Plays, but it's because of his bizarre standards for Space Station 13. I love Space Station 13. I play the shit out of Space Station 13. It's just really crazy. His standards are that it's a game. It's just a game. So I'm going to try to metacoms and do grief and everything like that, and it's totally fine. I don't care about everyone else. Like, no, that's, you should totally look into how other people want to play. Like, what are the server rules? Just obey the rules and then do all the shit within the rules. So, That's the thing I just don't like about Oni plays when it comes to that. Like, it's fine to ruin and destroy other communities, and I don't agree with that.
My least favorite thing about Let's Plays are like, hello, welcome everybody. Blah, 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 blah. It's like right at the beginning of the video. I'll immediately click off of that.
Yeah, that's like current day everything. So
Yeah.
my nephew, when he starts watching videos on it, and every single he gets hello and welcome everybody to the Minecraft series number 15. We're going into the Nether, baby. And it's like, no.
That shit is canceled. What the fuck is up with certain YouTubers too that feel like they have to yell everything they're saying?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
gets
It's just
excitement
extremely obnoxious.
it just shows the attention span and their user base. They just need that sort of completely unnatural excitement throughout the whole entire thing.
Yeah.
But it's funny. I saw a meme which I completely agree with, like where you're looking up a walkthrough of a game because you're stuck and you're like, you watch a video and it's like, 720p, bored, depressive, suicide-inducing voiceover, low-quality mic. Yes, right at home, perfect.
God. Man, it's like, yes, these are my people.
One of the funniest moments of Oni Plays though is when they were doing Cuphead and they were mocking the fucking tutorial guy who couldn't get past it, and then they actually glitch through the wall and they just all fucking start dying laughing.
Yeah.
It's pretty great. Anyway, we have like another 43 minutes left in this video. We should probably pick it up.
Yes.
Nah, it's fucking. Don't you know STAG is some tangents are guaranteed? Come on.
A lot of people are this in various different ways, and I'd like to just address some of the points people brought up and address a kind of more to the point that underlines all of them. Now, a lot of people said, well, it's just Bethesda being lazy. Why can't they program better AI so that...
Okay. This is unrelated. This is actually related to video quality. Just cut that stuff out.
It's like the Noah Gervais syndrome or whatever it is, where he doesn't cut out anything.
Yeah, and it's like that's fine if you're on a live stream. That's people are gonna be fucking reasonable. But when it's a video, even if it's an unscripted video, just do basic stuff like cut out your breaths and everything like that.
Yeah, I try to cut that stuff out unless it like sounds more natural. I listen and judge it case by case. So if there's sometimes where I'm talking and the breath in flows naturally, it's not like
if only
I never do something that
if only
extreme, but it's just an example.
If only I with my tizomeres can hear the in between each sentence, then I'll fucking leave it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give the guy a break. My first videos are really awful. I don't know how long he'd been a YouTuber by this point.
Well, he said he was a relatively small channel at the time. So he was talking about how he would get like 500 views, which, that's where my channel's basically at. So I totally get where he's coming from. It's a small, tiny channel.
And that's why I jumped onto this, because they got 11,000 views in a day. So I was like,
yes.
Whoa, where'd this come from? So, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, and, it took me years to get decent audio. So I'm not really going to fault him on that, but yeah, eventually when you've edited enough hours of audio, you can tell exactly what in the waveform, exactly where your breaths are, where your pops and clicks are, what you can cut out, what you don't cut out. You can read. It's like looking at the Matrix, like Cypher looking at the Matrix. You can read the waves and the code and everything and tell exactly what's there. So yeah, just cut out the dead parts. That's all.
And the number one rule for everybody doing audio is if you see a brick wall in your fucking timeline, you fucked up. That needs to be gone.
Yeah.
And also just quickly, apparently I missed a super chat by Peace is Never an Option. Sorry about that. $5. Smart pistol enjoyers rise up. We've been oppressed for too long. I assume that's a Doom thing, because I was back during the Doom discussion.
No, that was Titanfall.
Okay.
All right. But yeah, again, I just noticed the breathing more, because I was paying attention to what he said, and then I just heard the... So...
Yeah.
Again, that is not a criticism, particularly of him. That is just a note for anybody doing audio. Cut out your breathings if you can.
Yeah. Especially if they're very noticeable. Some of them you could get away with, but for the most part, yeah, get rid of them.
Yep.
Lines all of them. Now, a lot
See, that
of
was
people
a
say,
significant one.
well, it's just Bethesda being lazy. Why can't they program better AI so that the NPCs don't randomly end up getting killed and stuff like that? And I'm sorry, but while I did provide that one very extreme example of an NPC walking into a pool of lava, you know, that's not really the bulk of the problem. That was just one very...
No, I'm sorry, but that is the bulk of the problem. And we talked about it during your first video on this. The random blacksmith and children should not run at a dragon with their bare fists trying to punch it in the snoot, okay?
Yeah,
that is absurd.
That's something people have been memeing on pretty much since Skyrim came out. How many different comics are there talking about how, yeah, the blacks... Or not just comics, but people making jokes, people making joke videos where, yeah, the local blacksmith is going up to punch a dragon.
Dude, the Prold, as Creetosis now knows, his Dark Souls misadventure videos are fantastic. He did one about Skyrim when Skyrim got released. And he did one where it was all these Argonians talking about them, and a dragon landed, and the dragon was like, "Ciao, I'm a dragon." All the Argonians like, "Oh, it's a dragon! What do we do?" And then they all run straight at it. Like, even the one that has a mobility walker is slowly coming up to it, and it just starts smacking it over and over again. And the dragon's screaming like, "Oh, this hurts!" While the main character's just looking on, watching. The dragon falls over, and they're like, "Praise our heroes! They beat the dragon!" I mean, they're just looking at it like, what?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of laziness in Bethesda's AI. I think that's pretty safe to say.
Absolutely. There's laziness all over Bethesda's AI. So yes, I know that you said this is unscripted, but this is absolutely a case of Bethesda needs to program better AI. And it isn't even difficult. You can have it programmed when in danger, if true, no weapon, no weapon equipped or
available,
non-combatant. You just even have a non-combatant thing, then return to home.
Yeah,
and they'll just run into their house or something like that. That makes way more sense and is not very difficult to add.
Yeah,
you could just add like a sort of a cowardice feature. Just like binary, like you said. Just evade, run away from battle if your power level does lesser than blah.
Yeah, or like I said, if you just have non-combatant, like if the merchant put the non-combatant tag on them, if it's a child, non-combatant tag on them, and then anything shows up like a fucking dragon, have it check. Okay, dragon has shown up. Combatants charge. Non-combatants return to home.
Yeah, and my issue is kind of God, what was I going to say? Completely forgotten. Gotta hit when this happens. Oh, God.
Well, while you're thinking about that, the Gabo Jones, who message retracted because he typoed, but he said, "My God, you people pointing out the mouse cursor."
Yeah, it's hard to not notice. It is extremely distracting.
Yes.
I can only think because this is a game where it has a mouse functionality. So like when you have focus on this window, the mouse will be taken away because you have to aim with your mouse, right? So how is this possible that he's playing the game with a mouse cursor? This has to be footage he's recorded, and that would actually explain the frame rate. If you ever record with Camtasia or Captivate or something like that, you're going to get a terrible frame rate. So did he pull open a recording of his and then just lazily stick his mouse cursor over and record on top of that? Is that what he did because he was having issues with Vegas?
Well, here's the other thing too. There is a glitch with Skyrim where if you tab out and tab back in, you can have both mouse cursors at once. So,
oh really?
Yes.
Yeah, I've experienced that plenty of times, and it is absurdly fucking obnoxious. To the point where I have to immediately close the game and reopen it to get rid of it because it is that distracting because the two mouse cursors aren't even lined up. Like
Yeah.
if you're in a menu.
Well, they are lined up to an extent. There is a point where both of them will meet, but because they're slightly different, they will shoot off at different angles, and it is so fucking infuriating.
Yeah, it is. It is like I start seeing red when that shit happens.
Oh god!
but- and it happens-
The most frustrating thing I've ever had was I was streaming like a 2005, 2006 game, and whenever I would move the mouse too fast, my mouse cursor would go just beyond the edges of the screen, and it would click me back to desktop.
Yes.
Drove me absolutely nuts.
I've had
Yeah.
that too, and that's annoying.
Yeah.
But that glitch isn't what's happening here. It's because he's moving around the camera and the mouse is staying in place, so it does have to be
Yes.
recording of the thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I did remember the thing I wanted to say too. There is a cowardice function to an extent, and you'll especially see this in Fallout 3, where if you start fighting, characters will run and cower in a corner with their hands over their head, but it's like the most pathetic version you could have of this system, because they run like 20 feet away and hide in a room, or just in a corner. It's like, there is still an active shooter in Moriarty's Saloon, or Tenpenny Tower, or Rivet City, or wherever you are, and they're just hiding in the next room over. They aren't like trying
It isn't
to...
like that. They're not like hiding in cover or anything like that. They can literally stop in the middle of the open and just crouch down, and it's just like,
Yeah.
no, that's not. Yeah, no.
Yeah, and that's why the flee function should be a little bit stronger than what we've got.
Yeah, and I can't really. I have a hard time getting really down on this point because this is from 2013. It's 2 years after the game came
Yes.
out. So with that in mind, I'm not really criticizing his take on it from this point, but I was watching. I literally, this is the freakiest thing that's happened to me recently. I randomly saw Patrician TV streaming. He does his live streams. I think that was the Acer Thorn stream.
Yes.
Right?
That led into the
I-
whole thing.
I literally clicked on his video and saw he was watching a video with my lower thirds design on it, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I literally clicked into his video, and it was Acer Thorns using my a clip from, I think it might have been Game Informer or whatever, but I put my lower thirds design on top, so I knew it was my video. So he clipped the section from my video to use this for his. I guess he didn't realize that was freely available on the internet. But anyway, I just thought it was fun. I was like, "What the hell? Those are my lower thirds."
Yeah.
I thought he was looking at my video for a second, but then I realized he was covering somebody else who had clipped a section of my video from a segment that Todd Howard was talking about something or other. But anyway, more on topic. He later on in one of his later streams, Patrician TV, that is, which he actually started a sort of podcast thing I'm going to be on next week. That's kind of cool.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Called LARP.
Oh God.
he joked about it during the first podcasting. He's like, "Yeah, so it's going to be LARP, and our community sucks
Oh, nice.
because they couldn't come up with anything better." It's like, yeah, now you know how we feel like trying to go through STAG, and I even think STAG. It's okay. I just don't like the abject garbage part of it, but
I mean, it's not inaccurate,
yeah, unfortunately for what we get suggested.
but
I swear
yeah,
to God, we will cover something good one day. That day is just not today.
Yeah. Well,
do it.
this
You
could
should-
be good still. He hasn't been super awful yet, so
you should do what EFEP did one day, where they just after like a really terrible video, they just watched a video from Ahoy, and
Yes.
everybody was like, they were just like, "This video is so great."
yes.
That was
Dude,
pretty funny.
I've suggested that in the past, but then Kree's like, "But no, we can't do that."
I mean, it's hard because you
Let
just want
me-
to watch the whole thing. Like, there's really nothing to say. His videos are freaking top tier. So
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, when they were talking about the Cult 1911 and what made it so iconic and everything, it was like, "Oh yes."
and just his voice too is like the cult, unimitable, so and so, and it's just like, oh God, just talk to me about anything, will you?
Yeah.
Even his vlogs, he sounds great in.
Rags getting hot, I know me as a gun nut as well. I was like, yes.
But
Talk
See-
dirty to me.
That's kind of the thing why I
Yes,
don't
talk
want to
about
put on
the
a...
Trunnions.
That's the thing about why I don't want to put on a good video, though, is because I don't want to be Hassan Pikering it. I don't want to be like,
no,
true.
I think honestly we could totally do that as long as we explain why, especially if we had it where we did an awful video first, then we show this and we can explain, hey, this is why this is so much better. Like, look, he's made his claim about the legendary iconic status of the cult, and now he's showing why, because it had this long of a military service and the design just stands out against everything else when you had these designs like
Yeah.
the C96 broom handle and the when you had revolvers and shit like that, and stuff that, like, look how archaic and awful these other guns looked compared to it when it came out. This is a World War I gun that is so revolutionary and good that it continued to be used afterwards, which is not a lot of World War guns got to say that, because they were pretty fucking jank.
Yeah, that would be super interesting. He's occasionally covered things that other people have covered either before or after. I remember distinctly he did the best video about Polybius that you could probably ever make.
Yeah.
And I think a few months later, probably completely unrelated or completely coincidental, I think Angry Video Game Nerd did a video about Polybius. And, you know, I like James Rolfe, but you know, they're so different. So
Yes.
I don't know if there's been occasional times, like I think somebody else did a retrospective of, for example, The Secret of Monkey Island. It'd be super interesting to compare his video to somebody else's video on the same topic and dissect what makes his video better and or worse. You know, maybe more information, better delivery, whatever. I'm sure that he probably wins the delivery front, but it'd be super interesting to kind of dissect like the same topic, two different creators. That'd be really interesting, actually.
I would agree. Absolutely.
But I still went off tangent. I meant to say that one of Patrician TV's streams was looking at, for life of me, I can't remember the name of the channel, but it was this experimental AI, and they were demonstrating this AI in Skyrim. I'm sure that it was developed after 2013, so obviously I'm not going to criticize Sorcerer Dave for not knowing about that, but it was crazy how frenetic and interesting the battles were, because enemies are using like team tactics and healing each other and creating, like, they were flanking and all this other stuff. It was really, really cool to see the potential of the AI in Skyrim. So
and that was a debate I had on another stream. People were talking about how the Unreal Engine, so it was Back 4 Blood, and I think Back 4 Blood's not a very good game. But I don't think it's a ripoff. I will stand my ground on that. It is not a ripoff. That is their own fucking mechanics. They can't rip themselves off. But their whole thing was like, because they put it on the Unreal Engine instead of the Source Engine, it was a failure from the start. It was dead on arrival. I'm like, I don't agree with that. The Unreal Engine is entirely capable of doing a Left 4 Dead style co-op horde shooter. It is entirely capable. In fact, the shooting mechanics will probably be even better. It just is your time and effort you put into the engine. Same thing as, you know, now when we go to the creation engine for Skyrim and everything like that, it's just your time and effort you put into it. Okay, the people that made that AI put in the time and effort to make that AI work, and it works.
Yeah, I just posted in chat. Ether Dynamics is the channel. I just found it again. I don't remember which video exactly I think it might have been one of their most recent video on Skyrim or whatever. But yeah, it looks like a different game. It's amazing how AI can make such a huge difference. Like, you know, factions, and they actually use team tactics and stuff. It feels like you're actually fighting against real entities. It's crazy stuff. Really recommend that channel. It's only got like 2,000 subscribers, so I can't post things in chat because I don't have a link. My link posts get killed, but
yeah, that'll work. It'll be easy.
Non-link thing there.
Mountain Blade scale battles and the Elder Scrolls would be pretty tight. Dude, that would be fucking awesome. Having an actual like siege. Oh.
That's what we're supposed to get with Kingdom Come. Unfortunately, that was scaled back. But
that final battle.
Yeah.
I have not played it personally myself, but I saw the Kroby Cat video of the final battle and how awesome it was going to be and everything, and then it's like 5 people. It's like, oh, oof.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
I will copy that link. Here is the cool AI channel that shows the potential of AI in Skyrim. Hopefully that's not too long.
Same, because actually that could have been a good point in our mechanics video of showing the AI differences, like things you could have done, because the fucking Battle of Whiterun is probably one of my biggest fucking annoyances in all of Skyrim. That was so bad because the invading AI is programmed to go for the objectives and not actually fight unless you like knock it off its track. And on legendary difficulty, because of how awful the damage and everything is, they will get to all the objectives before you can do anything about it. It is fucking horrible.
Yeah, it's weird how much AI makes a difference. It almost makes the game, well, he's playing it in third person some of this time, but it almost makes the game feel more like Dark Souls. It's kind of weird because Dark Souls
Yeah.
actually has like patterns and animations
Yeah.
and movements and things. Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff.
That's the thing. I'm so looking forward to doing this Dark Souls video. I'm really, really looking forward to it.
Oh, yeah, that's weird.
It is weird.
Yeah. Do you have it set to top chat or
We're on live
live
chat. Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah, I don't know. I see the little wrench near my name, so I don't know. Anyway,
Can you link it in our Discord chat and I will
Already did.
try?
already did, yeah. It's in that. Actually, oops, no, actually, that's the wrong Discord. Sorry about that.
Damn it, I was muted again.
I posted on my my own Discord. I'm done.
It's okay, people in chat. You didn't miss anything important from me while I was muted.
His was what?
Yeah. But back to the topic of the AI in these games. We talked about it pretty extensively last time, but there are so many alternative options rather than just making all the NPCs essential. Like, I'm sorry, but making an NPC immortal because their quest important is the laziest option you could have done.
Yes.
Because you could do the moral one thing where you can kill them, but the game tells you, hey, you fucked up, reload a save if you want to be able to complete the game. Or the thing I said, and this is obviously different from what Setch is going to say, but the whole detect where damage is coming from. So if an NPC is important, only the player can kill that NPC. Other NPCs wouldn't be able to kill them. That's just one workaround that still has you have the option of being able to kill those NPCs if you want to. And we know this is a thing they could do because apparently that's already a system in Skyrim. There's protected NPCs and there's essential NPCs. And protected can only be killed by the player. Then there's such a whole thing where, you should be able to kill everyone, but the story should take that into consideration where, okay, so maybe this character has a replacement, or if such and such a character dies, you have to do something else to complete the quest as a result.
Or, as my example I used last time was, how interesting would that make the world? You go on a quest and you just get sent over the hills, and just randomly, to showcase that this is a war, there should be fucking fighting going on, you come back to that city and that city got attacked while you were gone. And it was just a random chance thing that the quest giver that was there is dead now. It pulls up the thing like, it could say failed or whatever. It doesn't matter. But now you see that they've been murdered because the war is going on. The city is burning and they're dragging off the survivors onto wagons.
My only problem with it saying failed is that the player will think that they messed something up and that they're supposed to do something else. So the way to get around that is just giving the player the option, do I want to go after the group that was kidnapped and try and save them? Or my involvement in this is done. I'm just going to leave. I don't care anymore. You know?
Yeah. And how much more interesting. And like I said, that actually weaves itself into the narrative. So it's just a good way to work in the fact that there's supposed to be a war going on in Skyrim. Good fucking luck ever seeing any sort of conflict except for the super rare spawn of 3 Stormcloaks versus 3 Imperials out of nowhere.
Here's a crazy idea. How about you make a very, very difficult to do, time-consuming / resource-heavy way of resurrecting essential NPCs, so you can kill them permanently, but you might be able to get like their soul or something, and you can bring that to like a super high level priest who, if you give him the right spell components or whatever, he can revive that character. So it punishes the player for doing such a thing, but doesn't completely end the game. That'd be kind of an interesting idea. I don't know.
Yeah.
You could work with that.
Or you could have something similar with Morrowind with the back path where you jury ray Wraithguard. Like, there's so many different options you could do. It's not just, let's make them immortal, and that's the end of it.
So PTRD41 says, I agree with Cree on this. Killing off the quest giver without any participation for the player is kind of a sucker punch. That's what I want. I want you to have where the world feels like it's alive and you're not the only one doing everything and it doesn't revolve entirely around you. So you get those sucker punches of things that happen and you're like, oh, fuck. You know, because it makes you feel more grounded. It's not as much of a mindless power fantasy that Skyrim currently is.
Yeah.
And that's just my take on it. I much prefer systems where the world feels more thought out and integrated together and everything, which Skyrim's does not.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting because I think even I saw you covered it, the terrible story conference that Emil Pagliarulo did a while back. I cited that in my video as well, way back in the day. He talks in there like how they were frustrated at players' decisions and like how they just skipped through dialogue, some of them, and they didn't really care. They just wanted to do things, and that kind of influenced directly their lack of choice and lack of meaningful conversation options and stuff in Fallout 4.
Yep.
That's kind of like it's like responding to player feedback, but in like the worst way possible. It's like they're like, oh, well, you guys don't have the attention span for our amazing characters and our amazing dialogue. So
the paper airplane speech. Oh.
Yeah, just like, so we're gonna remove choice because that's easier for the player or whatever. And I'm more of the idea like, give choice, but provide consequences or I had a better point to this and it kind of slipped my mind just now. But
my issue is kind of the fact that there is generally very little choice that matters in Elder Scrolls. And the one game where Bethesda did do a game with choice, Fallout 3, that choice was insanely shallow.
Insanely stupid.
And stupid, yeah.
Oh yeah, I just remember what I was about to say. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
That's fine.
I just recalled. Game designers nowadays, or at least probably it seems to be more so nowadays, is that they hate the idea of players skipping their content. They hate the idea of players not every player getting to see all of their content.
And yeah, that's an issue I have, and it's very clear with Bethesda after Morrowind, because you could join every faction in Oblivion and Skyrim, and you could do all the quests in Fallout 3 and 4 without being locked out of any other content. And that just seems a bit silly to me. I really like the faction conflicts in Morrowind. I wish that stuff went a lot deeper in Morrowind, and I wish they expanded upon it in future games. But yeah, it's been super obvious that they've been trending towards you could do everything in a single playthrough. There's no chance to miss anything.
I have 2 things on this. First off, Emil, if you wrote more compelling and interesting choices and characterizations and dialogue, people wouldn't be trying to fucking skip through it constantly.
Yeah.
Like sorry, that's on you as failing as a writer.
Yeah. There's like 2 to 3 choices in the main story of Fallout 3. Only 2 of them are significant. Do you want to torture the people of Tranquility Lane, or do you want to put them out of their misery? The other choice is...
Do you want to poison the purifier, or do you want to...
Do I want to poison the water or not? And you kind of have one other choice. Do I want to kill Eden or not? Whether you kill Eden or not is completely irrelevant to anything. It doesn't matter in the slightest, so why should I care?
And my second thing involves the super chat. So
yes,
I Daco the Tricky with $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Says Devil's Advocate. Companion's quest line actually does this. Kodiak dies while you're out on a quest. No, that is
I was going to
not
get
the
to
same
that.
thing.
Yeah, I was going to get to that because that whole thing with the companions is scripted. He dies every single time.
There's no variation, there's no variance, there's no random element. It's not a sucker punch because it happens every single time, no matter what, without fail. You literally can't do anything to change that.
Yeah, what Setch is kind of more referring to is, let's say on every Wednesday, Jarl Balgruuf goes deer hunting, and then one time he randomly gets mauled to death by a mountain lion, or a pack of wolves, or whatever.
Or a bear or something.
Yeah.
Or maybe he gets assassinated or something like that. Because, again, there's so many options you could have that could happen. Yeah, and then it just spirals into this whole, like, he's dead now. We've got the new Jarl here, and things are in panic and stuff like that. There are things you can do with stuff like that happening, and it being totally random. I didn't mean Kodiak, guys. I meant Kodlak. It's just my brain, for whatever reason, saw it as a capital I, and I just went with it, okay?
The real thing I think that game designers have to kind of contend with is who's the story about? Is this about your story? Is this your story, or is this the player's story? And I think that's kind of the thing that a lot of people are missing. And it can be completely by choice. Like you play a game like Last of Us. It's obviously not the player's story; it's the designer's story.
Yeah,
and fine. That's fine. I like the first game quite a bit, but if you're doing an RPG and it's not a predefined character like, Geralt or, I don't know, what another example.
Or as people have now claimed in defense of Cyberpunk 2077, V.
V.
Like, no.
He's absolutely a character.
No.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with it. It's two different styles of gameplay. Like Geralt's I was about to say Riviera. Geralt of Rivia. He's a character. He's got a story. He's got a history and everything like that. You're now partaking in his story. So, of course, there's going to be certain guidelines to that story because that's within his character.
Yeah.
If you create generic RPG or, 526 in Skyrim, it's your story. So why are you telling us what our story is, Like you're going to provide a scenario just like a DM would in Dungeons and Dragons or any other game. You provide the parameters, and the player creates their story.
So, I will latch onto this and point out, like, one of the games that has had one of the biggest cult followings ever has this where the entire thing is revolved around the player's story. It's called Dwarf Fortress. It is not scripted in the slightest.
Yeah.
Things happen, and that makes it all the more special and memorable where Sir Jacobs of the Fallen Hammers or whatever will recount the story of how his kingdom, his fortress, and his people fell to the cat menace or something like that. And goes into this intricate detail about how they had a rat problem, so they brought cats in, and suddenly the cats were overbreeding, and they couldn't get rid of the cats, and now the cats have eaten all the food and everything and have starved out the people, so they tried to march out to a new fortress and got cut down by goblins or whatever. And it's like, that is special and more compelling because that was that guy's experience. That is personal to him. That is his, and no one else had that experience.
God, who is? Oh no, that just reminded me of the video we covered before with Perturbed Pedro talking about like I went and talked to a dog, and he's actually a Daedra and stuff like that. I'm like, everybody's
That
seen
is
this
scripted.
experience.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, everyone
Everybody's seen it.
experienced that. In fact, it's so scripted that the second you arrive in Falkreath, the guard comes up to you. Hey, have you seen a dog about? The local blacksmith has been looking for him.
Yep.
It's like, that
Yeah.
is so far away from being a random encounter, it's not even funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I was involved in a failed project. Well, they're still going on. I left because it wasn't going anywhere at the time. But what we were trying to do is basically take that sort of simulation stuff and put it into a first-person RPG where you would have factions and kingdoms and machinations running under the hood, kind of like a game like Dwarf Fortress or what have you, or even kingdom fights such as like Crusader Kings and things like that.
Yeah.
But you were experiencing it as a first-person RPG player, which I think there's so much potential there. Obviously,
There
with
really
these
is.
Oh
very
yeah, like the under the hood interplay between kingdoms with trading or wars going on, or like I could just imagine that kind of game right now. You spawn into a game and it generates all these kingdoms, and there's certain alliances in play. There's certain like bad blood history between different kingdoms and nations, everything, and anything could happen. Like you could be on the brink of a civil war, or just oh god, I really wish for something like that to exist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's Seth Zentach did a video about Dwarf Fortress, and this just tangentially reminded me of what we were talking about. It reminded me of and then my stone carver carved a brand new mural, and when I checked the mural, it was a picture of my stone carver on the mural stabbing to death another dwarf member, and then he immediately went and he murdered the other dwarf member in the picture by stabbing him to death. So obviously it was premeditated. So
That's amazing.
it's like,
I love
that's
that
shit's
kind of yeah, I love that kind of level of simulation. If you could tap into any like 10% of that, I mean that's essentially kind of like what Shadow Mordor try to do. Try to have some sort of system that's
yes,
outside of your direct influence. Like so many RPGs just have they might as well be automatons that have their brains switched off as soon as you leave the room.
Yeah,
I would
pretty much
love
what
the
we get with Skyrim.
actually, Mountain Blade tries to do the same thing with kingdoms fighting each other and battling and taking each other hostage, and the ransom is too high, which offends the other kingdom, and now there's a full war going on, and shit like that. That stuff's really fucking good.
Yeah, the commenters are talking about various different like roguelikes and things like that. I have Caves of Kood or whatever it is. I haven't tried it out yet, and I've heard that there's like a sort of a post-apocalyptic roguelike that's supposed to be really, really advanced. Obviously, it's like very, very text-based ASCII or whatever. But I've been wanting
that's
to.
the oh fuck.
I think Seth covered that too, didn't he?
Yes. And he was talking about the stories of like how he was an investment banker in the swamps and everything like that. I know Mandalore Gaming, I believe, covered it as well.
Yeah, I've been wanting to get into those more. Obviously, they're very time consuming, but that I think that's kind of like the future of gaming. I'd like to see, not necessarily the presentation, but the sort of potential there, because that's you get into like full like I remember reading about the cats and the rat story, and that's bordering on world simulation. That's insane.
Yeah,
stuff.
Yeah.
and
That's my thing I love about Dwarf Fortress is the fact that it actually generates history.
Yeah.
It generates you can set how much you want of it, but like you can set 300 years and it will do 300 years of murders, betrayals, new gods rising, worshippers coming to this, the cult getting wiped out. Now it's a forgotten god that is like influencing the world from the shadows because it's pissed that nobody is doing it anymore, and this leads to some assassin or saboteur knocking off the king of this other country, which causes them to go to war with their two neighbors. And it is fascinating. It is genuinely an amazing experience. If you have any sort of like love of history or things like that, oh, that shit is just so good.
I would love a first-person RPG version of that. And just to expand on the idea, like, again, you spawn all these different kingdoms. The king, his council, the queen, what do they call the mage that they keep around in Skyrim? It's like the house mage or something. They all have their own different, like, personality. Court mage.
A court wizard.
Court wizard, yeah. They all have their
mage,
different,
too.
like, personality traits or possibility that, you know, maybe the court wizard is scheming to get power or just whatever. There's infinite possibilities.
Croce got the zombie one, which is Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Thank you. I kept thinking of Death Road to Canada because of the lettering and everything. But yeah, no, Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is the game. Highly recommend Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. It is fantastic. And the game I was talking about, Neanderthal, was Dwarf Fortress.
Yeah, Cataclysm. That's the one I was thinking of too. Yeah, I've been wanting to dig into that. Maybe I could do that like live stream and do some kind of research on it. I've been wanting to do some sort of roguelike, roguelike video because it's actually a genre I really enjoy.
Yeah, same.
Because I like the permanence of it. Like, there's so many times where I just, because the game will pull a fast one on me, I'll kind of inadvertently save scum a bit. And what I love about games like, you know, Darkest Dungeon or things like that, where you have the kind of RPG experience, but when you're screwed over and when your guy dies, he's gone forever. And I just kind of like that. I like the permanence of that. So I've been getting into those a lot more.
That's one thing I love about Dwarf Fortress is you can have like a kindly old dwarf, and you know he's been your go-to guy there for the whole time, and then suddenly lava crabs come up from your lava forges, so somebody has to fight, and he's the one that decides to save the children, pushes everyone out of the room, and then he runs in and using his own sacrifice throws them back in the lava pit and dies as well. And it's like that just hits so much harder because he's gone forever and he had been a staple of your hold for however many years through.
Yeah, it's wild stuff. Obviously, this video by Sorcerer Dave is super fascinating. That's why we couldn't get enough of it.
Well, when you got good tangents, okay. When you don't want to kill the conversation.
Hold on. We are just doing the exact thing he wanted out of his video. He has started conversations by us not talking about him or his video at all.
Yeah. Do I like the diggy hole? I do enjoy Minecraft a lot, and I have actually been recently getting into Minecraft world building servers, which on my stream the other day I was talking about this resource war between these two kingdoms on a Minecraft server and how it's spiraled into like an entire conflict with UN style peacekeepers from a third neutral party and everything, and trench warfare and everything. It was fucking fascinating.
I have been here for like 10 minutes. I haven't seen a single second of the video. You're seeing a frame of it on screen right now. That's close enough, isn't it?
There you go.
You've seen 10 minutes of that frame on the video. Come on.
Yes.
We should move it along so that image of the horse running doesn't get burned into my monitor and everyone watching.
I mean, fair.
Good stuff.
But yeah, that was definitely a good tangent.
Yeah. And plus it was spiraled off of his point about the AI, and yeah, the AI is a problem in Skyrim. We were just explaining how things could be so much better. So
Skyrim.
There you go for everybody to try to figure out how we got on the tangents we were.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And I'm sorry, but while I did provide that one very extreme example of an NPC walking into a pool of lava, you know, that's not really the bulk of the problem. That was just one very extreme, random, unlikely.
By the way, you should be able to set up areas where NPCs just don't go at all, and you would naturally set the lava pool to be one of them.
Yeah. Like, don't swim in lava should be pretty fucking easy.
Technically, it's 1/24th of a second, at least at the current frame rate. Fair.
It's more
cinematic. It's more like 1/5 of a second.
Walking into a pool of lava, that's not really the bulk of the problem. That was just one very extreme, random, unlikely example of what I was talking about. If I go back to talking about Delphine, when you take away her essential status, like I did with a mod, myself, Delphine getting ambushed by a Spriggan halfway to Kynesgrove and getting killed, that's not an AI pathing problem at all.
That's the game trying.
Yes, it is.
That's the game trying to fix itself.
Yes. It's like, we got to get rid of Delphine. But no, that is absolutely an AI pathing problem. If she's literally she's running as the crow flies to get to the objective, so she's running right through fucking dangers and shit to get there. And that is an AI pathing problem.
I want to point out too, regardless of NPC immortality or not, shit like that is annoying. If I'm trying to travel to a location with a character, and they stop to run off and go kill mud crabs or whatever other threat they run into, sometimes that gets annoying.
Yeah.
That actually gets very annoying. You shouldn't have come here again! And it's like a mud crab walking across the road.
Yeah. Oh, God.
You know what would be great is if that one NPC said, I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you, and he was talking to a mud crab.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that in Oblivion.
It has happened. It has happened. Dude, that just reminds me of the fucking naked guy who shows up to beat your ass. I challenge you to a wizard duel. Well, I don't want a wizard duel. Ha! You can't back out from a wizard challenge. Have at thee. And it's like, dude, you're fucking naked and you're throwing spells at me. Then if you use any spells that are like bound weapons, I thought this was a magic duel. I thought this was a magic duel. I thought this was a magic duel. Well, yeah, sorry, AI's fucking Skyrim's programming is shit.
Well, that's the problem, is they don't count bound weapons as being magic fighting, but that seems a bit silly to me.
Yeah, it is really fucking absurd.
They should be able to program in a way to differentiate between, okay, so this is a regular sword, and this is a magically enchanted, summoned, conjurated item.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Bulk of the problem was just one very extreme, random, unlikely example of what I was talking about. If I go back to talking about Delphine, when you take away...
Oh, no. Void memes, he can be naked. He actually has a chance to spawn naked. And we saw it on my stream. He spawned naked in fucking Riften and attacked me.
I encountered him once, and he did have clothes when he spawned for me, but yeah.
And mine, I have encountered him 17 fucking times. I am so sick of this damn magic challenge in PC.
Yeah, I fucking hate him. He's so annoying. And yeah, I've had him show up multiple times naked. It is so stupid. I hate him so much.
Yeah, he showed up in fucking Riften naked, so I literally unequipped everything, and I literally punched him to death. I was just beating his shit in, and I got the suplex death animation. I was like, fucking deserved.
Nice.
And I know Croce was there for that stream.
Random, unlikely example of what I was talking about. If I go back to talking about Delphine, when you take away her essential status, like I did with a mod, myself, Delphine getting ambushed by a Spriggan halfway to Kynesgrove and getting killed, that's not an AI pathing problem at all. That just isn't. It's simply the case that there was a Spriggan on the road where she was traveling perfectly normally with no errors or anything like that, and she got killed by it because the Spriggan was too powerful. That is what happened. That has nothing to do with Bethesda's AI. They have enough trouble as it is, I imagine.
That is literally a problem with Bethesda's AI.
Yeah.
If it's too powerful for her, why is she sitting there still trying to fight it? Just run.
So this is all we have to do is just invite Bella Delphine out on the road and get attacked by Spriggans, and we'll be rid of her forever?
Yeah.
I wish.
I fucking wish too, because good God, the blades are awful in Skyrim.
Oh,
Yes, they are.
I hate them so much. Esbern isn't as bad as Delphine is. Delphine is we're over 2 hours. Delphine is a fucking cunt.
$2 super chat from Guy Under a Bridge. Thank you very much. Unlootable faction armor bugs out like that too. LOL.
Oh.
Yeah. So here's an issue. The Spriggan's pathing an AI, is putting it out on the fucking road, and then Delphine is not running on the road. I can guarantee you that because I've seen how the AI fucking works. Delphine's AI should have a thing where, like, don't fight the fucking Spriggan or run from it if you're clearly too weak to fucking fight it.
Yeah, there should be a check for how powerful each character is, and a check for whether they fight or not.
Oh, it's really, yeah. I'm sorry. This is a problem with Bethesda's program.
Some fucking blade killed by a walking tree.
Yeah, pretty much.
With no errors or anything like that, and she got killed by it because the Spriggan was too powerful. That is what happened. That has nothing to do with Bethesda's AI. They have enough trouble as it is, I imagine, coding AI for hundreds and hundreds of NPCs across an entire freaking province.
Okay,
that behave properly. Because remember,
don't let me do it. God damn it!
I was letting you do it, and then it went on for longer. Once you get to that level of quantity, it's not a problem anymore. There is a lot of shortcuts on how to do AI once you get to that level. You should be, if you are a competent programmer, be coding in these shortcuts of like, well, you're a citizen, so follow table like average day or whatever, or schedule whatever. If you're actually having to hand go into every single AI and make the entire table for what you need to program in, that's a problem of Bethesda being shit developers, yes.
Well, I think such a thing already kind of exists.
It does.
So, yeah.
So, yeah, as Tyler McDonald puts it, 90% or so of them are going to use the same AI package, yeah. The quantity of AI does not fucking matter in this argument.
The other thing is, you could hire, like, a dozen interns to be like, okay, these random citizens, just set up patterns for them for their day-to-day life, They go to the market on Tuesday. They go over to their friend's place for dinner on Thursday. Fucking whatever, Yeah.
On Mundas, they go and they praise Talos or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, that should be obviously a time-consuming thing for them to do, but it should be within the realm of possibility. Again, with like a dozen interns, they're just learning how to do this stuff.
Well, as I was saying, if you are a competent programmer, you're going to put in like packages and folder systems. You're gonna basically have systems to call to instead. So that way you don't have to handcraft every single NPC. You're like, okay, what is this NPC? Okay, soldier. All right, so we will give them the soldier AI thing, which will give them fighting and these skills and that stats, and this is what they'll do in danger situations. Okay, and now we will program in, they will be a night guard, so we will give them the nighttime package. And they will be out and about at nighttime.
And not just that, setting flags for different areas too. So like, okay, so this character goes to the inn every Sunday night for a beer. Well, you could set up, okay, this location, that location, and these locations are the nearby inns within range that the character could go to for their drink on Sunday night. Rather than specifically saying, oh, this NPC is going to the Bannered Mare, or whatever it's called, every Sunday night.
Yeah.
And same with the guard post thing and everything else. There's so many ways to do this that they just aren't.
Yep. They did that with Oblivion and had to dumb them down because they were too friggin' smart and would get shanked for stealing food. No. It wasn't because they were too smart. It's because they were actually too stupid. So what happened was, for whatever reason, as part of this system, they had to tie in that, oh, well, they need to eat bread. They need to drink water, such and such. So, well, now they're out. Well, now I got to go to the store and buy it. So they will go and they will buy it. Now they've done it perfectly legal and everything like that. So now they will eat their bread and they will drink their water. And they're like, oh, I got to go get some more because my hunger routine has started again. So now, again, their gold amount is still just going down and down and down and down because they aren't smart enough to go get more gold or set up a system where NPCs generate gold naturally.
Yeah,
then they will go.
That's something we talked about last time, where Bethesda could just set it up so the NPC doesn't even need gold in their inventory. The game will just do a check. Is this an NPC buying food? Yes, okay, so we'll play an animation of them, like, handing over a gold pouch and getting food in return.
Yes.
They don't even physically need gold in their inventory for this to work.
So they would go back with their last little septums, and they would get their stuff, and they would eat their water and drink their bread, and then they would go back because, oh, my hunger routine is gone. And again, this entire time, it hasn't been generating them gold because it doesn't matter if they're a merchant or anything. They don't have gold with them. So they go to buy it. They can't get it, but it's like, well, danger, warning, bread, water, needed, absolutely needed. So they take it, and now they've done a theft. It's because their AI is too stupid that it caused these problems.
Yeah, I remember. Did you ever watch that panel sort of talk with? God, it's been years. I forgot his name now. Bruce Nesmith. He's been in the design team since I think Daggerfall or whatever. He's been a long time at Bethesda. He did a whole talk about AI and how they're trying to, like Todd was really hawking the whole Radiant AI system for Oblivion. Obviously, they've rolled back on basically being completely scripted. There was no really real Radiant AI to speak of. But they tried it again with Skyrim, and some of the stories, I tend to believe Bruce Nesmith a bit more than Todd, since he's a bit more of a designer, and I get the idea that he was more hands-on than Todd. Todd was more of like a directorial role.
Yeah.
But he was talking about some kind of stuff that they tried out, and Todd would always kind of scale it back. Like Bruce was kind of fighting for more. He actually wanted to make the Radiant quest system, as it's called in Skyrim, the entire game quest system. Like that, the Radiant quest would be the main quest.
Ooh, that's ambitious.
Yeah, ambitious as hell, and I love the idea. But
I do too.
We should put a quick caveat on that. It would be more complex than the Radiant quests we actually got in Skyrim.
Oh yeah, no, they're incredibly complicated, way more complicated than what they actually did, and apparently they're running into issues with it as well. Like I tend to believe the anecdotes he said. Like apparently he said that they had all these kind of responses that NPCs would do to player actions. Like for example, they would add a response that if the player was near a town and dropped an item, an NPC might see them do that and walk over them and engage with them about this dropped item. It's like, oh, you dropped this or whatever, right? But apparently it was just too responsive at first. So like somebody would like drop an item because they're over encumbered, and the whole city would just like crowd on them and like, oh my god, did you drop this? How is it? And they start like fighting each other and stuff. Like it would go crazy.
Oh
so,
my god.
Yeah.
It sounds
Dude,
cool, but it obviously has to be really balanced. Yeah.
Yeah.
That I just remember. God, that just sounds like it'd be a perfect fucking comic. I know there's one like it where guy is like walking with a big bag of loot and something drops out, and like as it shows a slow frame each panel of it, like the item falling closer and closer to the ground. It hits the ground, and every single NPC, they suddenly show a panel of them, their heads go.
Yeah, all their heads turn and look at it the exact same time.
And they all kick like their doors open and run out into the streets. They're running towards the camera.
Well,
so, yeah,
I mean, you've dropped stuff in Riften, right? And seen what happens when you do that.
Oh.
It is hilarious. Fucking, what's her name? I can't remember her name. The chick that sends you to go get Grimsever. Like, almost always her. A couple of people will walk up and be like, hey, someone dropped this. That's mine. No, it's mine. And she pulls out her axe and just splits the person in half and takes it.
So, see, that seems like it might have been inspired by that original system, but that seems scripted now. So it looks like they probably were. It seems like they did probably the same thing they did with Oblivion, which they had all these great ideas and great plans. And just like Peter Molyneux would when he's hawking his games, it seems like Todd Howard basically branded it. Oh, it's Radiant AI. It's this brand new technology. And then they realized it didn't quite work. And so they just kind of scaled it back and hit it with scripts.
This is why you don't overpromise your game.
Yeah. I'd be totally down if this kind of falls within your caveat. It's not really like abject garbage, but I just posted in chat the video from Bruce Nesmith. It's a little dry, but he talks about some really cool ideas. And I remember mentioning that in my Elder Scrolls video I did back in 2018, is that like I would love to see a team with resources enough to like hire high-end AI programmers and stuff
Yeah.
to kind of realize some of these ideas, because I think one of the big problems that Bethesda has is they're very kind of like internalized. They don't really look outside of their own realm when making games. Like they could really use new talent, new ideas, new designers, things like that. They're still working with like a lot of the same core people, and I think that some new blood could really kind of freshen things up. So
Yeah,
it'd
I
be
agree.
interesting to see.
Now we could check that video out at some point.
Yeah, it's a long one. I just hit play on it to see how long it was. It's a long.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
long in it. It is a bit dry, but there's some cool stuff in there.
all right.
So $20 super chat from Master Choff.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Choff, we need you, by the way. Been really enjoying listening to the streams while I'm out doing cleanups. Keep up the great work. Oh, you all deserve the best. Well, thank you very much. It's appreciated.
Yeah. Yeah, the main
They
reason...
don't look outside the Gamebryo engine.
The main reason I wanted to get that caveat in was because the Radiant quests we do have in Skyrim are very, very simplistic, and I can only imagine the original scope they wanted for them was so much more deeper than what we actually got.
Yes. And also, yay, Indigo Gaming's things work now. Woo!
Nice.
I was just now notified that I'm a moderator.
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
We
nice.
did that like an hour ago.
I know.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
the fuck? Maybe that's why I couldn't delete those messages.
Oh,
Maybe.
because I had added you too soon?
Like
Yeah.
you added me, and then I went to go do it and couldn't do it.
All I gotta say is get fucked.
Fucking ruthless.
All right.
Coding AI for hundreds and hundreds of NPCs across an entire freaking province, and making them all behave properly. Because remember, since the Radiant engine, or whatever you want to call it, has kind of come out, they're now rendering AI behavior that's happening off screen. People are moving around and going from place to place while the player isn't there. So all that's going on as well in the background. And I think on top of all that, to kind of say Bethesda's being too lazy and should add more things, more routines into the AI to try and fix things like that, should in a more general sort of abstract sense simply make it better, as so many people are fond of saying, is asking a bit much.
No, it really is not asking a bit much. We're asking them to work smarter, not harder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, sorry, just for me personally, I was getting distracted by that gameplay there. He was killing each of those soldiers in one hit.
Yep.
That's not like critical of like how he's playing the game. It's just very noticeable when they die in one hit.
Folding like tissue paper.
As a high-level character or something like that. But I think he has a misunderstanding. I think that what you were saying, Satch, earlier about like standard AI set, like you can clone an NPC easily.
Yeah.
Even change their appearance. They're probably going to act very similar. I'm sure there's behaviors and waypoints and stuff like that to kind of keep them moving, giving them appearancy of a day-to-day operation, stuff like that. But it's not like you have to individually program every single NPC from scratch. You've got presets, you've got tools, I'm sure. So it's not as crazy as he might think, especially if they actually dipped into systems that already exist, or again dipped into new talent or whatever. But you can buy AI. You can buy AI systems and all that kind of stuff. I don't know how compatible it is with their engine, but maybe they should look at that. I don't know. I mean, they already use a lot of third-party systems like SpeedTree and a bunch of other things for their engine that aren't part of their what do you call it?
Part of the base engine.
Yeah, it's not part of their proprietary engine. So they have used external stuff, and a lot of the stuff is in the code, not the engine. So you can utilize a separate engine as long as it can communicate to your render or whatever. I'm not using the right terminology, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's not impossible to think that they could tap into something exterior about that, because it's kind of like I remember this conversation when Fallout 4 came out, and I think Todd Howard was talking about like how the concept of replacing people with AI synthetics was like such a new concept that's never been just thought about before or done before. And I'm like, I was thinking of like trying to figure out what rock he was living under in the last 200 years. It's like that's a really tired concept. I'm not saying it couldn't be done incredibly, but it's definitely been done before.
Yes.
So, it seems like they don't like as condescending as this sound. It doesn't seem like they get out much. I'll put it that way.
Well,
like
yeah.
that's the thing. There's ancient like folklore of creatures replacing people as like body doubles. Not like obviously goes beyond robots, but still, the idea of people being replaced has been around for a long time.
Yeah.
In Navajo culture, a skinwalker is a type of harmful witch who has the ability to turn into, possess, or disguise themselves as an animal.
Yeah.
I think I think that also basically could replace other humans. You'd like notice one of your friends become different, and they could be a skinwalker or whatever. So yeah, it's been around for a long time. So.
Yeah, you got skinwalkers, there's changelings, there's all kinds of shit.
So yeah, I mean, you could even argue that like Terminator and all the long history of sci-fi that predated Terminator also discuss those kind of ideas too. So like, yeah, there's plenty of previous examples of that. I'm not saying that it could never be done. I'm 100% a believer in that. Ideas are easy, execution is everything. Like you can have the same idea and execute it so much better. And you know, a tired idea doesn't necessarily have to be bad. It could be great. So my point was I think my point was is that basically like I think he's kind of through his lack of knowledge of game development kind of like trying to think, oh, you got to program thousands of NPCs. There's not really that thousands of NPCs in Skyrim. There's hundreds. But the fact that you don't have to individually program each one, there are templates, there are behaviors, you can modify settings. I believe I even saw the window in one of the promo videos of Oblivion where they had like aggression, things like that. Like you can easily create tools like that can easily create a somewhat unique personality. Guards would obviously be way more aggressive. Townspeople would be less aggressive. Things like that.
Yeah.
So,
hello, Patrician. How are you? Also, remember that ML is a born journalist. He'll take credit for inventing toilet paper if he thinks he could get away with it.
Probably, yeah.
That's right. He was a journalist. Actually, I tripped across one of his earliest reviews on Adrenaline Vault. I found an archive of that completely by accident because I was trying to find a 1997 review of the Blade Runner game that came out that year. He was a journalist. He got hired by Looking Glass Studios, and then he got, I think when Looking Glass Studios closed down, he was friends with somebody who got him into Bethesda or something like that. It was very weird.
Making me sad remembering Looking Glass Studios.
Yeah.
I
missed you guys.
I've heard that he was actually a friend of Todd Howard. Apparently they went to school together, but obviously I don't have the factual information behind that. It's just what I heard.
Yeah. And again, a whole lot of this stuff too is I think Todd gets unfairly, he's called Todd the Liar Howard, which is still a statement that I personally find true. I find it as a true nickname, but he gets a lot more undue flack than he deserves when really Emil is really one of the biggest problems Bethesda has.
Well, Todd Howard's main problem with the whole liar thing is that he's basically a salesman. He's trying to sell something as being so great and wonderful to people when it just doesn't live up to the hype he's building.
He's falling into the Peter Molyneux trap, which is
and I traced that. I did a really long documentary. I mean, not long compared to some of these videos, obviously, but a feature-length documentary about God games and stuff. And I actually traced through a lot of his. He was what's his name? Peter Molyneux was talking about. He would talk to interviewers in like the '90s, early '90s. And the interviewer would say, like, oh, can you do blah in this game? And Peter Molyneux would be like, yeah. And that was a new idea. He had never even thought about it before. He would say, yeah. And then after the interview, go to his guys in the developer studio and say, hey, can we do this? So he would brand new ideas would come to him during press interviews, and then he would then take those and try to put them in his game. So that's why there was such a disconnect between that. But a lot of his earlier games were great. I love Dungeon Keeper. I love Populous, and everything like that. And what had happened though is the more hands-on he is with development, the better his games were. When he started becoming the face man, the executive, the salesman, that's when his games started to suck, because he would promise things that his development team could not fulfill. So when he was a programmer, he was the real deal for a while, and he made Black and White from the with his team from the ground up. I mean, he obviously was an executive, but
yeah,
he was obviously hands-on in development, programming, all that kind of stuff, design. But
well, that's
as he got bigger and bigger, like he probably didn't really do much nitty-gritty work on Fable. He was probably a manager. So,
oh god, the fucking drop an acorn and see a tree grow in real time.
yeah.
But it's the same story that we saw with Hello Games and Sean Murray. He wasn't normally a front man, but he became the front man for the company and had to be the PR guy, and he would get flustered in his thing. That's why I like Yes Woman's Land video from Internet Historian so much. Was it was showing like he wasn't intentionally meaning to lie, but he's so awkward and flustered and everything, he didn't want to disappoint the people he was talking with. So you could see him like awkwardly like, yeah, yes, sort of things in the interviews and stuff. And his whole thing is what he's good at is programming and tightening the belt, just getting down to work and fixing bug fixing and everything like that. That's what he excels at. So when No Man's Sky came out and it was an absolute fucking disaster, he made the right call of don't talk to anybody, don't do press interviews, don't say anything. We're going to buckle down and we're going to do what we know we can do, which is we know we can program and we can just fix this. We will just fix this and people will understand if we stay silent and we just fix the game.
Yeah, you'll notice the kind of stereotype of the sweating developer who's being interviewed by the press about some hot button game, and they can't talk about certain things. They've been told their exact list of things they can and can't talk about. And those are the kind of guys who are actually working in the game, and they know they can't talk about stuff that hasn't been locked down yet.
Yes.
But the real danger comes in the executives who kind of have a little bit more free reign. They get a little bit more future think. They're like, oh yeah, we are planning on doing this in the future, or this hasn't been fully dialed in yet, but we are planning on having flying vehicles in Cyberpunk 2077 or whatever,
Yeah.
all these kind of things. So yeah, it's difficult. And what happened with Sean Murray was kind of tragic, because it just became such a huge beast, where you have freaking Steven Spielberg hyping up your game, and it became the number one hype game for a while. Yeah. And it was just some by a couple dudes,
I remember those panels of people where one guy on this panel was like the last sane man. He's like, yeah, but what do you do in No Man's Sky? And then the other members of the panel were screaming at him. And this was, I think, a game trailers panel. This was a game journalist panel for sure. And they were screaming how dare you question No Man's Sky? It's it can do anything you want. And he goes, yeah, but what does that mean?
Yeah, you always need to ask those questions.
You need somebody like that. He was a saint, and I am so sorry you got screamed at so fucking much in that. It's even shown in Inner Historian's video. He got fucking they literally tried to grill his balls. They were so fucking mad at him for daring to ask questions about No Man's Sky. I was like, oh my god, dude, no, calm the fuck down. He's being totally sensible and rational here. They haven't shown us any actual gameplay. What do you do in this game?
Yeah, for double feature, watch Joseph Anderson's video where he tears it limb from limb, and then watch Internet Historian's video, which shows kind of more of the development side behind it.
Yes.
Obviously, Internet Historian's video is more positive, but I'll say that there was absolutely deception during the marketing of that game and the original pitching of the game, but they handled the post-launch eventually fantastically. The best, the one of the best success stories of a botched launch, other than say Final Fantasy 14 maybe.
Yeah.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, and like I said, No Man's Sky is by no means not a perfect game right now, not by any stretch, but my god, the amount of work and effort Hello Games put into it, after how disastrous of the launch was so bad, it would have been totally understandable. I don't think it's hyperbole to say that any lesser developer would have just
dropped it. Yeah.
dropped their hand, clap their hands together and be like, "Well, fuck it, we're out. Let's take that money and do something else."
I've been noticing that actually, Patricia, and I've been seeing your posts on Twitter about how much trouble you're having with the game. That's so weird because I played it like a few years ago and it's pretty damn stable. So.
Oh no! Did it break?
It's breaking from like constantly. That's the weirdest thing. I wonder if it's just some hardware issue or whatever. Because
or it's just PC gaming in general.
PC gaming in general. I mean, it was a custom engine, so who knows what kind of weird issues it may have on certain hardware setups. But 2019 it worked amazing. I haven't played it a ton this year, so maybe a new patch kind of messed it up. I'm not discounting your experience. I'm just trying to figure out why that is because I've played it a lot in around 2019 or so, 2019.
Yeah, now I am. I played it in February 9th, 2020, and it was totally fine. But now I'm curious. Remember I did have one incident where it spawned me on a radioactive super death planet to start with, and I died during the cutscene of my character standing up. I was like, yeah, this is intolerable.
Oh yeah, if you do like the hardcore version where like they don't start you off on an easy planet. Yeah, I did that once and I'm like, I lasted 5 seconds.
Yeah, I was like, that was a mistake. Okay, I didn't even get past my guy standing up. He fell over dead.
That's amazing. Okay. And also, I wanted to read Patricia's other comment here. I wish you guys luck with this one. This is one of the ones I couldn't finish. Oh boy. We're in for some nightmare here.
Yeah, we're 6 minutes in, and this is like another 40 so minutes.
Yeah.
I can't hang around for too much longer, so maybe we should kind of like try to watch a little bit more for the pretense that we're trying to get through this.
All right, that is entirely fair.
Yeah, we didn't mention it before stream, but anytime you need to leave, just go ahead, let us know, and you could chill your channel and all that. That's perfectly fine.
And you best shill it good, brother. I'm gonna be the fucking Russian judge at the Olympics. I'm gonna be waiting to hold up that fucking 3.
A lot of other people have made slightly better points, mainly in the sense that why can't we have some sort of compromise? Why can't we make it so that the player can kill quest NPCs, but quest NPCs can't be killed by anything that isn't the player? That's a good idea. That's not a bad idea at all. The only problem is that you then have this kind of immersion breaking thing of you maybe have this one random peasant who is essential to a quest and therefore is marked as essential, who is completely and utterly impervious to dragon fire, but can still be killed by the player character armed with a rusty iron dagger.
So that is already a problem, like right now. How is it doesn't suddenly become a problem because you change it to that the player can kill that peasant, because it's already a problem right now.
Yeah, it's just less of a problem, less of an accidental problem, I would say.
Yeah.
So I don't. Yeah, his argument is that essential NPCs reviving themselves is immersion breaking. It is already.
It is. Yes, we agree with you there. It is absolutely immersion breaking. It's what they're doing right now.
In fact, the player being able to kill that peasant with a rusty iron dagger doesn't make it worse. I would say that actually makes it better, because at least I have the goddamn option.
Yes.
And like we mentioned before, if they program some sort of thing where it's like, hey, if you're getting your ass whooped, or if this thing is a higher level than you, run away.
Or
which would then make sense why they don't die.
Or if this thing is a tier of creature, anything beyond what I can ever possibly handle, just run.
Yeah.
Seriously,
so
there should literally be a dragon flag. Like, I don't know why there wouldn't be.
Yeah.
So in your AI programming, you can literally be like, if dragon, and have different breakdowns. If dragon, if bandit, if and you don't need like individual. You don't need bandit underscore male underscore 03 or anything like that. It doesn't fucking matter. Bandits would be one entire package.
Yeah.
So just be like, if bandit, run away. If dragon, run away.
Well, this is something.
Mud crab, punch it to death.
Yeah, this is something I actually brought up on the last stream, where it's like Oblivion had Minotaurs. So if you have a character that could reasonably take on lower tier enemies, mud crabs, wolves, whatever, they'll fight them. But higher tier enemies like Minotaurs, they'll just, no, I'm not going to deal with that. I'm going to run.
Also, while we were discussing his point, Deus Volt Infidel is pointing out the obvious we're missing. Those chests are a bit fucked.
Well, we can already see that he's modded his game, so I don't know if that's
Yes.
due to a mod or if it's just like Bethesda.
Yeah.
It's actually
I
one of the
remember
hardest
it
games I've
being-
covered because for 2 minutes I play, 1 minute of progress has been lost. Oh.
Oh, that fucking sucks. If bandit equals Chad is greater than attack dragon.
Yeah, hopefully the No Man's Sky stuff gets worked out because that's one I've been meaning to get around to try since it's been improved, but hearing that it's crashed, oh god.
Yeah, I'm bummed out to hear it's crashed as well. Yeah, we can tell he has modded other stuff too. It's just funny that we were talking about his points and arguments, and Deus Volt's like, by the way, those chests though.
The thing is, where the fort he's at, I know it has a bug like that. So I don't know if that's the exact one, but I do know that there is a double chest in that area. So I don't know if that's a mod or not.
Well, everyone is saying a mod. We'll just put it down for likely, very likely a mod.
Yeah.
It could be a mod, but there is a bug there because I do specifically remember being like, why the fuck are there two chests glitched into each other? But the thing is, the one that's there, I don't think you notice it unless you kind of move your cursor a bit, and then you're like, oh wait, this one shows up differently. What the fuck? There's two here. Why is there two?
All right. Again, on the pretend.
That's another immersion hit, you know, and I think it's really up to you to decide whether you think that's worse than just making them straight out immortal or not.
It's way better. It is significantly way better.
Again, because at least I have the choice.
Yes. They're already... It's like, oh, they're immortal, but now they're immortal and you can kill them. That's way worse than them just being immortal. It's like, no.
You guys haven't even gotten to the part where he starts lying about the things he said in part 1, or blaming Sammy Online for ending Let's Plays. Oh god.
No.
What?
And part 1 was bad enough with him being super disingenuous about the dialogue
Morrowind
in Morrowind
dialogue.
or characters having the wrong directions. The entire direction system for Morrowind needs to be thrown out in favor of quest markers because this one character gave me bad directions. Like, I know there's at least 2 characters in Morrowind that give bad directions. He couldn't even bring up that other example to show that it's more than once. He just has the literal one he argues on that the entire system should be thrown out. My god.
Deus Volt Infidel doing it again. Wait, what the hell is going on with that alchemy table? It's the armor
even
bench
have
and the
it
alchemy
was.
table.
That's what it was. Yeah, that's the thing I was talking about. It's not a chest, it's that shit. Yeah, that's actually in the game. I knew there was something, but I was like, was it a chest or was it something? I know there's something clipped into one another, and yeah, that's what it was.
As Patricia TV says, make it better is not an option, so always get rid of it. That's the thing we hate about it. It's like, it would have been so much better if they had kept directions like they did in Morrowind, and then give you the option of, hey, we've got this new accessibility feature of waypoints. Would you like to use our waypoint markers? And be just like, no, I don't want to. I like talking with NPCs and them to give me directions where to go. Yeah, immortal. There are different types. I've always used ageless as the ones that can't die from aging. Immortal as the ones that can't die from natural causes, and God, there's another one. No, immortal is the one that can't die at all, and ageless are the ones that can't die of natural causes.
Yeah. That's kind of how I use it too. Yeah.
But yeah, so mortal is just your standard. It's the human experience. Ageless are you can live forever, disease and everything won't kill you, age will never kill you or anything like that. But if somebody sticks a dagger in your heart, you're dead.
So
And
the Nerevarine
immortal
at the end of
ones-
Morrowind.
Yeah, and immortals are the ones that they live through everything.
Unless under certain circumstances, of course.
And Daniel K says, "Oh, there's Eternal. I guess Eternal would be another level up. Yeah, can't die at all unless a god wills it."
Well, see, that's the thing is, if I was making a fantasy game and I was labeling something as an Eternal, I'd have that as an entirely different class of creature, like below God, but above, like normal humans and stuff, you know?
Yeah. Also, yeah, Patricia, we mentioned the fact that the protected flag exists, so we're seeing if he gets to a point that talks about it existing or not, or if he's going to move on to the other one, because then we can just say, yeah, protected flag exists. They already have this system they could have used.
Well, he already mentioned that people had that suggestion, and he's writing it off as that's being worse, that the dragon can't kill them, but you can.
Yeah, but
So-
he hasn't mentioned that the protected flag exists at all. So I'm waiting personally to see if he mentions protected flag.
I don't think
Well,
he
he
will.
also said that like there's too much in the game for them to possibly do something like that, which isn't
not
true.
No, he's. I don't know if there's like a name for this sort of fallacy, but he's basically saying like, oh, it's way too complicated. Look at all the things they're doing, like programming programming thousands of NPCs. All this kind of
I
stuff.
guess it would be
No,
an
not
offshoot
really.
to appeal to expertise or something like that, appeal to authority, because you're saying that they would know this because they know how all the work that's required for it or something.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you're arguing about the quality of a movie, it's like, oh, do you know how many thousands of extras they put together and all the huge sets and the special effects that all these things? That's why you can't have good writing in the Transformers franchise. So like, it's a completely stupid statement. You can have good writing and you can have a big production.
So there's multiple form. Patrician put in personal incredulity. Wow. Sorry, I had a stroke there. Fallacy. Argument from incredulity, also known as argument from personal incredulity, appeal to common sense or the divine fallacy, is a fallacy in informal logic. It asserts that a proposition must be false because it contradicts one's personal expectations or beliefs or is difficult to imagine. So I could say that would work, because it's difficult for him to imagine programming every single independent NPC by hand. It's like, but they wouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's the same thing Oxhorn did with the argument about loot tables in Fallout 4 as well.
Yes. Oh my god, and didn't know that they had already done that.
I forgot about that.
I didn't know about the personal incredulity fallacy, but if I hadn't known about that, before that was brought up, I was leaning towards like an appeal to scale fallacy, which obviously something I'm just making up, but the idea being, oh, this is too big for anyone to do.
Well, that's kind of the divine fallacy. It's like it's so absurdist, it's beyond you, sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with all the fallacies. I do need to learn them all.
But yeah, we mentioned that. That's what we were talking about, Patricia TV, and we mentioned it in the Fallout video when it came to Oxhorn, because we're like, Oxhorn's like, they can't just do this for every single canister of having pre-war versus post-war for every single container. It's like they can, because they did it. It's actually in here. They actually have a pre-war, post-war flag. They absolutely could have done it. They just got so lazy and said every single container has post-war flag.
Well, not just that. They have a pre-war and post-war chem list. It's the exact same list, and Jet is on them both. So
yeah, I mean, the idea of like a can be killed, cannot be killed as a binary flag. Obviously, it gets a little more complicated when you allow certain attacks to kill and certain attacks not to kill. But again, that'd be binary. On every single attack, can kill essential NPC, cannot kill essential NPC. Binary flag.
Yeah.
Like I'm not pretending that game development's easy, but that stuff is pretty basic, and I've done it in indie games before, so it's not too difficult to do.
It's similar to the Immortals in the Highlander series. They can only be killed by decapitation. Like, again, that's still a binary. They can only be killed by this one single method.
Yeah.
Stuff like that should be easy to do.
And I think if I remember right in that series too, they actually had a weird thing came up where somebody got killed by a non-immortal. The immortal had his head cut off, but it was by a non-immortal, so it had like this weird, like, what's gonna fucking happen? And I think they just answered it by it shoots off to the nearest immortal nearby.
that would be a weird fucking experience.
Like, yeah, all of a sudden you're just like, You're just sitting there, like maybe you're on Twitter, just flipping through. God, don't go on Twitter. Okay, maybe you're just sitting there going through YouTube videos, and all of a sudden you're just like, "Ah, there can be only one." Oh God, what was that? What just happened?
I need to watch that movie again, the first one. That is a good movie.
Amazing movie, perfect movie, except for the shitty 2D animation for the ghosts and stuff at the end. But...
I can't ask too much of the 80s when it comes to that.
Hey, I think Blade Runner is still one of the best looking movies ever made, and that was 82. So
it really is, because again, if you don't go for trying to make the most high budget thing, if you're actually going for a visual aesthetic, oh man, you can fucking nail it. And Blade Runner, the original Blade Runner, absolutely nails its aesthetic and world. It looks so fucking good.
Yeah, I mean that's the timelessness of, we're really off topic, timelessness of practical miniatures and stuff like that. Man, still holds up so well.
Yeah.
Yes.
That movie had a banger from Queen. Yes, I fucking love that song.
God, that reminds me of the first movie to do special effects, Metropolis. It was a German film.
Yeah.
And I remember Chuck Sonnenberg, or Chris Sonnenberg, SF Debris, had said, I cannot say that this movie's special effects were the greatest thing since sliced bread, because sliced bread hadn't been invented yet.
Oh God, is that true?
Yes. Sliced bread hadn't been invented before the special effects they were doing for Metropolis, and they are doing some crazy shit in that movie.
Yeah, the miniature work in Metropolis is incredible considering the time. Like, they were still figuring out cameras at the time.
Yeah.
So,
though apparently a bunch of people almost died because of the water scene. They almost like froze to death because the water was ice cold.
Fallacies are just classifications of arguments. It's not really worth memorizing all of them. Unless you do a lot of response videos, like, wow, I can't say I've only done 2 actual response videos currently, but they are worth being more familiar with when you're responding to a lot of videos like this.
Yeah,
because it's just, you could point out, okay, here's why this is a fallacy, and this argument just doesn't work.
Yep. Like the appeal to authority is one that happens a lot.
And appeal to popularity. This thing sold well. That means it's good. If it was bad, it wouldn't sell. It's like, no, that's not how that works.
Yeah, I hate that argument so much.
Yep.
Yeah, I make the exact same argument against that in my Elder Scrolls video back in the day, where I said, like, okay, if popularity is quality, then I guess Big Bang Theory and the Transformers movies are the best things ever, aren't they?
Yeah, like... and I did the same thing where it's like, so every single restaurant should just be McDonald's then, because it's the thing that sells the most.
When we really know, it should all be Taco Bell.
Absolutely. Actually, I've got to lie. I have to deconvert from the Taco Bell bandwagon because there is a new Mexican fast food restaurant that opened up in my town, and it's the first one. It's called Mexican Bites, and oh my God, actual authentic Mexican food. But you go in like it's a Subway, and you actually like hand build your food that way, and they cook it in front of you. Oh, it's so good.
I was making a reference to Demolition Man, where after the franchise wars, all restaurants
were Taco Bell. Yeah.
But I agree with you. If you can, try Pastor tacos. They are the bomb. They're really, really good.
When you get some
Pastor tacos, they're like a sort of a marinated pork. But if you get like some of their kind of sweet onions and cilantro, and even with, I don't like it generally, but even with the corn tortillas, and lime and
I love corn tortillas. I really do.
They're excellent. Try them out sometime.
But yeah, that just reminds me. Cilantro is a great fucking thing. If you say it's bad, you're wrong.
There's actually
I'm just kidding. I know people like, it tastes like soap, and I'm like, yeah, it does, and it's delicious.
There's actually a genetic predisposition toward not liking cilantro,
which I find weird, because everyone I've said that hates everybody that tells me they hate cilantro, and they're like, it tastes like soap, and I'm like, it does, but it's amazing.
To me, it vaguely tastes like how dead insects smell. As weird as that sounds. But I still like it. I don't know if that makes me crazy or not, but I still like it.
Well, that's the same thing with people like, yeah, it tastes like soap. And I'm like, I agree. So why do you eat it? Because it's delicious. Do you want to eat the soap? No, because it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Sure, but a mistake people make is in assuming fallacies are taboo arguments. I guess some people
can
make
see
that
that.
mistake, but for me, it's less that it's a taboo argument and more that just those arguments are inaccurate or don't work for what they're trying to prove. And the example I keep going to, and it's one of my favorite examples because it's such an easy one to reference, is Many a True Nerd's Fallout 3 video, where he actually references Indigo Gaming's video on Fallout, where he says, Indigo says that choice is removed in that section. You don't have the option to intimidate or kill. And then Many a True Nerd takes that and uses I believe it's a false equivalence fallacy, where he's like, yeah, but not every game is going to be realistic. And he just, like, completely goes way off from what Indigo is even talking about. And it's like, okay, so the things you're saying that, yeah, it's not realistic that you can't kill them, and it makes sense that you can't kill them because the game had to be censored or else people lose their shit that you could kill children in a video game. That has nothing to do with the point Indigo made.
Yeah. And again, hopefully we don't ever get to the point where we're just saying, oh, you made a fallacious argument, you lose. Hopefully we never get to that point. We usually try to bring up, this is the fallacy, here's what.
Yeah, here's why the argument doesn't work.
Here's why it's the fallacy and why the argument doesn't work.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't ever get to that point where, oh, that's a fallacy, move on. We're not trying to be fucking Cinema Sins, Cinema Wins, mindless. Ding.
By the way, has Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins released their Dune video yet? Because boy.
I cannot wait to tear both of them apart.
Yeah, no, that makes any sort of discourse extremely frustrating if you're just like, oh, invalid fallacy. Because occasionally a fallacy might be slipped in just as a weird, like an accidental figure of speech. Like I've caught myself saying, begs the question. It's like, oh, that's a fallacy. And it's like, okay, well, I wasn't actually making any definitive statement. I was just kind of using it as an idiom, as an expression. But, if you like ask somebody to clarify something or say like, okay, I give them, like there's straw manning, but then there's also this kind of thing that some people have kind of coined like steel manning, where you want to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt and argue on the strongest for their side as well.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's a bit more fair than just saying, oh, you're dumb, you used a fallacy, because that isn't very helpful.
Also, no, Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins have not released a Dune, the new Dune movie. They both did David Lynch's Dune.
Well, yeah, that movie could go fuck itself.
At the same time, mind you. Yeah, both of those channels are awful. Yeah.
Man, they're
both
slacking.
Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins are awful.
They are slacking. I really want to cover their Dune videos.
I watched the only Cinema Wins video I saw was actually a live reaction on EFAP a few months ago.
Yes.
It was the most...
We saw that, yes.
Yeah, we all sat through that independently from one another. It's just, I was losing my mind by the end. Here's the thing. Ding.
Yeah.
They were calling it cinema things. Like after I said cinema things, they were calling that for hours because that's literally what it was. Like it started out as wins, and it was like, and they mentioned things that were actually flaws and dinged it, and then they mentioned just like, aha, this is kind of like that other thing from the other movie, ding, and I'm like, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, that was frustrating to go through. That was the Black Widow one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it was Black Widow, and he's like, oh, and he was an actor in this movie, and he also, people will know him from Stranger Things. Ding. Wait, no, that's not a win.
I'm getting Vietnam flashbacks to watching that fucking stream.
Yeah, no, and a lot of ways, what's his name? Movie Bob is the same sort of thing. There's like this growing like trend in criticism where it's like if you can be quirky and mention something random or obscure, you're clever automatically.
Yeah.
And I on my last stream yesterday, we got on the topic of Movie Bob, and he gave Black Widow an 8 out of 10.
Oh.
And his entire blurb, and bear in mind it's a short blurb, you don't have a ton of character count there, but his entire blurb on Black Widow was Rachel Wise has pigs. 8 out of 10.
I guess he
dude.
feels a kinship to his own kind.
Yeah. Dude, well, you saw that fucking picture where he's like, "Yeah, that's a normally average meal for a small person," and it's like showing like 4 or 5 McDonald's meals in one.
There's 4 full McDonald's meals with large drinks. That's
Yeah.
a small amount of food for the average person.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I was like, "What? Okay, Blob, what the fuck?"
yeah, like you can't really get mad at people for making fun of you when you just hand them a meme that beautiful and then defend it. Like,
When
I
you
don't
give
know.
somebody a hammer and it says the smack me hammer, and then they hit you, you're not allowed to be mad at that.
Yeah, like I'm sorry, like that was 4 entire sodas, 4 entire burgers, and an extra large helping of nuggets.
Yes.
That's a lot of food. That's a lot of calories.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if the nutritional value is low, that's a lot of stuff to cram into your mouth. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like, you know, as much as it can be kind of poor form to make fun of people about their weight, that's just like handing jokes on a platter to people. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Again, and that's the thing we always try to do here too. We try to attack the arguments and not the person. But my God, once it gets to a certain point, or they keep doing something, or they literally hand you like a nuke that says "fuck me up, fam," it's just like, okay,
Yeah. Like, we're not...
okay, this is too good. It's too good to resist.
Yeah, like, generally we won't start off insulting people unless we already have bad experiences with them. We're not going to... It takes quite a bit for us to get to the point of, okay, people like this or why there are labels on bleach to not drink it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Indigo. Yes, that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if I can get the full picture because he retweeted somebody. Here you go. Here's a better version that shows the full thing. But if you want to put that on stream, it's not. Oh, I forgot about the double helping of nuggets and two things of fries, and the burgers are double
cheeseburgers. Yeah.
There's no way in any universe that is not a ton of food for one person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane.
1 second here. The image is...
All right. Well, when
really
you do
tall.
that, I will run and use the water room. So I'll be right.
There we go. Oh, there's an iFunny watermark on it. You betrayed me.
Well, here's just the image if you want to.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna make an issue of that. It's
just the best version I could find of a wide crop. But yeah, I found a better one if you want.
It's fine. It's just a meme of, oh my god, it's iFunny. $2 from Scoopmeister. Thank you. Case in point, Acerthorn. Yeah, that's exactly what I was referencing.
Yeah.
Somebody clipped one of my tweets and put it on iFunny. I was insulted.
Ah, rip.
Man, I will say though, after fucking what happened yesterday, I absolutely have no guilt or sympathy for Acerthorn after like all the shit we said about him. Absolutely nothing. Like even that insult that he did to me, I was just kind of like whatever. But what he did yesterday, he can actually go fuck himself after that shit. Holy fuck.
So
that thing with Enclave Emily,
yeah,
that was absolutely disgusting. What a piece of shit. Fuck him.
Anyways, yeah. 3 double cheeseburgers, 1 normal cheeseburger, 2 fries, 2 nuggets, and 4 large drinks. This reminds me of the San Andreas Big Smoke order.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I don't mean to like just put in like personal attacks, but when you put that out there on a tweet, and
you're
nothing wrong
asking
with
for it, yeah.
Okay, the whole chat is asking what did he do. So we were watching his debate stream, and Enclave Emily was talking in the chat, and there was this user. We're almost certain it was an alt account being used by Acerthorn, and it started like it took their name like you could not tell the difference. And then they went onto the Discord, or they might have already been on the Discord, and took their user image, their profile picture, and were pretending to be Enclave Emily. They were impersonating them.
In chat.
Enclave Emily tried to get Acerthorn to do something about it in the chat, but he was ignoring it. So they then went to his DMs on Discord and was like, "Hey, this guy's impersonating me. Can you do something about it in the chat?" And he still didn't do anything. And it wasn't until Skibbs, right? That's his name?
Yeah, Skibbs.
Yeah, Skibbs, kind of stopped the stream and was like, "Hey, man, that's fucked up. You should do something about that." And Acerthorn's response was, "Yeah, well, they might be impersonating you, but they're giving me money and you're not, so deal with it."
Yeah.
And just moved on. And I was shocked. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" After that huge thing he made in our stream about somebody impersonating him, and we stopped the stream, banned that guy, and then warned everybody not to do that shit. But then when it happens to somebody else on his stream, not only does he not do anything about it, he literally says, "Oh, well, they're giving me money and you're not, so tough luck."
Yeah,
Fuck
that
off,
was
you piece of shit.
I like Patricia's comment. I'm going to stay quiet on Acerthorn.
Yes.
I don't blame you. He hates me so much. He probably hates owls now because of me.
Yeah, backtracking slightly, and to make sure we don't go on full Acerthorn mode. The thing I was talking about on the whole attack the argument, not the person. Recently, I watched a video for part of my Dark Souls research and everything like that for the Dark Souls video. I was watching Eric Landon RPG, and his whole thing was why I don't play Souls games. I'm like, okay. And then he said, so my biggest problem with Dark Soul style games is that not only is it difficult and very, very technical, but you can't just mash a single button and attack all the enemies around you easily. And I pause the video immediately and I go, okay, we're supposed to attack the argument and not the person, but I am going to crucify you off of this statement. Because what the fuck is that?
Yeah, that's wild.
I can't button mash and get a participation trophy. I'm like, yeah, good. You have to actually engage. Wow.
Oh my god. He DM'd me attacking me for something going on in your server. He apologized, but come on, leave me out of this. Okay,
yeah.
I'm sorry that he's doing that, Patricia. You've probably already experienced it. Acer is a fucking mental case through and through. He's got legitimate issues. He's got, narcissistic personality disorder, a bunch of others. I don't really care to memorize them all. Point is, he's fucked in the head. So
he is.
He's
legitimately diagnosed issues
as things we have discovered through his court filings.
Oh boy, that's a rabbit hole. Holy shit.
Yes, but yeah, so it spirals. There is some
it's a rabbit hole. This guy, everyone in chat who knows about Acerthorn, you are witnessing the blossoming of the lolcow.
Yeah,
enjoy it.
The one true lolcow.
Not the one true one, but
Dragon Lord is still the one true.
He will always be the one true one, but still, he's so close.
Careful there, that's Docs with 2 X's. Well, that's the thing. It's his personal information is all public, so that we can't dox him.
Public.
He actually he declared in his court filings his full name and his YouTube channel and everything.
Yeah, so we literally can't dox him even if we wanted to. It is out
even
there.
if we
it
wanted
is public.
to, we can't.
Yeah, I would never dox anybody because I think, hey, if you want your internet life to be separate from your real life, that's entirely fine. But dude, you literally did it yourself.
Did he actually file a claim, or did he just use the automated claim?
Okay, let me put it this way. I'm not going to name the state. I'm going to try and leave as much information in as possible. One of the states limited him to 1 lawsuit every 3 months because of his absurd abuse of the system.
Yes.
Yes.
We're talking he tried to sue Microsoft for $500 billion.
Just,
and and Google for $500 billion and Walmart for several $100 billion.
600
600 billion. Yeah. So
Yeah, that seems pretty nutty.
yeah.
Oh, you haven't even heard the half of it. He stabbed his father in the face
It
because the internet was
gets much worse. I'm not gonna say anything, but it gets much worse.
Yeah.
Yes. So again, he did it to himself. So, yeah. When you look further into this, you realize like, yeah, we found a lolcow. I am washing my hands of this. I'm backing up.
Yeah.
Internet, have fun.
I don't know how you get that much of a crazy ego and attitude with 2,000 subs. I'm sorry. Like, I know that, like not everybody in this call probably has 2,000 subs, but that's not in the grand scheme of things. I'm a small channel, so yeah, that's a bit nuts.
Yeah.
You're just bullying me, okay? You just.
I know that not everybody had 2,000 subs, but like, you know,
I don't even have 250.
But like in the grand scheme of things, I'm puny compared to somebody like Mr. Beast. I'm nothing.
Yes.
So yeah, no, it's yeah. There's a big world out there. He should go look at it sometimes.
Well, that's the thing. We know he can't accept when he's wrong. We saw a 7-hour debate against him yesterday. And
yeah.
Just every time something is brought up against him, he deflects or finds some way out of it where, you know, it's not my fault, it's everyone else's. So, yeah. Let's just move on and get back to the video.
Yeah, we definitely need to.
We've had our daily Acerthorn tangent for now.
Well, it isn't really a daily thing. It just comes up out of the blue, and then you're like, "Oh God!" and remember all this stuff. It's
well,
like,
see,
yeah.
that's the thing, though. It's same with the Many a True Nerd video. I don't want to keep bringing it up. It's just a good example. Acerthorn is a good example of a crazy person we have to deal with.
Yeah, it seems like you don't want to deal with them, but at least
No.
The state knows that all these claims are particularly valid.
Patricia TV, who hosts a debate at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time? What is this, college? Dude, it went on for 7.5 hours?
Something like that, with an hour-long lunch break, by the way.
Creetosis, please tell me. Yeah.
He started the stream late.
Oh God!
Please tell me. Okay, you saw the part. This is the last tangent, guys. And we're going back to the video. Please tell me you saw the part where he was defending his reason of not thinking Xanderroot was in the ground.
Yes, I saw that.
Beer.
I was there for that.
He showed root beer. It's like root beer. It's not actually beer in it. Therefore, me looking for Xanderroot in the ground and not doing that is totally fine.
Because not everything with root is going to be in the ground. It's like, motherfucker, you've been sent on a quest to make a herbal remedy. I don't think a drink named Xanderroot is going to be part of a herbal remedy.
And the people actually asked him, Acerthorn, do you see many root beer bottles in this fucking sky?
Yeah, that's what we were saying in chat. We were like, okay, let's go with this example. Okay, now why would you look into the sky for that?
Yeah. Why would you look straight up in the sky for Xanderroot?
$2 from Scoopmeister. Thank you. Oh boy, 8:30 a.m.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, that's our tangent. That's the thing. Back to the video.
Really up to you to decide.
I'm probably gonna have to leave within the hour, so I don't know. Like, I'm almost thinking like double speed this guy.
Yeah,
double speed.
Maybe 1.5 or something.
Well, yeah, let's ramp it up a little bit.
Well, the problem with that is we're still going to get the same arguments, and like we're probably not going to save that much time on it.
We will see. We will see. We will not know until we try. I have currently 1.5'd it. Let's go.
Okay.
I hate it. I hate when people turn off automatic. What do you call it? Automatic subtitles, because otherwise I can kind of scrub the script and find points. Because Patrician TV brought up some interesting points about like kind of lying about some of the things that Samuel Line said and everything like that. Those.
Well, no, what Patricia said is this guy lied about things he said in the previous video.
Yes. Okay. So we'll see how that goes.
About making them straight out immortal or not. It's really not.
I would just like to point out that his voice actually sounds normal. At 1.5.
Yeah, it doesn't sound that much fed up. Yeah.
Okay.
For me to say, honestly, because I find it very difficult to make my mind up on the subject myself. What I would say is I think it'd be better if, and this may be the case with Skyrim, I don't think it is though, I think it'd be better if once the relevant quest involving that NPC is finished and done away with, you should therefore be able to kill them. You know, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to kill them. And a perfect example of this is the camp commanders during the Civil War quests, you know, the Stormcloak camps and the Imperial camps. You have that one sort of Centurion commander guy in charge of the whole camp who is marked as essential, and even after the Civil War is finished, you can't kill them. You know, they just go unconscious and then they get back up again, and there's no reason for that.
Yeah. So
Now,
okay, you're now understanding like a lot of the problems of this thing. Again, if only they had a system called like protected or something that allowed the player to kill them. So when I attack a fucking Stormcloak camp, I can kill the Stormcloak camp.
well, here's the other thing too. What if, as my part of my roleplay experience, I want to go and assassinate the commanders of the enemy camps, and now I can't do that because they're essential. You know.
Yeah, that's. I mean, he's kind of arguing against his argument, isn't he?
Yeah. He's giving an example of why the current system we have is so bad. So,
well, he's just
even getting a small concession to that is better.
I mean, I'd even take a system where you kill them, they drop to the ground, they're mortally wounded, and then you can find them later in like a triage or something. Like something like that would be better than just invulnerable NPCs.
And I also want to agree with what Patrician said in chat. Essential until a pre-scripted point is still essential. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, the marking them unessential later on is still a band-aid to a bullet wound as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
It's better than permanently essential, but it is still essential for part of the game.
Yeah.
It's still the game literally telling you, you can't do this until we say you can.
Yep.
In Oblivion, once a quest was wanted to, you know, and I don't see why that hasn't been carried over into Skyrim. That seems a bit odd, but there it is. You know, other people have brought up games like Arcanum, who dealt with being able to kill plot characters in a very, very intelligent and very clever way, which I also. But the problem is here, really. I agree with what a lot of you were saying.
The video's skipping for me.
And missing the point I was.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, he's just saying he agrees with what a lot of people are saying, and they brought up Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura. Again, that is Troika Games. Troika, you were taken from us too soon, and I wish Bethesda didn't outbid you for Fallout. I would have loved your version of Fallout to at least see it, because every one of your games is a classic for a reason. So
I love Empire the Masquerade Bloodlines, but honestly, Arcanum showed off sort of day-to-day activities and behavior patterns and stuff way more advanced than Bloodlines did. Like, they had really, really, like, you could sneak through people's windows at night. You know, they had schedules, they'd close shop at certain times of the day. Like, I think that later Bethesda games had that too, but it was really, really ahead of its time. I think it was, 2001, 2002, I think?
Yes, it was incredibly game-changing, and it is such a good fucking... Okay, I don't want to go too much on it, but I will just say recommend all of Troika's games. Temple of Elemental Evil is great. Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura is great, and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is great.
I would say that Arcanum did. I mean, obviously, 2D game, you can probably get away with a bit more development time on those kind of systems, but I'd say Arcanum did town simulation better in 2001 than Oblivion did in 2005. When did Oblivion come out?
I think it was 2006, because Morrowind was 2002.
6. Yeah, they do, 2006, right? So yeah, 5 years before, I'd say they did it better than Oblivion, which, again, 3D world, more complicated, but yeah, no, I'm regularly impressed by all the stuff that they put into, like, they had a whole crazy first impression algorithm, which would measure your race, your gender, your attractiveness, both charismatic, like your charisma attractiveness, and your physical attractiveness, and your clothing. They would measure all that stuff when you're talking to NPCs, and NPCs would have various different greetings to you. And you can get away with a lot more when you have text-based dialogue for most of it, but still, yeah, immersion in that game is incredible at times.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Definitely. Like I said, I don't want to go too much into it because I don't want to get into a, just
Another massive tangent.
gush mode. Yeah, exactly. So let's just say 2 thumbs up, highly recommended.
Is here really, I agree with what a lot of you are saying. I do. And a lot of you, unfortunately, seem to be kind of missing the point I was trying to make in the video itself. And this kind of applies to a lot of the other things I'm going to discuss as well. You kind of replied to it as if I was saying that making all the NPCs immortal was a good thing and a perfect solution, and there was no room for improvement and shouldn't be changed. I wasn't saying that at all. I wasn't even saying whether or not it was necessarily a good thing to begin with.
Yes, you were.
You were defending...
No. You were absolutely saying it's a good thing because here are all these problems with it, so they had to do it. It's a good thing. You
and
actually said that.
And again, there are literally dozens of alternatives, at least.
Yeah.
If a character dies traveling down the road from Shadenhall to Breville, have them hire a set of mercenaries to keep them protected. Have them travel with guards. Or join a caravan. Or join a caravan.
I believe one of his direct quotes was something along the lines of immersion sometimes has to immersion has to be sacrificed to make the game more playable or accessible or something like that. I don't have
something to that effect. I don't remember the exact quote. But
yeah, and his whole argument was like the unkillable NPCs and things like that. And yeah, this seems to me that he had his first big video blow up with a lot of criticism, and this is his band-aid basically over it. I mean, again, this is almost 10 years ago, so I'm not going to judge him today on this. Is obviously he's probably has a lot more nuanced viewpoint on it all by now, because it's like 10 years after the game released. But at this time, it seems pretty much like damage control. So. Yeah.
As Patrician TV puts it, the NPC he's referring to was dumb anyways because she was traveling across the continent weekly to visit her mom. Yeah.
Yeah.
I said, that was my whole thing of like the Radiant AI system in Oblivion. It wasn't scrubbed out because they were too smart. It's because they were too dumb.
Well, so that's the thing too, is the character shouldn't be traveling across the entire country weekly. That should be like once a month or once every 2 months type thing.
Yeah, let's make it something special.
Yeah. I know which... Yeah. I'm vague... I don't remember the exact name or which town she lives in, but she's like the countess of one of the towns, and she's traveling to another town to... Yeah, as Patrician says, to visit her mom. So...
Alright, backing up.
Room for improvement shouldn't be changed. I wasn't saying that at all. I wasn't even saying whether or not it was necessarily a good thing to begin with. I was simply saying that the reason Bethesda did it in the first place was to respond to a very specific game mechanic that had kind of evolved out of their Radiant AI thing that they kind of cooked up. They didn't implement this immortal NPC thing because they wanted to dumb down the game. That's the important thing here. They didn't do it because they wanted to dumb down the game. They did it because of the game mechanics.
Okay, I still disagree with that, because there's absolutely the kinds of people who would kill Chaos Cassades or any other character immoral when it's important, and complain that, oh, I killed a quest character, now I can't complete the game, wah. I guarantee if I Google it right now, I'll be able to find someone who has that exact issue.
And this kind of goes back to my previous argument I think I had. It reminds actually I used to watch Total Biscuit's podcast years ago, when he was obviously still alive. But they would occasionally take segments of that and do an animated version of it. And one that I thought was very funny, it was Jesse, I forget his last name right now, Jesse, what's his name, on the podcast. He was the regular host. He was talking about some sort of...
Jesse Cox.
Yeah, Jesse Cox, there you go. He was talking about the story. I don't remember the exact context of it, but basically the story went... I think he was working with some devs or playing a demo with some devs or whatever of this new upcoming RPG. And then Jesse goes in and kills some NPC, and then the developers are like, he was a quest giver. And then he goes and kills all these other NPCs, and he's like, but they were all quest givers.
He went to Larian Studios and his Divinity Original Sin 1, and he's like watching them like go on a massacre on the town, and like, no, they had a really good story. And just like, fine.
But it reminded me, it's like, is it your story or is it their story? Like, if you're going to make a game where you're supposed to be the storyteller, who cares why you want to kill Caius Cosades? Like,
Yeah.
who cares? You should be able to kill him if he's mortal. You should be able to kill him. I don't know. And I think they put in a few. I think they put in a couple backup NPCs for certain quests in Skyrim, didn't they? Or at least maybe that was what they were talking about in that chat I shared with you with what's his name, Bruce Nesmith. But
Yeah.
I thought they were going to. He was discussing in that backup NPCs. So if you killed NPC A, NPC B would provide that quest. If you killed NPC B, NPC C would provide that quest. Obviously, that becomes a whole huge amount of logistics about more dialogue, more voiceover, or more voice acting, I should say. But I don't know. Like, you don't really need to give a reason why sometimes a player wants to be bad, and you can counteract that by having pretty brutal and unforgiving justice systems too. You killed this very important person. You now are being chased by the guards now. That's a really interesting RPG scenario.
Yeah.
I liked Larian's solution to that, because when they realized that somebody would do that, I mean, they, in the back of their minds, they had to obviously realize somebody would do this. So what they did was they didn't make essential NPCs. Instead, they'd be like, okay, well, on his body will be his journal talking about the strange noises he found, and he's curious what's in there, so now you know to go to that cave. Or his spirit is there. He hasn't been taken away to the Hall of Echoes yet, so you can talk to his spirit and ask him questions and stuff like that. He'll be mad at you, but now you can do that. So instead of realizing that people would do this, or maybe the orcs would actually break into the town and kill everybody, it didn't matter, because there were other ways to progress that. They had backups in place and things that were hard-coded in that couldn't be like, haha, yeah, the person died, but their journal's there on their body. Or, haha, the person died, but their soul is there waiting to be taken to the Hall of Echoes. So you can talk with them.
Yeah, I remember that now. Now that I remember it in Divinity Original Sin 2,
Yep.
they divorced the quests from the quest givers. The quests were their own entities you could discover, like you said, through journals, through logs, through people. And you could actually finish a quest without knowing that you actually started the quest, and then later find out that, oh my God, that was a whole story, and you actually did it, and you found it. Like,
yeah.
they made it so you could learn about quests backwards, forwards, sideways. Yeah, and
Yes.
that's probably the best solution, because that way you don't need to keep these people alive in the first place.
Like the Yarrow quest. The Yarrow quest is a really good one to start with. If you're just a little loot goblin, you've been picking up stuff everywhere, you probably picked up a Yarrow flower. Well, then you go through Fort Joy and you meet this monster on the beach, and he said, "Yarrow, Yarrow, little Yarrow," and then you can hand him the flower, without even knowing that that's what he wanted, or you needed it, or that there was a quest, and he'd tell you, "Oh, my little Yarrow girl." And there's no other thing indicating that there's more to this. But if you then happen to wander near a guard later on, you realize that this guard is named Yarrow. And then you talk with her, and she's talking about how she can't find her father or anything like that. She doesn't know where he is, and she's worried. And you can say, "Hey, yeah, I met him before. There was a guy who was in pain. He was at the beach." And she's like, "Really? How do you know it was him?" "Well, here's his ring that he gave me." And instead of having to start the quest from her and find the father and find the flower and maybe kill the father because he attacks you, well, now you went on this entire thing. You did the entire quest without realizing it. You've reunited these two. And yeah.
That's just good writing, because that means that the entire quest and all of the connecting points of it was already in place. I have a feeling a lot of these quests are generated upon you talking to the person. In a lot of games, they literally are. So, like, I don't know if in a Bethesda game necessarily, if every single quest, all of those people and all those items are in place by the time you start the quest. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. But I love the idea that you can kind of come at it sideways. You met the objective before you met the quest giver. That's cool. I love that. Yeah.
And I love that. And again, that's just me giving an example. That's every single quest in Divinity Original Sin 2. That's everything. Like, there's a little boy who's trapped on the other side of a ravine from his mother because his mother raised the bridge because there were monsters out there. And then you can talk with the boy and be like, "Hey, save my mom," stuff like that. Or if you missed the boy or ignored him and you went around the other side, you meet his mom, and his mom goes, "Oh my God, did my son make it? I pulled the bridge up. Is he there?" So it was a different start. You started with her instead of with him. Or if you don't talk with either of them, you kill the monsters and you drop the bridge, the boy comes running back across screaming, "Mom, Mom!" And his mother comes out of the house thinking that the monsters are still there. And they get reunited, and she thanks you for killing the monsters. So you didn't talk with either of them, and you still did the quest.
Yeah, and that's how it should be. It shouldn't be you must talk to person A first, no matter what. I like
Yeah.
the organic sort of sandbox nature of the quest that way. Yeah, now that you reminded me of that, I remember tons of quests I did out of sequence in Divinity Original Sin. It was
Oh, that was
really,
Divinity.
really
Okay.
impressive.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was about to ask what game that was.
Yeah, it's the Divinity series. Larian Studios, just in general, I am definitely a fanboy for Larian Studios. I will fully admit I am biased in that regard, but I think they are a very down to earth team, and they're very humble, and they're willing to poke fun at themselves because they like doing comedy a lot. So they like poking fun at themselves as well, all
Nice.
the time.
Yeah, I'd say that they might go a little bit hard in the comedy sometimes, but
That's what they scaled it back for Divinity Original Sin 2. 1 had a lot more comedy in it, for sure.
But other than that, they're like the reincarnation of BioWare for me. Just like for the most part, Arcane is like the reincarnation of Looking Glass Studios. They may not be as quite as legendary in all regards, but they definitely are carrying the spirit of those studios.
I tell you what, if they pull off Baldur's Gate 3, and by all accounts, Baldur's Gate 3 has been really good so far, but if they manage to pull it off, like fully get it to the end goal and home run that shit, I think they're going to become a household name.
Yeah, they're already doing really well. They were really smart to do a huge, essentially beta version on PC with Divinity Original Sin and work out the kinks, and then add co-op and then console. That was where they really, but without sacrificing depth, is what they really did well. I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, we're off topic again.
Yeah, it's very easy to get off topic. There's a lot of examples to use against these points that he's making.
Well, yeah, and plus it's just good conversation with people you're generally interested in hearing what they have to fucking say. So
yeah,
like I actually want to hear what Indigo has to say. So I am totally down for us going on the what video are we watching? Oh, who cares? Indigo, keep going.
Especially when it comes to Elder Scrolls, since he knows so much more about Elder Scrolls than I do. Like again, I said at the start of stream, I didn't dig too deep into the lore because once I was interested enough to learn about the lore, I realized, oh wait, it's in this constant state of they're going to rewrite it as they please, so learning the lore doesn't matter.
Yeah. Which is very unfortunate.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, that was the whole point I was trying to make. In Samuel Online's original video, he argued that NPCs had been made immortal by Bethesda for the sole purpose of dumbing the game down, and that simply isn't the case, as I've already demonstrated.
I would say probably not for the sole purpose, but also did he actually say that? I guess that would be prudent.
That's what I was starting to ask. Did he say for the sole purpose? Because again,
I'd say it's a factor. I'd say absolutely it's a factor.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, I do not buy that they did not do this to dumb it down. I don't buy that was not a consideration at all.
And to go back to Patrician's comment in chat earlier, that sounds like an ML whining about people taking his games and making paper airplanes with it.
Yeah.
I assume that's what he was referring to earlier. I didn't read that out at the time because the whole discussion got away from that, but yeah, it very much seems like this is killable quest NPCs is the kind of thing that people complain about, and then rather than going deeper on it, they just did the laziest, easiest fix. Rather than having you live with the consequences, they tore out any chance of you dealing with the consequences. They're just immortal.
Yeah.
So. I mean, at this point, all he is arguing is the motivation behind this change.
Yeah.
Who cares? Really, what the motivation was? That the end result is less choice, and therefore it's less advanced. And I don't know. I mean, maybe that doesn't technically. Maybe that you could find a definition of dumb down that fits that or doesn't fit that. But I consider less choice, less options, less advanced to be simplified, streamlined, and therefore
dumbed down.
Less challenged, i.e., less challenging, i.e., dumbed down. So
yeah,
I mean, however you want to say it, it's objectively less choices. So
I look at it slightly. System. I look at it slightly differently. I view streamlined as making things easier for people to understand without taking out the complexity
The
or
depth.
depth. Whereas
Yeah.
dumbing down is taking out the complexity and depth in order to make it easier for people to,
Yeah.
I guess, understand
So-
and use.
So my example the other day was, okay, lockpicking. So what if you had a system where, okay, you have lockpick chest, lockpick door, lockpick crates or whatever, or lock boxes, stuff like that. Well, that's a lot of depth, and there's a lot of interesting ideas that you need to be skilled at different types of locks for different things. But is it really dumbing down if you just bring that all together under the banner of lockpicking? I would argue no, that's just streamlining it. But then dumbing down would be you have lockpicking, pickpocketing, sneaking, stuff like that, and then you just bring them all together under the header stealth.
Yeah, they're not individual skills. It's just you have a stealth skill, and it has all these things under it.
Yeah, I would say that's dumbing down. Instead of streamlining it while keeping the complexity and depth, you have now totally removed the complexity and depth and just made it one generic overall banner.
Yeah, I mean, you can argue about semantics, but in the end, less options, less choice. If that sounds better to you, then
Yeah.
I don't really care about the motivation. They took away choice. That's the only thing that objectively happened is they took away choice. So
Yeah, I can agree with that. It's the equivalent of throwing out chaff to throw off counter arguments. Oh, he's responding to Kuna. Another fallacy, Gish Gallop. Bring up loads of unrelated points to make it more difficult to counter easily.
Yeah. That's fair. All right.
The whole point I was trying. In Samuel Online's original video, he argued that NPCs had been made immortal by Bethesda for the sole purpose of dumbing the game down, and that simply isn't the case, as I've already demonstrated. Well, as far as I think I've demonstrated to you clearly enough. And unfortunately, people seem to miss that point. So I feel it necessary, to make that a little bit more explicit here, because it wasn't just a few people who were commenting on that. It was a hell of a lot of people. My inbox was full with this stuff. So there it is. Anyway, I'm glad I've had a chance to clear that up. Hopefully, some of the people who did complain about that have actually watched this. But anyway.
Yeah, you're still
Unfortunately,
wrong.
you didn't clear that up, and you are incorrect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're still wrong.
Box was full with this stuff. So there it is. Anyway, I'm glad I've had a chance to clear that up. Hopefully, some of the people who did complain about that have actually watched this. But anyway. Okay, so the second thing is that a lot of people kind of accuse me of saying that people only like Morrowind because of nostalgia. Now, that's just
You did.
Okay.
You
You
started
did.
off. You started off the video saying, "Oh, the nostalgia glasses, the nostalgia goggles."
And even
Yeah.
highlighted a picture of it. You absolutely said that the reason people think Morrowind is good is because of nostalgia.
Yeah. This video
Like,
is frustrating to watch from an editing perspective. It is.
Yeah,
It's just
we-
generic
we
gameplay. He's
talked
not
about
backing anything up with footage.
Yes, and the fact
And
that he has his mouse cursor on screen the entire time,
Oh.
he hasn't gotten rid of any of his any breathings, any pops, nothing like that. His frame rate is all over the place,
Yeah.
which thankfully you don't notice near as much at 1.5 times speed. But yeah, it's again, you straight up lied because you actually showed it and said it multiple times that if you get rid of your nostalgia glasses and you think honestly, Skyrim is not dumbing it down. It's like, no.
And
No, hold on.
not just that, Morrowind isn't as good as you remember.
So here's the exact quote. People really need to take off the rose-tinted glasses from time to time. That is, after all, why when many of the complaints like this come from. And frankly, I'm sick of hearing them. This is that auto-transcribe, so it might be a little wrong there. But yeah, basically
Alright.
he's saying that that's
Yep.
where most of the complaints come from is rose-tinted glasses. Like, that's nostalgia is the reason why people don't like things. I can't tell you how many people have played Skyrim, Oblivion, and then went back to Morrowind and told me that's now their favorite game. Or
Yep.
some people even go back to Daggerfall after never playing it before, and they love it. So like, there definitely is some nostalgia factor, and I can't say I'm completely unbiased by the sequence of games I played, but I also don't think that's necessarily true, and that just kind of It's like a
Yep.
wet blanket over the whole thing, just saying, "Oh, it's all nostalgia filled" or whatever, and then he kind of backtracks and says, "It's not all nostalgia, whatever." I mean, again, no offense to him, this is obviously like 7, 8 years ago, but this was damage control. So.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean offense to him on this. He's lying about what he said in the previous video.
Yep.
That's just
and-
something I'm not gonna let go. Like, I'm sorry, but you did make the nostalgia argument in your original video, and trying to backtrack now doesn't fix that.
Yeah. And as Patricia TV pointed out, for the whole editing thing, it's not even that, it's what he isn't cutting out. Yeah, Indigo had made mention earlier that you cut out all the dead air and stuff like that. Like, this is 1.5 times speed, and there's still lots of, and then, and then another thing happens, and it's like, you just cut that stuff out. Even if this is not a scripted video, you have control of the editing software. Just cut that out.
Yeah.
So I'm of the idea that he pulled open his one of his like Let's Plays or whatever, and just Camtasia recorded over it. That would explain the cursor. That would explain the frame rate drops.
Yeah.
My money is on Camtasia at this point, and that's why I didn't edit anything.
But
Right,
yes,
were we still holding on for you? Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, Cree, were we still holding on?
holding on for what?
I thought you said hold on or something like that.
Did I?
Go through tradition. I
Uh,
don't know. Has I gone insane? Have the videos finally gotten to?
yes.
Okay.
But yes, this is the big thing that I caught. He absolutely made the original nostalgia argument. Yeah. And he said, Patricia made another comment here. It's at around 22 minutes. I know the last video was about 22 minutes. You mean the nostalgia argument as well, or not?
Because he did it twice. He did the goggles early
Oh,
on.
right. That's probably
He
where
did
he
the-
ended off the video on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway. Okay, so the second thing is that a lot of people kind of accuse me of saying that people only like Morrowind because of nostalgia. Now, that's just patently false. I didn't say that. I don't think I even implied it. So I don't know really where you got that from, but
I
We
don't think
got
I
it from-
even.
I feel like...
Go ahead. Go ahead.
We got it from when you said nostalgia. People are blinded by their nostalgia glasses.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've got the quote here. In my mind, that's a very simplistic view. That's heavily okay. Let me get the full quote here.
Yes, he was walking through Black Reach when he said it. It's
think-
one of his last
I think
points. It's a
his-
big part of his argument.
At
Yeah.
23 seconds, he says, I think his video is by all means a very good one. In fact, I agree with a lot of the points he made and the clarity with which he made them. There's a case to be made for the apparent casualization of the Elder Scrolls series, certainly, but in my mind, that's a very simplistic view that's heavily influenced by gaming nostalgia rather than honest facts.
Yeah.
Okay,
So not implying at all. Let me tell you.
yeah, Patricia quoted it, didn't even imply it. And this is just straight up lying at this point. I have to take it as that. Unless this guy he said he recorded the first video like a while back.
A long time before this. Yeah.
A long time before this, which, what is a long time to you? Because for some YouTubers, a week is a long time. For some people, 5 years is a long time. Obviously, it's not that long, but you know what I'm getting at. A long time doesn't tell me how long ago it was made. So, between the time of making it and the time of releasing it, I guess you just didn't watch it, and you don't remember that you said nostalgia. You brought up the nostalgia argument twice, and now you're saying, oh, I didn't even imply it.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact that his entire first video, I just saw this chat. Don't forget the cabal of evil casuals straw man. Yeah.
Oh,
his
yeah,
argument that it was conspiracy theory the entire way through.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not a conspiracy theory. They said absolutely with a Mill's speech and everything. We know they are dumbing these down to appeal to casuals.
Yeah,
They've told us that.
Just because ML and Bethesda don't literally use the words dumbing down, that doesn't mean it's not what they're doing.
Yeah, they said they're making it more appealing to a wider audience of casual players. That's dumbing it down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just another citation at a minute or just straight up 1 minute mark of this first video. I do feel that when it comes to Morrowind, far too many people have the nostalgia goggles so firmly in place. It's a typo, obviously, from the
Yeah.
automatic. far too many people have the nostalgia goggles so firmly in place that they overlook the many flaws the game possessed, and in some cases go as far as to compare their idealized version of the game to later titles like Oblivion and more recently Skyrim.
So the argument
So-
is, I'm misremembering Morrowind to be better than it is, and comparing that to the later games, which maybe some people are doing that. I don't think.
Well, you will always have, again, as we always say, you will have that crazy person.
Yeah, there's always a
in
crazy
the whole-
person.
In the whole Dark Souls research thing I'm doing, you have like yeah, and then like I hate the people that play Dark Souls because they say you're not a real gamer unless you beat Dark Souls. You're not allowed to critique video games unless you beat Dark Souls. Like, that's a crazy person. Why are you listening to a crazy person? You know he's a crazy person.
Also, I want to point out Patrician's comment here. He would have to be badly remembering what he said. Yeah, the video that he released the day before he recorded this one, which is my whole issue with him trying to back away from the nostalgia thing now. He absolutely fucking said it. There's no getting around it.
At least 4 times. Here's the last 2 times at a minute, about 22 minutes. Okay. Well, he said, well, that's all I have to say about Samuel Online's video. What I would like to say is, in a more general sense, though, is that people really need to take off the rose-tinted glasses from time to time. That is, after all, what many of the complaints like this come from. And frankly, I'm sick of hearing them. Well,
Yeah,
that's all for me today. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope it convinced 1 or 2 people to put their nostalgia goggles aside and more closely examine their treasured titles like Morrowind with a more mature and critical eye. And if not, well, I hope you were at least entertained. So yeah, at least 4 distinct references to nostalgia, rose-tinted glasses.
Yeah.
That was pretty clear. I don't see how people misunderstood that.
And similar to how he and not how he ended the video, but the argument about dialogue in Morrowind, he was being insanely disingenuous to that part, to the point I think he said he was lying, because he was very clearly, like, heavily misrepresenting the dialogue in Morrowind to try and make his point. He is just straight up lying here. Unless we're to believe that he forgot what was in the video he uploaded it the day before he recorded this one. So
you just not rewatch this video? It's a 22-minute video. I guess back in 2013 that was long, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. 22 minutes in 2013. It's 22 minutes in 2021. So
You didn't get like
what Indigo is, I guess.
I know what he's saying. I'm just
we didn't have the Lord Longington of Usually Abbey or anything like that going on.
No, I know, but I'm just being an
have,
asshole to Sorcerer Dave here. It's like, watch your fucking shit before you upload it.
We didn't have Patrician TV quick analysis like we have today.
Yes. Oh god, I love the fact that you call them quick too.
That's the best. It's always funny seeing people freak out with "quick" in quotes, and then they look at the time code.
Yeah, as if it wasn't an obvious joke.
He was straight up wrong about several things in the first video. Oh yeah, we went through it. Holy shit,
we called him out multiple times on the first video. Yeah. The Balmora one was the one that started making us really angry. Was him just constantly going to every NPC in Balmora and asking him about the fucking town they're in. And I said, okay, here's an experiment for you. Go into your hometown and ask people randomly on the street, every single one you pass, what can you tell me about this place? What can you tell me about this place? What can you tell me about this place? You might notice that a lot of them have a similar sentiment, or they'll finally tell you to just fuck off.
Yeah, it's a bit wild.
Yeah.
I would at least, if I was going to do a response video, like I don't generally do response videos to my content. I don't think I ever have, actually, because I figure like whatever I said in my video, I'm going to stand by it, even if my if my video is so flawed that I can't stand by it, I'll take it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my attitude. Like if
I
wouldn't say my videos are factually perfect. There's some like weird not completely deal breaking errors, but minor errors throughout a lot of my videos. I researched them, I double checked them, but I missed some things. I grew up in Washington State and misremembered the mountain range up there as the the Rocky Mountains rather than the Cascade Mountains. It's just like memory just sometimes just completely skips. Your memory just kind of fucks up sometimes. So sometimes that happens. I try to source things. I try to like double check things on walkthroughs, wikis, information hubs, because sometimes I misremember stuff. Sometimes I was like, was that a Fallout 2 thing or Fallout 1 thing? I don't remember. So but we all make mistakes. But
that's why it's just good to go through and do the whole research thing. Is it feels good to, hey, I remember this being a thing, and then you do the research like, yes, I got that right. I knew that was a thing. It's just a fun little moments of joy of just like when you're starting on these projects, at least speaking from my experience now, though, since I'm working on the Dark Souls analysis, it's just fun to be like, this is what I remember, these are what I know about it, and this is how it works, and everything like that. And then you do the research, and everything's like lining up. It's like, yes, I haven't become senile yet. Dementia hasn't set in.
Yeah. It just in this case, he released a video, and a week later, he went back and completely kind of rewrote history about some of the statements he made. And like,
yeah,
if I would just go back and rewatch your video and compare it to the complaints people had and say, hey, let me clarify let me try to restate in more clear terms what I was intending to say, because what I said obviously wasn't communicating. Here's what I really think, or here's what my more nuanced opinion is now that I've gotten a bunch of blowback. That would be a little bit more honest, but no, he's just basically saying that he never said that, which is not true.
Well, sometimes what I'll do, if people claim I said something, I'll actually go back to the script or go back to the video to see if what they said I said is in there, and oftentimes they're wrong. I had someone the other day claiming that I called Many a True Nerd retarded in my Fallout 3 response. Now, I know for a fact I didn't, because I went out of my way to specifically not insult him, even though how insanely disingenuous that video is. But I did use retarded 4 times in that video, and not once was it in reference to him. One was to someone who said 3 flowers are growing in the graveyard, that means there's plant life in the capital wasteland. One was towards Bethesda. Even the Enclave has irradiated food. The people who are like fanatical about their pure bloodlines. What the fuck are you doing, Bethesda? This is retarded. And I believe the other 2 times were referring to... No, once was referring to Colonel Autumn, and once was referring to the Nuka-Cola bitch.
Yes, fucking... Why? There's a water crisis. Nuka-Cola! Nuka-Cola! There's a water crisis! Stop it!
Yeah, the lore is just kind of whatever.
Yeah, there's...
I still could not believe that was real, that somebody said, yeah, there's plant life all over the capital wasteland, and clearly they can grow crops because of these 3 little flowers in the graveyard. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Hold on. I need you to help me here. So, because we see 3 little flowers in the graveyard, that means that they could grow them everywhere, but they just don't.
Well, here's another argument that's come up since then. The grass in Fallout 3 isn't dead. It's just a lot of grass will go brown and they're still alive. It's like trying to survive in like poor conditions. But you have to take into consideration, this is 200 years later. You telling me the grass has barely been surviving for 200 years straight? I'm not buying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't grass go dormant during the winter, even under the snow, and it regrows?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because like you don't get a brand new set of grass every year. That grass is still there, just very, very dormant.
Yeah.
God, imagine that all fucking like winter countries. Is winter over yet? Well, we're in the brown season because everything's dirt. And then all of a sudden, new grass goes.
Well, it's more that the low nutrient, low water situation that they're surviving in the capital wasteland. Again, 200 years without rain, and I have to take it as 200 years without rain because that's what the game shows me. It doesn't rain at all in the capital wasteland. So how is this grass surviving? It physically can't.
Kjar 18 with 20 Norwegian crowns. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Christmas greetings. You guys feeling jolly?
Fuck no.
Yes. I generally am. I also made myself a bit sad because I told these guys I started watching Joyeux Noel again, which is a great Christmas movie, by the way. If you have not seen it, Joyeux Noel is the French name for it. It is a film that was released in 2005, 2006 in the United States, and it is about the World War One Christmas truce. It is a fantastic Christmas movie. I highly, highly recommend watching it. If you get emotional, though, it's going to punch you right in the feels, for sure.
I also want to point out 200 years without rain on the East Coast. Yeah, that's what Fallout 3 shows us. And we know they can get rain in that engine on those systems when it released because there's rain in Oblivion and there's rain in Honest Hearts. So
there's rain in Morrowind.
There's rain in Morrowind.
Yeah, so like I think would be much more interesting and more realistic because you have to do some pretty life-devastating things to the world to completely remove its water system, precipitation system.
Yeah.
There's a thing called rainout, which is basically when radiation gets taken in by rain and falls to the ground.
Yep.
And that's like really, really bad for people and crops and things like that, obviously.
Yeah.
I think that's more of a thing that happens shortly after a nuclear explosion would happen. So
yes,
I don't know
because
if it'd be happening after 200 years, but
the
still.
particulate matter and everything would still, the radiation would be clinging to particulate matter, dust, everything like that, which is what gets brought up into the air, and then it's what forms the condensation around it, which makes it freeze and then fall as rain. So yeah, it would have the radiation with it. Same thing with acid rain. It's how acid rain works. It picks up the chemicals on the particulate matter.
Every time I hear the words acid rain, I can't help but remember that Simpsons episode where Willie is singing in the rain, and then his umbrella melts away and he starts getting burned by the acid.
God. every time I think of acid rain, my brain immediately jumps to the obvious fucking meme, chocolate rain.
Oh God.
No. Oh, brain, don't go. Tangent time for tiny tangent. Very, very tiny tangent. He actually got contracted to do voice work for Black Desert Online.
Really?
And yeah. And it was about as I could not take this serious as you could imagine.
Oh.
Just to hear Chocolate Rain guy narrating an Asian MMO in broken English. Not his fault, by the way. He's reading the script as is presented to him. But yeah, oh boy.
Also, Patrician pointed out here, I didn't realize that Fallout 3 and Skyrim don't have heavy rain until his recent Skyrim playthrough. It doesn't really rain in Skyrim either. I never noticed that, I'll be honest. That's something that I kind of glossed over, I guess. Wow. There's PNW style rain in Skyrim, but heavy rain came back in Fallout 4. PNW? I guess it's just light rain or something, but yeah.
I would have liked to have had some sort of like acid rain system or something like that in the Fallout games. If it does rain, like it's actually something dangerous, you have to get indoors, or else you're going to take damage or something, or take radiation. That'd be
Imagine Stalker. Oh man, Stalker is a better Fallout game in every regard. Ugh. Dude, Stalker's blowouts are like legendary for that. The first time you experience a blowout, especially if you happen to be near Zoltan or something like that, and you see them fire up the flare in the sky, and then all the air raid sirens go off, you're like, what the fuck is happening? And then your PDA chips in with like, get to cover immediately, emergency, get to cover. And it's like, oh yeah. You ever played the Stalker games and gone through a blowout, guys? Oh my god.
Yeah,
blowouts are amazing.
Ooh, it's so good.
I've clicked the executable and the game's been running, but I'm not sure if I've actually ever played the Stalker games because I don't know if you can actually play them. Really unstable. At least when I try to mod it, I'll have to try that again.
Don't mod it. Get Stalker Anomaly instead. It's a standalone mod that you don't need anything else for. Just get Stalker Anomaly. I will link you to that directly.
So yeah, I apologize. I didn't catch PNW Pacific Northwest. I've actually not seen it abbreviated like that. That's weird. But yeah, no, I grew up in Washington for my first 18 years, so we got People say it rains up there all the time. It's less rain, it's more overcast. It's like overcast probably 70-80% of the time.
Apparently, it's raining all the time now because peace was never an option, and my streams is always like, "It's fucking raining again! Yes, glorious rain!" And then when the sun's out, he's like, "My state's broken." I'm like, "Why? The sun's out."
Yeah, I'd say Washington is gorgeous for like 2 months of the year, like maybe 3 months of the year, and then the rest is just kind of overcast most of the time. It does rain a lot.
Oh,
but
sounds like I'd love it then.
Oh, if you like overcast.
Yeah, hell yeah. Fuck the sun.
All right, yeah, Washington's your place then. Doesn't get too cold most of the time, but we usually have They usually have 4 seasons.
It rains the same amount in Washington as most places. It just does it all the time, so it's light most days. That's fair.
Yeah, I mean,
Here in
stuff. It's very different when I moved to Florida. Like, Florida is like literally no clouds in the sky. 10 minutes later, monsoon, and then 30 minutes later, clear skies again. Like Florida gets it done. Washington weather kind of like decides to kind of move in. Like, you might actually tell that it's going to rain tomorrow by just like a drizzle today. Like it takes its time in Washington State because I guess just the clouds are a lot more spread out, and so rain is a lot more like progressive, kind of progresses slower than the rain in Florida. But like, I've literally seen in Florida one side of the sidewalk, like one sidewalk dry, the other side of the sidewalk wet. Like sometimes you get like ripples of rain. It's super weird.
We here in the Hoosier state, our weather is vastly known as the just wait 5 minutes, it'll change.
Yeah.
But usually not for the better, by the way.
No, never for the better.
Yeah, horror, like ice storms especially are a thing. Like, we had one ice storm already this year. We'll probably get another one as the temperature plummets again. It's weird to see the temperature go back up, and then it's going to probably plummet again. That's why we're getting that's why we're having some really bad storms here. Not tornadoes. Tornadoes have always existed in this time. But thank God we didn't get our tornadoes, because we are one of the states that can be hit by tornadoes pretty frequently.
I think Patricia nailed it. This video is impossible to talk about. It's not very good.
Yeah, because he's responding to what David Banner said. That's why I started chuckling. Is it rude to ask why it takes 11 hours to review a 40-minute video? Guys, we are not even 10 minutes in.
Yeah, Ian, guys, we are... You get good flows of conversation, and you really don't want to be like, shut the fuck up! It's time to continue. You really don't want to do that. If you have a good conversation going, might as well let it keep going.
I like how we're literally talking about the weather instead of talking about this video.
Because this video is so bad. He just said he didn't talk about nostalgia in the previous video, but he did.
Yeah, he literally just straight up lied. So that does make us lose a bit of sympathy for you.
Just a little bit.
Didn't say that. I even implied it. So I don't know really where you got that from, but there it is.
We got it from when you said it.
Point.
Multiple
a lot
times.
of people did bring this up, and here's the thing, that's not what I said. Morrowind is my favourite game of the Elder Scrolls series. Hands down, cards on the table. That's my final opinion on the matter. Morrowind is the best game in the Elder Scrolls series. It's the best one that Bethesda ever produced.
So, okay, I'm just going to continue from this real fast, but that does not mean that you did not say the statements that you said. You saying that, oh no, I love it, really, but you also did say that people were blinded by nostalgia for it. So, sorry.
Yeah, he said he was sick of people talking about how great Morrowind is while being blinded by nostalgia. How are we supposed to take that?
Yeah. Patricia says he had to executive veto this video on his own stream. Trust me, this is normal.
Patrician, how far in did you get? Because, yeah, this is already a bit of a fucking nightmare. I didn't say the thing. I very clearly and obviously said numerous times in my previous video. I don't know where you got that from.
Yeah.
God.
Even though I said it multiple times.
This video is a perfect example of how to not to do game analysis. That's the thing. It's not even analysis. He's just arguing points. He's still fucking it up.
Yeah. And he was arguing points to damage control, points he made earlier in another one.
Patricia,
hey, we're coming up to the goalpost. Oh man, Patricia will get new content soon.
He didn't even make it halfway through. How bad does it get in the next 8 minutes?
Yeah. It's probably going to be brutal.
Oh, God.
There's a whole bunch of reasons for that. That's a topic for a whole other video, which is probably going to happen. That's going to be a thing. I'm probably going to do a video where I explain why I think Morrowind still is the best game of the Elder Scrolls series, in spite of everything that I'm discussing.
Also, I'd like to point out that if you just noticed, the Imperials let their prisoner they are escorting go to run up and punch wolves.
Yes. It's not even that they let him go, it's just that the game can't handle it. It sees an enemy, so they all... He exits his I'm tied up animation to go punch a wolf in the face.
Yeah, because, fucking programming, right? Bethesda doesn't have programming problems.
Again, this is something...
Which is probably going to happen.
Go ahead.
This is something you should be able to fix. If prisoner escort group encounters an enemy, one guard stays with the prisoner while the other two try and kill the enemy. Maybe the prisoner tries to run away and escape. Like, it's a generic nameless NPC. It doesn't matter if he lives or dies. So if they chase him down and kill him, or if he gets recaptured, it's not an issue either way.
Yeah. All right.
Which is probably going to happen. That's going to be a thing. I'm probably where I explain why I think Morrowind still is the best game of the Elder Scrolls series, in spite of everything that I'm discussing here. But...
Wait. He just said that the Morrowind is the best in the series, but you just said in the other video that it's not the best in the series. The Skyrim is the best in the series.
I've been trying to find a source on that. I can't find anything definitively.
Because I don't remember if he said it was the best or not in the previous video, but the argument was definitely Morrowind is not as good as you remember.
Yeah, and then he kept making claims that Skyrim does things better and better and better. And so if everything it does is better, does that not therefore mean in your mind it's the best?
Oh, hey, Setch, read Patrician's latest comment.
No Man's Sky is going to be a side project. I'd like to have it out in January, February at the latest, since I also plan on covering Elden Ring. Oh, baby, I'm coming for you, Patrician. I'm doing faith builds, baby. I'm going for it.
Yep.
2116. The later games are far much more mature in their approach to world design and writing, from my notes. Oh boy. Yeah, that's absolutely fucked then if he's now saying Morrowind is the best. Again, backtracking on what he said from the previous video.
Yeah.
How can it be the best, but the others have improved maturity in world building? What are you talking about? Yeah. Sorry, world design and writing.
Proteus, the reason I'm doing faith build is because Elden Ring faiths, their faith miracles look really fucking good and actually usable. Oh, so happy.
Yeah, the faith stuff looks really fun now.
Okay, now backtracking us slightly.
Yeah.
For that, that's a top video, which is probably going to happen. That's going to be a thing. I'm probably going to do a video where I explain why I think Morrowind still is the best game of the Elder Scrolls series, in spite of everything that I'm discussing here. But let's not kid ourselves here. Nostalgia is a big issue when it comes to people.
You can't make this shit up. I never implied that nostalgia was an issue in the previous video, but let's be honest here. Nostalgia is a big issue.
Oh, dude.
You fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I didn't even imply it. I don't know where you got that from. But anyways, yeah, nostalgia is shit.
Yep, okay. Well, fucking fantastic.
But let's not kid ourselves here. Nostalgia is a big issue when it comes to people discussing old games in relation to new games. If you look in the dictionary, nostalgia itself is defined by being a sentimental longing, and I quote here, a sentimental longing for the past, typically for a period or place with happy personal associations. Now, when you've got things like Samuel Online in his video discussing what he calls the fabled Morrowind 2, that everybody was supposedly looking forward to after Morrowind, that is nothing but nostalgia. That is pure nostalgia right there.
Not necessarily. Again, it doesn't need to be nostalgia because you want something of a similar quality to something you have. That doesn't have to be nostalgia. If it's what people wanted at the time, that is not nostalgia. That is people like, oh yeah, we got this. I can't wait to see what better they do in the future.
There are plenty of videos on Morrowind. I think even Patrician in his video, I might be wrong. If I'm quoting you wrong, let me know. But I think Patrician said we never got a sequel to Morrowind. We got Oblivion, the next Elder Scrolls game, or something to that effect. And again, there's a lot of videos that say there'll never be another game like Morrowind because it's so unique in its world and everything, you know? And
Yeah.
I think it's completely understandable that people would want another Morrowind. I absolutely want another game like Morrowind. I want it to be an Elder Scrolls game. That's probably not going to happen.
Yeah.
So I found a source on at 46 seconds on his first video. I began with Morrowind back in around 2004 or so, and I've got a lot of love for that game. As anyone who subscribes to my channel will probably tell you, rants about how Morrowind was superior to subsequent Elder Scrolls titles is something of a staple feature of my videos. So he does insinuate at the beginning that he likes Morrowind better than the future videos, but later on he goes on to explicitly say that quote that Chatter said, which was, I just verified, that the characterization and storytelling has become much more mature in later games. So
Yep.
I don't know how both those ideas can coexist in his head, but I mean, he did. At least I verified he did say that he likes Morrowind the best at the beginning, just in a very kind of indirect way.
Yeah.
And from Calbeck in chat, comparing a current game to its predecessors is nostalgia. Big brain take. Yeah.
We actually have heard, unironically, that you are not allowed to compare an older game to the same game in the same series, to a newer game in the same series. We've heard that take, and it's just like, what? Why the fuck not? It's in the same fucking series.
Yeah, that's insane.
In fact, Miniature Nerd used that argument in his video. It's a bit unfair to compare main story to main story between Fallout 3 and New Vegas. Two games made on the same engine in the same era with two different teams. Like, okay.
In the same genre, in the same series, in the same setting.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, yeah, come on. This is, all right, come on. Like, I am totally down if you had made the argument, you can't compare Skyrim to Dark Souls. It's like, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I would say it depends on what you're comparing, but if you're saying main story of Skyrim, main story of Dark Souls, like, fair, fine. Or playstyle of Dark Souls versus playstyle of Skyrim, all right, fair. But I can still, as we even showed, we could in the near complete analysis of Skyrim videos, like, but I will show in Dark Souls where if I use a sword on some skeletons, it doesn't do much. If I pull out a club, I knock the skeletons apart, and they have to spend time putting themselves back together. That is a depth that Skyrim does not have. Just that simple little thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could compare anything, but at the same time, you could compare something like Diablo 3 with, say, Skyrim, and I would say that, well, in terms of, character interaction, role-playing choices and whatnot, Skyrim is way, way far and beyond more dynamic as an RPG than Diablo 3 is. But I'd say Diablo 3 has a much more advanced combat system with way more replayable combat and dungeon scenarios, which, they're very different. One's very much an action RPG, one's more so story role-playing, at least it's trying to be. So they're very different on their face, but I could say that one sports a lot more polish in one area, whereas another, has the same in another area. Like Dark Souls is pretty minimal in terms of story, but has a ton of interesting lore just underneath the surface. And obviously, it's most well known for its devious and extremely meticulous combat. So
yeah. This is what I agree with Ben, specifically because of the Dark Souls Skyrim thing. Trish TV says the issue people have is saying put X mechanic in Y game, like simply saying you should put skill checks in Skyrim without proposing how the hell that would even work. I agree.
Yeah. And that's the thing too. Is you probably could make an argument for how skill checks would make Skyrim better. You just need to make a better argument than just put that system in this game.
Yeah. Like I said, when we've showed the example between Dark Souls and Skyrim, it's like we're legitimately saying, like, imagine the weapon variety, because we went on this whole thing about how the weapon variety in Skyrim is terrible. Do you want to potentially bleed your target? Do you want to do a little bit of armor penetration? Do you want to do more critical hits? How lame is that to distinguish between axes, maces, swords? And then when we showed Skyrim, it's like, Dark Souls, I use a sword. Oh, I'm not doing much damage to these skeletons. Let me pull out a club. oh, I smack them, they fall to pieces. They have to take time putting themselves back together.
Yeah, and you could demonstrate that visually and audially. Like you could have like sort of like a clinging and clanging noise if you're not doing much damage, or like a bash, like a really loud thump or bash if you're doing more damage. You know, that would be enough for most people to tell that this one's really hitting them hard. You know, they get knocked back, they recoil. There's like a big, you know, smack animation or something like that.
Yeah, it like hits the ground and the dust flies up and stuff, like with the great swords in Dark Souls and
Yeah.
Or
so much good stuff
imagine
Dark Souls does.
imagine in Skyrim if we just keep, so we have axe, sword, mace. What if you have your sword out and the guy suddenly pulls out a shield and he starts blocking? So you put your sword away and you pull out a mace and you crack the shield hard and you break his arm because that's what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, that's what they were made for.
You know, and then all of a sudden you have already, with that simple change, you have made a reason why somebody would want to diversify between swords, maces, and axes instead of just for, oh, it's just aesthetics. They all kind of do the same thing.
Yeah. Now, are people arguing to put attack skill checks in Skyrim, or
No. He was using skill checks as in like medicine skills, stuff like that. I assume, Patrician, sorry if I'm wrong. I was the one that specifically said with X mechanic in Y game, I was using the mechanics in Dark Souls into Skyrim, and I was explaining how you would do them. So, sorry, I kind of co-opted Patrician's point to make my...
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember the first 3 games have percentage chance to hit, and first person that can be pretty unsatisfying. But I think Morrowind actually did it the worst, to be honest, because they it's a little rant on my side, sorry, but they don't actually have a different sound effect between connecting and not successfully hitting, you know, percentage chance hitting, and an actual just not connecting at all. Like, for example, if you swipe at somebody and it connects, but you don't get like a 65% or chance higher to hit, it'll just make the whiff sound, and that just drives people crazy. Whereas in Daggerfall, what they did is they actually had a clang noise, means you connected but you didn't hit. It's kind of like how Dungeons and Dragons armor is supposed to work too, because like dodge is your AC, but also your armor is your AC. So they kind of, you can, even if you don't deal damage, some of those hits are probably hits. They just deflected off their armor or whatever. So
yeah, Morrowind could use a bit better system of feedback to show, again, whether you're hitting or not. I'd say that's probably the biggest issue with the combat for Morrowind.
Yeah, even a clang would probably make it a lot more, at least a lot more, just enjoyable, because you don't even know if you're actually connecting or not.
That was the big argument we had about Salt Factory implementing New Vegas-style skill checks in Skyrim is difficult, because the test skills are difficult to write abstractions for. Yeah, like, there's a few examples you could think of, like,
maybe if you're high in Magicka.
Yeah.
Then maybe you would see like arcane portals, or you would see things that normal people didn't see, or like maybe you see spirits, and like normal people that didn't have high magic capabilities wouldn't be able to see, or something like that.
Yeah, but even then, it does seem like it would be more difficult to come up with scenarios for it. Technology inherently supports better skill checks. You can write a check for recognizing gun, making interesting encounter around that. It's harder with one-handed. Yeah, I agree with that. I still think you could write some scenarios, just not nearly as many. Like, oh, I'm good at archery, so I don't know. Maybe you could hire me to assassinate this bandit camper.
That
is harder to work with.
Pagan, I'm entirely down for that idea. That is entirely up to him.
What'd he say?
Pagan put forth, should we just invite Patrician TV to come on? And that's entirely up to Patrician if he wants to.
Yeah, do you want to come on, man? Do you want to suffer through this video with us? That is the name of the stream, after all. Suffering through abject garbage.
Yeah. It's like, that's entirely down to you. If you just want to type in the chat, sit back and chill, and let us do all the suffering, that's entirely understandable.
I'm working on
He's working on something.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, I gotta
he's-
hop out here in a few minutes, but I'm willing to try a little longer if you want.
All right. Well, if you've got to go, like we're not forcing you to stay here or anything.
I mean,
like...
I am. Little did you know, I'm actually beside him right now, and there is currently a Walther PP9 aimed at him.
I thought you were going to go with the lizards. There's just a bunch of like geckos
I didn't
on
say
his
I
wall.
was the one that was holding it. Okay, I got the lizard army all around.
A bunch of little geckos with guns pointed at them.
You should really hit up Mark Zuckerberg and Meta and key in on your plan of turning everybody into lizards.
Mark is not one of ours. Musk is though, but you didn't hear that from.
Anyways, let's get back to this.
Everybody was supposedly looking forward to after Morrowind. That is nothing but nostalgia. That is pure nostalgia right there. He is literally saying, "Oh, I look back at Morrowind, and I think it was the best game for a whole bunch of different reasons, and I really wish they'd made more games that were just like that, because that was the one I liked the most." That is nostalgia right there. That's the very definition of it. Okay. So
No, it isn't.
No.
Again, if to opine for it now, way down the line, if he had said like this would have been a guaranteed success, fair. You could start going into nostalgia thing by picking apart his things. But him saying that, hey, this game that was really good and that I liked, I wish we had gotten more like that, but we didn't. That's not nostalgia. That's him just being remorseful and mourning of what could have been. He's not saying automatically that, oh, therefore Oblivion is shit, therefore Skyrim is shit. He just wanted something different.
Nice fucking shot, laughing my fucking ass off. Almost got him. Yeah,
Firing from 10 miles away, with a bow.
Yeah, I love how he's going into this too. Like literally he said, "Oh, I never made a nostalgia argument," and then immediately goes, "Okay, but I didn't do it before.
But I will do it
now."
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I think it's like the 1 or 2 minute mark. He says nostalgia once or twice, and then at the end he says it twice, right at the 22 mark. So
yeah.
He opened and closed with a nostalgia argument.
I don't get.
Oh, it only
this.
goes back 2 seconds.
Why even defend, or why even say that? Why even lie about saying that you didn't use the nostalgia argument if you're literally just going to make it again?
Power through. You're almost to the good part. Oh god.
All right, we will let this go for a little bit.
I just want to
see if we can get.
I just want to expand on that one point quickly. God forbid you want an extension iteration on what you liked. Yeah, most of us who liked Morrowind wanted to see the following game take what it did and build upon it, improve upon it. That's what people mean when they say they want a new a Morrowind 2. That's what people say when they want a New Vegas 2. It's not literally, hey, this is Morrowind again, or New Vegas again. They want improvements on what was done before.
It's literally the same for these people. It's the same argument as they want a Skyrim 2. You want, because you liked it and you enjoyed it, you want to see that expanded upon. It's the same fucking argument.
Yeah.
All right.
They've made more games just like that.
Let's keep this going for a couple minutes.
That's the very definition of it. Okay, so that's what I'm kind of referring to here. There are plenty of logical reasons, why Morrowind is a great game and why it is demonstrably the best game they've made so far. As I've said, that's something I'm going to discuss in the future. But when I talk about gaming nostalgia, the nostalgia goggles, the rose-tinted spectacles, stuff like what I just mentioned with the whole Morrowind 2 thing, and people just generally speaking, comparing every Elder Scrolls game they played since Morrowind to Morrowind. The first thing they do, when they get into one of these games, like when Skyrim came out, when Oblivion came out, is how does it measure up to Morrowind? They're making instantly in their head constant comparisons.
Okay, so when I played these games, I didn't constantly compare it to Morrowind immediately. Yeah. I was excited for games in a series that I love, and then after playing it for a while, I was like, okay, yeah, this thing over here, that's not quite as, not quite as good as it was in Morrowind, but I still like these other things.
Yeah. Again, as we discussed it already on this stream too, there is such a thing as a honeymoon period. Everybody goes through it, and it comes down to you, if you're in critique or anything like that, to acknowledge that you are going through a honeymoon period because it's something new. It's new stimulation, new information. Your brain is eating it up, and you're just getting that lovely dopamine hit because it's new, it's shiny. Every single person on the planet goes through it. Everyone goes through that honeymoon period, and it lasts different sets of lengths of time for different people. Some people, they will continue on through that honeymoon period, and then they will entirely shut down, and they will not allow any deviation from it whatsoever. that's dangerous, but yeah, that's what fucking happened. Your face is a dopamine hit. Oh, thank you. I'm glad I look good enough that it gives you joy. Oh, sweet.
So Patrician TV said, "I want Indigo to get to the Let's Play part, so he understands why his stream was the way it was."
I guess when he covered your video.
Is that in this video, Patricia?
I think what he's getting at is we're going to see some modded footage coming up that drastically changes some things, because that's the big thing when covering these videos is covering Bethesda games is tricky territory, or covering videos covering Bethesda games is tricky territory, because it's always in the back of my mind, at least. Okay, I've already seen mods running. What else is he running here that is going to alter his perception and make him think, oh, Skyrim is better than what it actually is because he's modded it?
Yeah, so I believe there was that. I know that Patrician was super basically skeptical about my video because there's one shot. I think there's like 2 shots, maybe. I think there might be 1 or maybe 1 to 3 shots in Morrowind and Oblivion that are from my live streams, which I had some mods on.
Yeah.
But I think in Morrowind I had a speed boost on from the console, and I had a bunch of like graphical mods on the Oblivion stream. I probably should have gone back and re-recorded that whole segment instead of using my live stream, but it was like I already was like hundreds of hours in editing, and so I just kind of snagged one of my live streams. But that's why it's suspicious, because I used that one weird shot of the guy at the end of the Oblivion dungeon, because I, for some reason, did not have any unmodded footage of it at hand. So that's why it looks sketchy.
Yeah, and that's fair. The main thing for us is, okay, is it going to be like the White Light video, which we haven't actually covered? I've seen parts of it, though, where he's going on about how beautiful and amazing and wonderful the scenery is, with modded fucking footage in the background where Skyrim looks entirely different from what it actually is, because he's got it so modded up the ass that it's completely different.
Is that what he did? He didn't use vanilla when he talked about how Skyrim's great?
Yeah.
Yes.
And there's other people who will use, like, quest mods or settlement stuff in Fallout 4 and all that, where it's like, okay, you're talking about something that is no longer the base game. You're so far removed.
Yeah.
And just going back to Patrician's thing here, you overstayed it. I just pointed out there's some weirdness with your skills. Yeah, I remember hearing that. It's like you got some skills at level 5 and they shouldn't be able to go that low or something.
I'm wondering what happened there, because I didn't have any mods when I was doing the Skyrim thing. I'm wondering if I took advantage of some exploits. I know there was an exploit, for example, where you could level up your archery eternally by taking on this, I forget his name, but he's like an archery trainer. You could put him in your party. And there was an exploit since day 1. I think they might have patched it out later, but you could basically train up on him and then go into his inventory, take out the money, and use that money again to train him up archery more. So maybe I did that. I might have done that just to kind of get my character up level quick. That may have been the case.
But also, I say I noticed this a bit back to the nice sword versus we use bolt action rifles because the lack of recoil allows us to track our shots better. Well, bolt action rifles don't have a lack of recoil; they actually have more recoil. But that's neither here nor there. But for swords, you can absolutely do skill checks and stuff like that for the various types of swords. I don't just mean through the materials used, but like, hey, here's my basic knife versus, hey, here's my pattern welded hammer forged knife, or here's my, there are all kinds of things you could do in that regard and explain why you do it. Like, hey, I have rivets here to be a sword break. Hey, I have this fuller here to change the balance or something like that. There's stuff you could do in those regards. That gets into crazy like depths for how varied you can make swords.
You could also do something of like a sort of reputation system. You see a little bit of this where guards will acknowledge, "Hey, you're an alchemist. Why don't you whip me up a potion?" But that's like useless the way they put it in. You could do something where it's like, Jaime Lannister is the best swordsman of the land. So it's like, okay, so if you're very talented with certain weapon types, people will recognize that, and you could use that to influence your way through conversation. It still ends up being a skill check because it's checking to see if your skill is high enough, but it's not like you have to prove your skill is that good. It's just your reputation of being that good precedes you.
Yeah, I'll agree. It is definitely pretty off topic, but there are things I could think of doing for like one-handed and stuff like that of you being that skilled, and even as you showed in Morrowind and everything like that, just being able to knock people off their feet, easy peasy.
Yeah. Not to deflect, but Sorcerer Dave doesn't make it this far.
No worries, Patrician. I understand, and it's not really deflection. It's just a thing. That's an entire conversation we can have at another point, and we need to get to the point where Indigo Gaming needs to see. So
yeah, apparently there's only 6 minutes left until that, so let's see.
Yeah.
Or probably
so
less.
Let's let this go for as much
4X?
as we possibly can.
Is there 4x speed we can go on?
No, unfortunately, I don't think we'd be able to hear what he would say then.
Yeah, no, I'm already having...
So, yeah, let's just try to hold it. Even if he makes a really dumb point, let's try and hold it until we get to that point.
All right.
Play since Morrowind to Morrowind. The first thing they do, when they get into one of these games, like when Skyrim came out, when Oblivion came out, is how does it measure up to Morrowind? They're making instantly in their head constant comparisons to Morrowind. And I know this because I did it too. I mentioned this in the video. But yeah.
Okay, so you are not everyone else. I'm sorry. I know we should have paused, but holy fuck, that was retarded.
It is. And I know. That's what I said. We're going to have to hold this in. We got to hold it in. He did say something incredibly stupid, but yes, we must continue.
And I don't blame people for doing it because it's, it's kind of a phase that every Morrowind fan kind of goes through, really. But, people need to learn to stop doing that. Think more critically about it. Think more maturely about it. A game is just a game at the end of the day, and Morrowind is not a perfect game. Bethesda have never made a perfect game. In fact, on the contrary, Bethesda are remarkable for their ability to make what are actually, in many ways, incredibly flawed games that still manage to sell like crazy. Like, they make loads of money, Bethesda, off the Elder Scrolls series, in spite of the fact that, in many ways, they're not terribly amazing games. It's just they've got a really good formula that works very well that suspends people's disbelief and makes them overlook a lot of the flaws that games have. So nostalgia is a problem. In this specific case, anyway. Nostalgia's not necessarily a bad thing at all. Everyone has it for something or other. But especially in the wake of Samuel Online's video, I saw a lot of people, Let's Players especially, including himself, that were doing like Skyrim Let's Plays at the time.
Oh boy, this part.
They actually decided, then and there, that nope, okay, no, I've had enough of this. Skyrim is a dumbed down game. I watched this video and I've now decided, yes, Skyrim is a dumbed down game, and I'm not going to be doing my Skyrim Let's Play anymore. I kid you not. People actually, said this. You can even look it up in the video responses on Samuel Online's video. I think there was at least one posted in there where it was a guy basically saying that. At least,
Okay, I can't hold it in. There's so much stupidity. Fuck.
Is this the part where he just completely?
He just said
fallacy. EFAP gets this all the time, where it's like, you're preventing people from loving these movies by pointing out their flaws.
It's like, no, not at all. Again, as we have said multiple times here on STAG as well, is like, if our criticisms about being objective criticisms make it so that you no longer enjoy something, it wasn't us that ruined it for you. You are now listening to your subconscious as being like, they're right. They noticed something. Yeah, that was kind of weird. Yeah, that's not us. That's you finally being like, the walls are coming down and you're getting rid of the excuses. And you are starting to listen to yeah, that was kind of dumb. Oh, that was a bit off. You know what? It doesn't make sense that she did that.
It's like bringing up the fact that the Dairy Queen ice cream cone that you have in your hand has 200 carbs in it. And, you're like, hey, that has 200 carbs and probably has like 1,200 calories in that just one thing. If you had broccoli and some grilled chicken instead, you would lower your calories and carbohydrates by blah amount.
Yeah. And you'd be taking in much more nutrition for whatever amounts they have. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like saying that and saying, oh, but you're preventing people from enjoying their ice cream cones. It's like okay.
No.
Cigarettes give you cancer. Saying this takes away from people's enjoyment. I've always despised the you're taking away from people's enjoyment. Just let me play the game. Motherfucker, if I make a video talking about how bad a game is, that's not preventing you from playing the game. You can still play the game.
Yes. We are not literally installing malware that prevents you from starting the game. We are not coming into your brain, kicking it down, and removing all of your happy memories or whatever you have built up that makes you enjoy that game. That is not what is fucking happening.
And isn't this like an argument against the concept of critique? Like you can't
Yeah.
say that anything is good or bad, or why your argument for or against anything. So we should just accept whatever people enjoy and not try to sway them toward more
Yep.
rewarding.
Yeah,
experiences.
exactly.
I mean,
That's what I was going to bring up. I was going to say that he's literally just whining about like, well, by people changing their minds about this game, that means I'm losing and you're winning. You can't do that. Stop it.
Yep.
That's
And
literally what it is.
He just made the argument that this is super bad because he has proof. He has the documents, people. That Sammy's video caused Let's Players to stop playing Skyrim.
Again, this was a problem in Sorcerer Dave's first video. Using a plural for a singular, I found one guy who stopped his Let's Play. You ended a Let's Play by covering that game. It's like, okay. Like, okay.
That's not Sammy's fault.
It's not.
Yeah.
Has
And-
proof
and we
not
deal-
going to post it. That too. That is a common issue. Holy shit.
We deal with that on almost every single video on STAG, where they'll make a claim, then they like, this happened, and then they don't show us proof. Or more hilariously, like that one Fallout video, where it's like, and people are just so toxic. And then he's like, here's my proof of people being toxic. And it is the most
Oh.
milquetoast fucking things you have ever seen.
Yeah, that one
The
from
most-
a couple weeks ago. I feel
Yes.
like I had a divorce with Bethesda and they took the kid Fallout and now they're beating it. It's like,
Yeah, and then suddenly,
That-
that's super toxic. That's evil. It's like, no,
Yeah.
what? That is not toxic at all.
oh yeah,
That reminds me of something else from yesterday, but I won't get into it.
oh boy.
I think you know what I'm talking about.
There are
Definitely
so
know
many
what you're
things you could be referencing.
The fucking bad example. Keep scrolling.
Oh, yeah,
no,
yeah, that.
not that one.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
go ahead. I'm gonna go. Sorry.
no, I was just saying, like, try looking at my comment feed on the average day and find out what toxic is. I have a pretty
Yeah.
good community too. Like, I have a pretty chill community for the most part, but you get a lot of just random YouTuber people that aren't subscribed to you or just got recommended randomly on YouTube, and you're gonna get some harsh criticism.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this is just a really dumb, honestly, just really dumb argument. It serves no purpose, and also, like, he has proof of this person. They stopped Let's Playing Skyrim, and will he explain what they did instead? Did they end up checking out Morrowind instead? Did they find another game that they loved but even better, or did they ruin?
Did
that
they
person's
start?
life?
Did they start a new Let's Play for anything else?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I
a good
don't-
question to bring up too. But look, here's the other thing too. If I'm doing a Let's Play series and I watch someone's video critiquing a game and that makes me realize all the issues that game has and it makes me not want to play it anymore, like, I shouldn't be forced to continue playing it because it's something I genuinely don't enjoy anymore. And it's obviously, this applies to any Let's Player. I don't think anyone should be forced to do anything that they don't like.
That was actually a fascinating discussion between Rurikon and a guy who I can't remember the guy's name. I apologize, Chad. I'm not trying to hide this. But it was a guy who played Dark Souls and he didn't like it, and Rurikon was curious why. He wanted to get his honest opinions because Rurikon loves the Soul series just like I do, and so he wanted to know why. What were his thoughts? He's like, well, it felt like I was forced to get through this and everything like that. And as Rurikon brought up, well, I honestly think you doing it as a Let's Play and you doing it as a you must get this content done probably worked against you, because the Souls games are all about, like, well, take a break, take a breather, think about new strategies, adapt and overcome thing. So if you had brute forced yourself through it, you were punishing yourself more than was necessary. And it's that same kind of system of, like, hey, sometimes you just got to stop the Let's Play. You just got to stop the playthrough and take a step back. Don't use it as a, well, we've done this, so I have to do it. No. If you're not feeling it that day, just say, I'm not feeling it that day. Sorry, guys. I'm just not.
Yeah.
I like Patrician's comment where it's like, who is in the middle of a playthrough of a game, watches a review, oh, this game is actually bad, dumps it in a bucket and stops playing it.
Yeah,
Well, see,
exactly.
that's the thing is, I could imagine that's possible if it's like a game you've completed before. So, like, I've played Morrowind a whole bunch of times. So let's say I started doing a Let's Play and some video came out reviewing it, I checked it out. Like, that doesn't even register for me because, like, hey, I'm playing Morrowind. I'm going to probably be more likely to look at Morrowind content. If it's something you're playing for the first time and you're in the middle of it, then you watch a review, then yeah, that's pretty weird.
Yep. All right. Let's see if we can continue on. Indigo, you still good on time, or we need you, or do you need to bow out?
Yeah, if you need to.
I can be on for a couple more minutes, but I may bow out pretty soon. Yeah.
Okay.
Right,
so just make sure you let us know, and then you can tell people about yourself and everything.
Well, I was going to say he could tell Chad about himself now. So if he needs to go, we could just he could just say, "Hey, I've got to go," and do whatever, you know.
Yeah. So Indigo, if you would like to tell the chat and everybody about yourself and your channel and what you do.
Somebody said go to double speed in chat. I think we already are, or we're at 1.5.
We're at 1.5. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 is still a little bit too much. Well, I mean, I'm Indigo Gaming. My first few big videos were about Diablo, Fallout, and the Elder Scrolls. Old school Elder Scrolls and Fallout fan. Played the originals before the new games, so I have kind of a longer relationship with the games. But I did a couple videos breaking down the whole series and like the good and the bad of each of the games. My most famous video is obviously the Elder Scrolls breakdown I did, where I go from all the way from Arena through the sequels, the spin-offs, Morrowind. I even mentioned the mobile games. Nobody likes to remember.
The Promise Unfulfilled?
So, the Elder Scrolls Promise Unfulfilled.
Yeah, I just listened to that the other night at work. It's a very good video.
And more recently, like I've kind of not really... I try not to kind of be too pigeonholed into one topic, but more recently I've gotten into the cyberpunk genre. So I've actually delved into movies and books and TV shows, animation, anime, all sorts of stuff, not just gaming. So I've now done about 4.5 hours of that series over 3 parts. So far, basically the origins of cyberpunk back in like the 40s through the 60s, all the way through the 90s. The next episode will come out at some point that'll dig into the 2000s, but anything from Blade Runner to Neuromancer to The Matrix, Ghost in the Shell, Battle Angel Alita. I've probably covered almost 100 titles already.
Wow,
there's so much to cover, so it's a lot. So pretty much anything in the 80s or 90s. It's
Dark City, which was really fucking.
Yeah, Dark City. Yeah, Dark City, Existence. I forget half the things I've covered already, but yeah, 13th Floor, even some obscure stuff like the Wild Palms TV show, Serial Experiments Lane, the anime, all sorts of stuff. Like there's so many things I cover. But the last episode came out last month. So if you're into the cyberpunk genre, if you like to, it's kind of a documentarian sort of, it's like edutainment. So it's like, it's kind of flashy. It's got like, fun music and visuals, but also digs into the culture behind a lot of not only the science fiction part of cyberpunk, but also kind of how it reflected in reality, like hacker culture and things like that. So if that sounds interesting, check it out. The third part came out. It's over 2 hours and I think 15 minutes. So the overall, I think it's about 4.5 hours of tightly edited, scripted stuff that's available for that. And my next video is going to be about really old SNES RPGs, mostly from a little-known Japanese developer called Quintet. So it'll be completely different, but I try to mix it up a bit.
Yep.
Nice.
And also, as a tangent on with this, Indigo Gaming will be appearing on the lovely LARP podcast, which is hosted by Patrician TV. So absolutely go check that out when that happens as well.
Yeah. What day is that?
I believe it, Patrician could correct me, but I believe it's Thursday at, I want to say 10 p.m. EST. I could be wrong about that. Let me double check. Thursday at 10. So next Thursday at 10 p.m. EST.
Yeah.
Unless that changes. But yeah, we're going to be probably covering, because he's doing a big bunch of research for Skyrim. So I think he was looking at my video that I did back in 2018 and kind of comparing notes and clarifying things and stuff like that. So it's going to be pretty meta, but should be interesting. So I'm looking forward to it. I tripped across Patrician's videos a while back, and then I jumped into a stream, and it kind of blew my mind because, like I said earlier in this podcast, I opened up his live stream tab just out of curiosity and saw my lower thirds immediately on screen. I'm like, what the hell? So it was actually a certain person with the letter A in his name reusing a clip from my video. It's just fine. I don't really care, but it's just funny.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's pretty coincidental. And Patricia said it's not live, so it'll probably be after Christmas. So,
okay.
Yeah, check out Indigo, check out Patrician TV and his podcast.
Yeah.
And Mihawk asking Indigo, have you played the Witcher games? Senpai noticed me.
Yeah.
I played all three of them. I haven't played the spin-offs. I played all three of them. I don't think I've actually beaten any of them. I kind of like the rhythm, the weird-ass rhythm combat of the first one.
Yes.
I like...
Fucking high five me right now.
It's very weird. What I really like about the original was how much they hyped up monster hunting. Like you having to find the right oils and everything like that. I think they captured the sense of monster hunting the best in the first one. Second one was a huge upgrade in terms of presentation. Really, really cool, but also like a monster to run at the time. But my God, I bought the $40 small box version. That's the best $40 I've ever spent. I don't know if you ever bought that one. It came with the game. It came with a physical metal coin, a letter with like a map in it or something like that, a player's guide, a separate DVD with like I think extra footage and stuff like that, a soundtrack CD, and a bunch of other crap. That was like an extremely high value purchase. Really interesting game. I could never really get behind the combat. It was kind of a weird mix of other games. I had a hard time with the combat.
There is, and apologies for jumping in here.
Sure.
I had the same experience with the combat of 2, especially because it take 8 hours before you got a parry. What the fuck? Anyways, there is a developer approved. One of the developers from CD Projekt Red actually created his own mod that entirely overhauls and fixes the combat, so Geralt isn't some weirdo who doesn't remember how to use a sword. So, highly recommend getting that mod if you do want to experience it. It is a developer approved. It's an official modification. The developer combat overhaul mod. So it isn't the base game, so you'd have to take that into account. But it does dramatically fix the combat.
Yeah, I liked what I played of it. I didn't get that far in Witcher 2, but it has the line "Plow the King," which is one of my favorite things ever. So, Witcher 3 is definitely the most accessible of the three. Open world, like incredible environments, really, really well written and enjoyable side quest content. But again, combat a little funky if you're not used to that particular type of game. It's not really like any other game. You kind of almost expect it to work like a Shadow of Mordor or like Batman a little bit, but it isn't. It's kind of weird. I don't know. But overall, really, really, really good story content, but not a whole lot of meaningful main quest choice that I've noticed. And obviously it doesn't quite scratch the itch that Elder Scrolls games has, where it's just, do whatever you want simulator. The Elder Scrolls games kind of, you can like pick up any object, you can steal things like that. You don't quite get the same level of freedom in the Witcher games, but I'd say that the Witcher 3 side quests are a lot more. I felt a lot more invested in them, whatever that means. So,
yeah. All right, so let's try and get further into this. We went through a cavalcade of shit right there.
I also just want to restate it again because
say.
It's really been bugging me. Sorcerer Dave, not everyone is going to look at Oblivion and Skyrim the same way you do, where you're immediately comparing it to Morrowind. Most people play the game and then realize after, oh, hey, there's issues with it. It's not, how good is it to Morrowind? How good is it to Morrowind? That's a you problem, friend.
Yeah. And also, this discounts the myriad people who started with Skyrim and then went back to play Oblivion. It's like, I like this a bit better, and then went back and played Morrowind. And it's like, I like this the best.
Yeah.
That's not nostalgia at that point. That's them coming to it of their own accord and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Video. I think that was posted in there where it was a guy basically saying that, he abandoned a Let's Play which, his subscribers were watching and enjoying because he decided, nope, Skyrim is a dumbed-down casual game and I want nothing.
Wait. So you don't know for sure that his subscribers were enjoying it. What if most of the people in his comments were like, man, you're just really not feeling it. Are you okay? And stuff like that. What if, because trust me, if you are there for the person and not just for the game, you'll notice when the person's just not feeling it. When they're putting on an act more, or they'll be like cutting away more, or trying to talk to their audience because they're trying to get that engagement. They're trying to get that like, hey guys, this and that, If you're there for the person, you can tell when something's off, and you know that, hey, you're just not feeling it. Are you okay? Dude, we're here for you, man. You play whatever you want, and we will watch it because it's you.
Yeah. There's a few Let's Play channels I've watched. Spike and Barley, Oni Plays. I used to watch Game Grumps before all the talent left, aka Jontron. It's always
damn.
It's always more interesting. And I also watch Vinesauce a lot. He's my favorite streamer. It's always a more interesting stream when either the person playing the game is having a lot of fun or they're suffering incredibly. If they're bored, then it's a boring stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what Patrician said is absolutely true. I've gotten something along the lines of like tens of thousands of comments over the years about my Elder Scrolls video. And sorry, no, I just cleared my throat.
No, that's fair.
That's fine. Trust me, as someone with a chronic throat frog, I understand.
Yeah, I know. It's weird, like constant sinus thing, whatever. But I'll just look it up right now. Actually, I think I have something like 40 or more thousand comments on my Elder Scrolls video. Not to brag, just saying that of those, I've gotten hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people saying that. Because of my video, they've gone checked out the older games. They were introduced with Skyrim or Oblivion. They went back and checked, Morrowind out. They went back and checked Daggerfall out. Some people even went back and checked Arena out, and that's their favorite game in the series. So you can start anywhere in a series and potentially go back and find your favorite one. You don't have to embrace the first, game you've played in a series or the latest one. So as someone who's played all those games, you see there's a huge variety of games in there. Like the experience you get in Morrowind and Oblivion are very different, let alone the experience between Arena and Skyrim. So you may find that the right balance there might be Morrowind, might be Oblivion. For most people, it's probably Skyrim, but that's probably because it's most recent and most accessible too. But it doesn't. You don't have to stick with the game you first started with. It's not at all true,
Yeah, and it's just in general a silly assumption to make. Like, even I've gotten comments with my small channel and the few videos I've made from people saying, yeah, I've gone back to play Fallout 1 and 2 or New Vegas, or I've gone back to play Morrowind because of things you say about it, and I'm really enjoying these games.
Yeah.
Sorry?
No, I overblew it. It was 11,000, not tens of thousands, but still a lot of comments.
Yeah.
Yeah. I fucking that just tangentially reminds me of what Daggerfall in percent is what I call it, because you make a character, you start to go out the cave, and if that imp decided to wander towards the door, he's gonna come out and kill you instantly. Fucking imp. That imp in Daggerfall gives me PTSD.
Oh yeah, the one that you can't hit unless you have I think a silver or a greater weapon. Yeah.
Yes.
People forget about the. Yeah.
He's right there at the start, in the door that's right next to the path out of the very beginning of the game. If he's right next to that door, he will open that door and come and whoop your ass.
One of my favorite clips from that video that I got, and I was so happy I got, was me trying to hit a scamp in Morrowind.
Yeah.
And not being able to do it, and then I just throw my weapon away and just punch him and he dies.
Yeah, I love Morrowind. I love the idea of iron weapons not affecting certain enemies, but that is silly as fuck that you can punch them to death.
Yeah, it is pretty funny. I like the idea. I think they toned it down in Oblivion, where they made it so like, I think ethereal or non-material creatures like specters and stuff needed special materials. But
Well,
yeah, they completely ditched it in Skyrim for sure.
my solution would just to make it so, okay, your fists won't damage that scamp, but you have to be wearing steel or silver gauntlets or better to be able to punch him, because it still has the same effect. Your fists and iron won't be able to do anything, but when you've got the right material, then you can do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I like the idea because like if you play Daggerfall for a while, it is really scary when you first run into an enemy where you just can't hit. Like you can't affect them at all. All of a sudden you have to run. It almost becomes like low key like survival horror because you're like all of a sudden I can't actually fight back with this enemy.
Yeah.
But
And those
but
scenarios
yeah,
are great.
yeah, they're a lot of fun. But I'm almost thinking if you were to do something like that, maybe you just have like a damage resistance, like almost like D&D does this, is damage resistance 10 silver. So you get minus 10 damage for every hit unless you have a silver or above weapon. That seems a bit more reasonable, I think.
Yeah, that seems fair too. And I just read Patricia's comment. I was trying not to laugh. You need level 50 in hand-to-hand to punch ghosts in Oblivion, which is great. That is fucking...
That's awesome.
That is hilarious. You have to...
I'm all ethereal and shit. What can you do?
I am
50 and unarmed. Oh.
I have trained enough in the ways of the fist that I can punch a ghost.
I have punched gelatin every day.
Imagine
preparing for this moment.
Imagine being that ghost coming back from the dead to haunt something, and someone just comes up and punches you in the fucking face, and you're just like, what the hell just happened? How is that even possible?
I'm just imagining like the ghost army from Lord of the Rings, and all of a sudden, like they look over and shock, see Bruce Lee, and it's like, we are, just like defeats all of them.
I project my soul through my fist.
Yeah. Oh god.
Not even the afterlife can save you from a can of whoop ass.
Monk is a lost class in Skyrim. I love playing a martial artist who is in tune with Azora. Yeah, it bugs me that I've never really used hand-to-hand, but it's still an option that should have been in Skyrim, and that's just... Like, sure, you can punch things, but it's not a skill anymore. So you can't really spec into being like a martial artist. That would... Ugh.
Oh yeah, they took out that tree, didn't they? They don't have a tree.
Yes, they did. We actually, and I loved that. I still love my edit in the fucking A Near Complete Analysis of Skyrim, Part 1. Fucking, you did the one of being shot in the ditch and everything like that, and I did the one of the fucking ninja. That movie, by the way, Enter the Ninja, is gold for being as cheesy as fucking possible, and that over-the-top death at the end is so great.
After talking all this talk about punching ghosts, I legitimately want a kung fu movie where it's just like a kung fu master punching the shit out of ghosts for 2.5 hours.
Well,
I channel my chakra to fight ghosts.
It's actually intense because in D&D, depending on which version of D&D or Pathfinder you play, like monks are like actually kind of OP because
monks are scary as fuck. Yeah.
They get like so many attacks and they get magic damage added to their fists. Their fists become magic weapons. Dude, it's actually insane. Yeah.
Monks actually have a chance to kill you on every attack if they so choose. Okay. They can literally make your heart explode if they want. Oh god.
Now I'm really wanting to bust open. When's the last game that had unarmed? I'm assuming Oblivion had unarmed.
Oblivion had unarmed.
Yeah,
I think it was called hand-to-hand in Oblivion, though.
Yeah, I know it's not a good build, but I almost want to bust open one of those, either Oblivion, Morrowind, or Daggerfall, and do like a mysticism unarmed build or something.
And again, we're getting way off track, so try to pull it back.
Atomic karate.
Yes, dude.
I
that is
do
a video I have to send Indigo. That's fucking Atomic Karate is way too funny.
Yeah, it is.
I do want to go back and play Arena and Daggerfall because I did start with Morrowind, and I've heard a lot of good things about those games, especially Daggerfall. I've heard some people say it is the best in the series. And a lot of the things I've heard about it, I like.
I'd say it's the most ambitious. I think I even mentioned this in my video where, like, obviously some jumping to fully 3D models made a huge difference in terms of the jump between Daggerfall and Morrowind, especially when it comes to stealth, because you can actually see when people are turned around and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Stealth in Daggerfall is more of an idea than a system, but I love the ambition. Like, it's one of the biggest RPGs in ever. Like, it's just freaking huge. I recommend you can kind of play like the vanilla game, in DOS, or I recommend doing the Unity rebuild. The guy Gavin who led that project has done incredible work, fixed a lot of the bugs and instabilities, and he has like a retro mode to make it look like as it did back in the day, which it's kind of like you ever seen those Twitter accounts, whatever, which compare pixel art as it was back in the day versus as it like pixel art on a sharp LCD screen versus as it does on a CRT monitor?
Yeah, I have seen some of those.
Yeah, and it's a completely different look.
Yeah.
Somehow the kind of retro look kind of complements the game better, in my opinion. But you can mod it. You can replace a lot of things. People even started rebuilding parts of the game in 3D models that look pretty sharp. But yeah, there's some mods that like I actually want to do eventually once the game build is like 1.0. I want to do a video about like how you can basically take Daggerfall to the next level, because there's some really cool ideas. Like, because the world is so huge, you generally use fast travel, right?
Yeah.
But there's a mod that lets you actually, in like 20x or 50x speed, see how much you travel through the world. And doing that mod shows you just how gigantic the world is. It's just like endless wilderness, which is pretty fun because you really get the sense of scope. Like, the biggest city is just in the games, or even the medium-sized cities like dwarf the cities in Skyrim in terms of just how many shops and stores and houses and stuff there are. And yeah, they're pretty blocky and modest looking, but you really get the sense of scale that they're going for in the game. So although I'd say a lot of systems were made a lot more visual, or some systems just straight up improved, like stealth, for example. I like the ambition of the game, even though it's very rough on its edges. So yeah, if you want to do that, just hit me up. I'll can recommend you some things.
All right. Yeah, I have heard of the Unity rebuild before. For me, it's mostly been a matter of getting around to it rather than like delaying or anything. I have a huge backlog of games I need to play, especially now that I have a YouTube channel and everyone is like, you need to play this game, you need to play this series. Hey, Cree, what's your thoughts on Yakuza? Which one? All of them.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, no. I'm still pushing to get you to play Zero. So we got to get you into that, because that is a series that I absolutely adore. Because the main character literally carries the series. That's just how it is. He's perfect.
I make the joke that I have a gaming YouTube channel, therefore I have no time to play games.
Yeah,
that's almost the fucking truth, honestly.
It is.
You get stuck with like, I got this project to do, but you should do these games. So I got no time.
Yeah, we still need to get him past the Undead Parish in Dark Souls.
Yes. No, he's past the Undead Parish.
He is?
Yeah, well, because he beat Taurus Demon already. Yeah, he's...
But
Parish Undead Berg. God damn it.
Yeah, he's past Berg.
Sorry, guys. It's over. The dementia has started to set in already. Oh, shit.
Rest in peace, Such. We hardly knew ye.
Yeah,
someone play Everywhere at the End of Time to commemorate Setch losing his mind.
No, you know what, though? What I recently found out, that there's a way to protect yourself from dementia, and it is incredibly funny.
Is it playing Dark Souls? Because
no.
I feel like that's your way to push me to play Dark Souls.
No, it's hilariously, they were running simulations on different drugs to figure out what would be good for Alzheimer's and helping with dementia and everything like that, and it's Viagra.
Oh yeah,
what?
I remember seeing that.
It is actually Viagra, because it stops the buildup of the proteins in your brain that will cause Alzheimer's and dementia.
Yeah, I had a female friend get prescribed Viagra, and is like, she's like, what?
Yep.
It's like helps
that's
the
what it's for.
blood flow and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It does all kinds of crazy things, even though the obvious thing is what people think of for it. But no, it actually stops the buildup of the platelets and everything that would just start destroying your brain.
Wow. Getting hard is how you stop dementia, apparently.
Yeah. So, so what we need to do is we need to get hard with Andrew Branca.
Anyways.
Dude, seriously, Andrew Branca, you are a legend, my dude. And you are the funniest fucking thing on the law tube when you get a bit tipsy. It is hilarious.
And ruthless, holy shit.
Absolutely ruthless.
No chill.
I'm sorry, Nick, but you mispronounced the word bitch when he's talking about this. He's talking about the witness on the stand, or he's talking about the lawyer doing the cross-examination. It's like, holy shit, Branca is rude.
I can't wait for that video of them delivering the law of self-defense books to fucking Binger and those other dipshits.
Oh, I can't wait either. Jesus.
Anyways, we just had another 2.5 hour long tangent.
Yeah, boy. All right, let's go.
We're never going to finish this video.
Anymore, based purely on the fact that they had compared it, with Morrowind and decided it didn't measure up to the original game. The guy even said that he was quitting Skyrim and he was going to start doing a Morrowind Let's Play. So, there it is.
So what's the problem?
Yeah, so he's continuing Let's Plays. He's just going to a different series.
I swear I didn't watch this video before I called it. I'm like, did he stop playing Skyrim and start playing Morrowind because he liked that better?
Hold on. Did you see the dragon sliding across the ground?
Yeah, he was pushing it with the horse.
Oh, God.
Horse beats dragon.
$2 super chat from Nightmare X123. Thank you very much. How do you guys feel about Wayward Realms? Well, they haven't released anything yet. I mean, they've released a bunch of teasers, but they haven't released a game yet. I can't really comment on it.
Yeah, we can't comment on, that's the one that we were talking about on stream before that looks pretty decent, right?
It was from a lot of developers from Morrowind and everything like that, and they're going for that style again.
Yeah, so hopefully it turns out good. I would love, even if it doesn't quite reach the heights of Morrowind, I would still love another game like that doesn't suffer from the issues of particularly Skyrim.
Okay, Mihawk, you've done that multiple times now. Can you stop with the capitalization, trying to get an answer about your question?
Yeah.
Come on, man. We got shit to go through. I know we go on tangents all the time, but we are legitimately trying to go through this.
Also, I just realized horse is stronger than a dragon. Pagan might be the most powerful one on the fucking podcast.
I'd fucking disagree. Yeah.
Excuse me? You want to go?
It's time to prove it. We're time to go. All right, I'm gonna meet you in Santa Claus, Indiana. Let's.
$2 from Nightmare X123. Thank you. Not Morrowind, Daggerfall. The developers of Daggerfall are doing.
Oh, sorry, the developers of Daggerfall. My apologies. That's what I meant.
All right. Still, I hope it's good. I'm not getting excited for it because I can't muster the ability to be excited about anything anymore.
Yeah, they've just done teasers, so once they release it, we will absolutely check it out. We can't admit we'll check it out day one. Sorry. Wayward Realms, I'm very interested in you, but you ain't an Elden Ring to me. So I'm telling you right now, I'm dropping everything and Elden Ringing the shit out of my life. And God, I hope it won't be bad, but everything I've seen so far has been really good, so.
Yeah.
From Software's got a pretty good track record. Even their worst games like Dark Souls 2 are still pretty decent.
Yep. Well, there's one that people forget. They forget the Steel Commander game.
Well, the video just died for me.
Did it?
Yeah, it went back to the thumbnail. My time code still says 1425 though.
Yeah. Okay.
Day 27. Creetosis is now talking about the mechanics of nail clippers with Setch. The video's progressed 2 minutes since day 20. We'll update tomorrow.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's get back to this.
Morrowind measure up to the original game. The guy even said that he was
quitting Skyrim and he was
start doing Morrowind Let's Play. So, there it is.
Oh wait, did it start you off at the beginning?
I heard, "Hello everyone, my name is Jingles," and I'm like, "Oh no, it's like it's like a Groundhog
backwards.
Day."
So I just want to make sure we're all at 1433 now, right?
I see 1433,
Yes.
but I heard the beginning.
All right.
That's weird.
Let's see what happens if we hit play. Let's find out.
Which brings me on to another point, actually, and I'm
Okay,
Oh
okay.
God.
All right, I gotta pause this though. Patricia TV, I have mixed feelings on Sekiro. I did as well until I started really getting into the combat system, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh my god, I think this might actually be the best of the Souls games. Oh shit.
I haven't gotten around to playing Sekiro, but I want them to make Tenchu again. Tenchu was my jam back in the day.
Yeah, no, there's the hope they'll do that, and they'll do Shadow Tower again, and Kingsfield. I would love a Kingsfield remake. Oh my god, there's so many cool things that can be done.
Yeah.
I played
still need to
Kingsfield back in
play.
the day. That was a weird game.
Yep.
Yeah, I still need to play Bloodborne and Sekiro.
I need to play all of them.
Yeah.
you do.
Oh, all right. Anyways, yeah.
on a bit of a tangent here, but as I said, not using a script today, and therefore things are going to be a lot less concise. I shudder to think how long this video is going to be when by the time I'm done with it, but anyway.
Okay. Again, the whole pushing the dragon thing, you have to understand how insane and ridiculous that looks.
Yeah.
That makes the game look pathetic. I'm sorry.
$5 super chat from Peace is never an option. Accurate description of today's stream. Side tangent go brrr.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dragon was even off to the side. Yeah, that's a bit ridiculous. That's why I'm thinking this was very off the cuff. I think he just grabbed a decent long clip without any perhaps any save game pauses or anything like that, and just record over it without realizing that part of the clip demonstrated how janky Skyrim can be. So
Yeah.
I think it was just a very, very imprecise and lazy recording format. My money's honestly still on Camtasia. That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, I'm still
Yeah.
seeing that mouse cursor down there, and it's like bugging the fuck out of me. I
Yeah,
can't
it's so
unsee
annoying.
it.
Oh, I hate it.
$5 super chat from Zykos. Alfather is the best boss, hands down.
Thank you. And he's already my favorite
is-
because he's an owl.
He's really fucking good. Not gonna lie, he is genuinely really fucking good.
But who is Alfather?
Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. Yeah. I don't want to spoil anything for Sekiro. But he's a very good boss fight. I guarantee
we
he didn't
gonna
realize
get-
this would be a follow up. Probably.
Are we gonna get a dragon push off between Setch and Pagan? I'm gonna push you.
I won't push you.
Okay, Setch, you have to remember, when Pagan starts pushing you, you have to slide across the ground. You have to disable friction and just slide like it's
I was
made
gonna
of
say,
ice.
well, he's gonna have to commit a small crime and levitate at least a couple centimeters off the ground.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Yeah, the fucking college will come after me, but that's fine.
All right, I'm probably gonna have to hop off. I meant to only do 4 hours. I did 6, so
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry about
is
that.
totally fine. We
Yeah.
appreciate every second with you. It was precious.
Yeah.
this wasn't at all a surprise because I expected us to really go to snail's pace, but it's a surprisingly long video. So
Yeah, you know what? Covering 15 minutes and 6 hours is like pretty much normal. So I'm gonna chat doesn't seem to be too happy with us going this slow. I'm gonna say we made good progress.
Yeah.
this 15 minutes felt like 2 days for me. So
Yes.
Let's see if
Um,
we can finally reach that Acer Thorn line of can we get past 11 hours?
Oh, no, God, no.
But again, thank you for coming out, Indigo. Obviously, you're welcome back on in the future for covering something you're interested in.
Absolutely.
If you feel like suffering through Cinema since it's Cinema wins, we will be covering their Dune videos when those come out.
Whenever they make them, 'cause trust me, I'm waiting with bated breath to rip both of them apart.
yeah, I know I crashed your stream earlier with the Dune thing. Dune thing. I really want to talk about it more. If that aligns to my schedule, I'd be happy to. Just
I would
Of
love to
course.
do that because
Well, that's
I
the
would
thing.
I actually want to talk about the things that EFAP fucked up on the Dune coverage. I really do, really bad.
Well, that's the thing too, is we don't have to cover their Dune videos, the Sins and Wins Dune videos, the second they come out. So
Yeah.
we could probably plan it around your schedule when that happens.
Absolutely.
Sure,
That it just
yeah.
should be easy peasy.
And we'll probably end up just talking about the weather and Dune, the Dune movie itself rather than the video anyway. So.
Probably.
All right, guys. That was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me on, and I'll see you later.
Yeah,
All right.
appreciate you being here.
Fun having you
It's good
on.
to see you.
Have a good one.
See you guys.
Yep.
See ya.
So Patricia says he made it to 1630.
Oh boy, we are not far from that. I can see why you dipped out though. This video is fucking garbage.
This video
this is
is really
trash.
bad.
When is the 10K stream? I'm not sure yet. It comes at kind of an awkward time with Christmas and all. Maybe sometime after Christmas I'll do the 10K stream. I still don't know what I'm going to do for that, but you know.
Yeah. And me and Pagan, of course, will be jumping in and out and helping him get through an insanely long stream.
Yeah. See, I put up a poll, and most votes were for some kind of non-gaming stream, but most of the suggestions in the comments were for games, so I have no idea.
I would say just do chunks. 3 hours of one game, 3 hours of another game, so you can keep some variety, because that's going to help you keep your sanity.
That's what I did in previous streams. For the 1,000 subscriber stream, I played Morrowind, Breath of Fire 3, Legend of Dragoon, half an hour of Monstrum, which, holy shit, I love that game, and a bit of Oddworld, which got copyright claimed because someone used part of the intro in their fucking song. And then for the 5K stream, I played Morrowind, New Vegas, Skyrim, and Oblivion. So yeah. Yeah, I could probably do something similar for the 10K stream whenever I get around to it.
Alright. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Skyrim is not a casual game. It's not. It's not by any stretch.
It is! Holy fuck!
Skyrim is not a casual game. It's not by any stretch of the definition. Yes, it is.
We
It is
didn't even-
absolutely a casual game. We didn't even make it a second.
This is so bad.
Skyrim isn't
We
a
literally-
casual
we
game
literally
by
opened
any
the door.
stretch. What the fuck is wrong with you? Setch, have we ever paused so fucking fast after pressing play? Besides our, like,
Jesus
fighting over
Christ.
the button?
No, we have never paused that fast after pressing.
Ah!
Oh God.
Skyrim... Okay. I'm sorry if anyone finds this offensive. Skyrim is Babby's first RPG.
Yes,
Like-
it really is.
There are parts of it that do get a bit complex, like very, very, very deep. And that's not saying the game is deep. I'm saying like certain algorithms behind under the hood are a bit more complex than maybe I would give it credit for just looking at it. But that does not mean it's not a casual game. It fucking absolutely is. Holy shit. The fact that attributes have been stripped out is and replaced with 3 colored bars is like obvious casualization and dumbing down. The fact that weapon types were reduced to one-handed, two-handed, and bows, that's removing complexity from the game that is not necessary to remove.
Yeah.
Skills don't even do anything. You just use them to buy perks.
Well, skills do stuff. It's just they seem less impactful than they do before.
I would say. Okay. With what Patricia had just said, Skyrim is not a casual game by any definition. It's so easy that it tricks YouTubers into thinking it'll be easy to make a video about it. I'd say that's fair. Like people think, and then you start digging into it, and you got to realize all the stuff you got to talk about. That's why that was the whole for near complete analysis of Skyrim. Was originally there wasn't going to be a mechanics part. We were just going to focus on the story and everything like that. So, and I argued to Creetosis that we need to talk mechanics, even at least a little bit, to show, because this is going to influence everything. When they tell us to go attack that fort, you need to understand that we are using the combat system in this game to attack said fort. So it's going to have a knock-on effect.
And that's the thing for me is I can even ignore a lot of the mechanical issues with Skyrim if at least like the storylines and quests were good. They're not.
Yeah.
There's so many issues.
But hey, remember, as Pete Hines told us, if we burn down the mill in Riverwood, we will increase the price of furniture all throughout the Skyrim. So, yeah, I'll take another 1,000 for things that's a fucking lie.
$5 for peace was never an option. Thank you. We're going to be trapped in this video longer than I was trapped in Creetosis' tabs. Motherfucker, you do not fuck with my tabs.
It's already been fucked with Creetosis. I have at least 15 lizard assassins in your tabs.
No, you don't. What is this heresy? You do not close my tabs.
You will not find them. You will not find.
I will open 200 more in response. Don't fuck with my tabs. I will do it.
Oh god, your obsession with tabs is awful, man. We need to break you.
No.
All right.
Not using a script, and therefore things are going to be a lot less concise. I shudder to think how long this video is by the time I'm done with it, but anyway. Skyrim is not a casual game. It's not. It's not by any stretch of the definition a casual game. I don't care how much people say that the Elder Scrolls has been dumbed down for casual gamers. Skyrim is not a casual game, okay? Angry Birds is a casual...
Oh my god, fuck off. Holy shit.
So...
Is Watch Together fucking up for you guys? It's like skipping around for me.
It's not for me. That was actually smooth, which is surprising, but yeah.
Let me refresh.
Yeah, so... He already just said he doesn't want to think about this rationally. He's already made his stance. He will die on this. That it has not been dumbed down for the casuals, which, again, Emil and Pete Hines and everyone already confirmed it 100% is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a hill to die on. And then he's saying, like, a casual game is Angry Birds. It's like, fucking, do you not understand?
There are different levels of casual. Angry Birds is a fucking phone game. It's meant to be simple. Not so simple as that you don't need to buy microtransactions, mind you, but it's like a spectrum. It's like autism. There are different forms of it.
My favorite comment about autism being on a spectrum is like, if it's a spectrum, we're all on it, because some of us,
Yeah.
If it's a spectrum, that means everybody's on.
But that's kind of what I'm getting at is like, yeah, Skyrim isn't as simple as Angry Birds. It doesn't mean it's not simplified and dumbed down from what the series used to be.
Yeah. It doesn't mean the game hasn't been casualized compared to Oblivion, compared to Morrowind, compared to Daggerfall.
And again, if you take Fallout into the equation, you could see steady progression of things get simpler from Morrowind to Oblivion, from Oblivion to Fallout 3, from Fallout 3 to Skyrim, from Skyrim to Fallout 4. There's a very clear pattern of things getting stripped out or simplified. You can't tell me they're not dumbing down. They factually are.
Yeah. All right, so we got 2 super chats real quick. $5 super chat for peace is never an option. Thank you very much. Don't worry, I didn't close them. I just managed to escape them, and I'm free now.
Thank you. You must respect the tabs.
Kiar18 with 20 Norwegian crowns. Thank you very much. It's 2 a.m. Good night, everybody. Tabs for life.
Thank you.
Do not encourage him.
Support for my tabs grow every day. You cannot fight it.
Yes, I can.
You will not win.
Sure I will. We just gotta knock out Canada's power.
I like how it's all of Canada and not just my town or my house.
Well, yeah, because we can't let them know where you live. Only the lizard assassins are supposed to know that. All right.
How much people say that the Elder Scrolls has been dumbed down. Skyrim is not a casual game, okay? Angry Birds is a casual game. Skyrim is not. You should be able to see for yourself why Skyrim is not a casual game when you compare it with something like Angry Birds. Okay.
You're comparing apples... No, it's not even apples to oranges. You're comparing a fucking AK-47 to an apple.
Well, there you go.
You like just because
What?
it has
Give me insane
RPG
take.
mechanics, it has skills, it has levels, it has, alchemy functions in a certain way, enchanting functions in a certain way.
Yeah.
There's algorithms behind, like under the hood, that changes how leveling works or how the world works. NPCs have routines. That doesn't mean that it's going to be Angry Birds simple. They're not even fucking comparable. This is why people compare it to Morrowind. That's why people compare it to Morrowind or Oblivion, because they're games in the same series, and you can show where things have been simplified from one to the other. It's just such a fallacy to compare Skyrim to Angry Birds, saying Angry Birds is casual, Skyrim isn't. Yeah, if those were the only two games that exist, then sure, Skyrim is super complex compared to Angry Birds. I mean, it still is super complex compared to Angry Birds. It doesn't mean it's not more simplified than what came before it. What a stupid fucking argument. Holy shit.
Yep, we can see why. We're not far away from where Patricia bowed out. Let's see what happens.
There's so many points where people don't understand what dumbing down actually is and what casualization actually is.
So I'm sorry, but do you? That's gonna be a thing here. I don't think you understand what that is. So here we go.
Understand what dumbing down actually is and what casualization actually is, or even understand what a casual game actually is. I mean, there are so many points, if you think back right now in Samuel Online's video, where he talked about things like the value of artifacts in the game. He basically, as you probably all of you may know, the various magical artifacts in the game, the unique ones like the Daedric artifacts, in Morrowind they were worth a heck of a lot of money. They were worth huge amounts of money, like hundreds of thousands of gold, and you couldn't sell them to any merchant anywhere for their full value.
Yes, you could. You could sell them to Creeper and do the item shuffle. So, first of all, you're fucking wrong.
Yeah.
Number two, you're picking probably the weakest point in Sammy Online's video. Items are worth less gold than they were in previous games. That doesn't matter. That is an argument he made, and it was kind of a bad one. The bigger point he was making is that artifacts had less overall value in terms of what they do for the player and how common they are.
Yeah.
And how easy it is to get them.
And as Patrician TV points out, he's more attacking the terms. He's not attacking the arguments. Yeah.
Yeah.
And cause that's why I said, do you know what it means to be a casual game? Do you know what dumbing down means and simplifying, and who a casual audience even is? And it's like, yeah. But yeah. All right.
And you couldn't sell them to any merchant anywhere for their full value. And then in Oblivion, the value of these items was reduced a bit, and in Skyrim they were reduced further. So you had items that were previously worth in Morrowind about 200,000 gold, now in Skyrim worth 2,000 gold. And Samuel Online basically said, yeah, that's dumbing down, because casual players want to be able to sell every item they get. And I'm sorry, but that is not dumbing down. That is simply a different approach to game design. That's literally all it is. If they wanted to dumb down the artifacts, they wouldn't have made the artifacts worth less money. They would have made it so the merchants had unlimited gold or something.
Okay,
because obviously...
Go ahead.
Again, he's taking the weakest point from his video and he's misrepresenting it. He's leaving out the substance of the argument for a smaller point Samio Online made.
Yeah.
I keep fucking up his name. I'm just going to call him Sammy. So, this is already, super fucking disingenuous. To, again, ignore the substance of the argument to attack a smaller point he made within that section of his video. He didn't say it was dumbing down because the items are worth less gold. The point was, as I've already stated, the artifacts are far more common, easier to get, and their effects are a lot
way
weaker
less valuable
than they were before. Yeah, a lot less value to the player than they were before.
There's less benefits to having these than there is anything else. One of the weird fringe benefits to these artifacts is that they don't have scaling, which is so fucking nice if you want to do, I don't want my game to turn into a tedious slog. Oh, $5 super chat from Peace Never an Option. He says, I did leave some Willy Pete traps in those tabs, so be careful.
I have no idea what that is, but how dare you fuck with my tabs?
Willy Pete is the nickname or moniker for white phosphorus.
Oh.
Yeah. Pretty horrifying, devastating stuff.
Jesus.
Anyways, I can't answer that at the moment, Mihawk, because we do need to try and get through this. We're going to start showing Patricia new content he hasn't seen before.
You know, if you're really going to appeal to that, why change how much the artifact is worth when you could simply, remove the cap on how much gold a merchant has in the first place? All this is simply, just a different design decision by Bethesda with regards to the artifacts and value of items, on the whole. I mean, it's not just those specific artifacts where things have changed. I mean, if you look at the value of things like just mundane crap like gems and books, going from Morrowind through Oblivion through to Skyrim, it's changed a great deal, huge amount. Just because they wanted a different way of doing the economy in the game. They wanted a different way of making it work. They wanted to try some new things. Nothing necessarily wrong with that. But what it isn't is dumbing down. There are so many complaints people have.
Yep. Okay, your example for why it isn't dumbing down is because, well, they would just let the people do infinite money cheats. It's like, they completely simplified the entire fucking game and its economy. Its economy is fucking awful in Skyrim. Like, the economy is broken if you do the most mundane thing. If you literally just sell all your crap, you absolutely curb stomp the entire economy, and it doesn't make any fucking sense. What value does a single gold septum have? And that doesn't even get into the point of why the fuck are the Stormcloaks using septums. But what value does this gold coin have? And in Morrowind and Oblivion, you knew more of what the value was, and things felt like they had more room between what an apple cost versus what a sword cost versus whatever cost. When fucking a wedge of cheese can cost more than a fucking sword, something's wrong.
Which are legit complaints, don't get me wrong. You're perfectly right to make them, and in many cases I actually agree that the way they did it in Morrowind maybe was better, or whatever. But don't say things are examples of dumbing down when they're not. That's basically all I'm saying here.
Okay,
again,
so...
you don't know what dumbing down is, then.
Yeah, don't use fucking disingenuous arguments to...
Yeah. Get the point that the person is actually making. Don't represent their argument incorrectly.
Yeah, because if you had never seen Sammy Online's video, and you just saw this, well, the point that he's just told everyone that hasn't seen that video is, oh, he's saying the game is dumbing down because items aren't worth as much gold as they were previously. What a stupid fucking video that must be. Well, no, he makes some good points in his video. Like, I still have issues with this video.
Yeah.
But...
Take care, Mass RDF. Have a good time at work, man.
Yeah, have a good one.
All right.
I just hate when people do this shit where they're very obviously taking something out of context and taking Huh?
I said I'll be right back. 1 second.
And taking the absolute weakest argument from the video and presenting that as if it was some big major point in the video. Like, no, it was a small point. In how long was this video? It was like a 10-15 minute video or something. Let me check that quickly. Oh, look, another tab.
No.
I had to open another tab to look in YouTube to see what the video length is.
One of these days, you're going to open a tab and the stream is just going to die.
Okay,
OBS
so...
is going to crash. Everything's going to crash.
Okay, so semi-yo-line. So it's not online. Semi-yo-line. Okay. Semi-yo-line's video is 32 minutes and 51 seconds long, which... To take this one argument about the value of items and presenting it as if it's some huge argument in his video is incredibly disingenuous and dishonest. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked.
How you doing, chat? Such has gone longer than I thought he was. Maybe the lizards got him.
Well, no, they're on his side. They ain't got to touch him.
Maybe they betrayed him.
Or that would be like a lizard, wouldn't it?
Or
bunch
now
of snakes.
Or now that you know horse supremacy over dragons, have you sent horse assassins out after him? My brain is beginning to melt out of my ears. How do you think we feel every week covering these videos?
Alright, I am here. I exist.
Ah, so Pagan's horse assassins didn't get you. That's good to know.
They're horse assassins. They can't carry anything. They got hooves, for God's sake.
Oh, you should have heard what Cree said, though.
You should have heard what Pagan said.
I mean, I made it way
I see
worse.
how this is. I see how it is. Both of you are like, he said it worse, but he said something worse. Yeah, okay. I'll smack
So he
both
was
of
like,
you.
so he said maybe the lizards got him. I said, but no, they wouldn't. They're on his side. They wouldn't touch him. He's like, but maybe they betrayed him. And I'm like, well, that would be like a lizard, wouldn't it?
Wow. Racism. Wow. Racism.
Hippity hoppity, lizards are property.
All right.
And when they're not. That's basically all I'm saying here. Anyway. Bottom line here is that Skyrim just isn't a casual game. No matter how much you may wish to believe that is the case, it just is not a casual game.
It's
You're
not
just
about
wrong.
wishing for it to be the case. It is. It's a fact.
Yep.
$5 from
Oh,
Stephen
the-
Wright. Thank you. Quick, get the Lizard Spice to randomly play copyrighted music at Cree's tabs. I'll teach him. No. Oh, can't see. I forgot to turn the thing back on. You didn't miss
Yeah,
much.
that's what I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah,
we
you-
didn't go very far. You just heard what we
Yeah.
listened to.
But yeah, this just seems like kind of a desperate pleading at this point. It's not casualized, guys. Stop saying it's casualized. That's just what's coming across as to me. We good to continue?
Yep.
Yep.
Is not defined by how popular it is, or by non-hardcore gamers, if you like, are playing it. I mean, like, for example, just look at something like Dota 2 or League of Legends. Millions upon millions. StarCraft 2 as well, that's a good example. Millions and millions of people play these games. But
Notice how these are all different styles of games and different, like, needs. It doesn't mean that League of Legends is not casual. League of Legends is pretty fucking casual in comparison to Dota 2. Dota 2 has mechanical depth and everything to it that League of Legends doesn't have. It doesn't mean that League of Legends isn't casualized.
He's also trying to counter the appeal to popularity here, which isn't not actually an argument anyone has made. That at least it's not an argument that Samuel Line.
Just
Not-
say Sammy.
Just say Sammy. It's
Yeah.
not an argument that Sammy has made that, oh, it's popular, that means it's dumbed down or casualized. It's not.
Yeah.
So even trying to counter that point, this is just fluff. This is unnecessary.
Also,
Unrelated to the discussion. Yeah?
and a lot of people would consider that StarCraft 2 was casualized and dumbed down for quite a while there until they started bringing back the complexity and depth that was in Brood War. Brood War was the big thing.
Oh, and I want to read out this comment quickly. Casual games can theoretically still have depth for more hardcore players to uncover. Yeah, that's possible.
All right. Welcome, Rappar. And here we go.
But I think you could honestly say League of Legends or StarCraft 2 or Dota 2 are casual games by any stretch of the imagination.
Yes,
Okay.
I can absolutely say League of Legends is. And that's why it's so fucking... That's why it's exploded. It is super casual, super easy to get into, and can run on anything, even a toaster.
I haven't played League of Legends or any other, whatever that game style is called. The only... I've played MOBA. The only MOBAs I've literally ever played were the custom games back in Warcraft 3. I think I played the original version of Dota once or twice. There's the Footman Frenzy game. And there's even that, like, anime battle thing in Warcraft 3 game mode. Like, way back in the day, obviously. But, yeah. He also represents the casual games argument in the original video. He's basically attacking some meme Sammy was using to deride Skyrim players. Yeah, I remember that from the original video, too. It's the image of, like, the family sitting there with controllers. Then this guy, you know, puts a red filter over it and angry faces, and it just comes across as, like, super condescending and asshole-ish, so...
Dude, yeah. But you don't understand. It's the conspiracy. But there's a conspiracy that they're doing it to the casuals. It's like, it's not a conspiracy. They confirmed it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And just the whole playing up the conspiracy aspect, too, is really annoying.
So, you know, just for God's sake, remember that make it casual. Makes it maybe mainstream, if you like. But there's a difference between something being mainstream and something being casual. You know, or being stupid, or being dumbed down. Just look, take an example in film, for instance, Inception. That's a pretty good film. I quite like Inception. But the thing is, people didn't expect Inception to actually do very well at the box office because it wasn't your standard, you know, it wasn't Transformers or whatever. You know, it's a pretty intelligent film, and it's a little bit...
Okay, please. I wish this was a court and I'd be like, objection, relevance.
Yeah.
Please get to relevance of a movie that didn't have anything else that came out before it. It is not Inception 2 or anything. Please get to the relevance of this argument.
Yeah, I don't see what relevance a movie has to video game dumbing down.
Yeah, like if you were talking about Inception 1 versus Inception 2, and maybe like the movie got dumber or the plot was changed, something like that, sure, fucking...
I mean,
have at it, but
we have examples of this. Fucking Star Wars. The original trilogy was well written. The prequels had some issues, to put it kindly. And then the Disney movies were all fucking garbage, like through and through.
Yeah.
There's a clear line of dumbing down from the originals to what we have now. And even then, I don't think comparing movies to video games is a fair thing to do. Like, it doesn't seem like an accurate comparison to me to make between movies dumbing down and games dumbing down, just because there's so many other things to consider in a game over a movie. It's not just story or visuals. There's the gameplay. There's literally all the mechanics to consider.
Yeah, the interactive element is a huge game changer for video games. That interactivity, you are no longer passive. You have to be an active participant in your entertainment. Big game changer. All right. Game changer. Nice.
A little bit difficult to follow for people, I imagine. And therefore, people didn't expect Inception to do very well at all, but it did. It did. Loads and loads and loads of people went to see it. It was a huge hit. And I don't think you can honestly argue that it's dumb because lots of people went to see it.
That is not the argument anyone is making. This is not an argument Samuel Lyon made.
Yeah, and being dumb is not the prerequisite for being dumbed down. Being dumbed down means lesser than what came before. It has been stripped down. Inception is the first movie in its fucking... If it's a series, I don't fucking know. I doubt it, but Inception is a one-off. That it doesn't matter if people think it does. My brain is having a hard time reconciling this. Being dumb is not the prerequisite for having something being dumped down. It's just lesser than what came before.
Yeah. Like, this is an entirely different argument than he thinks he's making here. The argument is some people thought Inception wouldn't do well because it's such a complex idea, I guess. And, okay, so something... Yeah, I don't even understand this point.
No, Forsaken, he can't be... So, Forsaken says, is he suggesting that because the thing made money thing good? I object to that. He can't make that argument. If he is, he's a fucking hypocrite, because he literally just said thing make money does not mean thing good or thing dumbed down. He just said that right before this. That the popularity of it does not inherently mean bad.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
What? That hold on. I want to listen to that Inception point again because he just went off into crazy land and didn't seem to elaborate on it.
Example in film, for instance, Inception. That's a pretty good film. I quite like Inception. But the thing is, people didn't expect Inception to actually do very well at the box office because it wasn't your standard, it wasn't Transformers or whatever, It's a pretty intelligent film, and it's a little bit difficult to follow for some people, I imagine. And therefore, people didn't expect Inception to do very well at all, but it did. It did. Loads and loads and loads of people went to see it. It was a huge hit. And I don't think you can honestly argue that it's dumb because lots of people went to see it, and the same thing applies here. It's that simple.
Okay, so... this is actually just straight up fucking strawmanning now because Samuel Line's video didn't say game popular, that means it's dumb. That's not something he said in his video.
Yeah, nobody, as far as I know, nobody has said, because Skyrim sold so much, Skyrim sold 30 million copies. I know it didn't. It actually sold less than that. Skyrim sold 30 million copies. Therefore, it's dumb. Nobody has said that.
Not that I've seen. And yeah, Patrician in chat, he's saying Sammy made an appeal to popularity. I don't recall that he did in his video. Like, I'm pretty sure that would have stood out to me if he did. Maybe I missed it. I'm like 95% sure he didn't make that fallacy in his video, though. So, yeah, this just seems to be coming out of nowhere.
Dumbing down's a really difficult subject to approach, really. To have their game simplified any more than it needs to be, and from series, from title to title throughout a series, it gets irritating. I can understand it gets irritating when things change and are simplified in a manner that seems almost needless. But the problem is, aside from the fact that a lot of changes aren't dumbing down, as I've just discussed, but the problem is, a lot of people, especially hardcore gamers, they love to complain about how video games aren't taken seriously enough as a creative medium.
What does this have to do with anything in Samuel Line's video?
Yeah. This is fucking... What? Okay. A video game being taken seriously or not has no relevance to this argument here. Lizard Assassin's keeping the owl likes down. That must be it.
Yeah. So yeah, it seems like he's just diving deeper and deeper into crazy land here.
Yeah.
And he didn't even talk deeply about how the mechanics have changed. He referenced the gold thing, which isn't even isn't even a big argument in Samuel Line's 30-minute fucking video. That's a very small point.
Not even that, but his whole thing here was that nobody, people don't, nobody likes their stuff to be simplified at all. Hardcore ones especially. He's like, you already admitted that nobody likes their stuff being dumbed down. You use the word simplified, but it's dumbed down. I'm sorry. Yeah, nobody likes it. So it's not just this conspiracy from the hardcore that are like, Skyrim's dumbed down. There are plenty of people that started with fucking Skyrim like, this is pretty like weak. Total Biscuit himself. What is Skyrim? vast as an ocean, as deep as a puddle.
Yeah.
Which was disappointing to him because we had a lot more depth and complexity in Oblivion and Morrowind before. Oh. Wasn't this video to respond to the people who took issues with the original video responding to Sammy's video? Yes, it was. And as Patrician points out, yes, it's called cope. Yeah, it's full copium. All right.
Changes aren't, I mean, just discussed. But the problem is, you know, a lot of people, especially hardcore gamers, they love to complain about how video games aren't taken seriously enough as a creative medium. And here's the thing, you want to know why books and films are taken seriously as creative mediums? Well, there's two reasons, really, two big reasons. The first being that they've simply been around for longer, so, you know, that's fair enough, there's nothing we can do about that, we just have to kind of sit around and wait, really. But the other big reason is because everybody reads books. You know, everybody...
No, that's just false.
That is 100% false.
Let me tell you something. If you're saying everybody does X, and it's not breathing, has blood circulation, has a heart pumping blood through their brain, has a functioning brain, you're a fucking idiot. Because not everyone is going to do everything you think. There's people who can't walk, so not everyone walks. Not everyone is going to read a book. Blind people have Braille, but that's kind of besides the point. Not everyone is going to do something. The only thing everyone can do is live, and even then they stop at some point.
Yep.
And even then, there's tons of people who just don't like to read. I know lots of people who, at most, the only way that they would ever partake of a book is through, like, audio, and, like, an audio book. But even then, I know people who are just like, nah, even that's fucking boring.
There's people in this world who are still illiterate. It happens.
Yep.
Yes. My uncle literally cannot read.
$5 from Stephen Wright. Thank you. This is kind of random, but I remember first playing Skyrim on release, and the game crashed right after Alduin landed. It was trying to protect you.
Yes. It was like, whoa, you're playing Skyrim? Bail. Yeah, that's fucking insane logic. Holy shit. Alright.
They've simply been around, so, you know, that's fair enough. There's nothing we can do about that, we just have to kind of sit around and wait, really. But the other big reason is because everybody reads books. You know, everybody watches films. It's a thing.
Again, not true.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure the fucking tribals in Africa are reading books and watching films.
The tribe on North Sentinel Island are, they can't wait for their next MCU movie. Like, holy shit. Their hype cannot be contained. This tribe...
God, I was going to say something, but I was going to make a joke. Like, yeah, people on Twitter are reading books.
That's fucking... God damn, is that not that's not as much of a shit take or a shit post as people think. Holy...
Yeah, I know. That's why it's so savage.
Yeah, I could count on one hand how many films I watch per year. Yeah. Like,
I agree with you, Patrician. I agree. Like, what films have I watched this year? Dune, some really cringe.
Hold on.
Outback.
Hold on. Be honest about it. Dune like 30 times.
9 times. Okay. I will be honest. 9 times.
I have watched, I think, just 2 this year. Dune and the Bebop movie in preparation for the god-awful Netflix show.
Oh
I did not watch the Bebop movie this year. I watched Dune. I watched this awful movie called Back to the Outback on Netflix. It's horrible. Is there anything fucking else I watched? Any movie? Oh, I started watching Joy and Noel. But that was today because I was feeling kind of in a Christmassy mood, and I don't know. I guess I wanted to make myself sad.
I rewatched Spider-Man 3 and No Country for Old Men this year. That's it, LOL. Yeah, there's a lot of people who don't watch many movies or don't watch movies at all.
Oh, wait. That's right. I watched the new My Little Pony movie, and it sucked. It was so boring, I forgot I watched it.
Those kinds of movies are always fun. The ones that are so boring, you just forget they exist.
Yeah.
This year I saw Spider-Man: Homecoming and it's not No Way Home. It is Far From Home. Man, those titles fuck me up. I watched The Thing. I watched the Cowboy Bebop movie, which, holy shit, the movie is good. It is good. I'm
Yeah, I
so
love
glad
that
the show
movie.
got canceled because they were going to fuck up the movie. That's how the show
Oh,
ended.
yeah, they were going to
Um,
ruin the fuck out of it.
And I've seen Dune. So that's 5 movies there. I can't remember if I've seen any more or not this year. I think we made the point clear, though. This
Yeah.
guy is fucking insane. He's gone... He didn't just go in the crazy land. He dove fucking right in. He is deep in the crazy land.
He didn't go to Crazy Land, all right? He got his passport, work visa, and proof of residency.
You merely adapted to the crazy. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see sanity until I was a man grown.
Yeah, pretty much. All right.
But the big reason is because everybody reads books. You know, everybody watches films. It's a thing everybody does. It is mainstream. Yeah, that lovely, lovely word that people love to hate. It's mainstream. That's why it's taken seriously, because everybody sees it and everybody has an opinion on it. You know, that video game...
Look, okay, he has weapons that are like super powerful, like one-shot things. He gets killed at, what is that, 80% health? It's
Yeah.
fucking insta-dead. Nice. Nice. Also, mainstream can absolutely be a dirty word. It depends on the context. Like, if Space Station 13 ever went mainstream, I think everybody would have a fucking riot. Because, no, that is something that does not need to be made mainstream. Like, it all depends. Mainstream can absolutely be wrong for multiple different reasons.
Well, it goes back to that meme, too. There's no room for you here. Okay, we'll make our own space. Hey, we want in your space. Oh no, there's no room for us in here anymore. It's the whole idea where, you know, you have sort of a niche thing, and then it becomes popular, and then the reason it was so beloved in the first place by that niche group is destroyed, and that niche group can't enjoy it anymore.
Patricia TV, SS13 doesn't have the capacity to go mainstream. I would agree with you in that regard. I'm saying, I'm using it as a hypothetical. Like, if Space Station 13 ever went mainstream and we got the fucking normies in it, I know I would be pissed. And I'm one of the more tolerant people in the SS13 community. I ain't mailing people cum rags in their mailbox for talking about Space Station 13.
What?
That was a threat that got made of if big YouTubers started talking about Space Station 13, people would come down and be like, I am going to mail cum into your mailbox if you talk about this game. Because they want to keep it. Because they don't want to bring in the fucking normies. We survived the recent normie storm of the fucking Seth Tide, which was awful, but yeah.
Didn't he make a thing like in his own video about not wanting it to become mainstream?
Yeah.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Best game ever. Don't play it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Seth said something like, and if this game goes mainstream because of my video, they'll come and break my legs, or something to that effect. I don't remember the exact quote, but yeah.
They'll come in my mailbox. He literally says they will come in my mailbox. Yeah, please, Patrician, I would love to see you on Space Station 13. I would absolutely love to see that. If you have any questions, you can ask my fucking psychotic self. I will tell you all about Space Station 13.
He will. You don't know how much Space Station 13 I've had to hear by being in calls with this guy.
Yep. It is my if you have one game and you're allowed an internet connection, it is my one desert island game that I could take forever. It is the one true game that I could take and only have to play that. Somebody's like, you can only play one game for an entire year. That's it. You can never look at any other games. It'd be Space Station 13.
seriously because everybody sees it and everybody has an opinion on it. You know, that video games aren't consumed by everybody as a creative medium. Not everybody plays video games, you know, for now anyway. They are gradually being taken a bit more seriously, but that's because video games are becoming more popular, and you can't make video games become more popular.
Okay, so
why is it so hang on, Meme Night, we'll talk about this too, but Meme Night says, why is it a bad thing that people get to enjoy a game more? It's the whole idea of there's not enough room in here for you anymore.
It's not
like,
it's partly that. It's the thing we're experiencing with Fallout in particular, where the original game was a deep RPG with good storytelling and mechanics, 2 expanded upon that. And then 3 comes in and dumbs everything down, but at least it made the franchise popular. At least it revived a dead franchise.
Yeah.
The Fallout franchise wouldn't be where it is today without Bethesda saving it and resurrecting it.
Yeah, I
like,
hate that shit.
And like, it's the whole thing where, okay, but the fans of the original games, some of them can still enjoy the newer games, but a lot of them...
Yeah, because we got New Vegas, thank God.
Well, I'm talking... There are people who are fans of the original who are still fans of Fallout 4.
And 3. Yeah.
TKS Mantis, good guy. He likes all the Fallout games to a degree. And, that happens. But there's also plenty of people who completely justified only love the first 2 games and hate everything else, or only like the first 2 in New Vegas, or even only like the first one. You know?
AA 2015 says Bethesda did resurrect Fallout, though. Not necessarily, because there was a bidding war for Troika to get it. And if there's any company I would have wanted to get Fallout, it would have been Troika. Like, yeah. Bethesda recreated Fallout, but it was a shallow corpse of what it used to be. It was incredibly dumbed down.
Yeah, plus we don't know what we would have gotten with Van Buren. For all we know, it could have revived the series.
Yeah, so Mihawk, we had this discussion earlier about what is the difference between dumbing down and what is the difference between streamlining. So Mihawk says, Setch, wouldn't you say the New Vegas has more noob and casual friendly approach to their systems while still retaining complexity? Yeah.
Yeah. And
I would say it has been streamlined. The process in New Vegas has been streamlined, but they made sure not to remove the complexities of it.
Yeah.
And again, I'm totally fine for... I am totally fine if Troika had gotten its chance and then it died. Then it died. We don't live in that timeline. We don't know what would have happened. We just know that Troika would have made it in a different timeline. Oh, you're trying to say it's a zombie now. I accidentally pressed enter before I could finish it. Fair. Okay, so that's why you retracted the comment. That's fair. Yep, exactly. And that's the other thing, too, is, like, we can still enjoy bad games. There are games that are objectively shit, or movies that are objectively shit, like fucking Birdemic. I'll still watch Birdemic because it's so bad. It's like, oh my god, are we really getting a lesson about how trees work, an actual biology lesson on trees in the middle of a movie about birds that have gone insane and people are attacking them with coat hangers? Oh.
Yeah, that was fucked. Yeah. But it's just annoying. It's just bullshit to have, you're in this niche thing that you enjoy, then it becomes mainstream and a bunch of new people come in to the point where the new fans outnumber the old fans, and then they start dumbing the series down, and then if you say anything about it, you are fucking vilified for the longest time. No, I mean, it's starting to change now, but for the longest time, back when Skyrim first came out, hell, even not too long after Fallout 3 came out, if you had criticisms of these games, you were fucking vilified by the community.
Yeah. Meme Night, I'll explain. So, the reason I'm using Space Station 13 as an example is because Space Station 13 is entirely dependent on the community and systems within that community to function as a game. It is entirely dependent on other people playing the game as well with you to do their jobs, to play in specific ways, depending on the servers and everything like that. It is entirely dependent on that to function. if it were to become mainstream, it immediately collapses and the game just doesn't work anymore. It falls apart. As got seen by the Unity Station tests on Steam, it just falls apart. The people are like, ooh, I heard about this on Seth's video, and I don't have to go through Beyond and do all this bullshit to play the game. Yeah, I'm gonna play it. And then they would just destroy the station over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And because like, oh, that was dumb, I'm leaving. Well, it also ruined everybody who was genuinely trying to enjoy the game and play it like normally. No, it's not even that it's multiplayer. It's that it's multiplayer, but it is so intricately tied to the multiplayer, to the social aspect.
Yeah,
you cannot divorce it from it.
Because if you get a role, you have to play that role.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have to actually be kind of interesting. You can't just walk through it and just not try to do anything interesting, which a lot of normies tend to not do. They don't really know how to do interesting stuff. They just kind of go through the motions, which, yeah, that's going to ruin the fun of everyone else, which is going to kill the game.
Yeah, so like I said, that's why we're saying it's not mainstream is bad always. We're saying there are case scenarios where something turning mainstream turns it bad. That just happens.
Or will just ruin something.
Yeah. And in this case, we could argue that Elder Scrolls is going down that path, because to become more mainstream, to become more mass appeal, they have constantly dumbed things down and stripped out features and worsened their writing qualities and everything, which is very, very depressing.
The thing that bugs me is you don't even need to reduce writing quality to get more people in. You could still have a really good story and still get people in, even with simplified mechanics. And that's something I think I said earlier, or was starting to say earlier, is I could have forgiven Skyrim so much more if at least the story aspect was really good, or at least decent. I could ignore some of the mechanical issues. I'd still have problems with them. I'd still complain about them to a degree, but I wouldn't be able to be as critical of the game if at least the story and quests were tight, you know?
Yeah.
Anyways, let's get back to this.
Yep.
Unless, to some extent, you appeal to a wider audience. And the only one of the ways to do that is, yes, to dumb down slightly. You know, you can't have your cake and eat it. You know, you can't.
One of the ways to do that is, yes, dumb down slightly. So it's dumbed down.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the fuck is this? Oh my
fucking
God.
course.
You just destroyed all of your past arguments, you fucking idiot.
It's not
They're
dumbing
not
down.
Dumbing the game down, but I mean, they had to dumb the game down so that it could become popular.
Yeah.
You see, you realized it. There you go. You figured it out.
Yeah, dumbing down is still dumbing down, even if it's slightly, but let's be honest, it's not slightly, it's a lot. It's significantly.
Yeah.
You had the right starting letter there with S. You messed everything else up, though.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here we go.
Audience, and the only one of the ways to do that is, yes, to dumb down slightly. You know, you can't have your cake and eat it. You know, you can't have games that remain as completely incomprehensible and difficult as they used to be, and still have games being taken seriously.
How is Morrowind incomprehensible?
Wait. No. Listen to what he just said. Listen to what he actually just fucking said. Hold on. That's way more shit than you think it is. All right, here we go.
Audience, and the only one of the ways to do that is, yes, to dumb down slightly. You know, you can't have your cake and eat it. You know, you can't have games that remain as completely incomprehensible and difficult as they used to be, and still have games being taken seriously, because if...
What?
You can't have games as difficult and incomprehensible as they were before and have them taken seriously as an art form.
I'm sorry, fucking what? That makes no goddamn sense.
None.
Yeah.
Zero.
When I heard him say, and taken seriously, right before you paused it, I was like, no, he did not.
One of the reasons the creator of Dark Souls made it difficult was so it would be taken seriously.
Yes.
You fucking moron.
Oh, God. That's fucking amazing. Dude.
of all the nuclear level shit takes we have heard, that is one of the most nuclear.
Also,
God, I hope Patrician was there to hear that one, because oh my god.
he might still be in chat. He just might be mid-stroke right now, because
Yeah.
holy fuck, that point.
Games
was-
being
wow.
too complex and deep means they can't be taken seriously. Holy shit.
Well, it's not just that. It's a disingenuous. Oh, it's incomprehensible. So, back to
Yep.
what I was saying before. How is Morrowind incomprehensible? It's only incomprehensible if you're trying to make it sound, like, crazier and, whatever than it actually is. And by the way, the whole people not taking games seriously as an art form goes back to the whole Roger Ebert's stupid fucking quote of, not viewing them as an art form because there's something you can win.
Yeah, which, again...
Holy shit, what a retarded
That's-
fucking take.
Yeah,
And-
that's just stupid.
To be fair, into Roger Ebert's thing, he shouldn't have made it, but he had old people think. As the same thing with George R. R. Martin. He has the same thing. He recognizes he has it. He even says that video games will be an art form one day. His only mistake is he doesn't think it's already happened, but he's already made clear he does not play video games. He doesn't want to play video games because he's afraid he will get addicted to the video games. And again, it's old people think, and he fully admits that it's old people think.
Yeah, and George doesn't need a fucking addiction right now when he's got a goddamn book to finish.
Yes.
Yeah.
Finish
Get to work,
wins a
damn it.
winter. Finish wins a winter.
Um,
You know, if he pulls out some crazy bullshit like the Winds of Winter, and then 6 months later, we actually already have it. And he shows like both books finished,
oh my
like
god.
Winds of Winter and A Dream of Spring,
I
both finished.
I
I'd be
would
like,
love that.
"Ugh!"
That would justify the wait somewhat.
It would absolutely.
But yeah,
That's the thing. George did a big boomer moment for sure, but he is self-aware enough to be like, it's a boomer moment. I fucking know. Trust me. I'm just, yeah. Don't worry.
yeah. And again, there's a lot of issues with the whole games arts and art form take. It's a stupid take by people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, and he fully admits he doesn't know anything about video games, so that's why I'm like, I don't see it as a shit take when George says it, because he literally doesn't know anything about games.
Yeah,
He
especially-
purposely says he avoids it.
And it's also just such a dumb thing now because most people have changed their view on this, especially after BioShock came out. All people could talk about was how, like, this is proof that games can be an art form. Same thing with Deus Ex. They were like, people pointed at these games and said, this is proof that they can be. And a lot of people accepted that.
I don't know anything. I don't know what Razorfist might have said, but yeah. George as well. I don't think it's procrastination that's getting George down. I think it was the fact that he was working with a project that was going really well, Game of Thrones, and that people were listening to him and great things were happening. The show was taking off, and he was inspired by that, which is why more and more Winds of Winter preview chapters are coming out. And then suddenly the project was taken from him. And not kindly either. And that just kind of defeated him. And when he gave his notes for how it was supposed to end, and people hated it, absolutely fucking hated it. And it's not because of George. George isn't the one. He didn't lay down the train tracks. He said, this is the destination. You got to get there. And fucking Dumb and Dumber were like, all aboard the crayon train. Doo-doo! So, and then now Game of Thrones is almost universally mocked.
Yeah.
So that has to play on you as a creator. It'd be hard not to have that. To have something you worked on be held in high esteem by pretty much everyone.
Yeah,
and
Game
then
of Thrones
now
had
it's getting shafted everywhere.
Well, I heard an interview with one of the actors way back where they're signing up for, it's a fantasy series. It's not going to win any awards. You're not going to win
All right,
any awards for being a part of a fantasy TV show. Then it fucking did. It was like,
yeah,
there was a few years where Game of Thrones was the darling of the fucking world, where everyone was talking about. Not literally everyone, okay? I'm not pulling a fucking retard move like Dave did here. But
yeah,
there were a lot of people talking about Game of Thrones and how great it was. There's that famous video clip of people in a bar doing a watch party, and then the title comes on and everyone loses their fucking shit.
Yep.
And all of that disappeared fucking overnight.
There were shows that referenced it, and I don't just mean like, oh, you know, like they made a reference, like a phrase or something. No, I mean like they literally named the show and were like, oh man, yeah, we got to get this over with. Game of Thrones is going to be on soon, like that kind of shit.
Yeah. So I need to talk about this 1 second.
All right.
Now I'm not gonna be able to say his name properly, but I need to talk about this because I saw Meme Night. So Meme Night says, "Remember when the authors of Witcher sued CD Projekt Red for making his series famous? That is not why he sued them. Sorry, that is completely false information going right there. The author of the Metro series made fun of him for it. The author of the Metro series can go fuck themselves because he doesn't know the situation. So what happened was the author, Andrzej Sapkowski, was constantly getting harassed by people that we want to make your game. 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 And so he finally relented and he decided it'd be a Polish developer. Let's get a Polish developer to do it because, you know, no language barriers, no nothing. They know it. So we'll have them make the game. But he didn't trust that the game was going to go well. This was a nothing developer nobody had ever heard of before. So he put in for a contract to get paid a flat fee because he figured that the game was going to fail, that Witcher 1 was going to fail. And he was right. Witcher 1 failed miserably. The company was going under. It was going bankrupt. They were desperate. And yeah, that's the end of where the Witcher series would have gone. People forget that CD Projekt Red was broke. Witcher 1 sold terribly. It didn't move hardly anything. And then what happened was they put out stuff for Witcher 2. Like, hey, if we can get an angel investor, Witcher 2, look what we've done with Witcher 2. Please look at this. And it looked like all hope was lost. And then an angel investor literally came in and saved the company. Now, in Poland, there is a beautiful law that is designed so that no party in a contract can be screwed over based off of the contract. It's bad faith contracting, and it is a law in Poland. So what happened was he argued now that, okay, with this information, the original game failed. Now they got an angel investor, and they're starting to take off again, and Witcher 2 has now done very well. So I want to have it updated because now these terms are no longer fair to me as the rights holder of the property. This is no longer fair. This contract is in bad faith, which is entirely legal in Poland and actually a good thing. So he has to take CD Projekt Red to court, and CD Projekt Red are constantly like, but we tried to give him more. We tried to give him money. We tried to send him royalties, and he refused them because if he accepted them, he can no longer make his legal claim. So he had to renegotiate a more favorable contract, and this is the way you have to go about it. Because, guys, he was right the first time. Witcher 1 failed. And yeah, and as Tyler McDonald just pointed out, he got burned by an old shitty TV adaptation, called Hexer. It did not go well. Yeah. So this is just how it works. Again, and people crucified him for no reason. Like, you guys have idiots like Young they're talking about how he's disgraceful and everything like that. It's like, U.S. law is not Polish law. You need to look up what the fuck you're talking about.
I didn't know about that part of it.
Yeah, that's why it's one of the things is like, this is stuff you need to actually look into before all this, because this whole idea of that the universal law is a contract is binding. It's like, not in certain countries, not in countries where they make sure that you can't be taken advantage of. Like if you're a child star and you sign a contract and then you realize your contract is completely fucked, you can actually protect yourself in Polish court now.
Huh.
So that's what it's there for. It's the same thing with here in the United States. I'm a nothing. I am a nothing record. I'm a nothing artist, and I make a record that goes platinum, and I signed off this thing. It's like, yeah, cool. And then you realize years later, you literally signed off 99.9% of your royalties, your assets, to the record label. You're fucked in the U.S. You literally can't do anything. In Poland, you can fight back against that and be like, hey, this is completely unfair.
Oh, so fucking of course a shitty 90s adaptation would call The Witcher something like The Hexer. Holy fuck. That's like the most stereotypical fucking adaptation I could think of already.
No, Devil May Chaos, because that didn't work. He didn't get a new contract because of Witcher 2. He got a new contract because of Witcher 3. He had to keep refusing the extra payouts, because if he took the extra payouts, it means they would have negotiated without the need of the court in Poland. So he had to refuse those payments in order for his case to go forward. Yes, not even similar circumstances, but this kind of reminds me of the woman who got horribly burned by McDonald's coffee and sued, but now most people think it was a frivolous claim due to McDonald's lying. Yeah. People think that the lady was too dumb and that the McDonald's coffee now has to be labeled hot because this lady was too dumb. That's not why she sued. She sued because they seriously fucking injured her severely. And she won. And same thing with the King Kong defense. Pirate Bay won its lawsuits. Pirate Bay won its lawsuits because of the King Kong defense. Like, if King Kong uploads it from Africa, are you going to go down to Africa and do that? Because we don't know where our users come from. And that's how they won. So people don't remember how they won it. They just know, the King Kong defense. Also, again, as I just explained, Demoman Chaos, if the contract was a flat rate, then that is what he agreed to. That doesn't fucking matter in Poland because it's called bad faith contracting. It doesn't matter what the contract originally said. You are allowed to argue to the court that the contract is ridiculously, unfeasibly unfair. And he argued it successfully and won. Anyways,
if we want any chance of finishing this video today, because we are 7 hours in, we've got 5 hours left. I don't want to spend the next 5 hours on the next 25 minutes of this video, so...
Yeah, as Daniel K points out, she actually needed surgery. That's how hot the coffee was. That is not the coffee is hot. That is the coffee is literally boiling.
Yeah.
One of the ways is, yes, to dumb down slightly. You can't have your cake and eat it. You can't have games that remain as completely incomprehensible and difficult as they used to be, and still have games being taken seriously, because if games stayed the way they always were, barely anyone would play them. And that's...
It's not about games staying the way they always were, you disingenuous fuck. It's about mechanics being the complexity, good complexity being removed. It's about...
Yeah. Depths and choice and player agency being removed in the name of chasing the mass market appeal.
Well, it goes back to the Fallout thing earlier. That's probably the best example. Emil was fucking butthurt that people didn't pay attention to the choices he put in Fallout 3, so there's no choice in Fallout 4.
Yep.
There's one choice in Fallout 4, and that's which faction you want to join. Which of the 4 factions, but even then it's like, it's not a moral choice, it's just which side do I want to pick.
Yeah.
And because and the reason I say it's not a moral choice, because they treat the Institute as the good guys if you join them. If you join the faction you join becomes the good guys, and all the other ones become the bad guys. That's how it works in Fallout 4.
To an absurd extent as well. It is ludicrous.
And that's part of what I find so annoying about it, is it treats them as black and white, even though pretty much very little is should be black and white. The fact that their black and white status changes depending on who you join is absurd. if you're going to make a faction evil like the Institute, fucking keep them evil if you join them. Don't suddenly turn them into the misunderstood good guys who, by the way, are still kidnapping and killing people fucking en masse to replace them with synths and to turn them into super mutants. Don't just ignore that. But they're the totally misunderstood good guys, and yeah, that's fucked. Creetosis, please notice how bad the butts of horses in Skyrim are too fat and unrealistically big. I don't know how fat a horse butt should look. I don't look at horse butts.
We need to ask the expert, Pagan.
Oh my god. The worst part is I can actually answer this because I raised horses.
Okay. That's because you live on a farm and you raise horses. It's not because you like a certain cartoon.
Yes. So, well, the thing
That
is...
you know of.
The thing is, with these type of horses, these are basically draft horses, and they do tend to be fairly large horses.
They're chunky.
They're very chunky, and if you feed them very well, they get fat. And yeah, some of it goes to their rear. They do get pretty big.
And you can tell by the hooves, like that these are not like these aren't sleek runners. These aren't Mustangs or anything like that. You can tell this is a fucking workhorse.
All right then. The question.
The only reason I knew that was because of the Budweiser draft horse thing.
The question of the horse butt has been answered. Let's move on.
Yep.
If you want to look at somewhere that is a place where video games are taken a lot more seriously, look at Japan. In Japan, pretty much since video games started becoming a big deal, people over there have been taking video games very seriously.
Do you Okay, this is gonna get kind of dark, unfortunately, but Japan was wallowing in being a victim of the end of World War II. It's where kawaii culture even came from. Because if they could just pretend that nothing bad happened, if they could just escape from what the reality of what they did and what happened to them, then everything was fine. That's the birth of kawaii culture.
Yeah,
And
literally the inventor of anime, the guy who made like Astro Boy and Kimba the White Lion, he made it after World War II as a way to try and get people happy again.
yes.
And obviously, that's a bit of a reductive way for me to explain it, but that's the best I remember it right now.
Yeah.
There's so much more to it.
There is an amazing anime that I highly recommend watching if you haven't seen it. I think Funimation, as much as I hate them, I believe they have it for free to watch. But it's called Paranoia Agent, and it's dealing with this exact thing. It is 100%. It actually references this exact incident of happening. So games was just an obvious, easy escape into Japan. It's a way to get away from what had happened.
Also, as Proteus in chat says, yeah, because Japan doesn't make complex games.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think some Japanese gamers would disagree with you heavily there,
Exactly.
Sorcerer Dave.
But also in the fact that it wasn't because they made games dumber or simpler that games took off and became serious there. That's not why that happened. It goes into a whole other really dark and depressing thing. Okay. Yeah, so
How it is here in the West.
Oh, go on.
yeah. Sorry, Nuva DT said, so that's more or less the birth of kawaii culture? Damn, no wonder modern anime is just a bunch of escapism and indulgence and degeneracy. Pretty much.
Well, my favorite part is in ER's video about fucking... Was it ER who did the One Punch Man video? Yeah, he did. He compared One Punch Man to Deadpool. And he was making a joke how, in a lot of anime, you'll have the characters' training sequences. And even in One Punch Man, 100 push-ups and sit-ups per day was considered minimal effort because that was a joke that
Yes.
Saitama got so powerful from doing that. and he compares it to superheroes in the Western world, where it's like, yeah, I just got my powers, or I was born with them.
Yeah, and the whole point, it goes deeper than that. Okay, Saitama originally was so weak and pathetic that doing those actually killed him, but he refused to die because his drive to help people was that strong. So he did the Gandhi thing where he did a negative integer and it wrapped around, and he is now infinitely powerful. That's legitimately what happened.
But
There is a guy who in order to save the world, he will become the ultimate evil to rally all nations, all people, all creeds against him so that they will live a better, more utopian life. So he will grow and become more and more evil on purpose. And when he faces Saitama, he explodes in power and gets more and more and more powerful, but Saitama is just stronger and stronger and stronger. And he finally relents and says, it's not fair. It's not fair. This shouldn't happen. I was supposed to unite it's okay, guys. One Punch Man and Mob Psycho 100 are actually very, very deep and well written, and there's a lot of sadness in them. So I highly recommend looking into these. By the way,
Yes.
I've only seen the first season of One Punch Man, but that was a very, very, very good fucking season.
Yes,
And
you need to see the rest, and Mob Psycho 100. We have got to get you.
Mob
to
Psycho
watch.
100 especially.
Yes, especially.
The ending of Mob Psycho 100 is heartbreaking, but it's also it feels good. It's that kind of like, it's okay. He's gonna be fine. No, season 2. I'm talking about if you watch season 2 of the anime. I'm sorry, it's pretty fucking bad. For One Punch Man, because they're like, it'll just sell based off the name, so we don't need to wait for Studio Bones and all of their literal best of the best in anime cast they put together for.
Oh no.
Yeah, so they farmed it out to a really shitty anime studio, and it shows.
Because
I hadn't seen it yet, and I had been putting it off, and I was like, oh, I'm finally gonna do it soon. Now I don't know.
I heard
just read the manga. Absolutely, just read the manga.
I heard that the showrunner or something called in a lot of favors to get season 1
he did
together, because he get
literally
a lot of the best talent.
Yeah, he literally got the best of the best in the entire industry. And what was more crazy was that he didn't actually use up those favors, because almost all of them were like, to do it for One Punch Man? Absolutely. I'll do it. It's so fucking good. I mean, that's how much they respect the manga for One Punch Man. And the webcomic, too. So what people don't know is the webcomic came first, and then the mangas came second. Yeah. Because the creator is not very good at drawing. He's gotten a lot better, but he's not good at drawing. But he is an amazing storyteller.
Yeah, season 1 of One Punch Man is some of the best TV I've ever fucking seen. It is great. And I still stand by it. My favorite part is Happy Starman walking up to him with a knife in the intro and just getting fucking obliterated.
Yep. Oh, wow. I love when he's like, wow. Okay. Consecutive series of normal punches. I found you.
Oh, yes. That was good, too. The mole escaping, and he just digs straight underground away, that just like out of nowhere.
Yep.
Oh, that was so good.
That is a place where video games are taken a lot more seriously. Look at Japan.
I will say, I doubt season 2 story would have been fucked up that bad, because again, the story of One Punch Man is genuinely really, really fucking good. It's just when you come from the high that is that level of animation prowess, and then you go to season 2, and
Yeah, most
the
of the complaints.
substance is great, but my god, they need to put up new curtains because everything looks fugly.
Yeah, most of the complaints I've heard about season 2 are related to the animation and how there's just a lot of laziness in there, where still
Yeah.
frames sliding across the screen and stuff.
And now you broke the limiting factor on my power. I'll become even more stronger. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I fucking love that. Okay. He does not give a shit.
Guys, chat, if you haven't seen it, watch season 1 of One Punch Man. All the build up and then the final fight is I love that ending. It is good.
Oh, it's so good.
It's where video games are taken a lot more seriously. Look at Japan. In Japan, pretty much since video games started becoming a big deal, people over there have been taking video games very seriously in comparison to how it is here in the West, anyway. And the reason for that is loads of people in Japan play games. Loads of people. As a kind of percentage of the population that plays video games in Japan is much higher than it is here. In fact, no other single country on the planet spends more on video games than Japan does.
I don't know if that's strictly true because of South Korea. I don't know if that's true.
Or China with all buying into microtransactions and shit.
Well, this was before China really went hardcore into that.
True.
Yeah. $2 super chat from Scootmeister. Who's this lost child?
Well, wasn't it? Who's this lost and sassy child?
Yeah, there are different translations for it, but like, who's this lost little girl? Who's this lost child? Who's this lost and sassy child? Yeah. And all of them work. All of them work from the webcomic to the manga, everything. They all fucking work. Oh, God.
Yourselves, if you want to, just put it into Google. Go ahead. Japan spends more than any other single country, including the United States. Including the entirety of Europe, in fact. They spend more than anyone else.
I doubt they spend more. They probably spend percentage-wise more. I think, again, this is one of those things
Also,
like you need to have the nuance here.
Yeah, just
But
flat numbers are they don't tell us much. So
yeah,
someone spending more on video games doesn't necessarily mean they play video games more either. You could have someone who buys every new game that comes out and only plays them for like 2 or 3 hours.
yeah,
And that's all they have to play for, of each and every game they get. Where you have someone who plays 23 hours a day.
mm-hmm.
You know?
And again, this is the whole like, you have in Japan a culture that is desperate to escape. Desperate. Because not only from what happened, what they did, and what then happened to them as a result of what they did in World War II, but their society is so built on the idea of perfection. You must be perfect in all things. Showing any deviation at all is considered a sin. A societal sin, not like an actual sin to your gods. But yeah. Like, so you have this, and that level of tension, I mean, there's a reason fucking Japan has such a high suicide rate, too. But that level of tension, you gotta get rid of it somehow. And video games are a very easy escape. Like, it's not hard to understand. Like, oh god, this happened during the war, we got nuked, and our entire society is all based around the idea of absolute perfection to a T, nothing wrong, no mistakes whatsoever. And that level of pressure just gets to people. So yeah, they escape, and video games are easy escapism.
And also, the Dragon Quest games are an extremely, extremely popular series in Japan, to the point where I've heard stories where people would start taking days off of work or weekends off of work to play the new Dragon Quest game every time one releases. And I've only played Dragon Warrior 7 for PlayStation 1 and a bit of its remake. And they don't seem like super simple RPGs to me. There's definitely complex. The first 2 hours of fucking Dragon Warrior 7 is completing puzzles to actually open the fucking game up. And they're not super simple puzzles either. There's a lot of red herrings and misdirection in those 2 hours. So, you know.
Well, Nuva DT, Saitama is supposed to be boring for a reason. He is literally bored out of his mind because nothing at all can challenge him ever. So he has lost his ability to feel emotions.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, as it got brought up, the 80s bubble bursting didn't help either. Yeah. There's no way that economic miracle was going to last forever. It had to slow down at some point.
Anyways.
Yep.
And that's why video games over there are taken far more seriously. Whatever you may think of Japanese games, that's simply the fact of the matter here.
They're not taken more seriously over there.
Yeah, you haven't proven this, Sorcerer Dave.
You've just proven that, you've made the claim. We had to have other people actually look it up for you because you didn't you didn't prove that at all. But yeah, just because they spend more on it doesn't mean they take it more seriously. There is an entire thing where they hate otaku over there. They created otaku and they hate them because they feel like they're degenerate basement dwelling creeps, these low life individuals. That's just how it fucking works.
Yeah, they see them as like a drain on society. They're working and they're trying their best to be perfect, and you got these other guys who just spend all day inside playing video games and watching anime, and that's how they feel about it.
Yeah. So it's just oof.
Here, if you don't care about that and you just want people to leave your games alone, and you don't think that the Elder Scrolls series, for example, should be changing, a little bit over time and evolving as any other game series would.
Holy fuck.
Oh my god, we want it to evolve, but we want it to be like fucking Morrowind, where it had depth and complexity.
Hold on. I could sum this up very quickly. Blow it out your ass, you cunt.
Here's the thing. We want it to evolve, like he said. Evolve, not devolve. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Wanting more Morrowind-like game... Again, this is what we said fucking earlier. When people say they want a Morrowind 2 or a New Vegas 2, they're not saying, we want Morrowind exactly the same as it was before, but just in a different setting. They're saying they want these systems and mechanics built upon and expanded. They want... This is the thing I've said numerous times this stream and in previous streams. I like the faction interaction in Morrowind. I wish there was so much more to it. I wish there was more situations like the Great Houses where you join one and the others tell you to fuck off. We don't want to deal with you because you're a member of our enemy fucking faction.
Yeah. And
just the different interplay between the Thieves Guild and the Fighters Guild. There is so much you can do with new factions and new groups and other areas of the world. This whole you don't want things to evolve or change. It's the most reductive, stupid shit arguments. I fucking hate it.
It's literally the opposite of what people say they want. That's the most fucked up thing. It's you just want it to fucking be the same and never change. It's no, we want it to go forward, not back.
Yeah. And that's the entire problem. This is why people like Samuel Line and us are making the argument that, Skyrim is dumbing down because it is simplifying things. It is taking the mechanical and storytelling depth out of the games that we liked and enjoyed. We want that stuff to be expanded upon, not simplified to the lowest common denominator. There's a reason attributes were removed from Skyrim. There's a reason skills were removed from Fallout 4. It wasn't to make the game deeper, I'll fucking tell you that right now. I hate this shit, man.
Yeah.
Just everything in this video is fucking garbage so far. This is really pushing it for me.
Yeah.
It goes back... this is very similar to the whole thing with Oxhorn, too. Oh, you're demanding perfection. The game... You didn't get the game you wanted, therefore it's bad. Fucking no, that's not the argument anyone is making, you dipshit.
God damn it. Tyler McDonald.
Yes.
He was worse than an Inwa. He was, Azura, forgive me for saying this, a halalu. Oh, so fucking good.
Yeah, the only reason I don't mind Halalu in Morrowind is because I like the style of their buildings. They're very nice looking buildings.
Yep.
But
All right.
yeah.
Let's try and.
I don't think the Elder Scrolls example needs, should be changing, a little bit over time and evolving, as any other game series would, to, attract new fans to the series.
And I also want to point out quickly, too, there, again, changes a spectrum. Are you changing for the better or for the worse?
Yeah.
Um,
Dark Souls, the Soul series, has evolved. And barring Dark Souls 2 being such a misstep, they're trying to keep what their core values are in Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, they fucking failed. Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro even. That's how it works. They are evolving and changing over time, but they're trying to keep their core values. They're keeping that complexity and that depth without,
We're evolving slightly over time by eliminating complexity and player agency. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
hi.
Huh? What?
Do I get a scam likely?
Oh, did you get a call or something or a text?
Yeah, but I don't know who that is. So whatever. At least not scam likely.
Anyways, and if you watch Samuel Line's video, he includes a clip of a parody Doom mod where you're on rails and it goes press E to shoot a monster and you do and it just dies. And then there's scrolling ads for Doritos and Mountain Dew. And the joke he's making there by showing that mod is that, yeah, this is... If the dumbing down continues, how long until we get a linear game where it's just press button to have thing happen, rather than being an immersive experience where you have choice and depth in the world?
Gabo Jones, Dark Souls 3 poise is actually great. I prefer Dark Souls 1's poise system, but Dark Souls 3 does it really well through the weapon arts and your attacks and everything like that, having different poise values that are influenced by your armor. I think that's a fucking great system. Because they were trying to stop the Dark Souls 1 fucking backstab fishing trains of putting on the super heavy armor and walking through the damn attacks and then backstabbing people.
Yeah. I don't want to get too much on a tangent with this because it'll go on for too long, but like, while I am super excited for Elden Ring, I will admit I have seen at least a few things that kind of worry me, where it does kind of feel like they might be dumbing down the systems a bit. I hope they don't. I really hope they don't. But man, some of the stuff I saw in that playtesting stuff was a bit worrisome.
I didn't notice anything besides the backstab. There's
the backstabbing thing. There's the fact that there's no true combos anymore. They got rid of those. I'm
fine with that. When talking with Pain, I'm fine with that since the damage has been upped. So I'm okay with one slap and then you have a chance to get out of there or commit.
Maybe. We'll see.
Like, because the whole thing in Dark Souls 3, you can literally hit twice with everything. So it becomes like, okay, well, why not just let us hit once with something and then keep the fight moving?
True.
Just do more damage.
Yeah, that could work. We'll see.
Kind of, you're really just being a hipster. At the end of the day, that's what you're doing. At the worst, you're
Oh
kind of just
my
acting like a spoiled,
God.
angry child that doesn't want other people playing with his toys.
No, fuck you!
No, you idiot.
Oh my... I fucking hate these people. We're not annoyed that new people are playing these games. I legitimately want more people to love and enjoy Fallout 1 and 2 in New Vegas and Morrowind.
Yes.
Like, more This isn't a Space Station 13 situation where more people being a part of something will legitimately ruin it. It is... I do want more people to like the Elder Scrolls and Fallout.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're not complaining. The complaint isn't that more people like it, you disingenuous fucking cunt. The problem is the games are being oversimplified, the complexity and depth taken out to appeal to that wider audience.
Yes,
There's
they
a
are
difference.
they're removing any consequences, any choice, any player agency. It's fucking tiring.
It is.
It's extremely fucking
I want
tiring.
if I make a choice, it actually has a fucking consequence.
Yes. I want more Fallout games. I want new Fallout games. I want to experience the world of Fallout more, but I don't want it to be dumbed down trash, and I want people to be able to appreciate the depth of the good ones.
Exactly.
And I want them to keep that depth, move it on, keep progressing with it, evolve it, and I want people to not just be happy with jingling keys in front of their face. I want them to play these games, the evolved games, and then appreciate it and look at these advanced new systems and how they improved on things and how it's not just dumbed down key jingling and then they clap for it. I don't want that. I want people to like the games for what they are supposed to be, not what they're trying to make them out to be.
Mm-hmm.
What I want is when I'm presented with a choice in a game to have to sit there and actually think about the consequences of my actions and my choices and how they will affect others. That's what I want. Skyrim, there's no fucking consequence to anything you do. If you tell the blades to fuck off, you're not going to kill Parthenax. Nothing fucking changes other than the blades won't train your companions to be blades. Is that a big deal? Not a fucking all.
No.
Because if they made it a big deal, then people would be like, I'm being punished. And that can't happen. That's not allowed to happen in modern Bethesda. A player can never feel like they made the wrong choice or made a mistake. Which is just terrible. You should show people that, hey, so what you did was really dumb. And here's your consequence for that. That should be an inherent part of these type of games.
I've always despised this fucking argument too that you just don't want people playing with your toys. It is one of the most fucking insanely reductive things you could say about the overall discussion. It's completely dismissing any potential validity to the arguments you're making and just saying literally you don't want people playing with your toys, which is
you're a selfish child.
I legitimately can't think of a single situation that I've ever seen online where someone has said, I don't want you playing with the thing I like. Because even Setch with Space Station 13 will say, hey, yeah, I think you might enjoy this game. He just doesn't want mass crowds of fucking dipshit Randys who are going to ruin the game coming in. He wants people who are going to play legitimately to, and like, actually play their part in the game to come in and expand the community in a way that doesn't harm it.
Yep.
It's not that he doesn't want people playing with his toys. It's not that we don't want people playing Elder Scrolls or Fallout. We absolutely do. It's that
we don't want to sacrifice the heart and soul of the experience to make that happen.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And this whole argument of, well, you want quality, so therefore you're a selfish child.
Not just a selfish child. A selfish child that doesn't want anyone playing with their toys. Like,
well, that's the thing. You're selfish. You're being selfish because you don't want anyone else to play it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's try. We are
halfway through.
We are super long in the stream too. So here we go.
Yeah.
And if you can't see what's wrong with that, then people's enjoyment of a series that is just as much theirs as it is yours.
Okay, that was skipping. Hold on, that was skipping for me quite a bit, so I want to replay that.
All right.
And if you can't see what's wrong with that, then you have absolutely no business dictating other people's enjoyment of a series that is just as much theirs as it is yours. Okay, so there's another point.
Okay, so
who is dictating who can enjoy what? Point them out to me.
I would love for you, like, yes, there are going to be those crazies. I would love for you to point out somebody like us who are talking about how wrong you are and how terrible your argumentation and how fucking petty and childish your arguments are. Where are we saying you're not allowed to enjoy these games?
Yeah, us asking for quality from them does not equal you. We don't want you playing them. It's not how that works.
And this
I want to get more people into Dark Souls because so Dark Souls is one of those games where the more people playing it is not a bad thing. I absolutely try to get people into playing Dark Souls all the fucking time.
As Calbeck just said in chat, how is not liking a thing dictating whether or not someone else can like it? Yeah. The whole complaint about dumbing down for the casuals isn't saying the casuals are not allowed to enjoy this thing. It is saying this thing is being altered to be something it's not in order to appeal to people who wouldn't play it otherwise unless it was dumbed down. Like,
yeah, exactly.
This is exactly why I say he's being reductive and disingenuous, because he's taking a point that no one made and applying it to and claiming that the people who are arguing against parts of this game are making that argument when it's not something they've ever said. If you go back to Semi-Align's video, he doesn't say casual gamers are terrible people and I hate them and I don't want them playing with my toys. He says Bethesda is changing these games to appeal to a different audience. Those are two very different statements, and to pretend otherwise is insanely dishonest and scummy and shitty. And fuck you, Sorcerer Dave, for doing so.
God, I wish I could remember the name of that artist. Fuck. He's a comic artist. He does a lot of political stuff now, but he used to do a lot of game stuff as well.
Honestly, this guy sounds very much like a Kotaku blogger from the same era. Yeah, it kind of comes across like that, because this is very much the take you'll see from that particular crowd of people where, you don't like that something is changing, then you're just a toxic gamer or fucking whatever. I am getting those vibes from this.
The reason why I brought that up was because his argument right now I don't know why, it really reminded me of that comic that he made where it's literally like some friends trying to play D&D, and then this like...
Oh, yes, I know the one you're talking
SJW
about.
woman comes in and she's like, well, I want to be able to play this too. I should be able to, you should have to let me play and stuff. And then it's like, okay, fine, we'll let you play. And then they get in and then they start wanting to change all the rules and stuff. And they're like, well, we don't want to change it. We like it the way it is. And then she's like, well, then you could just not play it. You could just leave. And it's like, but it's our game. Like, we brought you in and you're kicking us out of our own thing.
I know the comic you're talking about. It's by that guy who does the Screaming SJW comics.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I've got it up here. 1, 2, 3, 4 panels. It's 4. Sorry, not 4 panels. 4 pages. So, I'll just show each individual image. Copy image address. There we go. And there. So, can I play? Sure. This game is too difficult. Can I change it? Or sorry, can we change it? No, we've been playing this ways for years. We've been playing this... Bleh. No, we've been playing it this way for years. Why are you excluding me? Copy image address.
Yeah.
You are not being inclusive. Let's play the game with simpler rules, which everyone can enjoy. I don't wanna. Then you don't have to join us. So, kicking out the person who is originally there. Or one of the people that was originally there. Great comic set, by the way, because this very accurately summarizes the point. The party encounters a gang of violent orcs demanding we hand over all our money. Oh my god, aren't you offended by this? No. Well, I'm offended on your behalf. So obviously referencing the whole orcs are black people fucking thing.
Yeah.
And the final
I love
one.
this guy's stuff.
Yeah, this guy makes funny comics. It's good. Orcs are people too? No, they're not. The race is literally orc. Well, as a fan of this game, I'm calling for the removal of the term race. You didn't know this game existed until 5 minutes ago. If you don't like the rule... Yeah, if you don't like the rules, go play something else. Again, the person coming into it, forcing everyone else out and changing everything.
Yep.
Gatekeeping is not a bad thing in all instances, folks.
Yeah.
It's to keep crazies
Sometimes
like
you
this
get
out.
shit like this. Yeah, you get shit like this that happens, and it ruins it for everyone else.
Yep.
And the guy
It's
who...
so fucking annoying.
We should shout out the guy who does these comics, too.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember his name.
Yeah, I think he
He has
goes
a
on.
really-
I think he goes. Sorry, it's on the bottom of one of the comics here. George Alexopoulos or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I love his stuff. That Dark Souls comic he did was really good too. Where he's like, I don't know, he hands like he asks this like child if they want something, and the child's like, yeah, and he hands him a sword. It just stands in his way, and he's like, then come and take it.
Yeah. It's fucking great. $7 super chat from LT. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And yes, it's dollars. Suck it, Canada. We stole your maple leaves. Stop expecting a public company to provide a quality product to the public.
Yeah.
Basically. $5 super chat from Peace is Never an Option. Thank you very much. Wait, the main video is still dead? I got distracted and completely quit paying attention to the stream, lol.
No, the main video isn't still dead, but it is still fucking garbage. In fact, it's getting worse.
It's getting way worse.
$5 from Zimzilla99. Thank you. So if orcs are black people, am I half orc? Maybe.
Yeah, dude. To these fucking crazy people that think orcs are black people, yes. Isn't that the most racist thing you've ever heard?
It is.
Orcs are black people. It's like, no, what?
The fuck?
Do you look at black people in real life and say you're an Urukai?
No.
Do you understand how fucked that is?
It's even worse than that, Setch, because the whole basis behind the orcs are black people thing is, orcs are a violent, like hateful race, and
yeah, I know.
Oh man, that means black people somehow. So wait, you're saying black people are violent and hateful and dumb? That sounds pretty racist to me.
And it pisses me off. Like, it genuinely hurts me just to even say this, but it's like, it's literally the same thing as like, oh, black people are chimps and stuff like that. It's the same fucking logic, and I hate it.
Yeah.
It's so disgusting.
Yeah, and this is by the people who are claiming they aren't racist, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what makes it so insane.
It's because they are the most racist people that we've ever known. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the insanity of this. All right.
Yeah, let's get back to this because holy shit, we've got a lot to get through still.
The people's involved in the series, so there's just as much theirs as it is yours. Okay, so there's another point people brought up in the comments, and that is to do with how you don't have to be magically inclined to be able to join the College of Winterhold, and you don't have to be the best fighter in the world to join the Companions, and all that kind of stuff. And this is an interesting point. This one I completely forgotten about up till now.
Yes, just try and fucking defend this point.
Yes, please. Please try and defend the fact that you can become the fucking Archmage of Winterhold without casting a single spell.
Wait, Skib's not here? He was invited on, but he had work to do today, so he couldn't make it. But he is absolutely invited on to guest in future STAG streams.
Yeah, if he didn't have work to do today, he would be here. But since he had something to do, we'll get him. We'll get him in the future.
Yeah, but then again, if he was here, it'd probably only be fucking 15 minutes into this video at this point.
He probably would have died. He's like, we're already at the same length of yesterday's.
Oh, we've blown past the fucking length of yesterday's debate. Holy shit.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
He would have gotten to that point and just been like, no.
My soul has exited my body.
Yeah. Can't handle two of the longs in a row.
Well, maybe it's better so we don't accidentally kill our guest. I would prefer 0 guest deaths. I can't guarantee that, of course, especially with such sending out the lizard assassins. But
Especially the fact of what he had to deal with yesterday. Imagine going through what he did yesterday and then coming to this.
And hearing this. Yeah.
Yeah,
you know
that
what
would
though?
suck.
This insanity that we're dealing with is probably like a relief compared to what he had to deal with yesterday.
Yes. Like, that's what I'm saying is the thing he dealt with yesterday is, oh my god, like the fact that he did that all by himself.
Yeah, I
Yes.
wouldn't wish that upon
Other than
anyone.
chat,
And he
Other than
was
chat, but-
biting his tongue and everything like that.
he
Holy
was being
crap.
so fucking patient with him. It was insane. I could not believe how patient he was being with him.
Oh yeah.
And I love how, because he was being so patient and started like being genuinely like, giving him advice, and he seemed to be taking it at the end, that I decided to like extend an olive branch and like in the fighting, and his response was, "Fuck you, banned."
Yeah,
Yep.
he lost his shit. The second I saw you type it in chat, I was like, "Oh no, Bacon, don't get banned."
Yeah.
Because I
We
knew
knew-
there
we
was.
knew it was-
I'm surprised you lost it as long as you did, if I'm going to be honest.
No. All right.
But it's one that's worth talking about, and while you can see it as dumbing down, it's one of those instances of dumbing down where it doesn't necessarily actually affect the hardcore players, and so I think maybe
Yes, it does.
Wait. It is an instance of dumbing down. You just admitted yourself it's an instance of dumbing down.
So
So your entire argument from the last video and this one are now destroyed.
yeah,
This is the
You
second time
just
he's done
said-
this. He
No,
has now given 2 examples of the game dumbing down. while at the same
Last time he implied that dumbing down isn't necessarily a bad thing. He didn't say it directly to this. Now he has directly said Skyrim has dumbed down.
Ugh.
and keep in mind, the only actual dumbing down points he's addressed so far in this video, by the way, we're already past the length of his previous video on this. The only 2 points he addressed were the unkillable NPCs and, the item gold value of...
Oh, no. No, and I never said that people were blinded by nostalgia.
Well, no, that's
Or
not
implied.
that's not actually an argument about the game's dumbing down or not. That's why
That's true.
people are looking at the games differently argument. But yeah, there's the unkillable NPCs, which he still got that entire section fucking wrong. So good job. But the other
Yeah.
thing was like, the gold from the item values between both games was lesser in Skyrim. So that's apparently dumbing down? No. Well, good job at missing the entire fucking point, dipshit.
Yep. All right, here we go.
you can see it as dumbing down. It's one of those instances of dumbing down where it doesn't necessarily actually affect the hardcore players, and so I think
Yes,
maybe
it
whining
does.
about it is a little bit unnecessary.
Okay, fuck you. It does affect the hardcore players because it affects my level of
It's my immersion.
immersiveness. Yeah, it affects the immersion with the games. If the Mages Guild tells me you can't advance to the next rank because your attributes and skills aren't high enough for our requirements for someone to be at that rank, then that tells me, oh hey, this world actually cares about its people being qualified for the roles they're being given, which is actually kind of funny considering the Archmage of the Mages Guild of Morrowind is a fucking idiot. But besides that, when I can reach Archmage of the College of Winterhold and only cast like 2 spells in the entire game, that kind of breaks my fucking immersion a bit because oh yeah, this is a magic college. You need to do magic things to
You don't even need to cast 2 spells.
I'm being generous to the game, okay?
Okay.
I am being generous to the game, and even like 2 spells.
I'm just being honest. You literally don't need to cast spells at all.
But anyways, but yeah, here I am doing this mage quest as the barbarian is like slapping everything with warhammers to death. Like great fucking mage quest. Like even Oblivion had quests that required you to cast spells, even if you did use scrolls to solve like puzzles to open a ruin or just different things like that. It required some level of magical knowledge to do stuff.
Yeah. All right.
Basically, okay, so this is, I think, the angle Bethesda went to get rid of requirements for entering the different guilds. So
It's not just entering. Okay, we'll skip past this fast, but it's not just entering. It's the fact that you can become the leader Okay,
Yeah.
that's the bigger of the problems. Entering makes sense because you might be a novice who has a little bit of magic spark in you, and they can train you into something better.
Well,
That is not acceptable when you are the fucking leader of the entire faction.
Yeah, exactly. But I'd go a step further. Morrowind doesn't even have entry-level requirements to join a faction. I would argue that there should be. Like, if you are so inept at magic that your skills are, like, below 10 or whatever, the Mage's Guild should look at you and go, like, okay, yeah, go to a local bookstore and pick up a Basics of Magic book, and come back to us when you're more skilled. Then we'll take you in. And then just have in brackets, like, at least 3 magic skills must be level 15 or higher to join, or something to that effect. Just so there's that extra level of immersion that, oh yeah, faction won't even want you part of their organization if you don't meet the most basic of requirements.
Yeah. All right.
So, basically, if you've got a character, if you're a hardcore player, right, and you've got a character who's a mage, and you want to go join the College of Winterhold, you'll get in no problem. You're a mage, so on and so forth. And you're thinking, oh, well, my mage character isn't going to join the companions. Or maybe you will, but my mage character is not going to join the companions because he is not a fighter, or he's not going to join the Thieves Guild because he's not a thief. And that's fine. And the problem here is, why do you need the game to specifically tell you, no, you cannot join this guild because you do not have the prerequisite skills?
Because it's
of
not
immersion.
Yeah, it's not that we want the game to do it. We want the game to be like, these people are serious. Hey, I'm going to take the wheelchair-bound cripple into the companions. No. The companions are fighters. Why would they do that? It ruins their characterization. Like, it fucks over the entire storyline and setting.
I have a theoretical degree in magic.
Dude, the prosecution's witness had a theoretical degree in being an expert witness. Especially when he went up against Chad, the literal son of Chuck Norris and Mother Teresa.
I still need to watch that.
You should. I watched it again. It is fucking amazing. Anyways.
And the problem here is, why do you need the game to specifically tell you, no, you cannot join this guild because you do not have the prerequisite skills, when you weren't going to join that guild anyway? You see, putting entry requirements on guilds like that, all it serves to do is deny content to players who are a bit more casual about how they play the game, or perhaps just prefer to play with one character and get...
So it's not...
You just figured it out. It's casualized. Oh!
Yeah,
Thank you for admitting it again.
Yeah. Literally, again, you keep... I've never seen someone destroy their own points so fast before, but yeah, it's casualization. It's dumbing things down.
I have. His name was Gage.
Oh, that is one of my favorite moments from the entire fucking year. That is correct.
Correct. And then the prosecution.
You can just see the life drain from his face. Just like he sulks down and looks at his hands. It's like,
yeah,
oh, you done fucked up, boy.
That cross-examination is definitely going to be used as this is the textbook way to cross a witness.
My favorite part is how, like, the first several questions were just putting his lawsuit against the city in the fucking ground. Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
So are you being charged with a felony gun charge for the gun that you were carrying illegally and that you failed to disclose to the police? No? Oh, interesting.
As Calbeck just said in chat, if you weren't going to join anyway, then why would even the most casual player experience the content of the guild they weren't going to join? Not only that, if that casual player was wanting to join that guild, it's probably... they'd probably be training those skills up anyways to be in that guild. Like, oh yeah, I want to steal stuff from characters. So I'm going to be using thief skills. $5 from Scootmeister. Yeah. Thank you. I have a theoretical degree in theories, Matt Pat.
Oh, God, yeah.
Well, it's not a theoretical degree that he has in being a fucking dipshit.
Dude, no. Gabo Jones. Photo Chad truly is baller as shit.
Oh yeah.
No, it was absolutely the Gage again. Gage destroyed his own story in a flash. It was beautiful.
We didn't ask you to change your statement. Yes, you did.
Yeah, and I love that. Like we were asking you to add new information to it. He's like, "That's a change." It's like, yeah, dude. Every layperson, every single juror in there looked at that as like, adding stuff to something. You now made a difference.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's a change. What are you? How are you arguing this? It's so good.
Yeah. There is a nice spot in hell prepared for Fluffer Boy and Lunchbox.
Well, the first thing we got to make sure is they don't become a judge one day, because Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
Because guess who's first up for getting put as judges? It's the prosecution. So yeah, keep that in mind. Anyways,
like that. All it serves to do is deny content to players who are a bit more casual about the game, or perhaps just prefer to play with one character and in quote unquote complete the game in one run, because some people like to do that.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if people like to do that. That's not an argument for why something should be one way or the other.
yeah,
I'd argue it's better to have replayability where the game introduces situations like the Three Great Houses where you can't experience all the content in one go. It encourages you to play the game numerous times in numerous different ways. And this is why even the Great Houses have their specializations the way they do. One is based around being a warrior, one is based around being a mage, and one is based around being a bit more stealthy and talking to people. It's not
and
that
even if you could,
huh?
Go ahead.
It's not even that they're a copy of Mages Guild, Fighters Guild, Thieves Guild. It's that they use the same sets of skills or similar sets of skills to different purposes in a lot of cases. Like, it's encouraging different ways to play the game, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. And the thing is, even if, let's say you still could do all that, like if you wanted to do every faction quest, and they made it so that you could still do that, you should still have prerequisites to get in. There should still be things like, well, if you want to get in and do this part, despite having done all this other stuff, you still need to prove that you can do this thing.
Yeah, well, it's like my example of joining the Mages Guild earlier. If your skills are too low, they just basically laugh you out of the guild hall. It's just like, yeah, go learn the basics of magic and come back. When you're worth even a little more than dirt, then we'll consider you. Until then, don't waste our time.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you, if I encountered that in a game, I'd be like, oh boy, that is some immersion right there. That I'm so low they don't even want to deal with me. I'm going to work my way up to be the faction fucking leader.
Yeah, and it feels so much more satisfying when you could rub it in their faces later that, like, hey, you laughed at me. Guess what, bitch? I'm now your fucking leader.
I'm your boss, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, there is a level cap. Back when this video was made, it should have been level 81. And that is ridiculous because that's literally every single skill at 100. So, yeah.
To them, and it just doesn't necessarily affect you, because I said if you've got like a mage character or a fighter, he's not going to go join the Thieves Guild, because you wouldn't, as a hardcore Elder Scrolls player, I would certainly not expect you to be walking into the Thieves Guild with a fighter character who you have no intention of joining the Thieves Guild and walking in there anyway and saying, can I join the Thieves Guild, because it would be silly. So
what if I'm doing a role play where my character hasn't decided their path yet, and their experience in dealing with the guilds is what leads them down different paths?
Yeah.
There's so many things to consider. It's not like, yes, this is my warrior run where I only do warrior things. There's so many possibilities. To just write it off like that seems a bit silly to me.
What if you want to be a spell sword?
What if you want to be a corrupt warrior who's a member of the Thieves Guild and the Fighters Guild, who, you know, they'll help people defend their homes or take care of monsters or whatever, but, you know, on the side they're stealing things from the jobs they're doing. Again, so many options.
Requirements doesn't actually affect you if you're one of those people who's bothered by it, because chances are you're not going to join them anyway with a character that's not meant to join them and doesn't already have that kind of skill set. If you make a thief character, if you want to join the Thieves Guild in a playthrough, generally speaking, you'll make a thief character, won't you? That's what I do. If I say,
Again, not necessarily.
Yeah, again, you're painting with such a wide brush, and
well, this goes back to
setting up.
This goes back to the whole thing earlier. Oh, everyone who went into Oblivion and Skyrim were immediately comparing it to Morrowind, and were looking at it through that lens. It's like, my dude, not everyone is you. Just because you did it doesn't mean everyone else did.
And he's making this argument of like, oh, well, you're going to hurt everyone else's thing because you want it this way. It's like, well, your way also hurts stuff. Literally, his thing is, well, if you're going to be this certain character, just don't ever talk to any of these other factions. And it's like, well, that's cutting off a huge portion of stuff that I can't even talk to these people. I can't even approach them. That's fucked. I should at least be able to talk to them. And then if I say, oh, hey, can I join? And they tell me, fuck no. Well, at least I can talk to them. Whereas your fucking thing is literally just don't engage. Just don't engage with that part of the game. Just don't even go near it.
Here's an interesting idea, too. What if you are playing a warrior character and you decide to pop by the Mages Guild and, oh, we have a job for a non-mage to do. We need something done on the side. We need you, a thief, to go steal something on the down low from the Telvanni because we don't like them and we want one of their things. Or, hey, we have a job that not only a warrior can complete, but we'd have better luck getting it solved if we did have a warrior go complete it. You know?
Yeah.
You can introduce dynamic ways for player build and different factions to interact that would work really well. Just saying, oh, I'm playing a warrior, so I'll never even talk to a mage is silly.
Yeah, and that's so dumb because now you can't do any kind of like specialization builds. Like, oh, what if I want to be a shaman? What if I want to be a barbarian who knows magic? Nah, you can't do that. You can't be a fighters guild and a magician and a mage at the same time. No, specialization is bad. Fuck off. Again, that's another dumbing down.
Yeah.
He's literally advocating for dumbing it down.
Which shouldn't be a surprise at this point.
No, not at all.
Oh, here's a good one. I hate how Brynjolf always says I get my money dishonestly when I'm playing a paladin. It just annoys me. That shit is fucking infuriating.
Yeah, that is really annoying. Oh, you couldn't have come by that honorably. What the fuck do you mean? What? I didn't steal any of this money. I earned it. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he even says that if you fucking beeline it for Riften after Helgen.
He does. I've talked because I always do the Thieves Guild stuff. So, yeah, no matter what character I'm doing, he always says the exact same thing.
a character whose skills are kind of engineered towards being some sort of stealthy assassin. Don't know. You see what I mean? I'm not going to make a barbarian and then say I'm going to join the Dark Brotherhood. If you see what I mean here. So I think that's where Bethesda will...
What if you want to be a barbarian who joins the Dark Brotherhood? There's a whole joke about that in Oblivion where the orc just like smashing people's heads in with his warhammer. And
Skyrim literally does it. You got the fucking werewolf guy who's all about, crushing skulls and shit. He's not stealthy. He goes in, he turns into a fucking werewolf and massacres everybody, and not just the target. Literally anybody who's in the area gets slaughtered by him. So even in the game he's trying to defend, he's fucking wrong.
Yeah. And like this whole idea also just all around limits roleplay potential. His example of the barbarian. What if I do want to be a barbarian who goes assassinates people? What if I do want to be you know, a high scholarly mage who on the side contract kills people. That is entirely something someone can do if they so choose.
Yes.
Brynjolf the wage cuck. All right.
How they're looking at it from that perspective, whereby, you know, it's not that getting rid of these necessarily going to affect the hardcore players at all. However, it will mean that some of our more casual players will be able to enjoy more of the game, you know. And yeah, that's probably an example of dumbing down, you know. In fact, it's one of the examples of dumbing down that is actually dumbing down and not just, oh, I don't like this feature of the game, therefore it's dumbing down. That seems to be the case with just about every complaint people have with the Elder Scrolls these days. So,
No.
but the thing...
No, that's not... Oh my God.
Wow. Well, hey, he already fucked this thing. He already admitted that is dumbing down.
Again.
Congrats. All right.
Again. Like,
Yep.
Yeah.
he just went on this
This
tangent
guy-
about how, you know, this shouldn't affect hardcore players, but it is absolutely dumbing down. Like, man, you like blowing your own point apart more than those of us who like watching Gage's bicep getting blown off.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
But it just doesn't affect you that much, so I don't think it's something that's really worth complaining about. Now, on the other hand, having requirements in place for you to reach different ranks, like the way in Morrowind, like you had to have a certain amount of certain skills to advance to the next rank instead of Temple, the Fight skill, or whatever, like they did in Morrowind. Okay, getting rid of that is, on the other hand, is annoying, and yes, you are right to complain about that, because I too think that was perhaps a bad decision. I understand that in the newer games that, you know, each guild has a sort of plot line, and you...
Hang on, I missed that.
Here's
I
actually...
missed something.
So, here's the thing. The whole point he's been arguing so far has been entry-level requirements, which aren't actually in Morrowind. Then he just went to the thing Morrowind does have, which is the advancement requirements, which he just fucking agreed with. Yeah, it's dumb that...
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard, but I just want to make sure.
But he's starting to
Actually
go
dumb.
into a defense of, oh, they have scripted storylines now, so it makes sense they advance you when they do, which, no.
No,
You should
not
still
at
be
all.
denied advancement if you're not at the right level.
Yeah. And we can only think you will be the Archmage, the best fit. Why? Why? Well, you stopped the thing, and you did this, so I'm going to give up my position. I've been here for years and years, and give it to the guy who's been here for a week. What the fuck? What?
Yeah, it makes no sense that Tolfdir would give up his position so that you could be the fucking...
Had any
Archmage.
of them? Everybody else had a better claim than you.
Yeah, I know. It's so stupid.
Imagine being that obnoxious bitch in the companions who runs up to you because you didn't kill the giant or you didn't attack the giant when you're walking the Whiterun the first time. Imagine being her, and you invite this fucking Randy into the guild, and within like a couple of weeks they become the guild leader, just completely bypassing you. Man, that would suck.
Yeah, that'd be bullshit. That'd be like grounds for Black Sacrament time.
What do you mean the Dark Brotherhood won't kill the leader of the companions? Why? No reason. It's definitely not because they're also the leader of the Dark Brotherhood.
and not just, don't like this feature of the game, therefore it's dumbing down. That seems to be the case with just about every complaint with the Elder Scrolls these days. So, but the thing is, yeah, it is dumbing down, but it just doesn't affect you that much, so I don't think it's something that's really worth complaining about. Now, on the other hand, having requirements in place for you to reach different ranks, like the way in Morrowind, like you had to have a certain amount of certain skills to advance to the next rank instead of Temple, the Fight skill, or whatever, like they did in Morrowind. Okay, getting rid of that is, on the other hand, is annoying, and yes, you are right to complain about that, because I too think that was perhaps a bad decision. I understand that in the newer games that, you know, each guild has a sort of plot line, and it would be very awkward if you couldn't advance the plot because, oh, your character doesn't have the prerequisite skill. Sorry. Doesn't matter if we're at a very urgent plot
That
point
wouldn't
here.
be.
Yeah, it makes sense that...
Yeah. I'm sorry. You aren't skilled enough for this. Like,
Okay, so...
all they have to do is literally say, "Hey, what we're about to do is very dangerous. We need you to be prepared for what's to come next."
I've got the perfect example right here. Let's pretend Oblivion didn't have any skill requirements or anything. You just need to complete the quest to become Archmage of the Mages Guild in Oblivion. The final quest of that game, the fucking leader commits suicide to fill a special soul gem which protects you from the magics of Manmarco. So imagine him doing that, and he's entrusting a complete novice at magic who doesn't know jack shit about magic to go fight the King of Worms, this huge, horrible threat that the entire questline has been building up. Do you realize how fucking insane that would be?
Yep.
Yeah, it's so dumb, and it makes sense. It could literally just be like, if we were even just to take
Be right back 1 second.
the Mages Guild into effect here, again, it's like, okay, you've been doing intern work, you explored some ruins with a teacher, you delivered some stuff, you acted as a courier for a couple of missions. Like, okay, but that doesn't mean that you're now qualified to go fight, like, some faction that's been opposed to the Mages Guild for years and that they know is a threat. Yeah, we're just going to send you by yourself to go wipe them all out. Like, no, they're not going to do that. That's stupid. Of course, they're going to be like, look, small fry, like, you're basically an intern until you're, a higher level. Come back. Like, we're not going to have you do this shit until we know you can handle it.
Yeah, exactly. I like Kalbeck's comment in chat. Oh yeah, I just learned Candlelight. I've got this.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't you complete the College of Winterhold questline without casting a single spell and still become Archmage anyways? Yes.
Yep.
You can. Now, I haven't done it in a long time. I've actually forgotten most of the College of Winterhold questline. But Sesh played it somewhat recently, and he says, yeah, you can absolutely do it without casting any spells.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I've played the game fairly somewhat recently before I completely uninstalled it forever, and God, remembering the fucking College of Winterhold questline is fucking painful. It is so bad. It is one of the worst side quests that you can do.
Yeah. In your guys' opinions, when did Game of Thrones start becoming shit? Except Season 8, of course. Season 4, Episode 10, where they butchered the death of Tywin Lannister, and everything after that is downhill. See, in the books, Tyrion goes into a really dark place after escaping from jail, due to the reveal from Jaime that Tysha actually did love him. She wasn't just a whore after his money. And he goes to such a dark place, he, like, kind of hates the world, he kind of wants to die. He's just miserable for quite a while after that. And I think that's the reason they introduced Penny into the story. She's sort of the anchor that is going to bring, like, keeping him, like, restoring his humanity, basically. Which, it's a slow process for him, because he's just in such don't give a fuck mode for all of his time after escaping. Welcome back.
Who's in don't give a fuck mood?
Tyrion Lannister after escaping from jail.
Oh.
Yeah. Meme Knight asked, in our opinions, where did Game of Thrones start becoming shit? I said, Season 4,
5.
Episode 10.
Yeah, that works too, yeah. So, anyways, let's do this.
And things we can't go any further. We're going to have to break your immersion and stop the game because you don't have enough skill. While that could be the case, I still kind of feel that it may, at least at certain points, like at College of Winterhold, you should move from like apprentice to whatever the next rank up is, once you've reached a certain prerequisite skill, as well as doing other stuff. It makes sense. It really does. And from Bethesda's point of view, it makes sense as well because it pads out, the game length a bit, actually, really. Making people go get prerequisite skills to level up their rank or whatever in the guild, that's kind of just filler content, And it's hard to find filler content in games that the players actually enjoy doing. So I think from Bethesda's perspective, actually, it'd be a very smart thing to reintroduce those requirements. But as I said, the entry requirements, on the other hand, is a completely different thing. The entry requirements shouldn't actually affect you, so I don't see any point in complaining about them. Anyway, kind of moving on to the next point I wanted to make.
Yep.
And this one's probably going to get... This one's might rustle a few jimmies, because I'm going to be very frank and brutally honest here. You guys love to talk about how Bethesda are changing the way they make their games to appeal to casual gamers, to make lots of appeals to the dumbed-down casual gamers. And but what nobody ever seems to talk about is how Bethesda have been appealing to hardcore gamers.
Because
Name
Bethesda
one.
doesn't talk about that.
Point out an example of how they're
Yeah.
appealing to hardcore gamers. Give me one from Fallout 4 or Skyrim. I'll be waiting, and fuck, it's just going to be that image of the skeleton on a bench with cobwebs on it, waiting for an example of how they're appealing to hardcore gamers. Because
I can't wait. Hopefully, he'll actually give us any example because, what Bethesda's told us is no, that we're absolutely dumbing our games down to appeal to the casuals because they're a large audience. They give us more money.
I can't think of a single thing in Fallout 4 or Skyrim that appeals to more hardcore gamers. Like,
yeah. Let's see what fucking happens.
And you'll be like, don't, when have they ever done that? Well, let me point you, ladies and gentlemen, towards a little DLC download they released recently called Dragonborn. Yeah, okay, for those of you who don't know, which...
Dragonborn was an appeal to hardcore gamers? Are you fucking serious?
How?
So I haven't played Dragonborn. That's actually the point where I dropped Skyrim and didn't pick it up again until I started working on the analysis. And that was just before Fallout 4's release too, by the way. Or released the same year. Steam used to say last played 2015, so yeah. What part of Dragonborn then, I guess? That's something you have to do a lot of work to fucking elaborate on.
Yeah. Fucking.
I was hoping he would say Hearthfire just for the meme. That would be hilarious.
Dude, yeah, I would have fucking died laughing. But no, he uses the last DLC, Dragonborn. All right. Let's see how it appeals to the hardcore.
Which is like all two of you that don't know. Dragonborn is set on the island of Solstheim, which you may remember from previous expansions such as Blood Moon. It's basically...
Previous expansions such as Blood Moon. You mean the only one?
The one expansion.
What the fuck is up with this guy using plurals to describe singular?
And then singulars to describe plurals. Do you know the difference between the two?
Okay, Sorcerer Dave, I need to explain something to you. When certain words end with S, like expansions, that's referring to multiple. When you say such as, you're using something as an example. So, we have guests on STAG, such as Father Elijah Cole and Indigo Gaming. That usually means...
And Sir Ben.
No, stop. I'm making a point. I'm making a point.
Go ahead.
The idea being, such as so-and-so and so-and-so are examples of a couple people we've had on, but there's more than the ones I'm listing, because, we've had Sir Ben and Prometheus Prime on. The whole idea being such as refers to a couple out of a bunch. So, when you say expansions, such as Blood Moon, then that implies, okay, there are more expansions than just Blood Moon that feature Solstheim, when it's literally the only other appearance it's ever had in the entire series.
It works on many levels, mainly one.
This is almost old Tonald territory.
Yeah. All right. There we go.
Which you may remember from previous expansions such as Blood Moon. It's basically revisiting an old location, which Bethesda have, hence, before now, they've never done that before. They've never revisited old locations. They've always insisted on doing brand new ones, which I think is a good idea, by the way. The whole thing with the Elder Scrolls games, part of the thing that makes Elder Scrolls games so good is the joy of exploration of new worlds and lands and so on and so forth. So, by going back to a previous location, that kind of defeats the point of that somewhat. However, they did it anyway, and the game is the whole DLC is a blatant appeal to Morrowind fans. The whole bloody thing is, you can see...
Okay, as a Morrowind fan who fucking loved Blood Moon, I despise Dragonborn for the dumb changes they made to the island. The dwarven ruin that was never there before. The square towers of the Imperial fort now being round because you're too lazy to make new models to keep it accurate with what it was before.
Yeah.
The Draugr ruin that has a tower sticking out of the ground that just didn't exist in Morrowind. So I guess this like thousands-year-old tower was built in the 200 years between Morrowind and Skyrim. Yeah, I don't believe so. I'm gonna press X to doubt on that one.
When you get to Solstheim, you have House Redoran, you have Boat in Armor, you have Master Naloth talking about the Nerevarine, you have the Skarl, you have Castle Karstag, the whole bloody thing.
Hey, this
superficial things are all you think. These superficial lack of
such. It's so much worse than that. This island from a previous game has things that were on that island in the previous game, and the lore dictates that the area the previous game took place on has been destroyed, so those people fled to this island and they're built up there now. So it's clearly trying to appeal to fans of that previous game.
Yeah.
Excuse me? Like, the fact that Neloth is there isn't necessarily an appeal that they're isn't exactly trying to appeal to Morrowind fans. If they were trying to appeal to Morrowind fans, they'd probably have I always fuck up his name, Diavanth Fear there, because he's the character more people are familiar with. Neloth is just like a guy you have to deal with for a little bit. Fear is like part of the main story, and he was the only guy with a full set of Daedric armor.
And
except
don't
the
forget,
helmet.
he said this is an appeal to hardcore gamers, and everything he has listed off so far has nothing to do with being a hardcore gamer.
Yeah.
It's literally just superficial, like, hey, remember this thing?
Now
that has nothing to do with hardcoreism.
You know what? I think Sorcerer Dave should take off his nostalgia goggles, because that's exactly what he's arguing here. Oh, look at all this nostalgic stuff from Morrowind. This is what should appease to hardcore gamers. No, that's not how it works. Now, this is an appeal to nostalgia. Look at all these things you remember. Isn't that great, hardcore gamers? My fellow hardcore gamers?
Yeah.
That's just fucked.
His argument doesn't even work unless people agreed with him that somehow, like unless he could find people like, I guess, us, who could agree that, well, yeah, I like Dragonborn DLC, but everything else still sucks. But the thing is, you're not going to find anybody like that.
Yeah.
So his argument doesn't even work here.
The only way to appeal to Morrowind fans is to make a good Elder Scrolls game. Yeah. Like, I like Oblivion. It is no Morrowind 2. You know?
Yep.
And again, Morrowind 2, that doesn't mean the same game engine, the same mechanics, new location. By Morrowind 2, I want an expansion upon everything that made Morrowind good. Not the dumbing down. This guy can't seem to comprehend that these are way different, like, points entirely.
Meme night. I'm a fellow geeking gamer, Oxhorn.
Oh, God. All right, come on. Let's do this.
Obvious appeal to hardcore Morrowind fans who Bethesda probably is getting the impression that these people have been alienated by the newer games in the series, even though they, honestly, in my opinion, have no right to feel alienated because
they have no right to feel alienated.
You.
Yeah, go fuck yourself on that one, buddy.
I like
go fuck yourself.
I like how the big fuck you immediately came from Pagan, who started with Skyrim, and he is like, man, this guy's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck you, Sorcerer Dave. People have a right to feel alienated when the series they love has been bastardized beyond fucking
and
recognition.
Dumbed down, as you even admitted multiple times in this video, you idiot. Your whole thing was supposed to be a compendium, and continuing off of it, why the Elder Scrolls isn't dumbing down part 2, and you admitted multiple times it is dumbing down. Fucking fantastic. All right.
You fucked it.
Obvious appeal to hardcore Morrowind fans who Bethesda probably that these people have been alienated by the newer games in the series, even though they, honestly, in my opinion, have no right to feel alienated because they haven't been.
They have. They absolutely have.
Yep.
How do you not understand it?
Because
visuals...
this is still probably his honeymoon period with Skyrim. It's still his honeymoon, I bet.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, let's go.
Around Saltzheim in Dragonborn, Bethesda even added
Also, please don't show us actually walking around on Solstheim, for God's sakes, in this footage. That would have been so nice. But yeah, no, don't show any of that. So yeah, let's continue.
in tracks from the original Morrowind soundtrack. If that is not an appeal to the nostalgia of old Morrowind players,
It's not an appeal. That's fan service, you idiot. There is a difference.
Well, he used the exact fallacy, appeal to nostalgia. That doesn't mean you should recognize that this is trying to bait people in with the Morrowind aspects without it actually being anything close to what Morrowind was.
Yeah.
Having Neloth there, having Redoran there, having the music there, doesn't make it more Morrowind than it already was, which it's not.
Yeah. And see, that's why people were worried. I wasn't so much worried, but when ESO did its Morrowind expansion, people were fucking worried. But you know what Vardenfeld ended up being? They explained everything. They went deeper into the culture and lore of it. You actually got to see the cantons being built and understand why they did the things they did and how it's all like this scheme for Vivek to be like, oh yeah, no, sure. And so that way the houses can be next to each other and he can keep an eye on them and under his fucking thumb. And you got the idea that the people from ZeniMax Online Studios who made Morrowind actually knew what the fuck Morrowind and Vardenfell and everything would be.
I'm loving chat right now. Okay, a lot dumbed down, but it's not a big deal. So his argument is nostalgia bait and key jangling. Chewie, Lando, pointing at a fucking black person. It's just like Morrowind.
Yeah. Oh god.
But yeah, this is pretty much Mandalorian. Oh my god, it's Luke Skywalker. Holy shit. Like, Mandalorian.
Oh, Boba Fett. I remember Boba Fett. Do you remember Boba Fett? Yeah, I remember Boba Fett. Whoa, Boba Fett.
ATSTs, ATSTs. I'm gonna come.
Yeah. All right, come on. Let's do this.
But hold on.
Come on.
It is the whole key jangling aspect he's appealing to here. It is Luke and Mandalorian. Luke and Mandalorian doesn't make Luke good. It's obviously a fucking fan bait moment.
Yes. Doesn't say anything. Doesn't even look like him. Doesn't. Oh god.
Oh no, he says something. He says, "May the Force be with you," which a lot of people fell for.
So fucking stupid. Oh, I hate it.
Yeah. All right. Anyways.
So
tracks
hungry.
from the original Morrowind soundtrack. If that is not an appeal to the nostalgia of old Morrowind players, I don't know what is. You know, and it just annoys me sometimes, really, when you it's so blatantly obvious with stuff like Dragonborn that they are making an appeal. And the thing is, it definitely...
It's so blatantly obvious that with Dragonborn, they're doing fan service and nostalgia baiting.
They're trying to bait...
for the most basic and fucking surface level bullshit.
They're trying to bait people in by making them think it's something that it's not. Oh man, you know what pisses me off more than anything? Is being falsely advertised to. By telling me something is not what it actually is. Starbound! Sorry.
Yeah, oh god.
Sorry. Oh god. I had the cough there.
Alright.
Morrowind fans, it clearly is, for the simple fact that you get far more enjoyment out of that DLC if you have previously played Morrowind and Blood Moon. It's that simple.
No, fuck you.
No.
Having played
Absolutely
Morrowind and
not.
Blood Moon, I got far less enjoyment out of that expansion. Again, that expansion is what made me drop Skyrim fucking forever until I started doing my analysis. And if I wasn't doing my analysis, I might not have ever picked it up again. Or if I did, I probably would have played for 20 minutes and dropped it, realizing how fucking shit it still is.
Yep. Yeah, that was a fucking bold statement that, yeah.
I always thought Mandalorian was just okay. Papa G, please go watch the EFAP where they cover Mandalorian in depth. Trust me, it has its issues.
Yeah. Oh, it is so bad.
But Mandalorian is super, super fucking god awful. It is probably some of the worst shit ever.
Yeah, I probably would have been working on a video on it at some point if I didn't know Regs was already doing one.
Yeah, so And now we've got other stuff to cover. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, there's so much we need to cover. There's literally not enough time.
Out that DLC, having played Morrowind and Blood Moon, then yes, it's clearly designed with those players in mind. Okay, so
No.
when you look at that, it
didn't.
really annoys me when people continue to complain about how Skyrim's been dumbed down for filthy casuals when you have stuff like that in there. Okay, it's a minor point, but it is a good one that someone actually brought up to me recently while I was in the process of making this video. They said to me, "Well, what about Dragonborn? Did you not think about that, perhaps?" And you know what? They're right. The whole thing is a bloody great big appeal to Morrowind fans, but unfortunately,
No, it
because
isn't.
the
It isn't.
hardcorest of the hardcore Morrowind fanboys are the way they are, they will be happy with nothing less than a so-called Morrowind 2. They will settle for nothing less than a Morrowind.
Fuck you.
We've
Actually, go kill
explained this.
yourself.
We've explained this
Oh
multiple
my
fucking
God.
times. We don't need to go into it. We've explained this like over 50 times at this fucking point. Dude,
I
you're
hate
wrong. You just
hate
got to
him.
take the fucking L on this one.
Oh my God.
Morrowind 2.
I'm just
even
thinking
if
of
there
that
was-
fucking meme. I'm just thinking of that meme. You should kill yourself right now. Fuck this guy, man. Holy shit. What an actual motherfucker. And it's an appeal to nostalgia that failed. That failed. you
Miserably
idiots.
because people realized it was shallow, meaningless, surface level. Yes. Let's continue. I would love to get this video done. Just
Yeah.
done.
Um,
Not to think about it ever again.
yeah, this is fucking garbage. Holy shit.
Than so-called Morrowind 2. They will settle for nothing less than a Morrowind 2. And I think even if there was a Morrowind 2 made, and that's never going to happen, by the way, so you could probably stop wishing for it. You know, even if one was made, a Morrowind 2, or whatever you want to call it, I bet they would still find something to complain about. I bet you anything, they would still find plenty of stuff to complain about.
Okay, so you're
Even if-
actually just an idiot. You
Yes,
actually don't know
you
what you're
don't
fucking
understand.
talking about.
You don't understand what people want when they want a Morrowind 2. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, he already said no evolution. So when he imagines Morrowind 2, he imagines Morrowind in a different location.
Yeah.
That is not what we are arguing. We've said numerous times through this video already, or through the stream, that, you know, a Morrowind 2 should expand upon all the things Morrowind did well and improve upon the things Morrowind didn't do so well. Imagine literally Oblivion, but mechanically it's an evolution of Morrowind. That would be fucking amazing.
I don't know if he even thinks that it would be in a different place, considering this argument he just made about Dragonborn. He's
Yeah.
literally saying, like, oh, no, it has to be literally Morrowind again. We have to go back to Morrowind to make a new Elder Scrolls game. So I don't even think he expects it to be in a different place. He literally just expects, like, a reskin of the original Morrowind.
Morrowind 2 Black Marsh. The subtitle to that game would literally be Hippity Hoppity Lizards Are Not Property.
To Oblivion and back again as the fucking, like...
To Oblivion and back again, as they say.
Yeah, I would love that if they actually made that the fucking, like, bottom text part of the title.
All right.
A of Morrowind was made. I'll talk a bit about that later on, actually, by the way. But
Wait. An HD remake of Morrowind was made? Hold on.
I bet they would still find something to complain about. I bet you anything, they would still find plenty of stuff to complain about. Even if a HD remake of Morrowind was made. I'll talk a bit about that later on, actually, by the way.
Oh,
but-
even if an HD remake. I thought he was claiming that there was an HD remake of Morrowind made. I
So
was like, what?
he's going to the most reductive possible place you could go with the whole fanboys who only like the thing they like argument, which is the most retarded place you could go with this argument. And it's a place that him and Oxford and a lot of others often go to because it's the easiest way to fucking dismiss your opponents. No, like, okay, so the reason people like me fear a remake, and it's the reason I fear Bethesda's presentation every year at E3, because I'm fearing a Morrowind remake. I'm glad Todd has said on record he doesn't want to change the old games, but
Thank God.
thank God, like, thank Todd Howard, God Howard, for saying that legitimately. It still doesn't change the fact that I fear it every year. Because I expect a Morrowind remake to be Skyrim set in Morrowind, by which I mean the exact same mechanics in Morrowind, or even further dumbed down. Imagine a Morrowind where you could join all 3 great houses, or just other things, you know? That is a terrifying prospect. But no, his whole base argument here, and this is what I'm getting at, the absolute most reductive, retarded place you can go. Those fans will only like the thing as it is, the way it was made, with absolutely 0 changes to it, ever. And that's just retarded. If you can find someone like that, please point them out to me. I've never encountered them for fucking anything.
Yeah.
That's certainly not what we want. Yeah, I'm not exactly excited for Sky Oblivion, because I like Oblivion systems and mechanics better. Yeah, there's a video I saw a while back, I don't remember who made it, but he makes an argument something to the effect of, I applaud the Moral Rim team, because they're taking on, like, a massive project to remake Morrowind and Skyrim, but I feel they're missing the point, because Morrowind just isn't the same without those level of mechanics they have in Morrowind. Skyrim is a completely different beast mechanically, and that is a big issue when it comes to translating Morrowind faithfully. Let's continue.
Morrowind remake was made, they would find something to complain about. These people, you cannot reason with them. There's a reason why they're called fanboys. I'm sorry if I'm offending anyone here, but I'm going to just be brutally honest and state my opinion here, because it seems to have done me fairly well in the past.
Okay, so first of all, fuck you. Second of all, you're being a reductive fucking cunt. It's not about fanboyism, you dipshit. It's not that you can't ever do anything to appease Morrowind fans. It's that Morrowind is a very specific game, and by not being faithful to what that is, that causes a problem. It's not that nothing could ever change. It's that Oblivion didn't expand upon Morrowind, it reduced upon it. It's not that Skyrim didn't expand upon Morrowind or Oblivion, it's that it reduced upon it. We're getting less. Less in terms of quality, less in terms of content.
And I like that he's making these, that he's saying the shit like this in his response video because he got criticism from his other video. What do you think this is going to do?
I can see why this video got so many less views, too.
Yeah, what the hell? You can't reason with them. You don't even talk to them.
By the way,
asshole.
By the way, this is coming from the guy who, Skyrim isn't dumbed down. I won't hear otherwise.
And then says Skyrim is dumbed down. Like, good job, you idiot.
Yeah. They are not remaking the old systems on Oblivion and Morrowind mods like in Fallout 4 New Vegas. For Fallout 4 New Vegas, they've got skills, perks, damage thresholds back. Not that I'm aware of. Maybe they are, maybe they're not.
From what I remember from what Skywind said, Skywind, they are not. They're going to use the Skyrim systems. And I'm like, no, don't.
Yeah, no thanks. That's
it.
That pretty much killed my entire interest in Skywind.
Yeah. Oh, Alex Chrysalid in chat. They're a disease who can't be cured. Yeah, we've heard this exact thing before. And again, this is what people like him and Oxford and other fucking dipshits go to when they can't actually argue a point. Oh, these people are just unreasonable and won't ever be pleased. Wow, you're making assumptions, like entirely baseless assumptions about the people you're talking about. Because you can't actually argue against the points they're making. Again, you took the weakest point out of Samuel Lyne's video and held that up as like one of his big arguments when it never was. So fuck off.
He's not even getting his own fucking points right. Literally saying it's not dumbed down and then giving examples of it being dumbed down and even admitting a couple of times it's dumbed down. It's like, dude, you cannot argue for shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They need to be cleansed from the gene pool. The RTS Goomba guy we covered, or whatever the fuck his name was.
Oh, yeah, that fucking idiot. I forgot about him.
Yeah. So, this is just a typical bullshit. I don't know why I expected anything differently. Go fuck yourself, Sorcerer Dave, you piece of shit.
With those people. You just have to ignore them. It's that simple. Anyway. So, anyway, I'm aware I'm getting madly off
Ignore
topic here,
them.
so
Cast them out
let's
from
rein
your
it
lives.
back in again a little bit, and I want to talk about this last point, which is a relatively small point, actually, compared to some of the other stuff I've talked about already, but it's there, and it's worth responding to nevertheless. A lot of people scolded me, if you like, for when I was talking about the quest markers and quest directions and stuff like that. They kind of had a go at me for only using the one example and then saying that because of this one example, the whole system was broken. Really, guys? Really? I mean,
Yes,
really, you idiot.
Yes, really, because you're being a fucking lying, disingenuous piece of shit.
Yeah, you showed
You
one
deserve to
example. I don't know how many
you
there
want
are
me to
in
do
game.
work?
I don't know how many there are of characters having wrong directions in game. I know of 2 out of the hundreds of NPCs in Morrowind. It is
Even
not
better.
And keep in mind, I've completed every faction questline in Morrowind. It is not a common issue. And by questline, I mean questlines with more than 2 quests. The vampire clans don't count, which, my god, we lost out by not having them.
Yeah. But yeah, this is just fucking
Really,
insanity.
guys? I didn't put the effort in the video to prove my point? Yes, that's an issue, you fucking dipshit.
Yes, and
Fucking
also,
hell.
like, if you didn't realize this, like, your double standard of, oh, you can just mod out the things you don't like in Skyrim, but then you say that you can't do that in fucking in Morrowind. Like, do you understand how insane this is?
Well, he didn't say you can't do that in Morrowind. It's that he's making a point that's something that's easily fixed by a basic patch mod. And he doesn't even consider it for that.
Yeah.
It doesn't even come up, if I recall.
Yep.
So,
All right.
I'm going to assume one watching this has in fact played Morrowind and is familiar with many, many, many examples of, you know, the quest directions being very, very iffy, if not outright broken.
Two.
hold on a second. Turn off watch together there.
But yeah.
God, my stomach is growling
Here's
so
the other
hard.
problem. Go ahead, Bacon.
I said, oh god, my stomach is growling so loud. I haven't eaten anything.
Go get something, you goober.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get something. I can't wait any longer. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I went and got a slice of pizza.
I ate before the stream. I'm unaware of any other wrong directions besides the 2. I'm just trying to see if I can find them.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Apparently the Redoran Canton can disappear entirely.
What happened to House Redoran?
I think the Telvanni were working some magic over there the other day, and now they're just gone. We should maybe look into this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is on the glitches page, so I'm not sure I'm going to find it. Yeah, it's
Yeah, as people pointed out, I ate before the stream, which was almost 9 hours ago.
Yeah, my stomach literally growled as you were saying that.
Yeah, so it's like I ate before the stream. Yeah, jeez, Creetosis. Yes, you're right. We shouldn't have our nuggies. We should just fucking die.
It's hard for me to find how many characters do have the wrong directions, but again, I'm only aware of 2.
No.
Maybe there's more. Maybe there's a list somewhere. I can't find it right now. Which quests give wrong directions? Oh, journal quest location errors. Okay, let me go back to that other page. Okay, journal quest location errors. There are 3. The incorrect location for Felin Marion is given by Big Helende. Location given is Balfell, but the correct location is Tel Brenora. Ajira tells you that the Warlock's Ring can be found in a cave on an island west of Balfell, when it is actually east of Balfell. At the start of Azura's shrine quest, Azura says the Priestess's Islands is north of Dagon Fell, when it is actually to the west. And this is from the UESP, by the way. This isn't the shitty fandom Elder Scrolls site. And they only list those 3, so they don't even list the example that he gave, which I don't even know if he's right about that or not. So, good job there. 3 examples in the entire game out of hundreds of quests. Do you realize how good of a track record that is? Are you still there, Such?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. In fact, I might even be able to turn Watch Together back on and you could see it on screen. It's slightly cut off, but there are the 3 examples there.
So there's 3 in the entire game?
There are 3.
Wow. Yeah.
And
I'm sure you guys know tons of examples.
Again, this
right?
is on the UESP, and it doesn't mention the example he gave in his video, so I don't even know if that example is right or not. I just took that at face value that he was right, which he might not be. And considering how disingenuous he's been with everything else, I have no reason to believe him at this point.
Yep.
Why is fandom shitty? Because it doesn't... the fandom wiki site for Fallout is pretty decent. The one for Elder Scrolls is kind of garbage because it's really inconsistent with its information. UESP has a standard. 3 out of 1,000 fucking quests. It doesn't have quite that many, but it has a lot.
Yeah. Meme says 3 out of 371.
Well, that's only side quests. That doesn't consider faction paths or main story. So
yeah, but even just that alone, that is staggering.
Yeah. Realistically, Morrowind probably has 500 to 600 quests in it. So for 3 quests out of all of that to be to have the wrong directions, man, that is an insanely good ratio.
Yeah.
So for this guy to say, "Oh, there's tons and tons and tons and tons that are wrong," no, fuck you. You're a disingenuous piece of shit.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Pagan isn't back. Should we wait for him?
Do we want to get this video done in time?
We have 3 hours left to get through 12 minutes.
Yeah, but I'm also getting fucking exhausted.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd spend this long on this video. I knew it was going to be a chunky, but I didn't think we'd spend this much time on it. Random question, but would you ever be willing to respond to one of H Bomber Guy's videos? Maybe. It depends on the video. Depends how interested I am in the topic. Yeah, let's just go. I don't think Pagan will fault us or be upset with us for missing any second of this amazingly high quality, wonderful video.
Yeah, we'll hold it against him so that he can pay us back later.
Yeah, we suffered through more of this video than you had to, so...
Exactly.
You got off easy.
Kind of goes without saying, almost. I picked that particular because it's one of the most memorable ones.
No.
Not because it was the only one I could think of, for God's sake. I mean, look, if I was going to go through every example of a quest that had difficult directions and was...
Wait, difficult directions?
No. Okay, so there's a difference...
It was wrong. There's a difference between wrong, incorrect, and difficult.
Yes. There is a huge difference there, you disingenuous fuck. In your previous video, you said she has the wrong directions, not difficult directions. So hey, I guess she didn't have the wrong directions if he's now saying they were just difficult.
Yeah, well...
So, double go fuck yourself, I guess. And again, he's getting really scummy and disingenuous with it. Oh, I'd be here forever if I had to list every single one. No one is saying you have to list every single one. List a couple. You don't have to go super in depth on it. Just say, they said to go here. The character is actually there. They told me to go west when I actually had to go east. This isn't fucking difficult, you moron.
Yeah.
It's just one example looks really bad no matter what you're doing if you're trying to prove multiple of something. If you're trying to prove multiple of something, you don't need to say every single example. Bring up like 3.
Three is good because it's the same thing. 1
is a
a
pattern.
fluke. Yeah, 1's a fluke, 2 is a coincidence, 3 is a pattern.
Yes. But even then, let's say hypothetically there's only 3 quests in Morrowind with the wrong directions, which, according to the UESP, there fucking is only 3. Out of the hundreds of quests that are in Morrowind, again, that is an insanely good ratio. That's like within the margin of error levels there, that they've got 3 quests with the wrong directions. That is insanely good. And it's not a reason at all to dump the entire system of in return for being led by the nose to every single thing in the entire fucking game.
Yeah.
Really difficult to result of those crap directions, then the video wouldn't have been 20 minutes long, it would have been 200 minutes long. With regards to the whole business of the question journal
That's a
systems
lie.
stuff as it is, a lot of people said that, maybe, okay, fine, but is maybe switching over to quest markers instead of directions just straight out, maybe throwing the baby out with the bathwater, that maybe so. A lot of
Literally,
people suggested,
yes.
well, why not,
It
why not
literally
make the direction
To go back to my example from earlier, it's like having all of your teeth pulled out because one of them has a cavity.
Yeah.
A cavity, not a root canal, not falling apart. A cavity.
write better directions and there won't be a problem. But look, this is the thing here. This is where I take issue with the whole thing just simply being dumbing down and not simply a different design approach. Not everyone's good with directions, no matter how good they are.
Fucking oh well, cry about it.
Yeah.
It's not the game's fault
Then you
you're
would
bad
have
at
a choice.
directions.
Yeah. Then you could give them a choice and maybe be in like super easy mode, like fucking quest markers are turned on or some shit.
Yeah, enable journalist game mode.
Yep. Such in all fairness to Dave, it could take that long. He's a rambling man. He does ramble. It's true. It could very well have taken that long.
Yeah, there's
All
so
right.
much shit in this video that he could have just cut for time and we wouldn't have lost anything.
Yeah. Oh god.
Very simple fact. I suffer from this. I'm
So because it's a problem for you, we need to destroy it and ruin it for everyone. Thanks for that.
Hey,
the sort of person who
remember that comic we brought up on stream earlier?
Yeah, not long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for ruining it for everyone else.
Yeah.
no matter how good they are. That's a very simple fact. Me personally, I suffer from this. I'm the sort of person who will prefer to have a map drawn for him, literally a map drawn from him. If I'm trying to get around a new town I've not visited before, I'd rather have a map or use Google Earth or some stuff like that, rather than ask someone, how do I get from here to wherever? Because I'm crap with directions, I can't remember them, I'm rubbish at following them, and it's as Morrowind proved, it's all the more awkward in a video game as well. So that's one of the reasons I think Bethesda decided, you know what, we can't do this whole directions thing anymore.
All right, I'm back. What did I miss? What retardation have I had the mercy of not hearing?
Because he was bad at directions, it was a good thing that they removed this, because he personally is bad at directions.
And also, really, guys, you were upset that I only provided one example? There are tons and tons and tons in the entire game. There's only 3. And if I were to list every single one of them off, I would have been here for 200 minutes, not 20, which, motherfucker, no one is asking for every single one. Name 3.
Yeah.
And you can name 3, but 3 out of the several hundred quests Morrowind has, over 400 to 500 easily.
And he then said it wasn't the fact that they were necessarily wrong, but they could also be difficult. But as he just admitted, he's also shit at directions.
Yeah, so are the directions actually difficult, or are they difficult for you?
For you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Wow.
And as
what a fucking idiot.
Meme Knight said in chat, I am terrible with directions, but Morrowind helped me a lot. Yeah, it's possible that you could get a bit better with directions if you play a game that has you focusing on directions.
And if you practice with them, practice makes perfect, as they say.
Yeah. God, there's only 10 minutes left. We are so close.
Yep, come on.
It's not just not going to work how well we write it, you know. It's like the whole, talking vending machines dialogue problem, People overlook it now because, the game is old and they can kind of forgive that sort of thing, but there's no way it would work efficiently.
Wait, the game is old. This was 2013 when you made this, right?
Yeah.
You're positive this was made in 2013?
Yes.
Well,
What?
Looking something up or what?
yeah, I need to make absolutely sure.
Okay.
Okay, so if you want to get to the video, you could just click on the
March
title.
24th, 2013. The game isn't even 2 years old.
No, you mean Skyrim?
Yeah, he's talking about it. Was he talking about the other thing? Did I miss the fact that did he jump tracks again and I missed the jump?
Maybe. I thought he was talking about Morrowind there, but we can wind it back.
I thought he was talking about this vending machine thing.
Well, he was
Well,
making the claim for like NPCs being talking vending machines. So
Yeah.
The whole directions thing anymore. It's not just not going to work no matter how well we write it, It's like the whole, talking vending machines dialogue problem, People overlook it now because, the game is old and they can kind of forgive that sort of thing.
Okay, so he is referring to Morrowind's NPCs there, because he called them talking vending machines in the last video, which, I mean,
Okay.
they're fucking not,
There
you
you go.
dipshit, but whatever.
Yeah. All right. Okay, yeah. So he did jump tracks real quick, and I just didn't realize that he had just jumped tracks to we're on Morrowind now. All right.
There's no way it would work efficiently and competently in a modern game. Hell, it didn't even...
You
Yes.
don't know that,
Yeah, you don't know that.
and we have seen that it does. So you've been proven wrong. Congratulations. But yeah.
There are many games released today that still use only text.
Yeah.
To say this is a problem is silly. You're a silly person, which is by far the most insulting thing I've said about you the entire stream.
Oh,
I mean, for God's sake. It's not as if quest markers are some sort of brand new technology that arrived along with 1080p and Xbox 360s, is it? Even in regards to the dialogue itself as well, Morrowind was made after games like Planescape Torment and Baldur's Gate had arrived, with vastly superior dialogue. Vastly, you cannot argue.
so? Like, again, they're different studios entirely. Trying to do something different. A 3D game versus a 2D isometric CRPG? With some of the best veterans and writers within the industry versus Bethesda, who were on its last legs and desperate? Bit of a difference,
It's not as if quest markers are some sort of brand new technology that arrived along with 1080p and Xbox 360s, is it? Even in regards to the dialogue itself as well, Morrowind was made after games like Planescape Torment and Baldur's Gate had arrived, with vastly superior dialogue. Vastly, you cannot argue in any way, shape, or form that Morrowind has better dialogue than Planescape Torment or Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2. You just can't. It's not. It's almost an objective fact that Morrowind's dialogue is worse than those games, and yet Morrowind came out after them.
Okay, so
Yeah, as I said.
that doesn't mean the dialogue in Morrowind is bad either. I kind of wish Indigo Gaming was still here, because I feel he'd have a lot to say on this point. Holy shit.
Abso-fucking-lutely, because I hate to break it to you, but Morrowind's dialogue is way better than Skyrim's. That's a fact.
It doesn't matter if Morrowind's dialogue is worse than Planescape Torment or Baldur's Gate, it's still better than Skyrim's.
Yeah, which, guess what? Skyrim came out after Morrowind, since you want to use that point so much.
Yeah.
Like, Skyrim's dialogue is a puddle of dog piss compared to Morrowind's dialogue. Imagine comparing Skyrim's dialogue to Baldur's Gate. Or Planescape.
Or Planescape Torment.
It does not stand a chance. They are in different universes entirely.
$5 super chat from Nathan Gordo. Thank you very much.
Thank
Jesus,
you.
I'm definitely gonna have a long stream to listen to tomorrow at work. Can't wait.
Hope you enjoy it, man. It's definitely. I've had a lot of fun discussions today between you guys and Indigo when he was here, and chat, of course.
Yeah. Oh God. All right.
Around the same year that Neverwinter Nights did. So, just as a frame of reference, there's really no honest excuse for this kind of that crap dialogue system they had with, every person's conversation reading like a web page with hyperlinks in it.
Okay,
You
that's
never
not...
proved, one, that's not how that fucking works, but two, you never proved that it was crap.
Yeah, not once. You spam the same dialogue option over and over again in an attempt to prove it. You asked everyone in Balmora, well, not everyone in a single building in Balmora about Balmora. You didn't actually show the deeper... you can make an argument that maybe people in Balmora should have slightly different things to say about it than they do. I could argue that expositing all the dialogue that they do is a little bit weird. I don't see it as a big issue, though. But you're trying to prove that this is why the dialogue system is bad, when this is not the substance of the dialogue in Morrowind. The substance of the dialogue is in the quests. Patrician TV points it out in his Morrowind video that the Fighters Guild quests, they allude to different things, and if you're paying attention, if you're not playing the sheep path, then hey, they're doing some shady shit in regards to the Thieves Guild. And you can learn about it by exploring and asking about it. That is not a bad or dumb system. That's not bad dialogue. You just suck.
Okay.
This video is driving me fucking insane.
Yeah, this is definitely incredibly painful. 8.5 minutes.
The crap directions and stuff that going along with that, okay, you're cool with taking directions and you can understand them and you would just prefer to have better directions, that's fine. But unfortunately, not all of us are down with that,
I don't care.
And do you realize what you're just stating? Yeah, you can't have it the way you want it because I can't have it the way I want it.
Yeah, so when it comes down to that, who is right and wrong here? Am I right or are you right? Which one is it? Or is it a more complicated issue than you're giving it credit? And maybe for people with no sense of direction like you, there should be an accessibility option like there is for people who are colorblind and can't see colors properly.
Yep. And maybe for those of us that want to actually be immersed in the world, we don't want to have that fucking bar above the top of our fucking heads.
The magic arrow that psychically tells me where everything I need to know is.
Yeah, and we can't mod it out because they have literally integrated the writing to be dependent on it.
Yes.
So fucking annoying.
And
it's just down the road. Wait, so I follow the road and I don't go up the mountain path that actually would lead me up into the mountains and to the Bleakfall Barrows where it is.
I have a better example. Yeah, there's a settlement nearby that would make a good place for people to settle down if you clear it out for us. It's on the entire fucking other side of the map.
Yeah.
Okay. Nearby, eh?
That's my favorite kind of nearby.
Yeah.
My favorite... See, I live in Canada. My favorite nearby is Japan. Because it's probably the farthest fucking thing from me right where I am.
Yeah.
And one final point I want to make here. Sorcerer Dave, at this point, I don't care how much it fucking inconveniences you with what a fucking disingenuous dipshit you've been in this entire video. Fuck you.
And a liar. Just an outright liar. So.
Yeah, that too.
But yeah, so I couldn't give two shits that, oh no, you have to learn a skill you're not good at.
The quest marker is just far more convenient. It's not dumber. It's not more stupid.
It is dumber. It is more stupid. Literally. It actually is. They don't give you appropriate directions because they're like, oh, you'll just have this psychic quest marker on the screen. They'll let them know exactly where to go.
I can prove how it's dumbing down very easily. I need you to do this thing for me. If you go down the road and take a left at the fork in the road, you should see a tower, an ancient Dwemer tower jutting out of the mountains. If you see that, you're going the right direction. You continue down the road and you turn left at the next fork in the crossing, and this will bring you to such and such a place. Inside, I need you to get me this item, as opposed to, hey, go do thing for me. Here's an arrow.
Yeah.
There is a world of difference there. It is factually dumbing down. There are people. If you're playing Morrowind, you cannot complete it if you're not paying attention to the dialogue and if you're not reading your journal at all. It is impossible to complete if you do not engage with the game. People can complete Fallout 4 and Skyrim without ever fucking listening to any of the dialogue, skipping through all of it that they can, because the arrow will always tell them where to go. If that is not the fucking purest essence of dumbing down, I don't know what is. And again, fuck you, Sorcerer Dave.
At least I'd like to bloody well think so. You know, I am not stupid, but I don't like having to do the directions bollocks. A quest marker is just so much easier. And if you insist on keeping the direction...
Is this guy British?
Because
I didn't hear it in the accent. I didn't hear it in the accent before, but he just said bollocks, which is like an obvious British slang. So, and I don't want to deal with the direction system. Well, some of us do. So, again, what is the solution? Do you just get your way because it's easier? Well, my friend,
so it can be
that is
dumbed
dumbing
down for casuals. Yeah. All right.
bollocks. A quest marker is just so much easier. And if you insist on keeping the...
And again, so much easier.
Yeah.
Again, that's dumbing down.
Directions bollocks. A quest marker is just so much easier. And if you insist on keeping the directions and ditching the quest marker, going in completely opposite direction here, then all you're doing is denying parts of the game. You know, you're actually denying content to people who aren't very good at the whole directions thing.
Get good then, casual.
We are not denying parts of the gameplay to people who are not good at directions, you fucking idiot. That gameplay...
You can follow the fucking directions. It's not a barrier. It doesn't immediately turn the fucking game off. That's why you should get good. You should read the damn things. They aren't difficult.
I don't want to try. I want everything handed to me. The essence of fucking dumbing down. You know why the games are dumbed down? For people like you. Just because you like it doesn't mean it's not dumbing down. You dumbing down piece of shit.
Yep.
$2 for peace was never an option. Thank you. British equals instantly wrong. No, there's a lot of... Look, there are a lot of good British people. It's just...
Mahler is British, technically.
Yeah.
He's part of Britain, though he's Welsh.
But the thing is, we have covered some British YouTubers who made some very bad videos.
Yes.
Yeah.
British.
British.
Doing that, you could just, if you get stuck, you could just look it up on Google. And sorry. Having to actually come out of the game and go onto a website to find out what you should be doing is ridiculous.
Having to mod a game to get certain features back to removed from previous ones is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah. You can't have it both ways, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, because guess what? Modding is a lot harder than looking up an article.
Yep.
Man, isn't it weird, that thing we do? It's almost alien. The standards thing is holding people to a standard. It's dirty.
Yep.
Yeah. These are called standards, you dipshit. If you could say, hey, you can mod the game to remove essential NPCs or whatever this other point with modding was, I can't remember what it was from the first video. Yeah, this is actually a lot easier to Google directions for Morrowind than it is to mod something out of Skyrim, so go fuck yourself.
Game experience and is far more immersion breaking than having a little quest arrow on your screen. It really is. I am sorry. However, this kind of
It is literally not. If I get the wrong directions, even if it's a developer mistake, the in-world explanation is, oh yeah, the character got it wrong. There is no in-world explanation for the arrow. That is absurdly immersion breaking. Is my character psychically knowing where everything is that I need to do? That is insane.
Yeah. As I always said, it's down that road, in that cave, in that door, in that nightstand. It's like that is ridiculous.
One of my favorite examples is the investigation quest in Fallout 4 where you have to find the missing guy, Nick's case file. There'll be an arrow pointing directly at the evidence in his house, but it'll disappear if you get too close to it. But if you're standing far enough away, you could see exactly what it's pointing at, which is the exact piece of evidence you need. So even when they do try to hide it for the sake of investigation, it still fucks over the quest. And like, yeah, that's the funniest part too, is, oh yeah, it's an investigation, I have to find the clues. I know where all the clues are. I am clairvoyant. I'd like to roleplay a Dragonborn that isn't clairvoyant and knows where everything in the world is the moment he needs it.
Yeah, and I hate those fucking missions like in Fallout 4 where it's like, oh, find the hidden treasure. You gotta actually look around. No, I don't. There's an arrow pointing to it right there. I know exactly where it is. So much for your hidden treasure mission.
Yeah.
It's both. What I will say is that there needs to be some sort of compromise, obviously. You can, as it is in Skyrim, you can turn off quest markers. Yeah, but as Samuel Online rightly pointed out in his video, what's the point in turning off quest markers when you don't know where you're meant to be going? There are no formal directions. You're not told where it is you're supposed to be heading off to, or anything like that. It's not even listed in the quest objectives or the journal or anything. You know, you have to switch on that quest marker, or, you know, you just don't know where you're supposed to be headed. It's that simple. And that shouldn't be the case. That's stupid. You know, there needs to be some sort of substitute if you don't want to use the quest marker.
Because it was dumbed down, you idiot.
Really, it could just be as simple as the NPCs pointing on your map and telling you where the place you're meant to be going is. It could literally be, that could be the case. You know, in fact, I'm pretty sure that was the approach Daggerfall took. You know, Daggerfall, the way it worked was, if you haven't played it, the way it worked is you had a big map of the world which was zoomed into specific provinces within that world. And that each province you already had a sort of certain knowledge of on your map. You had major settlements on there marked out and so on and so forth, castles, graveyards, that kind of thing. Some parts of the world were already marked on your map. But when you got a quest from someone, basically, the place you had to go would be marked on your map. And that's where you went. You know, it makes perfect sense. You kind of dodge the really awful directions bullshit and still manage to keep everything in character. I think that's the main problem people have. They don't like their immersion being infringed upon by gameplay elements that don't feel like they help suspend the sense of disbelief. You know, if something is explained pretty well in character, whereby an NPC or whatever says, oh, right, no, here, it's probably just, instead of literally, they could even make a joke out of it, they could even just say, they could start giving you some really weird directions, and then they could just say, like they did in Daggerfall, actually, sometimes NPCs, when they talk to you about this sort of stuff, I'll get to that in a second, they could literally start giving you some directions, and then say, oh, you know what, it'd just be easier if I pointed you to it on my map here.
Okay, so I'm going to hold that, so I can get this $5 super chat from Scootmeister. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I say Hidden Xperia and Installation 00 Halo YouTubers are British, and I do declare that their lore videos are quite smashing. No joke, they're good.
Oh.
Nice. Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah, and the whole pointing thing onto a map is like, yeah, you can do that, but obviously they didn't. You're not arguing that the thing they did isn't dumbing down. You're arguing that the thing they did is dumbing down, and here's a solution for it. This is supposed to be a defense that the game isn't dumbing down, and you're still coming up with a solution for the thing they dumbed down. They very clearly dumbed down.
Yep. He's already admitted they've done dumbing down in this before already, so again, his entire premise is destroyed.
Yeah. And I do like the idea of, like, remember when I played Silent Hill and different parts of the map would get circled or highlighted for things I had to go do? Like, yeah, stuff like that makes sense. Obviously, you wouldn't want your map to be marked up by all 500 quests in Morrowind or however many there are. But the idea that they could circle a place on the map does work, I think. You could also just use the directions and hope that you don't get one of the 3 quests in the game that have just flat-out wrong directions.
Which is very likely because there's 3.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and the thing is, with how much he's gotten wrong and how much he's lied, I haven't played Daggerfall, and I can't take his word for the stuff he's saying about it.
Neither
I don't know
can
if any of this shit he's I don't know if any of this shit he's saying is true. He's already shown he's willing to lie multiple times.
Oh yeah.
And even when he's not lying, he's getting shit wrong.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing you missed when you were away, Pagan. Remember how in the last video he said, "Oh yeah, this character gives you the wrong directions." This time he said she gives bad directions, which, by the way, there's a huge fucking difference between wrong and bad.
Yeah, between difficult directions and wrong.
Yes, he said difficult directions there.
Yeah.
So
now he didn't say bad, because that could still be, well, that means wrong. No, he meant difficult.
Yeah, he said difficult directions she gave. So completely backtracking on that point from last time.
Yeah, and like you said, he literally said that he's not good with directions. So
you
that could literally be chalked up to you just fucked up.
Hey, you want to know something super fucked up?
What?
Something more fucked up than you can ever possibly handle. Acerthorn got the point of wrong directions right. One of the quests he pointed out to was one of the ones listed as having wrong directions on the UESP. And this guy couldn't even get that right.
Oh my god, that is...
got a point more right than this guy did. How fucking terrifying is that?
That is sad and pathetic.
All right, let's get this done with. We're right near the end.
We are close. 5 minutes.
And my sanity is fucking drained at this point.
The sanity meter on Amnesia: The Dark Descent, that thing is bottoming out for me. I'm about to pass out from insanity.
I've got fucking fear flashes going.
No, there's no fear flashes in Dark Descent.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm just getting fear flashes and let me know that things are happening. All right.
Yeah, I'm seeing Todd's face fly at me.
Daggerfall, that was the case when you were walking around towns. If you needed to find, say, the Fighters Guild, and you went into a town, and towns in Daggerfall, in case you don't already know, were way, 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 way bigger than towns in any of the other Elder Scrolls games. Towns in Daggerfall were literally probably about the same size as real medieval towns in real life. So we're talking towns equal to, if not bigger than, some of the cities in, like, say, the first Assassin's Creed game. So that's pretty huge, we're talking here. Full of lots of featureless buildings, and it's very difficult to navigate to a certain place if you don't know where it is. So you could ask NPCs for directions, and you could ask around, keep asking, and they'd say, oh, it's to the east of here, or something like that, or it's to the north. And if you kept asking, eventually someone would turn around and say, you know what, it's easier if I just mark it on the map for you. And then, if you opened your map of the town, because you had a separate map of the town in addition to your world map, the place that you were trying to find the Fighters Guild, or the tavern, or one of the shops, or whatever that you were looking for, it would be marked on your map because the NPC had literally pointed it to you on your map for you. And it's all kept in characters. Very nice. Keeps the immersion going. And I think that really is probably the best compromise. So yeah, I don't know what Bethesda.
Wow, crazy that they did that in that game all those years ago. But then when it comes to Skyrim and Oblivion, no, they don't have this. They just took it out. It's almost like they dumbed it down.
Yeah. Also, isn't it fucking hilarious that he cuts to somewhat relevant footage? Now, we're still missing him actually showing where it's marked on the map, but we actually got footage of him asking NPCs about a location. It's somewhat relevant footage to the thing he's talking about. Fucking finally.
Yeah, it's like the first thing they can actually prove.
42.5 minutes into his fucking video. It took that long, but you did it, kind of.
We did it, guys. We got a citation. We got a citation. Amazing.
Let's get this fucking clear off.
3.5 minutes.
If you're watching, take notes. Because that's the best offer. But again, bottom line here, like I said with the first thing with the immortal NPCs, this is not dumbing down here. This is a different approach to solving what is essentially another mechanical problem.
It is dumbing down. We've proven numerous times how it's dumbing down. You're just flat out wrong on this point. And repeating
the fact that you're literally saying that this should be something that was in Skyrim when it literally existed in the franchise before means it was dumbed down.
Yep. All right.
Amnesia Rebirth, it wasn't jump scaring you. They took a different approach to game design. It was fear flashes. That's how pathetic this fucking sounds.
Yeah, it's really bad. All right, let's continue.
In an open world that is in many ways very difficult to navigate, especially in the case of Skyrim and definitely in the case of Morrowind. Anyway, that's pretty much it for me, really, on this subject.
Thank Christ.
Well, I thought I'd had the final word with my first video, but it turned out I kind of didn't really. But this, as far as I'm concerned, I will maybe reply to a few comments in the comments section, but this is all I have to discuss on the subject of the Elder Scrolls and dumbing down and so on and so forth. I will be doing other opinion videos apparently now, I guess. I've got quite a lot of subscribers now who are saying, I really want you to do some more opinion videos. And okay, very well. I'm happy to oblige.
I hope
And
there's no
I am
stinger.
welcome
Show
as well
Patreon
to
or
receive
something,
suggestions.
please.
Oh,
Or,
look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Use Dragon Ren. This is the kind of shit we're talking about right here. Use Dragon Ren on Alduin, who's
Happy to
literally
oblige.
hovering.
And I
And
am
does he
welcome as well
drop
to
like
receive
stone? No.
suggestions for.
Oh, I gotta fly off. Hold on a
subjects
second. Let
for
me find
videos
a
you would
spot
like
to
me
land.
To discuss.
Yeah.
As long as it's gaming related, it doesn't necessarily have to be Elder Scrolls related. Although I imagine that's what a lot of you want to see. But yeah, as long as it's gaming related, I don't really care. So yeah,
you
feel
better
free
hit
to,
him.
drop
It's
suggestions.
gonna wear off. It's gonna wear off. He's gonna fly away.
What's worse is he landed on the exact spot he was just hovering above when he was hit with it.
Yep.
And he still flew away. You know how lame that makes the spell look? It's again, I got a little tired, so I'm going to sit down for a bit.
Yeah.
And because it took so long, he now has maybe a couple of seconds to run over there and get a couple hits in before it wears off, and he goes back to flying again.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
And so forth. Via PMs or whatever.
Yep, there it goes.
Subjects
like
for
3
opinion
hits
pieces that
in.
could be done in the future because every little helps in that regard. Anyway, to end on a far less confrontational note, you may or may not have noticed that it's actually coming up soon. It's going to be Morrowind's 10th anniversary. It will be 10 years since Morrowind was first released.
And Parthenax is just sitting there like, yeah, this is cool, I guess.
Yeah.
We're coming up.
Wait, let's get...
Hold on, we're coming up on the 10th anniversary of Morrowind's release? Hold on. Did he fuck that up? Wikipedia, Morrowind.
Yeah, it's already past it. It was
Yeah.
already past. It would be the 11th, you fucking idiot. That would have been the 11th year anniversary.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
because Morrowind, here in
2002.
2000, North America, May 1st, 2002.
Yeah.
You couldn't have got this more wrong if you tried. What do you mean
Well,
the 10th
hey.
anniversary?
Yeah, and it
We
was
gotta,
in Europe,
we gotta remember
May
at the start
2nd,
of this.
2002.
Yeah, well, we gotta remember at the start of this stream, he literally, he doesn't live in linear time.
Right.
We already
Right.
established this. He
Right.
does not live in linear time.
Now, it reminds me of Will Burger's doing his Autism Cat series, which is fucking hilarious. Everyone should go check that out. He says at some point, oh yeah, Morrowind is this 20-year-old game, and he said this in 2017, I believe, which, not 20 years then, but it was funny when people were like, it hasn't been 20 years, Will. Oh man, we are so close to Morrowind's 20th anniversary.
Yep.
Holy
I hope they don't
shit.
do anything for it. I really do.
Same.
I don't want them to touch it and acknowledge it. I just want don't even try to butcher something like that.
Autism Cat is amazing. Autism Cat is powerful. Yes. After we're done here in a few minutes, go watch Autism Cat. It is a beautiful series. It is amazing. When he compared Angry Birds to Skyrim and Morrowind to Planescape and Baldur's Gate, I choked. Yeah, see? That's what I mean. That shit is insanely disingenuous. Oh yeah, Skyrim isn't casualized because it isn't Angry Birds, but Morrowind doesn't even have dialogue on the level of Baldur's Gate or Planescape Torment. Like, fuck off.
You fucking, oh my god, that is so retarded.
Is if Bethesda have anything planned for it. And, what with there having been the Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition coming out fairly recently, and very soon there's going to be the Age of Empires 2 HD Edition, I'm just thinking Bethesda, maybe something along those lines might be a good idea.
Please God, no.
Maybe Bethesda, you should do something for your 11th. Because I'm an idiot and didn't realize that the 10th anniversary had already passed.
Please God.
Fucking idiot.
Please.
Yes.
Please
Fucking-
God.
Yeah,
Do
Bethesda.
not let them touch Morrowind for the 20th.
Yeah, we don't want you anywhere near Morrowind. Never
Yeah.
again.
Not as if there isn't a demand for it, let's be honest. And, you would make a big, I mean seriously huge truckload of money if you were to do some sort of HD remake or whatever of Morrowind, even if you just
No.
re-release where Morrowind
No.
worked in, modern screen resolution.
Fuck off. No.
I
Absolutely
No,
not.
absolutely not.
I want a Morrowind remake not made by Bethesda. The only reason Bethesda's name should be on the box is because they made the original, and not because they had anything to do with the remake. And when I say remake, I mean quality, faithful remake.
If Bluepoint did it, that could be really fucking cool. Yeah, I definitely don't want Bethesda to touch it.
I forgot to put the video back up. Sorry, everyone in chat. You didn't miss much.
Yeah, you didn't. He just showed us literally the box, or sorry, not even the box. Some art for Baldur's Gate, and then he showed us this, which is from Skywind, old Skywind video footage or picture.
Yeah.
Unmodded, Morrowind still has a maximum resolution of like 1280 by 720 or something like that, but the field of view is all wrong for it and everything like that. And seriously, the game needs updating. And while there are mods that do this sort of thing, I think we'd all love to see something official, really, wouldn't we?
No,
it would be so much easier for Bethesda to do it
just in the video.
Modders.
No. Show your
no,
Patreon.
it'd be so much easier for everybody else to do it because Bethesda are incompetent at this point. I'm sorry, like they do have good people working there, but they have a mill, and they're not going to get anything done with a mill at the helm.
Yeah, there's no way.
And
anyway, Bethesda, if you're
the scarier part is, man, imagine all the things we could fix with Morrowind if we went back to redo it. Yeah, no, fuck off.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't want to even think about them doing that.
No.
Yeah.
The only thing I can give Bethesda is if they did do a remake of it, if it was just the visuals. If it was just the visuals and maybe some of the animations with like spells, but nothing else.
Yeah, that's kind of the position
Yeah, it might be okay. But anything else, no, absolutely not.
That's kind of the position I'm in with Legend of Dragoon. Update the visuals, update the jank translation and voice acting. Keep the fucking music, keep the fucking story, don't fuck with it at all.
Yep.
Keep the combat system for Legend of Dragoon.
No, Todd Howard is the face of the company. He gets rightfully blamed for being a liar, but it is not his fault that the lead writer, Emil, will bully him into decisions and is a fucking absolute moron when it comes to writing.
Yeah.
Emil is absolutely the part that's shit. So is Pete Hines. We need Emil and Pete Hines to both fuck off out of the company forever.
Yeah, seriously.
They need
at least Todd said, I don't want to touch Morrowind again because it's his baby.
Konami did some shitty things. I like the idea of reassigning people to janitorial positions because that's what Pete Hines and ML deserve.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Okay.
What note? You are missing out on a whole truckload of money. Throw hundreds of dollars at you if you were thinking of making one of these things. So anyway.
Because you're a fucking shill.
Folks. Thank you very much for
shallow.
Watching. I'll see you all again soon.
Thank fucking Christ that
it's
over. My God.
Thank God. Fuck this guy, man. That was terrible.
Yeah, that was god awful. Oh my God.
I did not expect it to get that bad. It did not seem that bad at the start, but man, it got bad.
Yeah, that...
Patrician is lucky he bailed out.
Oh, yeah.
I'm actually gonna say in Discord, I'm like, dude, you are lucky you bailed out on that video.
Because that was fucking insane. I have never...
And notice he didn't last too much longer in chat. Maybe he was busy, but he wasn't in chat for much past where he stopped. It was like, he probably couldn't take the fucking insane stupidity from this video. It just got worse and worse and worse as it went on. Fucking hell.
That was so fucking bad. Oh my God. It always gets worse. What is this trend? Why do things keep getting worse? Why can't we reach our fucking plateau? Why have we not reached the plateau yet? Are you fucking kidding?
See, that's the thing is, we could cover videos that are not worse than the ones we covered the week before. It's even happened once or twice, but the depths we keep reaching is pretty awful. The fact that Acerthorn got the wrong directions point more correct than this guy is just sad.
They can't keep getting away with it.
So do we have anything to wrap this up on? Or should we just say bye to chat?
I realize I can't talk in any of the channels. Fuck! I forgot he did the fucking weird thing. All right. Well.
Even a broken clock, I guess. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, there isn't really much to wrap on up on. Hopefully next week we'll have something a lot more tolerable and be able to get through it a lot better.
Can we
Oh my
end the
God.
stream with a meme? What meme?
Hold on. Before we go into this, how many citations did this guy actually show? Like
just the thing.
Half of one. He
Yeah,
showed himself.
Larian.
He showed himself asking for directions, and
yeah.
he was talking about how Daggerfall would circle the place on your map, or NPCs would point on your map.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he showed himself asking for the directions. He didn't actually show the map.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's two. Acer Thorn showed the Oblivion thing, the the directions thing.
Yeah.
He showed stuff of Veronica.
He showed
The Brotherhood of Steel dying.
The Brotherhood of Steel dying. He showed the tax collector quest.
Yeah, we already know Acer Thorns is already way better. We don't need to actually think about
That's insane. That is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Holy shit, he actually has more citations than this guy. That's scary.
And keep in mind, he was still wrong about most of the things he said in his videos, especially like the tax collector quest and stuff. But the fact that he actually included relevant footage is a step above this video.
Yeah, and the Oblivion Gate, the fucking like menu thing, he showed that, and that ended up being correct.
Well, all right. Do we want to end on like a? I just want to play the Prold's "Praise Till You're Hollow" because I think it's funny.
Sure.
All right, chat. This is for you guys, especially for you guys who stuck with us for over 9.5 hours.
Yeah, 9 hours and 38
palate
minutes.
Cleanser.
Yeah.
Yeah, a palate cleanser after having to watch fucking
Yeah.
this and Skyrim for that long.
All right.
There's a better game that Skyrim could have been.
We ready?
You should be able to post links, Senator Abby Strong, because you're a mod. Yeah, we're ready.
All right, here we go. Enjoy, chat. This is you've earned it. Thank you for being with us.
Yeah.
And also check out the Prold because he is a fantastic creator.
The PRULD. He is great. Yep. Wait, we aren't going to get claimed for copyright, are we?
I mean, at the very end, you might be right. No.
Ah, fuck.
No. Turn it real low.
Dance to your dead thing could.
Turn it real low, and we'll sing over it.
No, we can't sing over it.
No, I'm not doing that.
No, shit.
Oh god, you fucked it, Setch.
I didn't think about the fucking. Well, this doesn't have a copyright claim on it. Hold on.
Well, does it say in the description, hey, this song belongs to what person?
Yes, it does. Damn it.
Oh.
From Universal Music Group. All right, well, that's fine. We didn't even play 14 seconds of it, so.
Yeah, but they can still claim with that short a time.
Yeah, but you can fucking counter and be like, 14 seconds in 9 hours and 40 minutes.
They don't care. They don't care.
God damn it.
People in chat, check out the Prold Praise to Your Hollow.
Yeah.
There, chat. YouTube. There.
I'm sorry, but
it's always something.
Yeah. Fucking.
Yeah, I hate.
Can't even have any fun.
Yeah, I miss the days back when you could do shit like this and it wasn't a big deal. Now they'll fucking strangle you, or they'll strangle you by the balls. You can't do anything anymore.
Now, Senator Abby Strong sent a link as well to end on a meme. Let's see what this is. Because it might be something we could play. Oh. Why did that happen? Just loading this up to see what it even is first.
I see the video.
Huh?
Oh my god, yes, dude.
Do it?
Yeah.
Alright, For some reason, it has the studio link on it, which kind of fucks with it a bit.
I got it.
You got it?
Yep.
Oh, hold on.
Yep, I went back.
Why do I see B? I don't want to see B. Hold on, let me bring up Discord again.
That's not B.
Dude, check the stream. I see B. I see VB. And I don't want to see VB.
I can't see anything on the stream. Oh, yeah, more videos.
Remove B.
Nice.
Remove.
Get rid of that. Get rid of it. All right, you ready?
All right, yes.
Why won't you die?
Oh my god.
Remove
I wanna
B. Remove.
Boom. There. Perfect.
All right. Set streams weekdays in the morning. Pagan
Yep.
streams
10
from
Eastern
time to time. Both their links are in the description. Check out Indigo Gaming. His link is in the description. And check out Patrician TV, who makes good fucking videos.
Yep.
Oh, another thing. I don't know when the next STAG will be because next weekend is Christmas. And I can't exactly... I don't know what everyone's schedules are going to be. I don't know what Pagan and Setch are doing for Christmas for themselves.
I'm free. I'm free that next day. I'm free on next Sunday.
I'm going to be busy Sunday because we're having Christmas dinner on Sunday.
Oh, you don't... Oh, I thought you would have it on Friday to go into
because
Saturday.
Family stuff, because...
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else to end on, or is that it?
Well,
I can't think of anything.
well, we found one that's worse somehow. Somehow we dug deeper, and we found something worse.
I will
I don't know how we
say,
keep doing it.
I will say, the rest of his content probably isn't worse than Acer Thorn because Acer is on
Yes,
a whole different
absolutely.
level.
Yeah.
But this video is worse than his Morrowind video
Yep.
by far.
Okay. I think that is a good one to end off on.
Yeah.
And then once you're done with the stream, we'll talk about Lizard World domination. Goodbye, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out. This is very much appreciated. Have a good night.